Martial Peak Chapter 5725 to Chapter 5775. Inside the universe furnace, Xianxia couldn't help feeling very confused. Are there different grades to the open heaven pills in the universe furnace? I've never heard anything like that before. At the same time, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered at the Supreme Headquarters. These were the candidates chosen from among the human race to enter the universe furnace and compete for opportunities. Many were veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but some were rising stars. Nonetheless, without exception, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters whose martial Dao ended at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Having advanced directly to the 6th Order, the 8th Order was their limit. If they wanted to increase their cultivation any further, then their only option was to compete for the opportunity inside the universe furnace. Once the entrances to the universe furnace took form, a great war was bound to break out between the human race and the Black Ink clan. At that time, their duty was to charge into the universe furnace as quickly as possible to search for opportunities and advance to the 9th Order. As for the rest, there was no need for them to worry. The other human race masters would be in charge of blocking the Black Ink clan's attempts at interference. At this moment, these 8th Order masters were sitting on the ground and studying hard like students in a lecture hall. Meanwhile, standing in front of them was a cultivator wrapped in a layer of blood qi. His aura was very showy, but his cultivation was hard to determine. It was Blood Crow. Blood Crow had personally experienced the emergence of the universe furnace last time. Having entered the universe furnace once before, his understanding of it was unmatched by anybody else. Therefore, Mi Jingluan had specially asked him to teach these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters about the internal situation of the universe furnace so that they could prepare themselves in advance. Blood Crow was no great scholar or teacher, so he simply said what came to mind. Still, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were careful to record everything he said. After all, nobody knew whether the things he told them would become the key that would allow them to preserve their lives or grab hold of the opportunity at a critical moment. Let's talk about the Open Heaven pills produced by the universe furnace. Most people only know that these Open Heaven pills can help cultivators overcome their innate limitations, but what you should know first is that even the Open Heaven pills inside the universe furnace have different grades. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting below immediately fell into an uproar. In regards to this matter, not only had nobody ever told them, but they had never even heard rumors about it. To the side, Mi Jingluan and Xianxia exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. They, too, had been very shocked when they first heard this bit of information from Blood Crow. It turned out that the Open Heaven pills inside the universe furnace had different grades. Blood Crow did not play any games and continued, I don't know how the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises categorize them. After all, I don't come from any of the Cave Heavens or Paradises. I can only divide the Open Heaven pills in the universe furnace into 2 types. The first type is the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills, which everybody knows as the innate Open Heaven pills that can help 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like yourselves advance to the 9th Order. Unfortunately, the other type does not have such a potent effect, so we can think of them as ordinary grade Open Heaven pills. Classifying these innate Open Heaven pills into Supreme Grade and Ordinary Grade was a very rough method of categorization. One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was confused. I understand the situation with the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills, but Junior Brother Blood Crow, why does the universe furnace produce these ordinary grade Open Heaven pills? What are their uses? Blood Crow replied, I don't know why the universe furnace produces these ordinary grade Open Heaven pills either, but they are by no means useless. While their medicinal efficacies are not as profound as the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills, they are enough to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. The ability to overcome one's bottleneck, but not one's limitations. Having heard that, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed to gain a vague understanding of the situation. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who spoke earlier said, so, that's how it is. By that logic, the ordinary grade Open Heaven pills are rare treasures too. A cultivator's martial Dao was not always smooth sailing. Take Lan Yurua for example. She had advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, so her limit should have been the 8th Order. Nevertheless, it had taken her some 250 years of cultivating in retreat to finally advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm during her brief period in Void Land. The same was true for Fenging of Dawn Squad. It had taken her more than 200 years to advance from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm to the 8th Order. Several hundred years was not a long time for Open Heaven realm masters who could live for tens of thousands of years. However, they would not need to waste all that precious time if they could obtain one of these ordinary grade Open Heaven pills. There were many high-rank Open Heaven realm masters, but many of them were stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation and had trouble progressing forward. They were not at the point where they needed the supreme grade Open Heaven pills. Be that as it may, they would easily advance to the next order if they had the support of some ordinary grade Open Heaven pills. 1 or 2 Open Heaven realm masters might not make a difference, but the strength of the human race would surely grow sharply when their numbers increase. It was not as though the human race did not have any kind of spirit pills that could help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks, but the efficacies of such spirit pills were not that great. In comparison, the ordinary grade Open Heaven pills were different. They were the best spirit pills to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. In Xianxia's case, he had originally planned to enter the universe furnace for the supreme grade Open Heaven pills, but it would now seem that he might not necessarily need to obtain one. The ordinary grade Open Heaven pills might be enough to help him overcome his current bottleneck. Junior brother Blood Crow, how many supreme grade Open Heaven pills are there? And, how many ordinary grade? Another 8th Order Open Heaven realm master raised the question he really wanted to know. Blood Crow glanced at the 8th Order Open Heaven realm master and replied, I'm not certain how many supreme grade Open Heaven pills there are. The last time I entered the universe furnace, I was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and I didn't dare to carelessly move around, much less dare to compete with the masters for that peak opportunity. Although I don't know the exact numbers, I'm certain that there weren't many such heaven-defying spirit pills. After a brief pause, he continued his explanation, as for the ordinary grade Open Heaven pills. There are many of those. Even I managed to obtain a few. It was thanks to consuming those ordinary grade Open Heaven pills that I smoothly advanced to the 8th Order back then. As the topic deepened, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall became more and more heated. The 8th Order Open Heaven masters consecutively asked the questions they were curious about, and Blood Crow did his best to answer. Whenever he encountered a question he could not answer, he did not make any unfounded speculations to prevent misleading others. Inside the universe furnace, Xianxia was naturally unaware that Blood Crow had differentiated the Open Heaven pills into supreme grade and ordinary grade. Nevertheless, he quickly came to an unbelievable conclusion under such close observation. The Open Heaven pills from the universe furnace could be separated into 2 distinct grades. The 9 brightest lights were clearly the Open Heaven pills that he had always heard about. Now that he was so close to them, he couldn't help feeling tempted to grab them. The universe furnace's projection had appeared in all the various great territory battlefields, which affected numerous masters from the human race and the Black Ink clan. All of them were waiting to obtain the opportunity within the universe furnace. If Xianxia could snatch these 9 Open Heaven pills in advance, then the human race would be the greatest winners no matter what arrangements the Black Ink clan made. They could use these 9 Open Heaven pills to produce 9 Ninth Order Open Heaven realm masters. That would be enough to form a crushing advantage against the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, he could neither move a muscle nor freely exert his strength at this moment. The greatest opportunity in the 3,000 worlds was literally right in front of him, but he was powerless to seize it. How annoying! Hateful! He couldn't help cursing at the universe furnace. It was bad enough that he was dragged into this place, but he was also completely immobilized and then shown such a wondrous opportunity, yet he was unable to seize it. What is this torture? At this moment, Xianxia had long forgotten his earlier worries of being refined by the universe furnace. If the universe furnace wanted to refine him, the process would have taken place by now. Seeing as there were no movements in that regard, he was most probably safe for the time being. Now that he was safe, it was only natural for him to become greedy when such an opportunity was right in front of him. Xianxia stubbornly began to struggle once more, but it was all to no avail. Thus, he became even more annoyed and depressed. As the 9 lights devoured the chaotic and primitive Tao essence at an increasingly fierce rate, they began to glow brighter and brighter as a result. A rough estimate of the time indicated that there were only a few more months before the universe furnace emerged in the world. Xianxia did not know the exact location where this supreme treasure would appear, but he could practically imagine the scene at the time. the masters of both sides had gathered outside the universe furnace's projections. When the universe furnace opened under the illumination of the dense and multicolored lights, the 9 open heaven pills and their companions would fly out of the universe furnace. Subsequently, the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan would plunge into a frenzied battle. He would be freed of his shackles at that time and might even fly out of the universe furnace with the open heaven pills. Although he could easily obtain several of them with his abilities, this method was rather risky. After all 9 of the best open heaven pills needed to be obtained by the human race. I need to figure out a way so that it will be easier for me to seize the opportunity once I am free. Since the universe furnace dragged me here and allowed me to witness the creation of these open heaven pills, then I ought to benefit from this opportunity. After pondering for some time, Xianxia came up with an idea. He immediately attempted to use his spiritual energy to place an imprint on these open heaven pills. If he succeeded, then he would be able to obtain them with a simple flash of his thoughts. In the next moment, he gave a deep groan and his complexion went pale from his efforts. At this moment, the 9 open heaven pills were indiscriminately devouring the surrounding Tao essence. When his divine sense penetrated the open heaven pills, his divine sense was refined and absorbed in an instant. His divine sense was damaged as a consequence, but Xianxia was not very concerned about this injury. After all, his soul would be torn apart every time he unleashed a soul-rending thorn. This amount of injury was nothing to him. Besides, the soul-warming lotus would quickly repair his damaged divine sense. Spiritual energy is ineffective, but what about world force? Xianxia made another attempt, only for the open heaven pills to refine and absorb his world force perfectly. It would seem that the open heaven pills were not particular about what kind of energy approached them, greedily refining and absorbing anything they could. Unfortunately, that was not good news for Xianxia. As things stood, how was he supposed to leave his mark on the 9 spirit pills so that he could easily make his move when the time came? He activated the various Tao strengths he mastered in hopes that he could leave some kind of mark on the open heaven pills, but his efforts remained futile. Even the mysterious spacetime strength was ineffective. These innate open heaven pills were like starving wolves, swallowing anything and everything that was placed before them. Xianxia couldn't help frowning with a troubled expression. Spiritual energy, world force, and even Tao strengths have proven to be ineffective. What else is there that I can try? All of a sudden, he seemed to recall something and silently activated the great sun and moon marks. His own strength had been ineffective against the open heaven pills. In that case, the only power that did not belong to him was the 2 marks that he received from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. If that was also ineffective, then he had no other methods to try. He normally borrowed the power of the 2 marks to condense purifying light, however, he was now attempting to leave a mark on the 9 open heaven pills with their power instead. It was not a difficult feat to perform. The mysterious power of the great sun and great moon seeped out from the backs of his hands. Under his careful control, they slowly extended towards one of the open heaven pills. It did not take long before the power of the great sun and great moon was influenced by the pull of the open heaven pills and swiftly absorbed into it. Xianxia could clearly feel the power of the great sun and the great moon gradually being shaved away and becoming weaker. Be that as it may, he was overjoyed in the next moment. That was because a slight trace remained of the power of the great sun and the great moon. They had not completely disappeared. The great sun and moon marks were created from the burning lights and serene glimmer sources, so naturally, the power that came from these 2 marks contained the aura of their sources. It was a power that was derived directly from the primordial light. Perhaps that was the reason why the innate open heaven pills could not devour it completely. Either way, the experiment was a success. Xianxia was thrilled. He quickly added the great sun and great moon's auras to the 8 remaining lights. However, after going to great lengths to do so, a thought dawned on Xianxia. There's no point in doing this. Initially, he wanted to leave something that he could control inside the 9 best quality open heaven pills, that way, it would be easier for him to seize them when the universe furnace truly emerged. However, the power from the great sun and moon marks did not belong to him, they had been given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Although he could wield the 2 marks to create purifying light, he could not use them to control the 9 open heaven pills. All of Xianxia's delight disappeared in a flash as soon as he remembered this. He thought that after spending half a day on his attempts, he was finally rewarded with success, but in the end, it had all been for nothing. No one would be pleased about that. Thus, after being dragged into this place by the universe furnace, Xianxia did not receive any significant benefit, other than personally witnessing the mysterious inner workings of the universe furnace and the creation of the innate open heaven pills. Furthermore, Mo got the chance to escape. Xianxia was feeling rather disgruntled. However, he could not do anything about it. A strange power was restraining him right now, and he could not do anything about it. As time passed, Xianxia calmed himself down and continued watching as the open heaven pills devoured the Tao essence all around them and took on a physical form. Eventually, the 9 lights grew brighter until they became 9 great suns that hovered all around Xianxia. When compared to the 9 great suns, the countless dots of glimmering light paled by far, like the difference between the bright moon and dim stars in the night sky. However, Xianxia had a feeling that the glimmering lights, which were also open heaven pills, had to be crucial in some way. In any case, how could something produced by the universe furnace turn out to be ordinary? The open heaven pills he got from the blood monster cave heaven in the past were most likely these lower quality ones, but their medicinal efficacies had probably waned due to the passage of time and the failure to store them properly. Xianxia did not know how long it had been, but he was focused on observing the production of the open heaven pills when he felt a kind of strong and vigorous energy surge towards him while undergoing some kind of unknown transformation. His expression changed, but as he could not move, he could not dodge the sudden burst of energy, so he had to endure it instead. The strange energy was incredibly powerful, and when confronted with it, even Xianxia, who was at the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm, felt minuscule in comparison. He heard his bones being dislocated and his 5 viscera and 6 organs felt as if they were about to explode from the pressure. Xianxia had no idea what was happening. Apart from being restrained, nothing else had happened to him ever since he entered the universe furnace, until now. It finally felt as if his life was at risk. In that life and death moment, there was only one thought in Xianxia's mind: is the universe furnace really going to refine me? Fortunately, the intense energy fluctuation disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The pressure had only lasted for a moment before it was gone. Xianxia could sense that the space he was in, the place with countless glimmering lights, was now endlessly stretching out. At the same time, the glimmering lights turned into streaks and shot out in all directions. A thought popped into Xianxia's mind almost instinctively. The universe furnace has fully manifested. The strange event earlier was clearly a sign that the universe furnace was emerging. After counting the days in his head, Xianxia realized that the timing added up as well. Then, Xianxia noticed that the power that had been restraining him all this while had disappeared. He instantly manipulated space principles to lock up the area around him as he reached out to grab the blazing streaks of light, but they moved away so quickly that Xianxia came up empty-handed, even though he had been determined to catch hold of them. Only a few of the weak, glimmering lights were caught inside his trapped space. The weak, glimmering lights were trembling hard against the constraints of the space principles. It was as if the lights had a mind of their own and wanted to escape from Xianxia's grasp, but he was not going to let that happen. He stuffed the lights into his small universe, though he did not have the time to study them now. Instead, he dashed after one of the dazzling streams of light he targeted earlier. Space principles flickered, and in a flash, Xianxia reappeared millions of kilometers away. However, just a moment later, Xianxia came to a stop with a helpless expression on his face. The stream of light had already gone too far away. It flew a lot quicker than him even though he used instantaneous movement. After recalling the earlier scene, Xianxia immediately understood what was happening. It was not really that the dazzling light was moving faster than he was, but rather that this space was, itself, rapidly expanding. I had such a great opportunity right in front of me, but I failed to seize it. Xianxia was vexed with himself. No words could express the consternation he felt. 9 top-quality open heaven pills had been right in front of him, each one representing a new 9th order open heaven realm master, and yet, he did not even manage to grab a single one. Xianxia was agitated, and as he had been injured by the pressure from the powerful energy earlier, he ended up coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Even his aura noticeably weakened. He stood in place to restore himself for a moment as he looked around him with a frown. What the hell is going on? Since the universe furnace has already appeared, why am I still inside of it? Shouldn't I have been flung out of here the same way the open heaven pills were? What's more, the universe furnace seems too vast. By now, Xianxia was starting to realize that all his theories had been wrong from the start. The inside of the universe furnace turned out to be an independent space, and there was no proof that the open heaven pills had been ejected out of it. So, perhaps the opportunity to seize one of them doesn't occur outside, but rather inside the universe furnace. Xianxia would be able to confirm this theory soon enough. If he encountered other living beings inside the universe furnace, then it meant the opportunity took place inside. Xianxia gathered himself and moved in the direction where the dazzling light had flown. Even though it had escaped from him earlier, he was still going to hunt it down. At this point, he found that his earlier efforts had not been for nothing. Although the aura of the great sun and moon marks that he left on the 9 open heaven pills previously could not help him when it came to controlling them, he could use the marks to ascertain where the pills were, though he could only do so if he was close enough. Xianxia became a lot calmer now. There was a benefit to being pulled into the universe furnace early after all. During the chase, Xianxia also found the time to check on the weak, glimmering lights he had captured. He had slightly over a dozen of them and they were currently flying around his small universe. They looked like shooting stars streaking across the sky, and the many cultivators inside Void World were staring up at them in amazement. Some of the Tao Temple disciples with greater cultivation tried to chase after these lights, but none of them succeeded. These weaker lights still moved at incredible speeds. Xianxia used space principles to capture them, but the Emperor Realm Masters from the Tao Temple did not have such ability. They thought this was some kind of amazing opportunity and had no idea these were just something their Tao Lord had tossed into his small universe as he did not have the time to bother with them. Soon, Xianxia gathered the scattered lights together and subdued them. The lights faded away, and several fragrant, flawlessly round spirit pills appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, these open heaven pills were fairly similar to the ones Xianxia got from the blood monster cave heaven, but their medicinal efficacies were clearly much more potent. What are they for? Xianxia frowned. Don't tell me these open heaven pills can help those in the 8th order break through to the 9th order as well? If that was the case, the fact that he now had over a dozen of them meant there were going to be over a dozen new 9th order open heaven realm masters, but there was no way that was possible. The reason humans knew how to create open heaven pills was because the great experts of the early ancient era had derived a recipe for them based on the innate open heaven pills they obtained from the universe furnace. Although modifications and improvements to the open heaven pill recipe had never ceased, the ones refined by human alchemists were still incomparable to the ones from the universe furnace. There was only one benefit to the ones the humans made. Those open heaven pills were easy enough to create, and as long as there were sufficient resources and alchemists available, the production could go on forever. Nearly every sect had its own way of creating these man-made open heaven pills to fuel their disciples' cultivation. Xianxia had also refined some open heaven pills many millennia ago when he first entered the 3,000 worlds. After all the cultivation and resources he had acquired since then, it felt as if this memory of his took place eons ago. Once again, Xianxia gathered his thoughts. He created a seal on the open heaven pills and put them away safely. No matter what they were for, they had come from the universe furnace and thus could not be something simple. He would know whether or not they were useful once he brought them to Senior Brother Me and asked the latter about them. Xianxia then continued chasing after the dazzling lights while occasionally using the great sun and moon marks to see if he could sense anything nearby. As the interior of the universe furnace rattled and shook, the over a dozen illusory phantoms of it that had been solidifying for the past 2 years finally transformed into the universe furnace, which was a grand and majestic alchemy furnace that gave off a mysterious, ancient aura with complex lines circulating across its surface. These universe furnaces were not the true body though, merely portals to the world inside of it. As if breathing, the universe furnace would occasionally disperse a wondrous aura from its entrances. If anyone was able to cultivate near the furnace opening, they would receive a lot of benefits. However, who would be thinking of cultivating by the opening when the universe furnace had emerged? It was more important to enter the universe furnace for opportunities. Outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the many years of peace gave way to battle once more. The Black Ink clan inside the Grand Restriction knew that the Universe Furnace was a great opportunity for the humans, so to stop the suppressing Black Ink army from entering, the Black Ink clan was willing to do whatever it took to launch an attack on them, forcing the various masters to remain behind to hold the line. A 100,000-meter-long white dragon weaved through the fighting, killing dozens, if not hundreds with each blow he struck, but soon, two royal lords made huge sacrifices to rush out of the gap in the Grand Restriction and pin him down. Royal lords were heavily injured if they tried to leave the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction through the opening Wu Kuang had made. Previously, Fu Guang killed several royal lords who had been affected this way, so the enemy knew that in a one-on-one fight, these royal lords were no match for him, but it was not as easy for him to kill them when he was up against two of them at once. Not counting the Black Ink giant spirit gods, royal lords were at the peak of what was possible for the Black Ink clan to field and were by no means easy targets. It was already proof of how strong Fu Guang was that he could go up against two of them without being at a disadvantage. It even looked as if he could overpower them given enough time. On the suppressing Black Ink fortress, the suppressing Black Ink army was doing its best to fend off the enemy. Scores of formidable auras filled the sky as beams of destructive light shot out towards the swarming Black Ink clan. It seemed as if the humans had the situation under control, but more and more enemies kept pouring out of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, including many innate territory lords. If things continued on this way, the pressure would only grow more intense. 58th Order Masters quietly stood atop the suppressing Black Ink fortress, not joining the fight. They were the chosen 8th Order Masters who would enter the Universe Furnace in search of opportunities. They should have rushed straight into the Universe Furnace when it opened, but the Black Ink clan's attack put a stop to their plan. This was unsurprising, as the Black Ink clan would not have allowed the humans to gain more benefits without a fight. The Black Ink clan had already predicted this when the illusory phantom of the Universe Furnace first appeared. The divine dragon swam through the void as his murderous intent flared wildly. He defended himself from the two royal lords who were charging at him as his dragon roars echoed thunderously. "Go now. What are you waiting for?" Fu Guang saw that the 58th Order Masters had not moved, so he could not resist scolding them. Transmissions were coming from other 8th Order Masters fighting on the battlefield too. "If you miss your chance now, it will never appear again. Hurry up and enter the Universe Furnace. You don't need to worry about us, as long as the suppressing Black Ink fortress remains standing, the suppressing Black Ink army will not fall." Still, the 58th Order Masters atop the wall did not move. The entrance to the Universe Furnace was wide open, and it would only take them a moment to dive inside to seize the opportunity that would allow them to reach the peak of martial Dao. It was not as if they did not long for that, however, there was something else they cared about as well. Xianxia laughed and said, "I only want this opportunity so that I can kill more enemies. Now that the enemy is right in front of me, why must I go round the sun to reach the moon? I shall partake in my share of the kills first." He rushed into the battle as soon as he finished speaking, and Xianxia followed immediately after without saying a word. The two of them seemed to move in unison as they lunged at a territory lord who was trying to sneak up on a human master. The 50 figures flew out from the walls, but none of them headed for the Universe Furnace, instead rushing straight onto the battlefield to join the battle. Fu Guang saw this from afar and sighed, but he did not try to talk them out of it. The suppressing Black Ink army was small, only numbering 6,000 in total. Though the army had more than 400 8th Order Masters and the suppressing Black Ink fortress, which was a mobile palace artifact on par with the great passes of old, it took the genuine unity displayed by all of them to hold back the torrent of Black Ink clansmen that flooded out from the gap in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. As the 58th Order Masters fearlessly joined the fight, the suppressing Black Ink army soon gained the upper hand. The Black Ink clan had not expected the human masters to not be tempted by the great opportunity they had in front of them, so they were caught off guard and took a heavy blow. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, they could not stop midway through the battle. Previously, they attacked the suppressing Black Ink army and were willing to sacrifice so many soldiers, including multiple royal lords, just to keep Fu Guang and Wu Kuang fully occupied. That way, they could probe the Grand Restriction for weaknesses to let innate territory lords sneak out. It was an enormous sacrifice, but also a resounding success. At least 1,000 innate territory lords had managed to sneak out undetected. However, once the situation was discovered and Wukong patched the vulnerability they exploited, the Black Ink clan ceased all combat. They knew there was no point in carrying on with the unnecessary sacrifices as the humans were now on full alert. The human race master who was controlling the Grand Restriction now would never allow himself to be tricked in the same way again, and it was basically impossible for the Black Ink clan to mount a decisive attack that could overwhelm the human army outside the gap. If they could not break past the humans' defenses outside, they would only be wasting their forces by trying. Thus, they did not launch any attacks in the past few years, until the universe furnace showed up. To stop the human race masters of the suppressing Black Ink army from entering the universe furnace and obtaining opportunities for themselves, the Black Ink clan began a full-scale assault again. They thought this situation would turn in their favor, but who knew that the suppressing Black Ink army would choose to stand and fight? The human race masters were not at all blinded by the opportunity that was right at their fingertips and fully focused on the battle instead. This meant that the Black Ink clan were caught in a seemingly hopeless situation. It would be a waste of resources if they continued sending out more soldiers, but if they did not, then those who had already left the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction would be wiped out, including 2 royal lords. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. While the suppressing Black Ink army and the Black Ink clan were engaged in a fierce battle outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, the Black Ink clan was in complete control of the barren territory. There was also a phantom of the universe furnace in the barren territory, and it was impossible for the human race army to approach it. No human had entered the barren territory over the past few millennia except for Xianxia, who had passed by a few times. The Black Ink clan had arranged for countless clansmen to wait by the universe furnace. Once it opened, the Black Ink clan army hesitantly checked it out before a few of their territory lords led the charge into the universe furnace. Soon, they disappeared inside the universe furnace world. Meanwhile, within the space on the Black Ink battlefield, Missouri Nai, who was restrained here, had been on edge for nearly 2 years, but after seeing no sign of Xianxia, he was certain that the latter had somehow left this place. Although he did not know how that was possible, or what the swirl that devoured Xianxia was, it was still a good thing for him. At least, he did not have to worry about Xianxia appearing all of a sudden to kill him. There was no threat to his life now, but the injuries he previously sustained were quite serious and he could not tend to them while he was being held down here. When the illusory phantom of the universe furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Mo Nai felt the ground shaking and the void fluctuating. When he came back to his senses, he was already inside a vast, boundless space. Mo Nai instantly raised his guard as his divine sense flooded out in all directions. Though he did not detect any signs of danger, he did not relax as he had no idea what would happen to him after suddenly appearing in a strange new place. A moment later, it struck him that he could be inside the universe furnace right now. After comparing his experience to the way Xianxia had disappeared earlier, he came up with a possibility. Xianxia entered the universe furnace world approximately 2 years ago. So that was why he never showed up. All of a sudden, Mo Nai felt a heightened sense of danger. If he ran into Xianxia here in his present, injured state, there was no guarantee as to who would survive the clash. Mo Nai forcefully composed himself, but did not move away from his spot immediately. He had entered the universe furnace from that strange, folded space, so if the territory lords outside had even the semblance of sense, they would have noticed something had happened. Regardless of whether they made the decision themselves or consulted with the royal lord instead, the territory lords would most likely be entering soon. Mo Nai was going to stay in this spot and wait for them. He would only feel safe when he regrouped with others. However, to his disappointment, despite waiting for quite some time, he did not see any signs of the territory lords. When the phantom of the universe furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Mo Nai's aura disappeared too. Outside the universe furnace, the territory lords who had set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array were at a loss. They had arranged the Grand Array here to stop Xianxia from fleeing, but Xianxia was long gone and Mo Nai had now disappeared as well, so what were they supposed to do? Furthermore, when the projection of the universe furnace solidified, a mysterious power arose from the furnace opening. It seemed to have turned into a passage that led into another world. The territory lords had a quick discussion before sending a report back to No Return Pass to seek guidance from Royal Lord Mou. Meanwhile, MOU received reports from the Barren Territory which stated that after the solidification of the universe furnace's illusory phantom, the universe furnace itself did not show up. Instead, a strange passage appeared at the furnace opening. It seemed to be the entrance to the universe furnace, and the Black Ink clan army stationed at the Barren Territory had started entering it to explore. It dawned on MOU at that moment that the Black Ink clan's understanding of the universe furnace had been wrong. The dozen or so illusory phantoms had always been portals to the universe furnace. Realizing this, he immediately ordered the territory lords to enter the universe furnace to aid MOU. After getting the order, the territory lords outside the opening did not hesitate. They quickly made some preparations before rushing into the furnace. However, when the territory lords entered the universe furnace, they realized that they had all been sent to different places. Even though they had entered from the same opening, they were now standing alone in a vast void. This was the reason why MOU did not see any of the territory lords coming to his aid despite waiting around for a long time. He had no choice but to leave and find a secure location. What was most important for him right now was to find a way to tend to his injuries. Battles broke out at the same time across all the different great territory battlefields. The Black Ink clan did not know much about the universe furnace, so for the past years, they basically moved to mirror the actions of the humans. When the human race gathered their armies outside the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan followed suit. When the humans moved their masters around, the Black Ink clan did likewise. Essentially, they decided the best counter was to mimic the humans' actions. This was an astute move on the Black Ink clan's part, and it was MOU who came up with it. He thought that since they did not know much, they should simply respond as their enemy did. On the battlefields across the void, the human race army and the Black Ink clan army gathered around the entrances to the universe furnace as they engaged in a fierce battle. With every breath, countless lives were lost. Mi Jingluan was at the Supreme Headquarters overseeing everything when a series of reports came in one after the other. Soon, a deep frown was etched on his forehead. There had been an unexpected turn of events on the Great Territory battlefields. The human army had managed to break through the Black Ink clan's blockade in 3 of the Great Territory battlefields and killed countless enemies in an extremely short amount of time. There was no one around to stop the human race masters from their charge. The reason behind this was that the Black Ink clan did not assign any of their territory lords to defend these 3 Great Territory battlefields. Not a single territory lord showed up, and even the feudal lords were few and far between. On these 3 Great Territory battlefields, while the Black Ink clan army was large in numbers, they were obviously only there to draw the humans' attention. Most of the soldiers were just expendable cannon fodder. Mi Jingluan immediately realized what was happening. The Black Ink clan had already decided to give up on these 3 Great Territory battlefields long ago, but they moved their troops in secret to trick the humans into thinking that there were still territory lords positioned there. Even Mi Jingluan could not help but feel respect for his opponent's bold choice to give up on 3 Great Territory battlefields. This has to be that pseudo-royal Lord MOU's doing. No one else in the Black Ink clan could make such a prompt and resolute decision except for him. The human race and the Black Ink clan had been fighting on these 3 Great Territory battlefields for several millennia now, sacrificing countless lives. Making a snap decision to give up on 3 of them would not only negate all the sacrifices made, but it could also have a great impact on the future. Mi Jingluan was willing to admit that he would not be able to make this decision on behalf of the human race. It was not as if he was any less bold than MOU, but because the 2 parties were in different positions. Throughout these years, the human race had been fighting tooth and nail to ensure they did not surrender even a single step of territory to the enemy. The more great territories the Black Ink clan claimed, the worse the situation got for the humans. Therefore, no matter how dire the situation was, the human race armies could never give up on any Great Territory battlefield. Many years ago, Mi Jingluan started keeping an eye on MOU after being tipped off by Yang Kai. Even though Mi Jingluan and MOU never physically crossed paths throughout their millennia of war, the former had a fairly solid understanding of the latter's wits. Thus, the moment he received the reports regarding the 3 Great Territory battlefields, MOU immediately popped up in his mind. One could say that the human race armies had made a clean sweep of these 3 Great Territory battlefields. Wherever they went, the Black Ink clan fell defenselessly, and if this situation continued, it would take less than a few months for the human race to completely claim these three great territory battlefields for good. The Black Ink clan would not be able to survive there. Nevertheless, Mi Jingluan was not pleased by this at all. The Black Ink clan had voluntarily given up on three great territory battlefields and did not assign any of their masters to stand guard in those areas. Instead, they sent a large army of expendable soldiers to keep the human race occupied. This meant that the Black Ink clan could assign even more masters to the other great territory battlefields. Why did the Black Ink clan, or rather Amonai, make such a decision? Even if sacrifices needed to be made for the greater good, Amonai must have known what would happen when he made this decision. Do they not have enough masters? Over the years, the Black Ink clan had added numerous territory lords to their ranks, and many more innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction just recently, so it was unlikely for them to lack masters. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Mi Jingluan. After taking into account the various reports he had received in the past, he immediately came to a conclusion and swiftly yelled to the group of aides beside him, "Quick! Send word to all the armies to be wary of pseudo-royal lords." He had underestimated the Black Ink clan's fervor and determination. Now that the universe furnace had surfaced, the Black Ink clan would undoubtedly fight the human race for the great opportunities available. Regardless of what happened, they would surely create a few pseudo-royal lords to shift the odds in their favor. Furthermore, a hefty number of innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, which meant that the Black Ink clan had more than enough innate territory lords to create pseudo-royal lords. Mi Jingluan was not completely caught off guard by this, as he knew all along that the Black Ink clan would soon begin creating more pseudo-royal lords, but he had not expected them to move so quickly. Fortunately, the human race had developed countermeasures for this exact scenario. Although the pseudo-royal lords were powerful, they could not wield all of their strength and were thus considerably weaker than true royal lords. Over the past years, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been practicing numerous battle formations specifically to face these pseudo-royal lords. As a worthy strategist and the supreme commander who oversaw all the military operations of the human race, Mi Jingluan had already done his best to consider all the possibilities he could possibly imagine. However, from the looks of things now, there would be far more pseudo-royal lords than he expected. Why would the Black Ink clan have insufficient masters, forcing them to abandon several battlefields? It took the sacrifice of over a dozen innate territory lords to create just one pseudo-royal lord, so if many of the former were lost to create the latter, then it made sense why the Black Ink clans had insufficient numbers. Furthermore, in recent years, the reports from various battlefields confirmed that many of the innate territory lords that were usually seen on the front lines seemed to have disappeared, while a few unfamiliar ones had shown up in their place. The innate territory lords who disappeared must have gone to the no-return pass and taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As for the unfamiliar ones, they were most likely the innate territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Mi Jingluan did not think the territory lords from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords at the moment, as they were heavily injured. It would take them at least a century or two before they could be fully restored. However, even if Mi Jingluan only took into account the original number of innate territory lords that the Black Ink clan had, it would still be a terrifying amount if all of them were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As soon as Mi Jingluan gave the order, streaks of light flashed in from the distance as messengers brought in new reports from the great territory battlefields. Mi Jingluan swiftly scanned through them, and soon, all the color drained from his face. What he was most worried about had indeed occurred. The pseudo-royal lords that appeared were far higher in number than what he predicted. For pseudo-royal lords had shown up in profound nether territory alone. The battle took a sudden turn as the four pseudo-royal lords burst forth on the battlefield in four different critical locations. They managed to break past their defenses, which resulted in heavy casualties. Thankfully, the Eighth Order Masters had swiftly assumed their battle formations and were able to stabilize the situation, even if barely. That being said, things were not looking good in profound nether territory, and it seemed unlikely that the human race could seize control of the entrance there. Numerous pseudo-royal lords had also appeared across the various great territory battlefields where intense fights were taking place. Even the heavily wounded innate territory lords with weak auras that snuck out of the primordial heaven's source ground restriction had joined the battlefields. These innate territory lords were greatly weakened and could not stand against the Eighth Order masters, but they were still innate territory lords, and those lower than the Eighth Order could not hold their own against them. Thus, their presence was an added burden to the human race armies. There was only one thing that Mi Jingluan was thankful for. Even though the Black Ink clan had more pseudo-royal lords than expected, it was not to the point where the human race's situation became hopeless. Judging from the reports, he also surmised that the heavily injured innate territory lords from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction really could not take part in the creation of pseudo-royal lords. This was the only silver lining. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered a devastating loss today. The Black Ink clan had sacrificed a great number of seasoned innate territory lords to create a group of pseudo-royal lords. Even though they were fewer in number now, when it came to raw power, theirs had greatly increased. Thus, the Black Ink clan quickly gained the upper hand throughout the various great territory battlefields as they managed to catch the humans off guard. However, the humans were not on the losing end on every single great territory battlefield. In Azure Sun territory, pure yin and yang energy melded together in the void to create the image of a giant yin-yang fish that covered a vast expanse. The dead bodies of several innate territory lords were caught within the yin-yang fish as the auras of four figures clashed, spreading massive waves of destruction all around them. One of the silhouettes was a tall and slender woman. Her long hair fluttered behind her as murderous intent radiated from her form. Even though she was up against 3 opponents, she was still able to hold on with the help of her divine ability. She was one of the few Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the human race possessed. It was Luo Ting He of Yinyang Cave Heaven, who once stood guard over the suppressing Black Ink fortress. She and old ancestor Xiaoxiao came from the same sect, thus, the secret arts and secret techniques that they cultivated were quite similar. The yin-yang fish was one of Luo Ting He's strongest divine abilities. This was not just seen in its ability to slaughter enemies, but more importantly, in its ability to restrain opponents. Back when old ancestor Xiaoxiao faced off against the Royal Lord of Great Evolution Theater, she used the same divine ability countless times. At this moment, Luo Ting He did her best to keep her divine ability above the entrance to the universe furnace as she fought against the 3 pseudo-royal lords. It had not been long since she became a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At most, it could only be rounded up to 2,000 years. Forget reaching the peak of her cultivation, it was barely long enough for her to consolidate her realm. However, she was still a genuine Ninth Order Master. It would be easy enough for her to deal with a single pseudo-royal lord, and she would not lose her ground against 2 either, but 3 was pushing the limit, so she had to rely on the power of her divine ability to fight back. The auras of yin and yang converged inside the yin-yang fish to form invisible millstones. The 3 pseudo-royal lords tried their hardest to break away, but they could not get out. The grinding from that mysterious aura made them incredibly irascible. No one dared to get near the 4 masters as they engaged in battle after a few innate territory lords had accidentally gotten caught up and wound up dead. However, it was not 3, but rather 5 pseudo-royal lords in total who came to Azure Sun territory. This battlefield had always been a crucial one in the battle between the humans and the Black Ink clan, so the latter would naturally send a sizable number of their pseudo-royal lords over. They had considered the possibility of a Ninth Order Master being on the battlefield, but they never thought that a Ninth Order Master would be powerful enough to pin down 3 pseudo-royal lords alone. The other 2 pseudo-royal lords were not having it easier either. Each of them was up against 5 Eighth Order Masters who formed a 5 elements formation. This enabled the human masters to fight evenly against a pseudo-royal lord as neither party was able to overpower the other. The humans were the ones who came up with the battle formations first. When the territory lords went up against Yongkai, they were able to form 4 symbols formations, but they could rarely form the 5 elements formation. However, the same could not be said of the humans. As long as the Eighth Order Masters were familiar with each other, they could easily form a 5 elements formation. In fact, the humans' highest record was a 7 stars formation formed by 7 Eighth Order Masters. Such a battle formation would even enable the human race to face off against a true royal lord, though there was no guarantee as to who would win the fight. However, even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have a hard time forming battle formations that required even more numbers, such as 8 Desolations or 9 Palaces. This was because everyone possessed powerful cultivation, and the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to form a battle formation. This was the reason why Yang Kai was astounded by the way Zhang Rua she managed to control her small stone race army to form the incredibly complex 2nd Order and even 3rd Order 9 Palaces formation. All 5 of the pseudo-royal lords were pinned down. Azure Sun territory had always been an essential area for the human masters, therefore, there were many of them here, and the humans had the upper hand across the entire battlefield. It would not be difficult for them to gain control over the entrance to the universe furnace here. However, the situation remained troublesome for them, as Blood Crow had reported that the entrance to the universe furnace would only remain open for 3 days. Once 3 days were up, it would disappear once more. Therefore, the humans would have to enter within 3 days if they wanted to seize the opportunities awaiting them inside the universe furnace, or otherwise, it would be too late. Only those in at least the 7th Order could enter the universe furnace in search of an opportunity, as it was pointless to enter if one's cultivation realm was too low. Those below the 7th Order would just needlessly lose their lives if they ran into a territory lord or even a feudal lord. Therefore, the humans curated a list of numerous 7th Order and 8th Order masters who were given the right to enter the universe furnace when it opened this time. That being said, not everyone who had the right to go in could do so, as the humans could not enter the universe furnace if the Black Ink clan controlled the entrance. Even if the human race had the upper hand on some of the battlefields, these 7th Order and 8th Order masters could not enter at will. Quite often, these chosen few were the core pillars in the battle of the armies they served in, so if they all just left, the advantage they had would be lost almost immediately as the tides turned against the humans. As a result, none of the humans on the various great territory battlefields had entered the universe furnace yet. They were doing their best to cull the enemy, as they would only be able to leave in peace once the threat posed by the enemy was under firm control. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan knew little about the universe furnace, so even though their masters deduced that the universe furnace opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not make any hasty decisions when they did not have any clear evidence. In addition to that, the humans were also doing their best to suppress the Black Ink clan in the fight, so the latter had to match them with equal force. Thus, masters from both sides fought furious battles around the universe furnace openings on all the different great territory battlefields. With each passing breath, scores of masters from both sides died as their souls were extinguished in the empty void. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Ting he managed to occupy 3 pseudo-royal lords all by herself. It took a lot of effort from her, but she was still able to hold her own against them for now. However, in a different great territory, another 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was going all out to kill a pseudo-royal lord. This 9th Order Master had a burly physique and wielded a long spear in a fashion quite dissimilar to Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art. Each swing, sweep, or stab of his spear was imbued with a tyrannical might. The pseudo-royal lord he was hunting down could not fight back at all, as he sustained a series of injuries. He would have been killed by now if it had not been for the support he received from another pseudo-royal lord. This 9th Order Master was Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Luo Ting he was not the only new 9th Order Master that the human race added to their ranks over the last few millennia. Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven was another one, and he happened to be another old acquaintance of Yang Kai's. During Yang Kai's time with the Profound Nether Army, Wei Junyang had once been a division commander under the former's command. He was one of the few humans who had the aptitude to reach the 9th Order back before the appearance of the Open Heaven Realm Cradles. Once the situation in Profound Nether territory was calmed, he went into seclusion to focus on his cultivation. Xianxia could not easily reach the 9th Order because his order had fallen once in the past, but Wei Junyang had not encountered such a setback. Though his aptitude was considered a little poorer than Xianxia's, his foundation was solid. Hence, after Luo Ting he broke through and became a 9th Order Master, he soon followed suit. However, Mi Jingluan kept him hidden, all this while to prevent him from being noticed by anyone else until the fierce battle broke out today. On this great territory battlefield, Wei Junyang wielded the power of a 9th Order Master as he charged right at the enemy. Cultivators from Great Battle Cave Heaven were undeniably disciplined and militaristic, but they were also all eager to fight, and Wei Junyang was no exception. He did not have a divine ability or secret technique that could restrain formidable enemies the way Luo Ting he did. All he had to rely on was the long spear in his hands. As soon as he showed up, Wei Junyang shot straight towards one of the pseudo-royal lords and unleashed an all-out strike powered by the full might of his cultivation. He almost managed to split the targeted pseudo-royal lord in two right there and then. Even though the pseudo-royal lord escaped his doom, he was thoroughly terrified now. Following that, the scene of Wei Junyang hunting down the pseudo-royal lord unfolded across the battlefield. It was as if he had zeroed in on this pseudo-royal lord and would not stop until the latter died under his spear. Another pseudo-royal lord had noticed the dire situation and immediately moved to assist. Thus, the scene changed to Wei Junyang chasing after a pseudo-royal lord, while another pseudo-royal lord chased after him. The three figures crossed tens of millions of kilometers as they weaved through the great territory battlefield. Wherever they passed through, masters from both sides all scrambled to get out of the way. Wei Junyang's method was a little blunt and reckless, but it was his resolute stance that enabled him to completely occupy two pseudo-royal lords while really only facing one of them at a time, allowing him to completely control the pace of the fight as all momentum was on his side. If he had to face off against the two pseudo-royal lords in a 2-on-1 fight, he would only be able to keep things even at most. The Black Ink clan had also sent 5 pseudo-royal lords to this great territory, but 2 of them were currently occupied by Wei Junyang, and the one getting chased down was at risk of dying at any moment. As for the other 3, they were similarly held up by the 8th Order masters who formed battle formations. The divine abilities and secret techniques of the masters on both sides burst out across the battlefield in great sparks. The two armies formed long defense lines that snaked across the void as they fought with great intensity. On these frenzied battlefields, 3 days felt like forever. As time passed, the situation across the messy battlefield slowly settled into place. Apart from the 3 battlefields that the Black Ink clan had given up on, the 2 armies on the other great territory battlefields were beginning to solidify their control over the openings of the universe furnace. To put it simply, both sides had their wins and losses. The final moments were approaching, and the human race masters on the list began gathering near the openings to the universe furnace. They had to enter now, or else the openings would vanish and it would be too late. While they no longer needed to get involved in the battle outside, there was still a battle waiting for them inside the universe furnace. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Ting he was still keeping the 3 pseudo-royal lords occupied, but her Yin-Yang fish could not hold out much longer. The moment her divine ability faltered, she would no longer be able to restrain all 3 of these enemies. Thus, when Luo Ting he saw that most of the chosen human masters had gathered, she ordered, "Go." The 7th Order and 8th Order masters had been prepared for this and all jumped into the opening to the universe furnace without hesitation. All at once, they disappeared inside. Their actions shocked the Black Ink clan. Even though they had deduced that the opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not be certain about it. Now that they saw what the humans did, they realized that it was indeed as they had thought. The opportunity from the universe furnace was inside, and the human race masters had already rushed in. If the humans gained any more 9th Order masters, then the Black Ink clan would have wasted countless lives and resources for nothing. Therefore, when the Black Ink clan noticed what was happening, they immediately began focusing their attacks on the entrances, and the 3 pseudo-royal lords who were being suppressed by Luo Ting he found the chance to unleash a joint attack. The turbulent force from their combined strikes warped the Yin-Yang fish. It looked as if it would crumble at any moment now. Initially, the humans had the advantage in Azure Sun territory, but what they worried about had indeed happened. Once a large group of human race masters entered the universe furnace, they lost their advantage and the Black Ink clan seized the chance to go on the offensive. The human race army formed lines of defense all around the opening, but once the Black Ink clan charged at them, the lines began to buckle. All at once, the human race was under great pressure. At the same time, the 3 pseudo-royal lords finally broke free of Luo Ting he suppression. The moment the Yin-Yang fish divine ability shattered, the 3 of them turned into streaks of darkness that flashed in 3 different directions. Luo Ting he could only stop one while she could not do anything about the other 2. Thankfully, after 3 days of intense battle, both she and the 3 pseudo-royal lords had used up a lot of their strength and could not fight at their peak anymore. Even though they broke free, they did not pose a huge danger to the humans. A fury of divine senses streaked across space as the Black Ink clan higher-ups discussed their next move. It was clear that the opening in the universe furnace could be entered, and the opportunity had to be inside. If they ignored the universe furnace, they were strong enough to gain the upper hand on this great territory battlefield, but the human race had a ninth-order master here, so their advantage would not necessarily turn the tides in their favor. Nevertheless, soon, they came to a decision. They decided to give up on the flimsy advantage they had and instead send their own masters into the universe furnace to stop the humans from seizing the opportunities, lest the humans gained even more ninth-order open heaven realm masters. The orders went out in secret, and under the command of the pseudo-royal lords, these masters swiftly charged towards the entrance to the universe furnace. They thought the humans would do their best to stop them, and the pseudo-royal lords were mentally prepared to sacrifice some of their masters in order to achieve their goal, but things did not go the way they assumed. Many managed to rush over from all directions and enter the entrance without needing to waste much energy. They could charge straight into the universe furnace. It was as if the humans did not want to stop them. In reality, it was not that the humans did not want to stop them, but the phantom of the universe furnace was colossal and the opening was just too massive. If the Black Ink clan was determined to enter the universe furnace, the humans could not stop all of them. Since they could not do so, they decided to voluntarily let some of their enemies pass, as this would take some pressure off those who remained outside. This was the strategy that those at the Supreme Headquarters had come up with. Mi Jingluan oversaw all the military operations from his place at the Supreme Headquarters, so it was not at all surprising that he foresaw the possibility of the current situation taking place. Once a large number of the human race masters entered the universe furnace, the humans would be weakened and the remaining masters outside would be under intense pressure. If they tried to stop the Black Ink clan completely, it would only result in unnecessary casualties. The best way to ease the burden was to allow some enemies to enter the universe furnace. Naturally, just how many they should allow entry would depend on the situation on the respective great territory battlefields. If too many Black Ink clan masters entered the universe furnace, then things would get harder for the humans inside, but if too few were let in, they could not alleviate the pressure off those who remained on the battlefields. It was a fine line, and the human race masters who were in charge of these battlefields would have to decide at their own discretion. Thus, once a certain number of masters from the Black Ink clan rushed into the universe furnace, Luo Tinghe, who seemed exhausted just moments ago, immediately changed. She seemed to burst forth with renewed energy as the yin-yang fish reappeared beneath her and rapidly spread across the void. She then glared at the pseudo-royal lord she had been keeping occupied the whole time and growled, "Ready for round 2? As soon as her crisp, cold voice sounded, it was time for the pseudo-royal lord to meet his doom. In the end, Wei Junyang failed to kill the pseudo-royal lord he was hunting down. Even though pseudo-royal lords could only wield around 70% of a true royal lord's power, they were still formidable enough that it would not be easy to get rid of them in one fell swoop. Furthermore, it had not been long since Wei Junyang became a ninth-order master, so his heritage was even weaker than Luo Tinghe's. The situation would not be the same if he reached the peak of ninth order. At times like this, Wei Junyang felt envious of Yang Kai's space secret techniques. He believed that if Yang Kai reached the ninth order, it would have been child's play for him to kill a pseudo-royal lord. He could simply use a space secret technique to prevent his opponent from running away from him, whereas Wei Junyang had to doggedly chase down his opponent and still come up short. While Wei Junyang did not want to give up on the chase, time was running out, and he had no other choice. The entrance to the universe furnace was about to close, and he needed to head back over to stand guard over the area and take command of the situation. Otherwise, unexpected crises might occur once the human race masters enter the universe furnace. Even though he could not kill off the pseudo-royal lord, he did manage to severely injure him. For now, that pseudo-royal lord would not be able to do anything else but return to a Black Ink nest to recuperate. With Wei Junyang personally overseeing the entrance to the universe furnace, the situation there quickly stabilized. Similarly to Azure Sun territory, the human race masters were the first to swiftly enter the universe furnace. Soon, the Black Ink clan masters rushed over as well, and the humans readily allowed some of them to pass through. Things went according to plan at both of these great territories, which had ninth-order masters overseeing them. Even on the great territory battlefields where the human race were the ones at a disadvantage, the humans' efforts had not been fruitless. The masters who were chosen to enter the universe furnace had already received their instructions from Mi Jingluan, and they were currently besieging the Black Ink clan's lines of defense as they stormed their way into the universe furnace. Over at Azure Sun territory, the humans could not stop the Black Ink clan from entering despite being the ones with the upper hand, but the same applied to the Black Ink clan on these great territory battlefields as they could not block all the humans. As the Black Ink clan watched the human race masters disappearing into the universe furnace, their decision solidified. Ever since the appearance of the phantom images of the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan had been mimicking their opponents' every move, and they chose to do so this time too. Since the humans wanted to enter the universe furnace, they were going to enter as well. On these great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan were the ones in control of the entrances to the universe furnace, so nothing stopped them from heading in. However, they soon encountered the same situation that the humans had. As more of them entered the universe furnace, their advantage on the battlefield slowly diminished. The Black Ink clan were in complete control of the universe furnace entrance on the barren territory, whereas the humans were in control of the openings on the three great territory battlefields that the Black Ink clan had given up. As for the remaining entrances, the advantage oscillated between the two sides, and the situation constantly changed. At last, the 3 days were over, and the universe furnace projections in each great territory suddenly began shaking violently. Everyone was unprepared as they witnessed the universe furnaces abruptly turning into wisps of light before completely vanishing. The disappearance of the universe furnace was a pivotal turning point for the battles on each great territory battlefield. All this while, the two sides had been fighting in the vicinity of the universe furnace projections. Naturally, this brought about certain limitations in terms of the scope of military operations. For the most part, the party with the upper hand would organize their masters near the entrance to guard it. Now that the entrances were gone, the limitations were lifted as well. Wei Junyang took a deep breath. He felt as if he had shrugged off a layer of restraints, and the air was clear again. He raised his long spear as he roared so loudly that his voice reached across the great territory. "Are you ready to die, Black Ink clan bastards?" Previously, he could not freely unleash his full power. As the Ninth Order master who was in command here, he had to consider many variables. Otherwise, he would not have given up on his attempt to kill the injured pseudo-royal lord to come back and stand guard at the entrance to the universe furnace. However, there was nothing to hold him back now. The Black Ink clan in this great territory were going to have to sear a name into their memories. It was going to be his name, Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Meanwhile, Luo Ting he was also finally able to unleash her full strength and she boldly stormed into the Black Ink clan army's ranks. It was as if the Yin-Yang fish had taken on a physical form as the massive image churned through 1,000,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. Yin and Yang swirled together to grind down these enemies, reducing them to smashed meat and pools of blood. Originally, Mi Jingluan considered sending one of the two new Ninth Order masters into the universe furnace to aid the human race masters as they went in to seize opportunities. However, after a discussion with Xianxia, he gave up on that idea. Once the universe furnace surfaced, the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan would surely erupt. All the previous agreements and pacts would undoubtedly lose all meaning, and it was far more valuable to have the two Ninth Order masters out on the battlefields instead of inside the universe furnace. The Ninth Order masters did not need to get involved with the goings-on inside the universe furnace. Opportunities always came with risks. If the human race masters inside needed a Ninth Order master to aid them as they went in search of these opportunities, then it would not be unreasonable to consider all their centuries and millennia of cultivation a waste. Furthermore, the area inside the universe furnace was boundless, so even if a Ninth Order master went in, they might not be able to contribute much. At the time, Blood Crow, who had been listening on the side, casually remarked, "I don't know whether or not a Ninth Order master can enter the universe furnace, but the last time it opened, none of the Ninth Order masters or royal lords went in. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, or perhaps the universe furnace imposes a limit on the cultivation realm of those who enter." Either way, the two new Ninth Order masters did not enter the universe furnace. However, Mi Jingluan was certain that the dangers inside the universe furnace this time would far surpass all the previous times in history. This was because many pseudo-royal lords had entered as well, and the Black Ink clan most likely did not have pseudo-royal lords the last time the universe furnace emerged, so this situation had no precedent to judge from. It would be a challenging trial for the human race masters who entered the universe furnace this time. When the universe furnace phantoms vanished, tremors were felt across the 3,000 worlds and the entire black ink battlefield. Over at Wind Mist territory, Xiao and Wu Qing were sitting cross-legged. World force was circling around them, rippling through the air. There was a rip in the boundary wall in front of them, and a gargantuan arm stretched out. The massive arm looked like a pillar that cut through the void. The chains that wound tightly around the arm were created by the two Ninth Order old ancestors using some kind of joint secret technique. Many millennia had passed since the Black Ink giant spirit god broke through the boundary wall between Wind Mist territory and the Barren territory to let the Black Ink clan army launch its invasion into the 3,000 worlds. Xiao and Wu Qing had been sitting in the same spot for just as many millennia as they engaged in a cross-territory battle with the Black Ink giant spirit god. It was impossible for the two to fight a Black Ink giant spirit god head-to-head, let alone restrain one of his arms, but when they were separated by the boundary wall, the power that the Black Ink giant spirit god could wield greatly weakened. Furthermore, this Black Ink giant spirit god sustained serious injuries previously, which allowed Xiao and Wu Qing to restrain him all these years. Over 1,000 years ago though, the Black Ink giant spirit god managed to restore much of his strength, causing the two Ninth Order masters to experience even more pressure. Thankfully, Yang Kai came in time and used purifying light to grind down their opponent's strength. However, over 1,000 years had passed since then, and the Black Ink giant spirit god's power was restored little by little over that time. Xiao and Wu Qing did not know how much longer they could hold out. The universe furnace had appeared, and they could sense the rumbles of the universe's grand Tao. They exchanged a glance in silence as they knew a major change was about to come. At that very moment, the Black Ink giant spirit god who never bothered to interact with them throughout the many millennia started laughing out of the blue. Its laughter came through the rip, "The humans will soon be exterminated." As its voice came through, the chains around its arm vibrated slightly before letting out a hissing sound. Wu Qing and Xiao did not hesitate even for a breath as they quickly channeled their powers, using their world force to strengthen the chains. The Black Ink giant spirit god did not make another futile attempt. It was as if it had only been testing things out earlier, but even so, the Ninth Order masters felt heavily pressured. "You can run your mouth when you're able to escape unscathed." Wu Qing coldly snorted. The Black Ink giant spirit god scoffed, but did not respond. Wu Qing's expression was dark, and his brow was furrowed tightly. He could tell that the Black Ink giant spirit god could have escaped a long time ago if it wanted to. The latter simply had to cut off the arm that he and Xiao were restraining. However, the Black Ink giant spirit god was evidently unwilling to suffer such a loss. That was why it did not do much and allowed the two to restrain it here. All these years, it was quietly gathering its strength in order to escape unscathed, and from the looks of it, it would happen soon. Moreover, no Black Ink clansman had ever come to disrupt the two throughout these years, and clearly, something was strange about that too. They were keeping the Black Ink giant spirit god occupied here, but was it not also doing the same to them? Perhaps the Black Ink clan wants to change things now. Wu Qing could not resist glancing at Xiao, who remained unperturbed. She was holding something in her hand that was hidden beneath her sleeve, and she nodded at him before using divine sense transmission to say, Yang Kai had already prepared for this. What she held was something that Yang Kai had secretly given her when he came to check on them previously. She had furtively studied the item, and once she realized what it was, she was both shocked and in awe. However, she kept quiet about this and did not even inform Wu Qing because too much was at stake, and she had to guard against the Black Ink giant spirit god's probing. Hence, Wu Qing was startled when he heard Xiao and frowned as he asked, "Do you have so much faith in that boy?" Xiao smirked before firmly declaring, "It's not just my faith in him. He has given the human race something that allows us to be this confident." Faith alone was meaningless. What she held in her hand was the most important key to dealing with this Black Ink giant spirit god. All was well if their opponent chose to stay put and do nothing, but if he tried to escape, it would be time for her to use the trump card in her possession. Wu Qing nodded lightly and did not ask for more details. He was also a Ninth Order master, but he was unfamiliar with Yang Kai. He had been an army commander at Yinyang Pass, then the old ancestor of the Yinyang theater during Yang Kai's rise to prominence, so his interactions with Yang Kai were minimal. He had many rumors which, simply put, described Xianxia as a junior who often created unexpected but definitely pleasant surprises. As such, he took the simple approach of, I shall wait and see. The air was filled with endless, chaotic Tao essence. It was as if Grand Tao had shattered in this area. Both space and time seemed blurred. This was what it was like inside the universe furnace. It was an expansive world that was mysterious and unimaginable. Xianxia traversed through the void as he used his great sun and moon marks to locate the 9 open heaven pills. He was also familiarizing himself with the environment. He did not know much about the universe furnace, but based on what he experienced, he was able to confirm that the opportunity from the universe furnace was found inside it. Thus, he surmised that both the human race and the Black Ink clan would send a large number of masters into the universe furnace, and Mo, who was caught inside the universe furnace's projection with him, would have probably entered the universe furnace world by now. Xianxia raised his brow ever so slightly. He was determined to give Mo a hard time if their paths crossed. Had it been any other time, Xianxia would not be able to hold his own against Mo, but back when they were in the universe furnace projection, he had given Mo a heavy beating, so it remained to be seen whether the latter could even wield a third of his power. If they did run into each other, Xianxia might even be able to kill Mo. Alas, the universe furnace world seemed endless. It would not be easy to run into Mo. Xianxia quieted his thoughts and continued surveying the universe furnace world. He thought that this sealed world would be empty on the inside. After all, this was merely the space inside the universe furnace. It did not experience the changes of the heavenly way like the many great territories outside. There was nothing but chaotic and disorderly Tao essence inside this place, so what could possibly exist here? However, as Xianxia traveled through the universe furnace world, he realized how mistaken he was. Exceptional scenery was found inside the universe furnace. Mysterious sights could be found wherever the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence gathered. These scenes could rarely be seen outside, and they were similar to the many celestial phenomena he had seen deep within the Black Ink battlefield. The largest of all these was a great river. Xianxia did not know where the great river started or where it ended. It meandered on, and Xianxia followed it as he observed the universe furnace world around him. However, he had been traveling for 3 days and crossed a few billion kilometers already, yet the end of the river was nowhere in sight. The great river was brimming with the chaotic shattered Tao essence. It seemed to be made entirely out of it, the kind that was impossible for cultivators to absorb and refine. To Xianxia's even greater shock, strange living beings existed inside the great river. When he first encountered the great river, he had approached it out of curiosity as he wanted to check what it was, but soon, he was attacked by an unidentifiable monster. It was hard to describe the monster as, not only did it not have a fixed form, but even its presence was difficult to sense. It seemed to be one with the great river as Xianxia did not detect it at all before it attacked him. Even its strength was hard to ascertain, but fortunately, Xianxia had his guard up the whole time since he was in an unfamiliar environment, allowing him to avoid the attack. After Xianxia's abrupt encounter with this monster, he wanted to catch it and study it close up. A bout of intense fighting took place, but even though he managed to overpower the monster, it swiftly dove into the great river and vanished completely. It was as if it had only been a wave that rippled out of the strange great river or a part of the river itself. Following that encounter, Xianxia made a few more probes and was finally able to confirm that unending dangers were hidden inside the seemingly peaceful great river. Those peculiar monsters were easily found everywhere as well. I can't believe that such a peculiar living thing can be found inside the universe furnace. To avoid wasting time, Xianxia did not enter the great river again to do his inspection. He merely followed it. 3 days later, Xianxia came across a strange scene. He looked up and saw a massive mountain range with towering peaks cutting through the void in front of him. Xianxia was awed by the fact that such things could be seen inside the universe furnace. Not only did he come across the great river that began and ended beyond his sight, but he was also now staring at a colossal mountain range. The mysteries of the universe furnace are far greater than I thought. He used his great sun and moon marks to see if he picked up on anything, but he did not. In other words, the 9 top-quality open heaven pills were not within his detectable range. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xianxia began heading towards the mountain range. He knew too little about the universe furnace, so it was better for him to familiarize himself with his surroundings above all else. Just like the great river that seemed to span the entire universe furnace world, the mountain range seemed perfectly ordinary when observed from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, Xianxia realized that the mountain range was also made up of bountiful shattered Tao essence. It appeared to balance between the line of something that was material and immaterial. The great river was home to those strange monsters, so what about this mountain range? Divine sense seemed to be severely hindered in this place, so even someone of Xianxia's caliber could not examine much further than his immediate surroundings. He experienced this firsthand when he scouted inside the great river, and it seemed to be caused by the interference from the shattered Tao essence. Xianxia moved around without finding anything useful, so he was just about to leave when he came to an abrupt halt and looked into the distance. He noticed some kind of energy fluctuations coming from somewhere up ahead. "There's a fight happening over there." Xianxia raised his brow and immediately dashed over. Soon, he saw the two parties engaged in a fight. He was a little startled to find that neither one of the two was a friendly party to him. One was from the Black Ink clan, and from the looks of his aura, he was a feudal lord. The other was one of the strange monsters that Xianxia had encountered at the Great River earlier. I didn't think they'd be found in this mountain range either. It had been difficult for Xianxia to determine the power of the monsters he encountered at the Great River, and the same applied to this one as well. Even though he could not detect any form of formidable power inside this monster, it was able to hold its own against a feudal lord and was even beginning to overpower him. The monster did not have a fixed physical form. It was mysteriously able to transform into various shapes as the shattered Tao essence that formed its body kept flowing and moving about. It made the monster look like a mass of flowing water. Shattered Tao essence kept shooting out of its body and turning into streaks of bizarre attacks that made the feudal lord back away in defeat. It was clear that the feudal lord had realized he could not defeat the monster, so after a brief tussle, he began showing signs of retreat. He began channeling black ink strength, and with a flicker of his body, a black ink cloud exploded out of him before enveloping the monster. He used this distraction to flee at once. However, he had not gotten very far when the space around him suddenly solidified and he felt a tight grip around his neck as someone effortlessly locked him in place. The feudal lord was petrified as he turned around and looked right into a grinning face. A human. An Eighth Order master. A terrifying name immediately popped up in the feudal lord's head and he all but shrieked, "Xianxia." His heart grew cold. He never would have thought he would be this unlucky. He had only just entered the universe furnace when he was attacked by that strange monster, and before he could even make a proper escape, he was caught by the human killing star. How am I going to make it out of here alive? Oh? You recognize me? Xianxia looked at the feudal lord with a smile before gently setting him down. He did not do anything to restrain the feudal lord, but the latter just stood in front of him in total submission without having even the guts to move. The feudal lord knew that whether it was fighting back or running away, both were absolutely impossible in front of this human race master who held the record for the most Black Ink clan masters killed. He nodded bitterly in response to Xianxia's question. "Of course I recognize you, Sir Xianxia." Xianxia nodded. His encounter with this feudal lord confirmed his earlier suspicion. The opportunity from the universe furnace would need to be found inside the universe furnace. Since the Black Ink clan had entered, then the humans would have come in as well. However, it was far too vast inside the universe furnace and the chaotic Tao essence continued to cause interference with one's divine sense, so it would not be easy to run into the other humans. It's just as well. I need someone who can tell me about the situation outside. As such, he swiftly said, "Since you recognize me, let's not waste any time. Answer a few of my questions and I'll make sure your end is painless." The feudal lord's expression became even more bitter and melancholic. "I knew it. No good will come out of running into the killing star. I won't be leaving with my life." Since he was going to die either way, he decided to ignore Xianxia. Xianxia saw right through his thoughts and coolly remarked, "After so many years of war, with both sides going all out to kill each other, you from the Black Ink clan have probably never seen what humans can truly do. For instance, I have a method called soul extraction and refinement. Death is not the most painful end out there. There are many fates that are far worse than death." As he spoke, Xianxia stretched his hand out towards the feudal lord's head, and with a flicker of his divine sense, he ripped through the protection around the latter's soul. Xianxia withdrew his hand a moment later, but the feudal lord had crumpled to the ground and was trembling violently. His eyes refused to close as they nearly bulged out of their sockets. He had just experienced pain and suffering so terrifying he had never even conceived of it before now. What he felt for just the briefest moment was enough for him to understand what Xianxia meant by a fate worse than death. "I'll ask and you'll answer. You know what'll happen to you if you lie to me or attempt to hide anything," Xianxia commanded as he looked down at the feudal lord. The feudal lord nodded frantically. He dared not disobey Xianxia anymore. "What's the situation like outside?" "I don't know," the feudal lord shook his head. His expression was timid as he said, "I came in from the entrance on the barren territory, so I don't know what's happening on the other battlefields." This was also why he recognized Xianxia right away. Since he came from the barren territory, he would have been stationed at the no-return pass not long ago, and Xianxia had been loitering around outside the no-return pass for the past many years. The feudal lord had seen Xianxia from a distance when the latter wreaked havoc at the no-return pass a while back. Xianxia frowned. "How many from the Black Ink clan entered from the barren territory?" "I don't know exactly how many, but we had between 5 and 8 million clansmen at the barren territory, and once the entrance solidified, everyone came in as ordered by Sir Royal Lord." "Between 5 to 8 million. Let's go with 7 million then. That's still a significant number. Does the Black Ink clan intend on starting a full-scale war inside the universe furnace?" Then again, the Black Ink clan might have even less of an understanding of the universe furnace than Xianxia did, so they probably didn't expect it to be this complex inside. Even though they threw in several million of their people, they wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Xianxia quickly thought of something. "Since several million of you came in together, why are you here alone? Where are the others?" The feudal lord shook his head and said, "As soon as I came in, I found myself alone and couldn't see any of my other clansmen. The opening seems to have the ability to affect space. Everyone was separated." Xianxia frowned the moment he heard this as a flicker of worry emerged in his heart. If the Black Ink clan army had been separated despite entering from the same opening, then it must be the same for the human race masters. In other words, everyone would have to proceed alone the moment they entered the universe furnace, or spend time seeking out allies as soon as possible. However, it would not be easy to find an ally inside the universe furnace. Most of the humans who came in would be 8th Order masters. If they ran into a territory lord alone, it would still be an even fight as both parties were on a similar footing. However, if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord such as Mo Nai, then they would be in a disastrous situation. There was no telling how many human race masters would die in this bid for opportunities inside the universe furnace. However, it was possible that those at the Supreme Headquarters would have made some kind of arrangement. Xianxia had been stuck inside a universe furnace projection ever since it appeared, so he did not have any contact with the humans. That being said, he was aware of Mi Jingluan's meticulous nature. The latter would surely gather as much information regarding the universe furnace as possible and come up with strategies to deal with all the possible scenarios. If I run into a human who's alone, I can lend a hand too. Xianxia eased his worries with this thought. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in worrying about it. The humans who dared to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities would have mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of losing their lives. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan who entered were separated too, and since their understanding of the universe furnace was a lot poorer than the humans, they would not have expected this situation. This meant that for the time being, perhaps the humans were not at a disadvantage when compared to the Black Ink clan. This feudal lord had been stationed at the no-return pass the whole time and had entered from the entrance in the barren territory, so he did not know much about the other great territory battlefields. Xianxia asked a few more questions, but he could not answer any of them. Since there was no other useful information to glean from this feudal lord, Xianxia did not want to waste any more time and slowly raised his hand. Upon sensing Xianxia's motive, the feudal lord hurriedly cried out, "Sir Xianxia, I will tell you a piece of information that's useful to the humans in exchange for my life." "Oh?" Xianxia eyed him with interest. "Information that's useful to the humans? What is it?" The feudal lord was sweating profusely as he gritted his teeth and said, "I know you are a man of your word, Sir Xianxia. I'm sure you won't go back on your promise. Enough." I'll spare your life if your information does prove to be useful. Xianxia impatiently cut him off. The feudal lord exhaled in relief and carefully explained, it's about the open heaven pills that the humans want. Xianxia frowned and asked doubtfully, you've seen the open heaven pills? He had used his great sun and moon marks not long ago and had not sensed anything, which meant that the 9 open heaven pills he marked were not in the vicinity, so where did this feudal lord see them? Amid his puzzlement, the feudal lord pointed behind them and said, one was devoured by that strange thing back there. I saw it with my own eyes. That's why I got into a fight with it. I wanted to kill it and take the open heaven pill. Xianxia turned his head around and saw something floundering inside the black ink cloud. It was the monster that came from this place. Xianxia's lips twitched as he got the gist of it now. The feudal lord did see an open heaven pill, but it was not the kind that Xianxia was hunting down. It was one of the lower grade ones. Xianxia had witnessed the creation of the open heaven pills, so that was how he knew there were 2 different grades of open heaven pills, but the Black Ink clan did not. The feudal lord had immediately assumed that the open heaven pill he saw was the opportunity the human race masters wanted. There was nothing wrong with his information, but it barely mattered. Xianxia slammed his hand against the feudal lord and with a surge of world force, the feudal lord was sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was certain that Xianxia was reneging on the promise and that he was doomed to die, but to his surprise, he landed with his life still intact. Scram! Xianxia's voice rang out from a distance. The feudal lord felt as if he had been granted a heavenly pardon, so he loudly called out, many thanks, Sir Xianxia. Then, he turned into a black ink cloud and fled at once in spite of his injuries. A heavily injured feudal lord was severely weakened, so letting him go was not a big deal. Xianxia was not someone who would easily choose to renege on a promise he made. Moreover, he could even use this feudal lord to let the word get out that he, Xianxia, had already gotten an open heaven pill. Some from the Black Ink clan would surely turn their attention onto him, which would ease the burden on the other human race masters. Even though he could not defeat a pseudo-royal lord, he could still escape from one fairly easily. At this moment, Xianxia's curiosity was mostly piqued by the monster, more specifically, why did it devour an open heaven pill? Xianxia surmised that these peculiar monsters were common inside the universe furnace as he had seen a number of them in the Great River and now encountered another one at the mountain range. Open heaven pills are created inside the universe furnace too. Do they benefit these monsters in some way? With a flick of his hand, the black ink cloud left by the feudal lord dispersed to reveal the monster that was still stumbling around woozily. Endless shattered Tao essence flowed and surged like water across its body, which kept changing forms as a result. Previously, Xianxia did not pay much attention to this monster, but after hearing what the feudal lord said, he took a closer look and finally noticed something unusual. There was indeed an open heaven pill inside the monster. It was wrapped inside the monster's shattered Tao essence and its aura occasionally peaked only to disappear again. Xianxia could not tell whether this monster counted as a living being or not, but judging by how a black ink cloud from a feudal lord was enough to hinder it, it would not be a living being of high sentience, even if it was technically alive. However, Xianxia was a little puzzled as he wondered why it did not merge with the mountain range. During his explorations back at the Great River, the monsters would merge with the Great River when they realized they could not defeat the one they were up against, which made it hard for Xianxia to track or capture one. Logically speaking, the monster in front of him now would also have the ability to merge with the mountain range. The foundation of both the monster and the mountain range seemed similar as they were both created from shattered Tao essence. It would be possible for them to completely merge together. Alas, Xianxia's thoughts instantly turned into reality. As soon as he finished pondering, the monster showed signs of attempting to merge with the mountain range. He was about to stop the monster when he quickly halted. Xianxia watched as the monster tried to sink into the mountain range, but it was to no avail. It was as if the mountain range rejected it. The monster lay flat on the ground like a puddle of flowing water, and the open heaven pill's aura was exposed once more. It was indeed a lower-grade open heaven pill. Xianxia had collected a few of these earlier, so they were not unfamiliar to him. He could have claimed the open heaven pill for himself if he wanted, but Xianxia was curious to see what would happen, so he did not immediately act. He had a gut feeling that it was more important to figure out why the monster devoured the open heaven pill. The puddle of water started moving and the open heaven pill aura followed along as well. The monster kept trying to merge with the mountain range at different spots, but nothing worked. After observing all of this, Xianxia finally realized why that was the case. The monster had absorbed a trace of the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies, and the shattered Tao essence that it was made up of changed ever so slightly. That was the reason why it could not merge with the mountain range, though they were originally formed of the same substance. Thoughts began coursing through Xianxia's mind. Does this mean it wasn't pointless for the monster to devour an open heaven pill? Was it an instinctive act? What happens if it completely absorbs the open heaven pill? It was just a unique being that was born inside the universe furnace. After mulling things over for a short while, Xianxia abruptly stretched his hand out in a grabbing motion while opening a portal to his small universe. With the restriction from Xianxia's use of space principles, he was able to grab the fluid-like monster from the ground and toss it into his small universe without giving it any time to react. Then, with a single thought, Xianxia used the power of the small universe to lock down the monster. At the same time, he used the grand Tao of time to control the flow of time inside a small restricted area. Time raced forward in that small portion of his small universe. It was already 10 times faster than the outside world, to begin with, and with what he did now, time flew by even faster within the confined region. Xianxia went full force with this, thus, it was only a blink of an eye in the world outside, but the monster experienced an entire month of time. The monster kept harnessing and refining the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill. It was slowly absorbed into its body. Xianxia noticed that an unexpected change was slowly taking place with the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence that originally formed the monster's body. The Tao essence was gaining order and structure, and along with this, the monster's form kept changing as well. When Xianxia first encountered these monsters, he could not even determine whether they were living beings or not because they did not have any of the characteristics found in living beings. Yet, as the monster absorbed the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill, its form changed as well, and it was slowly giving off the aura of a living creature. The changes were becoming increasingly noticeable. At last, when the open heaven pill was fully absorbed and completely disappeared inside the monster's body, the monster in front of Xianxia was no longer a mass of free-flowing fluid. Its form kept changing until a silhouette appeared. Then the silhouette continued refining itself until what finally appeared in front of Xianxia's eyes was a figure that looked similar to that of a human. The monster from the universe furnace was able to take on a humanoid physical form after devouring and absorbing the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill. It now had 4 limbs and a whole set of facial features. In fact, the monster's outwardly appearance was around 60% to 70% similar to the feudal lord that Xianxia let go. Xianxia began pondering on this. Such an appearance could not be a coincidence. Could it be that this monster has a natural mimetic instinct? When it could finally hold a physical form, did it instinctively take after the feudal lord's appearance because of the fight with him earlier? Xianxia felt a little relieved that he did not interact much with this monster, or otherwise, it would feel pretty strange and uncomfortable if it suddenly assumed a form similar to his own. With the existence of such strange beings, Xianxia swiftly realized that the situation inside the universe furnace was quite likely a lot more complex than he originally thought. Initially, he assumed that it would only be the humans and the Black Ink clan inside the universe furnace as they fought to gain opportunities with the open heaven pills. Anyone he would encounter would either be his ally or his enemy. However, he now realized that perhaps there was a third party as well. There was no denying that the open heaven pills created by the universe furnace were of great use to these monsters who needed them by nature. Since that was the case, it was going to be even more difficult for both the humans and the Black Ink clan to procure the scattered open heaven pills. Ever since the beginning, the universe furnace would create open heaven pills whenever it surfaced. These native monsters would have greatly benefited from the production of these open heaven pills in the past. They would have been able to escape from their chaotic state and gain a new life. The monster that now had a physical form that looked similar to the earlier feudal lord was clearly a special kind of life form. Xianxia could sense some vitality, and the monster was partly sentient now. That was why it was carefully examining the world around it, but alas, it could not discover anything since it was in Xianxia's small universe. There was a third great force inside the universe furnace, and no one knew how strong it was. This was not good news for the human race masters who came in to search for opportunities. The strength of these native monsters cannot be underestimated. A thought occurred to Xianxia, and all of a sudden, his soul avatar manifested in front of the monster in his small universe and he slammed his palm against it. The fight broke out immediately. Moments later, the dust settled. Xianxia was standing still and staring at the monster's meager remains with a deep frown. He encountered some of these native monsters in the Great River and fought against them there too, but those monsters did not absorb the medicinal efficacies from the open heaven pills and were fairly easy to deal with. The only tricky aspect was the way they merged with the Great River when they were on the verge of defeat, which made them untraceable. However, after his latest probe, Xianxia concluded that the monster that absorbed the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill and gained a stable physical form was decidedly harder to deal with. Its most significant characteristic was its endurance. Xianxia was at the peak of 8th order and his strength far surpassed anyone in the same realm as him. He could even kill an innate territory lord in 3 blows if he went all out. However, he actually had to put in some effort to kill this monster. It seemed to have a naturally strong resistance to the world force inside an open heaven realm master's small universe. The efficacy of the attack was only about a third of its full strength. Furthermore, these monsters' physical bodies were odd and hard to injure. Nevertheless, they had weaknesses too. Dao strengths were able to restrain them significantly. Earlier on, Xianxia harnessed his Dao strengths as he attacked the monster. As a result, the monster howled in agony before disappearing like snow melting under the summer sun, leaving nothing but its destroyed remains behind. Following all the experiments Xianxia did, he came to one conclusion. It was going to be somewhat tricky to deal with these monsters from the universe furnace. After taking the remains out of his small universe, he began to examine everything once more. He only stopped once he confirmed there would not be any lingering danger. The most beneficial opportunities inside the universe furnace were the 9 special open heaven pills that would allow the human race masters to reach the 9th order. However, the ordinary innate open heaven pills were clearly valuable too, so it would not do to pass up on them if found. Since there was an ordinary open heaven pill here, there could be more. Xianxia quickly began his search through the mountain range. It was formed solely of chaotic Dao essence and it was not easy to search for treasure in a place like this. His divine sense was hindered and he could not inspect much further from where he was. Thankfully, Xianxia could move quickly and soon finished combing through the mountain range, finding 2 ordinary open heaven pills. Both of these had been swallowed by the native monsters, but due to this, they could not hide their presence and Xianxia easily found them. With the surge of Dao strengths directed at them, the 2 monsters swiftly turned into smithereens, and Xianxia collected the open heaven pills with great ease. All of a sudden, he realized that native monsters shared a similarity with him. They were just as good at escaping as he was. That being said, as long as he was able to restrict their ability to flee, it would not be too hard for him to deal with them. This applied to Xianxia too, and he quietly mused to himself. The Black Ink clan probably thought of this solution to deal with me too, so that was why they had to set up that heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. Once again, Xianxia continued traveling along the meandering Great River. Throughout the journey, he saw many of the curious and intriguing sights of this sealed world that were real eye-openers for him. He did also run into several Black Ink clansmen who were alone. The Black Ink clan army had been separated when they came in, but there were still millions of them, so it was unsurprising that Xianxia ran into them. There was not much to be said about dealing with them as Xianxia just executed them on the spot as soon as he spotted them. Space and time in this place seemed to grow hazy as it was filled with chaotic Dao essence. Xianxia did not know how long he had been traveling, but after doing so for what must have been quite some time, he suddenly sensed disturbances from a fight taking place up ahead. The cultivation realm of both parties was not low by any means. Xianxia's gaze hardened as he hit his aura and used space principles to fade into the void before rushing straight for the fight. Soon, he arrived and saw an 8th Order Master battling a Territory Lord. The Territory Lord seemed to be an acquired Territory Lord, and the 8th Order Master was an unfamiliar face. Xianxia had never seen him before, so he figured that this person must have become an 8th Order Master fairly recently. The two were evenly matched in battle, but both the Eighth Order Master and the Territory Lord were clearly holding back, neither of them going all out. This was not because they were averse to killing each other, but because a fight inside the universe furnace would naturally draw attention. If a newcomer was an ally, then it would be great, but if it was an enemy, then the situation would become dangerous. By reserving some of their strength, they would be able to escape if they sensed that things were going south for them. Thus, even though the fight was intense, it was unlikely to result in an actual death on either side. All in all, neither one could defeat the other in this kind of battle. Xianxia quietly observed for a brief moment before secretly communicating with the Eighth Order Master. The latter was deeply shocked, but he did not let it show on his face. The next breath, he suddenly caught the Territory Lord unaware by launching an attack with full force. However, the Territory Lord had been on guard and swiftly counterattacked with full strength as well. Just then, a figure popped up behind him like a ghost. Mysterious Tao strengths flared as space solidified and time blurred. Just as the Territory Lord's perception was disrupted by space-time strength, a large hand reached out to him from behind and smashed down on his head. His head collapsed into his chest and his forehead split open. The Eighth Order Master also launched a series of divine abilities and secret techniques to kill the Territory Lord at once. He was delighted from having killed a strong opponent and was about to greet Xianxia when the latter's expression changed. Xianxia turned in a certain direction. The very next moment, his figure dashed off into the distance and disappeared. "Stay here and wait for me," the Eighth Order Master heard a voice saying to him. At first, the Eighth Order Master was a little confused, but he soon realized what was happening and felt belated fear. He knew he would have been in a disastrous situation if Xianxia had not come along and given him a hand. After cleaning up the battlefield a little and consuming a spirit pill to replenish himself, he stood still and waited. A moment later, Xianxia reappeared. The Eighth Order Master immediately cupped his fist and bowed. "Wolf Fang Army, Liaojing greets Sir Yang." They were both Eighth Order Masters, but Liaojing looked rather excited. It was as if he was meeting someone he greatly admired. In reality, that was exactly what was happening. Among the rising stars of the human race, no one was as famous or lauded as Xianxia, not even Mi Jingluan, who oversaw the Supreme Headquarters, or the new Ninth Order Masters. The humans went through many crises and difficulties after the Great Evacuation all those years ago, and Xianxia's efforts largely contributed to the human race's ability to hang on thus far. Without Xianxia, profound nether territory would have been lost. Without Xianxia, the rising stars would not have had a suitable place to temper themselves and cultivate. Without Xianxia, the human race would not have purifying light, and the Black Ink clan would not be hindered as much as they were now. When these rising stars first started cultivating, their seniors told them stories of Xianxia's many contributions. Their seniors wanted them to know how everything the human race had now come to be, and for them to look up to Xianxia and follow in his footsteps. The respect and admiration they had for Xianxia were seared deep into their hearts. It would not be affected no matter how much stronger they became in terms of cultivation. Xianxia nodded lightly and observed the Eighth Order Master before saying with a smile, "We're both Eighth Order Masters. Just address me as senior brother. You don't need to address me as sir." At that moment, he suddenly understood what it must have been like for Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai when they met him back then in Profound Nether Territory. Before he returned to Profound Nether Territory, both Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai were his seniors, but upon meeting them again after becoming an Eighth Order Master himself, they insisted on interacting with him as equals. For Open Heaven Realm Masters, age was not the deciding factor in the way they interacted with and addressed each other. It was based on their cultivation. Liaojing was visibly overwhelmed at being shown such respect. He could not bring himself to address Xianxia as senior brother Yang. Xianxia wrapped Liaojing up in space principles and said, "This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me." A few moments later, Xianxia and Liaojing reappeared beside the great river. Liaojing fell into a daze when he saw the magnificent river. He exclaimed, "So, this is the infinite river. It's endless indeed. Do you know about this river?" Xianxia quipped puzzledly. "Before we came in, we received information about what it was like inside the universe furnace," Liaojing replied. "Senior brother Blood Crow also shared some information with us, which included records of the infinite river." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "How much do all of you know about the universe furnace?" Blood Crow was indeed someone who entered the universe furnace before. He must have gotten the open heaven pills that were stolen and stored in Blood Monster Cave Heaven from the universe furnace. It would not be hard for the humans to gather information about the universe furnace when they had Blood Crow who had first-hand experience. This information was what Xianxia urgently needed. Although the universe furnace sucked him in much earlier than everyone else, he barely knew anything about the situation here. Liaojing quickly took out an empty jade slip. Please give me a moment, senior brother. I will record everything that I know. Before we came in, senior brother Mi told us that if any of us runs into you, senior brother Yang, we must give you the information about the universe furnace right away. Xianxia nodded and waited. With a surge of divine sense, Liaojing soon added all the information he had into the jade slip before passing it to Xianxia. Xianxia took the jade slip and began examining the information. True enough, he saw the records of the infinite river. He noted that the humans intended to use this river as a means of regrouping. They knew beforehand that they would be separated upon entering the universe furnace and that it would be challenging for them to gather once more because the world inside the universe furnace was boundless. Even though they brought things that would aid them in communication, it would still be difficult to locate each other in such a vast, open space. Though, if they were physically connected in some way, such as holding hands, before they entered the universe furnace, then they would be transported to the same place instead of getting separated. Apart from that, nothing else would work, not even if they used aura or a secret technique to maintain a connection. However, the battle had been incredibly intense throughout all the Great Territory battlefields, save for the 3 that the Black Ink clan gave up on from the start. Liaojing had come from the Wolf-Fawn Territory battlefield where the Black Ink clan had the upper hand, so the human masters had to force their way past the Black Ink clan's defense lines to enter the universe furnace. Although they acted together, it was difficult for all of them to maintain physical contact with each other, so Liaojing entered the universe furnace alone. Many human masters managed to enter in small groups of 3 to 5, which meant that their safety was less of a concern. After learning this, Xianxia heaved a small sigh of relief. He had been worried that the 8th Order Masters would suffer if they ran into any pseudo-royal lords, but based on what he knew now, the situation would not be as bad as he thought. Groups of 3 to 5 8th Order Masters could form battle formations that gave them a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. For masters who entered the universe furnace separately because they could not maintain physical contact with anyone else, Blood Crow suggested that they locate the infinite river as soon as they arrived and follow it. That way, they would eventually run into allies no matter which direction they traveled. This was a way to meet up with other human race masters who had been separated. That was the reason why Xianxia, who was also following the infinite river as he had no better idea, picked up on the fight between Liaojing and the territory lord. Liaojing had been searching for the infinite river to regroup with the others. Xianxia continued checking the information and saw some regarding the open heaven pills created inside the universe furnace. It was just as he deduced. There were different grades of open heaven pills. Based on the way Blood Crow categorized them, the 9 best open heaven pills were considered supreme grade while the rest were ordinary grade. Supreme grade open heaven pills could help the human 8th Order Masters become 9th Order Masters, but these ordinary grade open heaven pills were extremely valuable too. Consuming them would help a master break through their bottlenecks and save time by foregoing many years of cultivating in seclusion. However, Xianxia began frowning at another piece of information. He looked up and asked, the supreme grade open heaven pills might help a territory lord become a royal lord? Did Blood Crow explain why? All along, Xianxia assumed that the open heaven pills from the universe furnace were opportunities that belonged to the human race. Even if the Black Ink clan masters entered this place, they only did so to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities. However, the information he now had stated that the Black Ink clan could also benefit from these opportunities. Xianxia did not understand this. Why is it that a supreme grade open heaven pill can help a territory lord become a royal lord? Liaojing explained. Senior brother Xiang asked about this too, and senior brother Blood Crow couldn't explain exactly why that might be the case. He speculated that this is due to the mysterious nature of the open heaven pills. Anyone, regardless of whether they're a human or a Black Ink clansman, would be able to break through their barriers if they consumed a supreme grade open heaven pill. Xianxia frowned as this was troubling news. The Black Ink clan's goal was to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities, But this information meant that they had every reason to seize these opportunities for themselves too. If a territory lord found one of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills and became a royal lord, then the humans would not only lose a chance to gain a ninth-order master, but would also gain a formidable opponent. A gain for one meant a loss for the other. It would be a terrible loss for the humans. The good news was the fact that the Black Ink clan barely knew anything about the universe furnace and even less about the supreme-grade open heaven pills. They probably had no idea that the supreme-grade open heaven pills were beneficial to them yet. However, this would easily be discovered once a Black Ink clan master managed to get a supreme-grade open heaven pill. There was no way of hiding this information. Xianxia was even more concerned by the fact that the supreme-grade open heaven pills did not only work on the humans and the Black Ink clan, but even the native monsters would benefit greatly from them. The information inside. The Jade Slip included records of the strange monsters inside the universe furnace. They were called chaos entities, and these were the ones Xianxia encountered in the Infinite River and at the mountain range. Bloodcrow did have a solid understanding of the situation inside the universe furnace, as expected of someone who had first-hand experience in the search for opportunities. There were different types of chaos entities. The ones made up of chaotic shattered Tao essence were the simplest of the chaos entities. While it was not easy to deal with them, it was not difficult either. As long as the masters attacked with their Tao strengths, they could be defeated. Apart from the countless chaos entities, the universe furnace also had chaos spirits, which had some level of sentience and fixed forms. If the monsters Xianxia encountered in the Infinite River were chaos entities, then the one he shoved inside his small universe and took on a form that was similar to the feudal lord after absorbing the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies was a chaos spirit. Basically, chaos spirits evolved from chaos entities, and the only thing that separated the two was an open heaven pill. Bloodcrow informed the human race masters that it was not a big deal if they encountered a chaos entity. As long as they were not disturbed, they would not attack first as they were not sentient. However, he warned them that if they encountered a chaos spirit, then they had to be extremely careful because each one would be capable of gathering a large number of chaos entities as their subordinates, and these chaos entities would preemptively attack anyone who was not the same type of being as them. If the humans did run into a chaos spirit, they would have to either defeat their opponent swiftly, or leave as soon as possible. Xianxia's hair stood on end when he saw Bloodcrow's speculation that there could be chaos spirit kings hidden inside the universe furnace. What was a chaos spirit king? Chaos entities who devoured open heaven pills would become chaos spirits. Ordinary grade open heaven pills created ordinary chaos spirits, whereas the supreme grade open heaven pills created chaos spirit kings. This was not baseless guesswork either. The universe furnace had surfaced many times throughout history, and even if only 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were formed each time, it was unlikely that every single one had been taken away by someone from the outside. There would have been extremely lucky chaos entities who managed to absorb and refine supreme-grade open heaven pills. Bloodcrow did not know how strong a chaos spirit king was as he never came across one. However, when he previously entered the universe furnace in search of opportunities, he sensed an intense battle taking place in the void very far away from him. It was a fight between a ninth-order master and some other master. At the time, Bloodcrow did not pick up on the aura of anyone from the Black Ink clan which he was now familiar with. If the ninth-order master was not battling against someone from the Black Ink clan, then it was clear what the implications were. If Bloodcrow was right about this, the so-called Chaos Spirit King would not be any weaker than a ninth-order master or a royal lord. They all stood at the apex. Xianxia felt a little overwhelmed. Although he had already figured out that there was a third great force inside the universe furnace, he never considered the possibility that they would be harder to deal with than he expected. If the humans did not handle the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace well, it could become a calamity instead. The Jade Slip contained other information and reports about the universe furnace world, so Xianxia read through everything and seared the information into his memory. Then, he destroyed the Jade Slip and asked, "How many people from our side came in?" "I don't know precisely how many as the Supreme Headquarters made all the arrangements," Liaojing replied, "but if we're talking about just the Wolf Fang army, around 600 of us came in. Less than 200 of us are 8th Order Masters. The rest are in the 7th Order." Xianxia was startled. 7th Order Masters came in as well? However, he soon figured it out. is it for the ordinary grade open heaven pills? Liao Jing nodded. Many of these 7th order masters have not reached their limit yet, but because they have not been cultivating for long, they are still facing bottlenecks despite having enough heritage. They're not here for the supreme grade open heaven pills, but they might be able to become 8th order masters a lot quicker if they find some of the ordinary grade open heaven pills. Yang Kai more or less understood Mi Jingluan's arrangement. At this point, the humans kept having new high-rank open heaven realm masters added to their ranks because they had 2 open heaven realm cradles, which were the star boundary and the myriad monsters world. These were all rising stars who benefited from the world tree clones, so they had a higher starting point. Many of them became 6th order masters from the get-go. However, even if they were now 7th order masters and had enough heritage in their small universes, it was hard for them to become 8th order masters within a short time frame as they had not been cultivating for long. Even someone like Feng Ying, an elite among the humans who had been in countless battles on the Black Ink battlefield, had to spend over 2 centuries cultivating in seclusion before she could go from 7th order to 8th order open heaven realm, so what more need be said about others? Most masters would encounter a bottleneck of their own unless they were extremely fortunate or had exceedingly solid foundations, though the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck always varied. Once they reached the bottleneck, they could break through it within a century or 2 if they were lucky, but the unlucky ones might even take up to a few millennia if they ever succeeded at all. The best thing to do was to let these 7th order masters look for the ordinary grade open heaven pills inside the universe furnace. If they could gain some of these opportunities, then the humans would have more 8th order masters around, which would be a huge boost in future battles against the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan. Compared to the supreme grade open heaven pills, it was far easier to find ordinary grade open heaven pills. Apart from the ones Yang Kai seized when the universe furnace emerged, he had also found 2 of them at the mountain range earlier. Based on his earlier observations, there were quite a lot of ordinary grade open heaven pills. The human masters would surely be able to find some unless they were extremely unlucky. This meant that quite a number of the 7th order masters who came in would soon become 8th order masters. You mentioned senior brother Xiang earlier. Has he become a 9th order master? Yang Kai asked. Liao Jing shook his head. No, so senior brother Xiang came in this time too. Xianxia didn't break through to the 9th order? Yang Kai was a little startled. He thought it would have been fairly easy for Xianxia to do so, but from the looks of it now, he was still heavily affected by the previous regression in his order thanks to sacrificing a large chunk of his small universe. Otherwise, with his aptitude and talent, it was unlikely for him to fail to have a breakthrough after so many years of retreat. The supreme grade open heaven pills might just be his only hope. Would ordinary grade open heaven pills be useful for this situation? Xianxia had the aptitude to become a 9th order open heaven realm master. He was different from the others like Ouyang Lai and Mi Jingluan who started off in the 6th order. He was now stuck at the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm and could not go beyond this, so it could be considered a bottleneck. Theoretically speaking, an ordinary grade open heaven pill would probably be useful in his situation. In that case, the humans would soon have a new 9th order master inside the universe furnace. This was thrilling news for the humans and a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was caught up in these thoughts of his. Meanwhile, in a different part of the universe furnace world, there was a terrain that appeared to be a dense forest. At a glance, the dense forest was just like a regular one outside with towering trees and a variety of plants, but it did not have the sounds of nature and life. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this seemingly ordinary forest was entirely made up of shattered Tao essence, just like the infinite river and the mountain range that Yang Kai found. There were a lot of strange sights inside the universe furnace. It had everything that could be found in the outside world, but it also had things that could not be found anywhere else. There was no denying that the space inside the universe furnace was exceedingly mysterious. At this very moment, a heroic-looking figure was sitting cross-legged under a large tree. This human wore a deep red robe that was quite eye-catching. He did not hide his aura, which was that of an 8th order master at the peak of his realm. He readily allowed his aura to spread in all directions. Anyone who was nearby would instantly sense it. He was none other than Xianxia. Usually, Xianxia kept a pretty low profile, but he was now purposely announcing his presence because he wanted to attract the Black Ink clan's attention, as well as allow the humans to locate him quickly. He did not keep a high profile because he was full of himself. Instead, it was because he was confident. After cultivating in seclusion for over 1,000 years and failing to break through his bottleneck, Xianxia realized that he could not rely on his own efforts alone to become a Ninth Order Master. That was why he entered the universe furnace as well. The open heaven pills could aid him in his efforts to break through into the Ninth Order open heaven realm, and he was not doing so for his own greed. If he became a Ninth Order Master, the humans would gain an even more powerful warrior who could deter the enemy. Xianxia had already partaken in a fight earlier, and his victory was seen in the form of the scattered remains of a chaos entity nearby who was destroyed by his Dao strength. As it was, he was fairly lucky. He ended up here when he entered the universe furnace and ran into a chaos entity who had consumed an ordinary grade open heaven pill right away. Naturally, Xianxia wasted no time and effort in killing the chaos entity and taking the ordinary grade open heaven pill for himself. He consumed it at once and began refining it. Moments later, Xianxia stood up and held his hands behind his back before letting out a weak sigh. The ordinary grade open heaven pill could not help him with his present condition. Even though he figured as much already, he was still disappointed that he had been proven correct. The real reason why he could not become a Ninth Order Master was the drawbacks left behind when his order fell in the past. No one else knew about this, but he knew full well that his small universe never regained perfection after what happened back then. If he wanted to resolve this, he would have to get a supreme grade open heaven pill. However, there were only a handful of supreme grade open heaven pills and it would not be easy to find one. Either way, all he could do was try, the rest was up to the heavens. With that thought in mind, Xianxia turned into a streak of red light and shot out of the dense forest. As he headed off into his distance, his formidable aura spread across the void and became even more prominent. Xianxia thought of the supreme grade open heaven pills as something rare and almost ethereal. He did not know where to look for one, but somehow, there would always be lucky ones who would find what they wanted even without specifically looking for it. An intense battle had just ended in another part of the void. The chaotic shattered Tao essence was disrupted by the aftershocks of the battle and space became strange and unpredictable. Two figures stood together. One was a young man dressed in white. He had white hair and bright eyes. The other was a slender woman with delicate features. As the two of them stood together, they gave off the feeling of a well-matched couple. The young man and woman were Xianxia and Xianxia from the Suppressing Black Ink Army. When the universe furnace projection fully manifested at the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, the Black Ink clan army charged through the opening in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction in an attempt to keep the Suppressing Black Ink army occupied, but after a frenzied battle, the Black Ink clan suffered devastating losses. Even the two royal lords who took the risk to come out had been severely injured by Fu Guang with the help of his dragon bead. One of them nearly died on the spot. The Black Ink clan had no choice but to retreat, and the 58th Order Masters from the Suppressing Black Ink army who had been chosen to enter the universe furnace managed to do so at the very last breath. Ever since the Suppressing Black Ink army took up the responsibility of standing guard at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, they did not have any means of contacting the Supreme Headquarters directly. The distance between them was too great, so it was only Yang Kai who could travel back and forth freely, and he had already visited them once due to the innate territory lords sneaking out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Due to this, Xianxia and Xianxia did not know much about the universe furnace, hence, they had no idea that everyone would be separated once they entered. That being said, despite not knowing about this, Xianxia did grab Xianxia's hand before they entered. He was not a naive young boy anymore. After all the years of fighting against the Black Ink clan, he was no longer the mischievous child he once was. Now, he was able to stand alone and shoulder heavy responsibilities. As a man, he was constantly protective of Xianxia who was with him all the time, thus, he instinctively grabbed Xianxia's hand before entering the universe furnace. This was how they were able to stay together upon entering. Unfortunately, they had not been inside long before they ran into a territory lord. The territory lords who entered the universe furnace were acquired territory lords, as basically all the innate territory lords who were well and whole had taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. The only innate territory lords the Black Ink clan had now were the ones who snuck out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction or the ones with heavy wounds from battle. These innate territory lords were severely weakened, so they could not enter the universe furnace. Even in a one-on-one fight, both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could easily go up against an acquired territory lord, so what more when they were up against one together? The territory lord did not even have the chance to escape as the two of them joined forces and harnessed time principles, which turned the territory lord into dust. The two of them came out of the fight completely unscathed. However, Yang Xiao started frowning as he turned and stared into the distance. Yang Shui noticed this and was a little anxious. "Are you hurt?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "No, but..." "Little ant, I think there's something over there." "What is it?" They were in the middle of an endless void, and after hearing what Yang Xiao said, Yang Shui was on edge. She felt as if someone was hiding somewhere and spying on them in secret. "I don't know," Yang Xiao could not explain it either. He raised his hands and channeled the power of his great sun and moon marks. "When I used purifying light earlier, I sensed a vague connection to something over there. These two marks are something that adoptive father gave me." Yang Kai had obtained 10 sets of great sun and moon marks, along with a large amount of yellow and blue crystals from chaotic dead territory. He gave them to 10 divine spirits, which enabled them to supply the dozen or so great territory battlefields with purifying light even when he was not present. This eased the awkwardness and pressure Yang Kai felt from being exhausted and stretched too thin. This was why Yang Xiao had the great sun and moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer. Earlier on, when he was working together with Yang Shui to kill the territory lord, Yang Xiao used purifying light to attack the enemy, and it was this action that led to the 2 marks on his hands sensing something. But, what could possibly interact with the great sun and moon marks inside the universe furnace? Yang Xiao could not figure it out. Yang Kai would not have thought that Yang Xiao would be the first to reap the rewards of him marking 9 supreme grade open heaven pills. It could only be chalked up to a person's luck, which was not something that could be calculated. Yang Shui's eyes brightened at once. Could it be Big Brother? She made this guess because Yang Kai also had the great sun and moon marks, and if both were used, it was normal to sense a mark from the same source. Yang Xiao was shocked as well. It could be. "Come. Let's go and take a look. Why is there a desert here?" An hour later, Yang Shui froze in a daze as she took in the odd scene in front of her. A barren desert had popped up in the middle of the boundless void, a startling sight for any who saw it. The two of them quickly surveyed the place and soon realized that it was not a real desert, even though it looked identical to a real one. This seemingly enormous desert was entirely made out of the strange shattered Tao essence. All they saw around them was golden sand that stretched as far as their eyes could see. There was even a fierce wind that blew through the area, and the sand dunes that rose high up to the sky looked majestic. Anyone who saw this sight would immediately notice the peculiarity of the situation, as well as the danger. However, the closer they got, the clearer the reaction was from Yang Zhao's 2 marks. He could tell that they were getting closer to the source of the reaction. "Is Big Brother here?" Yang Shui frowned. "Either way, we'll find out once we look." Yang Xiao replied. Yang Shui nodded, and with a flick of her hand, something flew out and started spinning. It turned into a small temple the size of an ordinary dwelling. The characters flowing time were etched on the sign above its main entrance. This was what used to be the flowing time temple that they had inherited from the star boundaries flowing time great emperor. Over the past few millennia, both of their cultivations improved and their understanding of the Tao of time had long since surpassed that of flowing time great emperor. However, flowing time great emperor was still their honored master. Thus, Yang Shui could not bring herself to simply discard the flowing time temple that the great emperor left behind. Over the years, the two of them exchanged countless military merits to seek out the help of an artifact refining great grandmaster from divine cauldron heaven to strengthen and improve the flowing time temple. The flowing time temple was vastly different now when compared to its original state. Although it appeared largely the same, its power was not any weaker than that of Dawn's dawning light warship. Throughout the many years of charging through the various great territory battlefields, Yang Zhao's squad often relied on the flowing time temple to battle against the Black Ink clan masters. This mobile palace artifact had accompanied the two of them on their journey of growth and witnessed their rise. There were countless times when they had relied on it to flee for their lives, and to them, it was no longer just an artifact anymore, as it was something that had its own meaning for existence. After summoning the flowing time temple, the two of them swiftly entered. Yang Shui waved her hand once more and an hourglass-shaped artifact appeared in her fair hand. It was infinite hourglass, an artifact they had also inherited from the flowing time great emperor. 10,008 grains of flowing time sand were sealed up inside the hourglass, and as the sand trickled down, time principles encased the flowing time temple. This allowed it to become out of phase with normal spacetime and become virtually undetectable. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui remained on high alert as they traveled into the depths of the desert. A few days later, the flowing time temple abruptly stopped as Yang Xiao triggered his great sun and moon marks to quietly sense the surroundings for a moment. He then looked up at the towering sand dune in front of him. It's coming from the inside of that. No matter how one dissected the situation, it was strange to find a sand dune several thousand meters tall in the middle of this unending desert floating in the chaotic void. The moment they arrived, the two of them realized that Yang Kai could not have been the source of the reaction from the great sun and moon marks. If he had been here, he would have sensed their approach a long time ago and would not have stayed hidden. "Let me try," Yang Xiao said softly as he raised his hand. The time Dao strength that permeated out of the infinite hourglass in Yang Shui's hand grew even more concentrated as she became even more fully focused. The void shook, and under the vibrations from the dragon force, a stretch of bright light shot towards the sand dune. The forceful blow centered on the sand dune before shooting out in all directions and stirring up clouds of sand in the process. Meanwhile, the seemingly lifeless desert sprung to life all of a sudden as hundreds of millions of grains of sand swirled in the air to form a giant cloud of several thousand meters tall that was constantly shifting in shape. "What's that?" Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were both terrified. However, Yang Shui's eyes soon lit up as she pointed at a specific spot in the sand dune, an open heaven pill. A multicolored light flickered momentarily amid the billowing sand. It had only shone through for the briefest moment, but Yang Shui still managed to spot the shape of a spirit pill, along with the mysterious aura which emanated from it. The shackles that kept her at the peak of 8th order open heaven realm cultivation trembled ever so slightly just sniffing the aroma coming from it. Yang Xiao had seen the same thing and could not resist laughing with glee. "We found treasure, little ant." He never thought they would stumble across an open heaven pill this quickly after entering the universe furnace. He was a pure-blooded dragon, so he did not need an open heaven pill. As long as he kept refining his dragon vein, he would be able to attain the body of a divine dragon. Naturally, this was no easy feat as, after all these years, the dragon clan had only birthed a handful of divine dragons. However, Yang Shui needed the open heaven pill. In the past, Yang Shui had directly ascended to 6th order open heaven realm. At the time, the World Tree clone had only just begun blessing the star boundary and Yang Shui did not benefit much from it. The fact that she directly became a 6th order master was largely credited to her own aptitude. If she had been born in the present era, Yang Shui's aptitude and the blessing from the World Tree would have been enough for her to ascend directly to 7th order. In any case, based on her current situation, reaching the peak of 8th order open heaven realm cultivation was her limit. However, if she could get the help of an open heaven pill from the universe furnace, she could remove the shackles and reach the 9th order. Not only would she be able to reach the pinnacle of martial Dao, but she would also provide a huge boost to the human race's strength. This spirit pill was the only reason why Yang Xiao accompanied Yang Shui into the universe furnace. Technically speaking, Yang Xiao did not qualify to be one of the ones entering the universe furnace. There were over 400 8th order masters in the suppressing Black Ink army and many of them were bound by the shackles which stopped them from rising into a higher realm. However, Fu Guang, who oversaw the suppressing Black Ink fortress, only allowed 50 of them to enter the universe furnace. This meant that a lot of careful thought and discussion went into deciding who could go in. As part of the Dragon Clan, Yang Xiao did not need an open heaven pill, so naturally there was no reason to waste a quota on him. Fu Guang did not express any form of opinion on this either. The 58th Order Masters were decided based on the discussion among the inner circle of masters in the suppressing Black Ink army. Initially, they arranged for Su Yan, Yuru Meng, Shanqing Luo, and Yang Kai's other wives to enter the universe furnace. Without Yang Kai, the human race would not have made it to this day. Furthermore, his wives had slaughtered just as many of the enemy, if not more, so they had every right to enter the universe furnace. However, if Yang Shui was included among them as well, nearly a fifth of all the openings would go to people who were closely related to Yang Kai. The entire suppressing black ink army could only afford to allow 50 masters to enter, which meant that it would be quite unfair to the others. In the end, it was Su Yan who said that she and the other wives would not be entering the universe furnace. Instead, Xianxia would accompany Yang Shui in the search for opportunities. It would be up to fate to decide whether or not their search would be a success. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could be considered childhood friends who knew each other extremely well. They had spent thousands of years together and had long since developed the connection that allowed them to be of one heart and mind. When they joined forces, they were able to wield strength that was far greater than that of simply two Eighth-order masters combined. Allowing Yang Xiao to accompany Yang Shui was the best way to ensure her safety. After all, she was Yang Kai's only blood-related little sister. How would anyone be able to face Yang Kai if something happened to her inside the universe furnace? Thus, the two Yangs entered the universe furnace just like that. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi, who were also with the suppressing black ink army, all had the aptitude to become Ninth-order masters on their own, so they did not need to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. Before entering, Yang Xiao had secretly made up his mind to do whatever it took to protect Yang Shui and obtain an open heaven pill that would enable her to become a Ninth-order master. The only difficult part of this was figuring out how to locate such a valuable treasure. Never would he have imagined it possible for them to locate the precious open heaven pill that countless human race masters desired so easily. At this moment, he was puzzled as to what the relationship was between the open heaven pill created by the universe furnace and the great sun and moon marks that his adoptive father gave him. Why was there a faint connection between them? He could not figure it out and did not have the time to dwell on it either. As he probed into the sand dune, it seemed to stand up like a living creature, and the hundreds of millions of grains of sand were tumbling around in a way that made it look as if the sand dune was attempting to flee. It was a rather comical sight. However, in the very next breath, Yang Xiao could no longer smile. Amid the strange movement of the sand dune, a huge surge of sand rose from the desert surface out of the blue, and soon, a large hand stuck out from the sand. It pressed down hard on the surface and a large silhouette appeared. The silhouette was over 1,000 meters tall. It had the form of a human and the face of a human too, but the enormity of the body made the proportions look uncanny. It was as if a baboon had been enlarged by over a dozen times its size and had a human's head. That was not all. More large hands stuck out from the sand, and soon, two more silhouettes joined the baboon-like figure with a human head. One of the figures looked like a normal human while the other looked like it was from the Black Ink clan. Yang Zhao's expression hardened slightly. Although he could not detect the strength of the three strange creatures and had no idea what these three even were, he had the innately heightened senses of a dragon clan which made it obvious to him that these three were not to be easily messed with. They seemed to be guarding the sand dune that had devoured the open heaven pill and would be attacking anyone who approached without any mercy. Following the appearance of the three chaos spirits, the enormous sea of sand seemed to come to life as well. A whole host of formless chaos entities made up of shattered Tao essence began surging towards the flowing time temple. Little ant! Yang Xiao called out. Without saying anything, Yang Shui began unleashing the power of the flowing time temple as it charged towards the three chaos spirits. To defeat an army, one should defeat the leader first. Although the two of them did not know the difference between a chaos entity and a chaos spirit, they could tell that the three chaos spirits were the main obstacle in their attempt to seize the open heaven pill. As long as they got rid of the three of them, everything else would not be an issue, including the sand dune that was several thousand meters tall. The flowing time temple flashed forward and all the chaos entities in its path were knocked away. This was a mobile palace artifact of comparable strength to Dawning Light while its defenses were the best it could possibly be as Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent a hefty amount of their military merits on it. A fierce battle broke out in the desert. It was so intense that the desert seemed to be on the verge of crumbling apart. Although it was Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's first time dealing with chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit clan, they were not flustered at all as they had fought countless battles on numerous great territory battlefields for millennia now. At first, they had a harder time as they had not figured out the best way to face off against their opponents, but as time passed, they began to take control of the fight. Pure world force, dragon force, and even ordinary secret techniques and divine abilities had limited effects when it came to injuring these monsters, but when the two of them worked together to unleash pure time principles in the form of time Tao strength, they were able to restrain their opponents. The three chaos spirits with physical forms were as powerful as Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords, but the chaos entities without physical forms had varying levels of strength. Some were incredibly weak and were instantly exterminated under the rush of time principles, while others were able to put up a struggle for a little while. However, there was a seemingly endless number of chaos entities amid this sea of sand made out of shattered Tao essence. Thankfully, the two had decided from the start that they would be targeting the leaders first to win the battle. One of them had the body of an ancient dragon and an abundance of strength, while the other was at the peak of the Eighth Order open heaven realm and naturally possessed power that could not be underestimated. Furthermore, they had cultivated the Tao of time since their youth, and after thousands of years of effort, the Tao strength they wielded when they joined forces to harness time principles far surpassed what was to be expected from someone of their cultivation realm. They expended a fair amount of effort and paid a big price to kill the three chaos spirits, but in the end, all that was left was a sand dune several thousand meters tall that was fleeing deeper into the desert. While Xianxia and Xianxia were busy battling against the Chaos Spirit clan, Yang Kai and Liaoxing were traveling together along the Infinite River. After asking about Xianxia and hearing that he did not manage to become a Ninth Order Master, Yang Kai found it lamentable. However, this meant that the moment the Black Ink clansmen came across either him or a seasoned Eighth Order Master like Xianxia, they would immediately target the two of them. The Black Ink clan would not want to let either one of them gain an opportunity inside the universe furnace which would allow them to become Ninth Order Masters. All of a sudden, Liaoxing asked, "Senior Brother Yang, was a Black Ink clansman spying on us in secret just now?" He recalled the way Yang Kai shot off on a chase immediately after they joined forces to kill the Territory Lord earlier. It meant that Yang Kai had noticed something. Yang Kai nodded, there was one, but they fled soon after realizing that the situation didn't look good for them. I couldn't figure out where they went. By the time he went over to chase that Black Ink clansman down, all that was left was a tiny trace of the enemy's aura. Even Yang Kai had difficulty ascertaining the direction in which the Black Ink clansman had fled amid the endless shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace, so he had to return without achieving his goal. Had this been the world outside, there was no way Yang Kai would have allowed a territory lord to escape from right under his nose when he could use space techniques. Alas, this was a unique environment that greatly increased the difficulty of doing things like searching, tracking, and investigating. Liaoxing could not help but feel a sense of belated fear when he heard this. He knew that if Yang Kai had not discovered him by coincidence, then the tables would have turned and he would have been the one to suffer the fate of the territory lord instead. As they traveled, the two of them remained on the lookout for both open heaven pills and other human race masters. Less than half a day later, Liaoxing's expression abruptly changed. He took out a communication bead and checked it before exclaiming happily, "Senior Brother Yang, there's a Seventh Order Master up ahead." It had to be said that the Supreme Headquarters, or perhaps more specifically Mi Jingluan, had given a lot of thought to this operation and prepared everything in great detail. Naturally, this was also because the humans had ample knowledge regarding the universe furnace world. Mi Jingluan knew that most of the humans would be separated when they entered, so he had them stick to the Infinite River as they traveled. That way, they would be able to encounter other humans regardless of which direction they moved in. Inside the universe furnace, the humans had to team up in groups to defend themselves against the pseudo-royal lords. Furthermore, Mi Jingluan even asked Divine Cauldron Heaven to create communication beads that would allow the human race masters to contact each other and handed these out to all of them. Previously, Liaoxing had dedicated a thread of his divine sense to the communication bead at all times to see whether there were any communications happening nearby. He also sent out regular messages to the general region but he never got a response. However, just moments ago, a Seventh Order Master got in touch with him. Since their communication beads made contact, it meant they were fairly close to each other. Yang Kai nodded at once, "Let's go and look for him. Also, tell whoever it is to not enter the river." Even though he did not think that others would be as careless as he was, it was still better to give a warning anyway. There were a lot of chaos entities inside the Infinite River and for the time being, Yang Kai had not encountered any chaos spirits, but it was still dangerous for a Seventh Order Master to enter the river. Liaoxing acknowledged his instructions and complied with a flicker of divine sense. The two continued forward for a little while longer, and sure enough, they saw a figure approaching from the distance, a woman. She had not known that Yang Kai would be here as well when she contacted Liao Xing, so when she saw him, she was visibly excited as she greeted respectfully, "Disciple Chu Ling Ling, greets Palace Master." "You're a disciple of High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai remarked in surprise. Even though he had never met this Chu Ling Ling before, she had to have come from High Heaven Palace since she addressed him as Palace Master. Similarly, those who addressed him as Tao Lord came from the Void Tao Temple. High Heaven Palace was now of great renown among the human race. It was comparable to any of the cave heavens or paradises. In fact, within the star boundary, its fame was actually greater than that of all other great forces. This was because Yang Kai was the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace. When the World Tree clone at the star boundary first exhibited the ability to nurture the world, the cave heavens and paradises set up Tao temples and split up the territory among them to gather disciples with good aptitude. High Heaven Palace did not stop this, as Yang Kai knew that the star boundary would be filled with many great talents in the future. High Heaven Palace would not be able to take all of them in, so allowing the cave heavens and paradises to set up Tao temples of their own would ease High Heaven Palace's burden and ensure that the talent of these humans did not go to waste. Thus, when the cave heavens and paradises started dividing up the star boundary among themselves, High Heaven Palace had given its full cooperation. At the time, the humans of the star boundary were pretty open to the other cave heavens and paradises, as they were all the mightiest great forces in the 3,000 worlds. Those who could join them would surely make something of themselves in the future too. However, as Yang Kai's prestige continued to rise over the years, his fame soared and High Heaven Palace became the symbol of the star boundary. If given a choice, the humans born in the star boundary would choose to join High Heaven Palace. Chu Ling Ling had turned red from the excitement she felt when she met Yang Kai. Her palace master was a legend among the human race, and even though she had been a part of High Heaven Palace for many years, so much so that she was now a 7th Order Master, she had never met Yang Kai in person before. She had only seen his statue back at High Heaven Palace. She never thought she would run into him after entering the universe furnace. Liao Xing was quite amused by this sight. He also possessed peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and was quite famous among the Wolf Fang army, but when compared to Yang Kai, he was nothing but a flicker of light against the dazzling bright moon that was Yang Kai. He could understand what Chu Ling Ling was feeling, as he had also felt an instinctive sense of respect and awe when he met Yang Kai earlier. This was due to the seeds his seniors had sown deep within him from the moment he started cultivating. "Senior. Brother Yang asked you a question, Marshal Nishu." Liao Xing had to prompt Chu Ling Ling when she failed to respond after quite some time. That managed to snap Chu Ling Ling out of her reverie. She blushed and quickly replied, "Yes. I am a disciple of the Huigu Divine Monarch, and before that, I was taught by the 2 martial ancestors on Bamboo Peak." Yang Kai nodded. Huigu, huh? Huigu was the subordinate that Yang Kai had taken under his command at Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star. At the time, Yang Kai had used the strength of the loyalty list to subdue Huigu, recording his name on the 7th page, so he was one of Yang Kai's earliest subordinates. However, when Yang Kai decided to head off to the Black Ink battlefield, he gave Huigu his freedom. The moment he stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai would be caught up in a constant life and death war, and he had no idea whether he would make it out alive. If he died, then those whose names were recorded on the loyalty list would die as well, so before he left, he gave them all their freedom. However, even when Yang Kai had these subordinates under his command, he never treated them harshly and was willing to form sincere connections with them. Thus, even though he gave them their freedom, none of them left. As Chen Tianfei said, he did not possess great powers, so he would not be benefiting from leaving Void Land. It was better for him to stay in Void Land. After all, thanks to his relationship with Yang Kai, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources. During the Great Evacuation, Void Land combined with High Heaven Palace, and the people whose names had been recorded on the loyalty list became elders there. Luan Baifeng even formed an elite squad with Su Yan and the others, and they fought hard together in profound nether territory. After thinking about Huigu, Yang Kai could not help but recall many of his old acquaintances. Throughout the past few millennia, he did return to High Heaven Palace from time to time, but he would always arrive in a flurry and leave in a rush, so he could not stop to meet them. Who knows how many more familiar faces will disappear by the time this calamity is over. As for the 2 martial ancestors that Chu Ling Ling mentioned, they were none other than Yang Kai's parents. Although his father and mother did not possess exceptional power, they longed to join the battlefield and hunt down the enemy too, but Hua Qingxi would never allow that. If anything happened to them because she gave them her permission, she would not be able to face Yang Kai again. Thus, she gave them a new responsibility to keep them occupied. Their task was to teach the new talented disciples who had just begun their cultivation journeys and did not possess particularly noteworthy strength yet. There was more than met the eye to this arrangement, however. These talented disciples would one day become the core pillars of High Heaven Palace, and the fact that Yang Yinfeng and Dong Suzhu had once mentored them at the beginning of their martial Tao meant that regardless of how powerful they became in the future, they would still feel gratitude towards the two of them for teaching them in the past. Yang Kai quietened down his complicated emotions and smiled. Has Huigu reached the 8th order? Huigu used to be called a heavenly monarch, but now, Chu Ling addressed her master as divine monarch, which was a step up. In the 3,000 worlds, there was an unspoken rule that only high-rank open heaven realm masters had the right to be called divine monarchs. Master is still in the 7th order open heaven realm, palace master, Chu Ling replied. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Not all divine monarchs were the same. Since high-rank open heaven realm masters could be addressed as divine monarchs, it applied to both 8th order masters and 7th order masters. Moreover, he also then recalled that Huigu would not be able to become an 8th order master. The peak of the 7th order open heaven realm was his upper limit. Huigu had been a 6th order master when Yang Kai took him under his command at the prison star all those years ago. It was unsurprising that he had become a 7th order master since then, as he would not lack the resources for cultivation when he had Void Land and High Heaven Palace's support. Perhaps Huigu no longer had any goals of his own after reaching the limit of his martial Tao, so he decided to take in a disciple like Chu Ling. Meanwhile, Chu Ling was at the peak of 7th order and did have the ability to become an 8th order master. She entered the universe furnace to get an ordinary grade open heaven pill in order to break through sooner rather than later. That way, she would have an even better chance of survival in the coming war. A rising star like Chu Ling did not need to take the risk of entering the universe furnace if she had not wanted to break through to the 8th order sooner. She, along with other rising stars, could simply carry on focusing on their cultivation, and they would eventually do so. Alas, time waited for no one. The appearance of the universe furnace changed the situation between the human race and the Black Ink clan. The curtain had risen, and devastating battles broke out across all the battlefields in existence. These were building up to the ultimate fight that would determine the fate of these two races, and there was no stopping it this time. Mi Jingluan had realized this, which is why he arranged for many of the 7th order masters to enter the universe furnace. After all, the ordinary grade open heaven pills were fairly readily found, so as long as the masters were not completely down on their luck, they should be able to find a few. Since Chu Ling was from High Heaven Palace and Huigu's disciple, Yang Kai was not stingy with her. He took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, "Your master helped me a lot back then, and you're also a High Heaven Palace disciple. I didn't prepare much, but since it's our first time meeting each other, I'll give this to you." He flicked the bottle and a gentle force made it float over to Chu Ling. Chu Ling was a little flustered. She never thought that her palace master would be giving her a gift on their first meeting. She wanted to decline, but Liaojing remarked with a smile, "You should not refuse a gift from your elder." Yang Kai's lips twitched. "Elder, well, so be it. Even though I still look young, I have cultivated for several millennia now, and I'm the palace master of High Heaven Palace too. Elder it is." Chu Ling paused briefly before accepting the jade bottle and bowing in gratitude. "Disciple thanks palace master for his generous gift." Yang Kai nodded and started moving again. He took the lead and headed in the direction Chu Ling had come from. Chu Ling was about to put the bottle away as it would not be polite for her to check its contents in Yang Kai's presence, but then, she heard a void transmission from him. "There are quite a few of them in there. You probably won't need to use all of them. If there are any left, you can give the extras to people who need them." She was startled at first, but a thought soon struck her. She immediately abandoned all attempts at maintaining propriety and checked what was inside the bottle. When she saw that the bottle was filled with spirit pills, she was both shocked and thrilled. "Have I just received the very thing that I came into the universe furnace for? Aren't these the ordinary grade open heaven pills that I'm looking for?" Did I achieve my goal this easily? Liao Jing had also spotted what was inside the bottle and could not help but sigh, senior brother Yang is so efficient. I haven't even gotten a single thing yet while he has already accumulated so much. With luck, this bottle of ordinary grade open heaven pills would be enough to let 2 7th order masters reach the 8th order. As they traveled, they were still on the lookout for other humans, but Yang Kai also shared his experiences in finding these open heaven pills with Liao Xing and Chu Ling Ling. In reality, it was not difficult to find these open heaven pills. Setting aside the open heaven pills that had not been discovered yet, the ones that had been devoured by the chaos entities could easily be found. If a chaos entity could not merge into the surroundings and hide, it meant that it had consumed an open heaven pill. Also, it would take a lot of time for them to refine and absorb the medicinal efficacies of such a pill. Based on the test that Yang Kai did in his small universe, it would take a chaos entity decades to perhaps even over a century before they could fully absorb the open heaven pill. Therefore, as long as the humans discovered chaos entities who were unable to hide their tracks, they would easily be rewarded with open heaven pills. They did not need to worry about the loss of medicinal efficacies either, as the chaos entities could not refine them in such a short amount of time. Chu Ling Ling immediately let out a regretful expression. Earlier on, she had seen one such chaos entity inside the infinite river, but she had been worried about the peculiarities of the terrain and dared not enter. Thankfully, Yang Kai had her retrace her steps, and soon, they found the chaos entity again. Yang Kai personally caught it and killed it with great ease by flushing it with his Dao strengths before collecting the ordinary grade open heaven pill it had devoured. The trio continued moving forward. Now and then, they would stumble across a fellow human, and the group slowly grew bigger. The humans kept making their way along the infinite river and using the communication beads to get in touch with each other. The ones they met up with included both 7th order and 8th order masters. Once there were 11 of them in total, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, stopped and turned around before saying, "Here's where we'll part, everyone." The group of 10 was made up of 3 8th order masters and 7 7th order masters. There were 2 reasons for this unusual ratio. Firstly, when compared to the 8th order masters, a larger number of 7th order masters had entered the universe furnace. Secondly, Mi Jingluan had also instructed the 7th order masters to search for the infinite river the moment they entered, and meet up with other allies. Their only goal was to team up, then find ordinary grade open heaven pills before breaking through to the 8th order inside the universe furnace. Supreme grade open heaven pills were extremely rare. Not only would they be hard to find, but even if one was found, they might have to fight the Black Ink clan and the Chaos Spirit clan for it, so not many would succeed. However, if more 7th order masters became 8th order masters, it would be a great boost to the human race's overall combat power. The 8th order masters naturally hoped to gain their own opportunities, but some of them would still need to lend a hand in protecting the 7th order masters. A group of 10 would be strong enough to protect themselves. Even if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord, they would still be able to put up a fight, so Yang Kai no longer had to stay with them. It was time for him to hunt down a supreme grade open heaven pill. Liao Jing and the 2 other 8th order masters knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, so they simply nodded and Liao Jing said, "Go ahead, senior brother. Over the past few days, we have found many ordinary grade open heaven pills. The 3 of us will help them find a safe place and let a few of them break through first before we decide what to do next." Yang Kai nodded, "That would be for the best. Remember that safety is your top priority. Nothing matters more than survival." He cupped his fists in a final goodbye, and with a flicker of space principles, his figure disappeared. Once Yang Kai left, Liao Jing and the others had a quick discussion. The 3 8th order masters stuck around to protect the 7th order masters as they led them away from the infinite river and into the endless void. It would be challenging to find a safe place inside the universe furnace, as their abilities to inspect and search the area around them were greatly restrained. No one knew when they might suddenly encounter a fearsome opponent. Fortunately, the world inside the universe furnace was expansive, and as long as one was not severely unlucky, it would be alright to simply select a place at random. Once they settled down somewhere, they took out the ordinary grade open heaven pills and divided them among the 7th order masters who needed them. The 7th order masters quickly consumed the pills and refined them. Soon, the aura of one of the 7th order masters began to surge. It was a sign of an upcoming breakthrough. Everyone gasped at the sight. Although the ordinary grade open heaven pills could not help a cultivator break through their innate limits the way the supreme grade open heaven pills could, they were still able to provide great help to cultivators facing a bottleneck. From the looks of it now, there would be many new 8th Order Masters once this trip inside the universe furnace was over. At the same time, Xianxia was traveling through the void. Now and then, he would check for a reaction with his great sun and moon marks or check for any activity from the communication bead he had with him. Liaoxing had given him this communication bead. It was what the human masters used to reach each other in this space. It made it easier for the humans to confirm where they were, and in a moment of crisis, they could ask for help. Right now, Xianxia was concerned as to how he was supposed to find the supreme grade open heaven pills. Even though he left a mark on all 9 of them, he still had not found any of them yet. He had no idea where they were either, so he had to rely on luck. The information he received from Liaoxing also made it clear to him that the situation inside the universe furnace was a lot more complex and perplexing than he thought. The Chaos Spirit clan could be found inside here, and there was also the possibility of Chaos Spirit Kings existing. Furthermore, the supreme grade open heaven pills were useful to the Black Ink clan as well. This possibility had never even occurred to Xianxia in the past. Thus, the number of obstacles between the human race and the supreme grade open heaven pills was far above what Xianxia originally suspected. He was moving through the void when all of a sudden, he spotted something that looked like a gray fog in front of him. He broke out in cold sweat and had a look of belated fear. It was just a tiny layer of gray fog that was about the size of a table. Xianxia had nearly gone straight into it just now, but luckily, he noticed it in the nick of time and halted. He used his divine sense to inspect the gray fog, and to his surprise, he found that there were worlds inside the tiny blanket of gray fog. It was no mere gray fog, after all, it was a sea of stars that was many, many times smaller than normal. It looked like a tiny layer of gray fog, but it was treacherous on the inside. If anyone entered it by accident, he or she would be entering the sea of stars. That person could even lose their sense of direction and be stuck in there with no means of coming back out. Why would this be inside the universe furnace? However, upon thinking back now, Xianxia realized that this was not the only time he encountered something like this. He had seen countless gray fog patches of varying sizes along the way but had not paid any attention to them earlier. He only realized how mysterious they were after studying this one more carefully now. The universe furnace is proving to be even more mystifying than I thought. Xianxia quietened down his heavily thumping heart. As he stared at the gray fog in front of him, he could not help but consider a new possibility. If I'm able to take this away, refine it, and summon it whenever I'm up against the enemy, wouldn't it mean that I'd be invincible? Even a Black Ink John Spirit God would probably have a hard time escaping from the gray fog if he was stuck inside it, let alone a royal lord. However, the moment Xianxia began checking out this possibility, he gave up on his unrealistic idea. He could not take it with him. It appeared to be just a tiny patch of gray fog, but it was actually colossal in volume. To take it away meant taking away an entire sea of stars, and the massive strength needed to accomplish that was not something he, an 8th Order Master, had. Not even a 9th Order Master could do it. Even after racking his brains for quite some time, Xianxia could not think of a way to get it done. He had no choice but to give up now, as it was more important for him to find a supreme grade open heaven pill. He could always return to this place and think of something later on if he had a chance. However, before he started moving, he sensed something. He immediately turned around and stared into the distance, and at the very next breath, he melded into the void with space principles. A few breaths later, he saw a silhouette rushing towards him from a distance. The silhouette's black ink strength was prominent, clearly a territory lord. However, Xianxia could tell that this was an acquired territory lord, as his aura was not as strong as that of an innate territory lord. Xianxia could easily kill an acquired territory lord without even breaking a sweat. He was waiting in secret to make his move when he noticed what the territory lord was holding. After just a moment of hesitation, Xianxia decided against attacking. Instead, he hid his tracks and chose to tail the territory lord in secret. It was because he saw the territory lord holding a miniature black ink nest, and from the latter's urgency, it was clear that he was heading somewhere in a rush. Thanks to Yang Kai's many years of experience battling against the Black Ink clan, he knew that miniature black ink nests were used for communication purposes. Back when he was hovering outside the no-return pass and the innate territory lords were hunting him down, they used these miniature black ink nests to pass messages between them. However, that was not its only usage. If the Black Ink clan were willing to pump in the resources, they could turn these into real black ink nests. Seeing as how the territory lord was grasping the black ink nest and was moving in such a hurry, it was easy enough for Yang Kai to deduce that the territory lord must have made contact with his clansmen and was using the black ink nest to lead him to them. Instead of killing just one, it was better to root out a bunch of them. That was why Yang Kai decided against killing this territory lord immediately. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was taken aback by the fact that the communicative function of the miniature black ink nests was still working inside the universe furnace. However, the territory lord whom he and Liao Jing joined forces to kill did not have a miniature black ink nest with him. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized the reason behind this. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the universe furnace, so naturally, they would not be as well prepared as the humans. This territory lord must have had a black ink nest with him because he was already carrying it around even when he was outside. Even though Yang Kai was following the territory lord the whole time, the latter had no idea that a human master was tailing him. This was not only due to their power differential, but also due to the mysteriousness of the Tao of space. As long as Yang Kai wanted to stay hidden, a mere acquired territory lord would not be able to detect his presence from afar. Yang Kai patiently tailed the territory lord as he pondered the possibilities of the situation taking place up ahead. Since the territory lord was quite likely moving in a rush after being called upon by his clansmen, it was either because they had found something valuable or they had gotten into a fight with the humans. Either one of these outcomes would still be bad for the humans. By following in secret, Yang Kai might be able to alleviate any dangers that had befallen his allies. Yang Kai thought that the situation would only be one of the two possibilities, so when he suddenly felt a weak reaction from his great sun and moon marks, he was thunderstruck. There was no denying that Yang Kai was deeply frustrated and upset over the fact that he had witnessed the creation of the 9 supreme great open heaven pills and had let them slip away from him. Even though he left a mark on each of them, he did not get a reaction after all this time and was beginning to suspect that the mark he left might have dissipated. Thus, he was stunned that he felt a reaction now by coincidence. Yang Kai suppressed his exhilaration and carefully tried to sense the direction where the reaction came from. To his surprise, it was exactly where the territory lord was heading. Did that mean the Black Ink clan discovered a supreme great open heaven pill? Who were they fighting against to get it then? Yang Kai had no clue now, but he would find out once he arrived at the battle. After traveling for an unknown amount of distance, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the commotion of a battle up ahead, and it was a pretty intense one. Yang Kai peered into the distance and was a little startled by what he saw. A large part of the void was filled with countless jellyfish-like creatures of various sizes. They were giving off multicolored light that glimmered and dimmed. Even the solidity of their forms kept changing, which made them look incredibly peculiar. Several figures were scattered among the sea of jellyfish. Some were fighting while others were moving around. There was no sign of any humans. There was someone from the monster race though. Its 5-meter-long body shifted like flowing water. The leopard print on its skin was bright as it dazzled like reflected light. At times its form became phantom-like and at other times it solidified. It was fighting against several territory lords alone. Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. Yang Kai never thought he would encounter his monster self here. Truth be told, when his monster self was in the process of becoming a great emperor back at the Myriad Monsters world, Yang Kai had specifically gone over to stand guard, but after that, he did not pay any attention to his monster self. That was because he did not have to. As a great emperor, his monster self would have an easy, untroubled cultivation journey in the Myriad Monsters world. From the looks of it now, that was precisely the case. His monster self's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Order Monster Emperor realm. Although his monster self was using primal art to train its monster core, just like Feng Tianxia, it was still held back by Yang Kai, its true body's limit. Right now, his monster self's cultivation was also at the limit and he could not break through any further. When Feng Tianxia was breaking through to the open heaven realm, he possessed everything needed to become a 7th Order master, but in the end, he ended up as a sixth-order master. This was because of Xianxia. Regardless of whether it was his human self or his monster self, their cultivation journey was hindered by the limits of their true body. When the universe furnace surfaced, Xianxia knew that both his human self and his monster self would enter and reunite with him. Throughout this journey, apart from trying to track down the supreme grade open heaven pills, Xianxia had also been on the lookout for signs of his monster self and human self. He had checked with Liao Xing and the others too, but they had not seen anything either. However, he did not expect to reunite with his monster self under such coincidental circumstances. It was an unexpected pleasant surprise. That being said, the biggest and most joyous surprise was the supreme grade open heaven pill among the sea of jellyfish. At the very center of the huge swarm of jellyfish, there was one that was at least 10 times bigger than the others, and it had clearly devoured a supreme grade open heaven pill which could be spotted when its body turned translucent. Xianxia did not know whether it was his monster self or the Black Ink clan who first discovered this supreme grade open heaven pill, but it was evident that the fight had been going on for quite a while now. The Black Ink clansmen could use the miniature Black Ink nest to call for aid, but Xianxia's monster self was alone in a one-against-many fight. Despite being alone, Thunder's Shadow Great Emperor was not as disadvantaged as one might imagine. After all, in most cases, the average monster race master was stronger than the average human race master in the same equivalent realm. Monster race masters had far stronger bodies than normal, and Thunder's Shadow himself had an innate divine ability that allowed him to blend with the shadows and become hard to detect. By striking suddenly and powerfully now and then, Xianxia's monster self was just barely able to put up a fight against the group of territory lords. Naturally, this was also thanks to where the fight was taking place. The large swarm of jellyfish were most likely chaos entities, but they were different from all other chaos entities that Xianxia had previously seen. Although they were still shifting through various states of solidness, they had fixed forms. They seemed harmless enough, but when someone else came into contact with them, the person would be hit with a peculiar attack. Xianxia saw a territory lord flying backwards after being hit by Thunder's Shadow. When the territory lord crashed into a jellyfish, it looked as if he lost his consciousness as his eyes glazed over. It was a while before he regained mental clarity. Thunder's Shadow was about to kill the territory lord when another one came over and rescued his clansmen. The jellyfish-like chaos entities were rather strange. It was clear that Thunder's Shadow had suffered at their hands too, so when it fought against the territory lords, it tried its best to avoid touching them. However, that meant it could not move around as freely as normal. It appeared to be a fiery battle between the two sides, but in reality, both were seriously hindered by the environment and could not go all out. The territory lord that rushed over had clearly received instructions beforehand. Upon arrival, he did not show himself at once and instead quietly crept towards the battlefield in an attempt to sneak up on Thunder's Shadow and deal a deadly blow. Unfortunately, he was not particularly skilled at keeping himself hidden. He had just approached the battlefield and had not even entered the swarm of jellyfish when Thunder's Shadow noticed him with a single glance. The territory lord was a decisive one, however, and since he had been discovered, he openly revealed himself, but before he could do anything to Thunder's Shadow, a territory lord stared behind him in shock and quickly shouted, "Watch out!" All at once, the territory lord felt an overwhelming sense of danger envelop him, as if death itself had come. Before he could recover from his shock, he felt a sharp pain. He looked down and saw a spear sticking out of his chest, with world force surging along it. Someone snuck up on me and attacked me. What was most terrifying was the fact that he had not noticed anything until the moment the person attacked. Who snuck up on me? All sorts of thoughts flashed across the territory lord's mind as he tried to escape, but he could not move. Space seemed to have solidified around him, and world force flowed strongly from the spear in his chest. A violent force erupted and the territory lord's body exploded into a shower of bloodied scraps. The black ink strength that escaped from his body leapt out like a wild horse and swiftly turned into a black ink cloud. An invisible force surged as the black ink cloud dispersed to reveal a young man with a spear in hand. He flicked his blood-soaked spear and smirked. Xianxia. The territory lords gasped as the color drained out of their faces. They were petrified and no words could describe the bitterness they felt right now. How could things end well for them after running into the killing star here? Most importantly, why did they run into him? The universe furnace was vast and boundless, and they had relied on the miniature black ink nests to gather themselves here. No humans had been drawn over even after their lengthy fight with this monster race master, yet now, it was Xianxia of all people who showed up. Thunder Shadow was also taken aback. The lightning in its mouth flashed and crackled, but soon, a human-looking grin broke out across his face. He thought that this would turn out to be a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents and was fully prepared to flee if things took a turn for the worse. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was valuable, but his life was even more so. He knew what his priorities were. What he did not expect was Xianxia's arrival. The situation was a lot simpler now. It was going to claim the lives of these territory lords and collect the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Thunder Shadow was assured and confident, while the territory lords were panicking. As for the jellyfish-like chaos entities, they just shifted about, giving off their multicolored glow which illuminated the different reactions from both parties. Outside the battlefield, Xianxia lifted his spear and pointed it in front of him as his voice boomed all across the place. "How dare you bully third brother? You must have a death wish." Xianxia's abrupt appearance immediately changed the tides. Initially, the territory lords had the advantage in the fight due to their numbers, but they no longer had any inclination to continue fighting. All they could think of was to flee as far away as possible, lest they met their doom. Nevertheless, they knew that it was futile for them to try and escape from Xianxia alone considering his mastery over the Tao of space. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, the territory lords quickly began grouping up to form a battle formation to try and put up a fight. However, forming a battle formation in this bizarre environment was no easy feat all along. They failed to form a battle formation due to the inconvenience of being surrounded by the swarm of jellyfish. One false move and they would end up making contact with the strange jellyfish, and when that happened, even masters as powerful as these territory lords would fall into a brief trance. Previously, they gave up on the idea of forming a battle formation and simply used their numbers advantage to gang up on Thunder Shadow, who would not have managed to hold out this long if that had not been the case. They now wanted to attempt forming a battle formation again, but it was too late. Thunder Shadow, who deduced what they were trying to do, immediately charged at the nearest territory lord. His strong, agile form morphed into a ball of lightning and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of the territory lord. The lightning shrouded him and his opponent so the others could not see what was happening. All they could tell was that powerful forces clashed within the lightning. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already raised his spear and charged into the swarm of jellyfish. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he realized what was strange about these chaos entities. They kept oscillating between varying physical states. At times, they could be seen, but at others, they were invisible. They also kept moving around as if a swarm of jellyfish was floating along in the vastness of the universe furnace world, though there was no telling where their final destination was. When they disappeared, even Xianxia could not detect them. This resulted in him bumping into a jellyfish the moment he entered the battlefield, stopping him in his tracks. Light flickered and the jellyfish reappeared. Xianxia could sense a wave of jumbled, chaotic energy coming from the jellyfish, aimed straight at his soul. It finally dawned on Xianxia as to why the territory lord who made contact with one of these jellyfish-like chaos entity ended up in a dazed, trance-like state. If the attack landed, the target's soul would be hit by that strange energy, and it would indeed be hard to retain full control of one's senses after taking such an unexpected hit. A few of these attacks in rapid succession could very well damage one's soul. These jellyfish-like chaos entities possessed an innate form of energy that allowed them to attack their opponent's soul. This special characteristic of theirs hindered the territory lords and Thunder Shadow's ability to fight, and from the looks of it, everyone in the battle had found out through first-hand experience. When one of the nearby territory lords noticed what was happening, he grinned happily and charged straight at Xianxia. Even if they formed a battle formation, they might still fail to hold their own against the human's killing star, but now that Xianxia had accidentally allowed the jellyfish to attack his soul, it was a rare and precious chance for them to land an attack. However, the moment the territory lord reached Xianxia, he realized something was amiss. Even though Xianxia was standing stiffly as if he was in a trance, his eyes were bright and shrewd. It did not look as if he had lost consciousness at all. By the time the territory lord noticed this, it was too late. He was a decisive individual, so immediately shoved both his hands forward and black ink strength gushed out like a wave crashing onto the shore. Yang Kai snorted and pierced through the attack with his spear. His azure dragon spear turned into countless spear shadows before condensing into one again. Black ink strength collapsed and dispersed, while the territory groaned as his body flew backwards, black blood spurting out of a hole in his shoulder. His expression was one of someone who just had a narrow brush with death. A silhouette appeared in the territory lord's hazy peripheral vision. He looked up and was horrified as he saw Yang Kai pull back his fist. The territory lord reacted in haste and crossed his arms in front of him. The moment Yang Kai's fist made contact though, a surge of unstoppable force sent the territory lord flying backwards once more as his arms fell to the side to reveal the gaping hole in his chest. Yang Kai was only a step away from becoming a divine dragon, so a mere acquired territory lord could not withstand even such a simple attack from him. The territory lord landed on a visible jellyfish-like chaos entity and the light faded from his eyes as the attack that battered his soul made things worse for his heavily wounded body. Yang Kai raised his hand once more and hurled the azure dragon spear out, piercing right through the territory lord who was currently dazed. The territory lord's aura instantly swelled up before fading away entirely. It had only been 3 breaths of time since the fight between Yang Kai and the territory lord began, but now the other territory lords were trembling with fear as they witnessed how easily Yang Kai had killed one of them. The azure dragon spear flew back to Yang Kai and he grabbed it before turning to Thunder Shadow, who was still fighting against his opponent, and snapped, "Why didn't you warn me that these chaos entities can attack the soul, third brother?" Thunder Shadow growled and ignored Yang Kai. "As if you needed a warning. These jellyfish could hinder everyone else, but Yang Kai, who had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, could pay them no mind. If his soul was attacked, the soul-warming lotus would protect him." The territory lord assumed that it had been his best chance to strike because Yang Kai had fallen into a trance, but in reality, he was only delivering himself into the hands of the enemy. Also, third brother? What the hell is that? An inexplicable sense of irritation washed over Thunder Shadow and his attacks became even more ruthless. The lightning that surrounded him and his opponent became even brighter as cries of agony and ferocious growls rang out. 5 territory lords had gathered here to gang up on Thunder Shadow, with a 6th nearly joining them before Yang Kai killed him. Now that Yang Kai had killed the 2nd territory lord and Thunder Shadow had pinned one down on his own, there were only 3 territory lords left. While Yang Kai was dealing with the other territory lord, these 3 territory lords managed to gather together and join their auras to form the simplest 3 fortunes formation. Despite having successfully formed a battle formation, they did not feel any more assured about their chances. Yang Kai had killed a pseudo-royal lord before, and during his time outside the no-return pass, he had regularly fought against 4 innate territory lords who formed the 4 symbols formation. Thus, if the territory lords wanted to have a fighting chance against Yang Kai, they had to be in at least a 4 symbols formation, and that also hinged on Yang Kai not employing his strange technique that could injure souls. If he did, then a 4 symbols formation would be useless as well. Since Yang Kai was inside the universe furnace, he was not going to use an artifact like the soul-rending thorn, as doing so would harm him in the process and have lingering detrimental effects on him. That being said, a 3 fortunes formation was not sufficient for these territory lords to put up a fight against him, so he had no worries in the first place. The 3 territory lords were quick-witted enough. Once they formed the battle formation, they immediately tried to escape, as one of them roared, "Spare our lives, Yang Kai, and the open heaven pill is yours." Yang Kai snorted, reached his hand out in their direction, and made a grabbing motion. With a flicker of space principles, he grasped something unseen and coolly remarked, "Do you think you can negotiate with me?" As soon as he said those words, the 3 territory lords stiffened and froze in place against their will. It was not due to the space secret technique, however, but rather because they were surrounded by the jellyfish-like chaos entities. The undetectable chaos entities had now revealed themselves and were attacking the souls of all 3 territory lords who came into contact with them. The territory lords instantly became dazed and disoriented. Yang Kai caught the jellyfish-like chaos entities with his space secret technique and teleported them into the territory lord's path. These chaos entities could not do much physical damage, but their attacks on the soul were nearly impossible to avoid, so he made good use of them. Yang Kai slowly strolled over to the 3 territory lords, brushing away a few of the jellyfish-like chaos entities that appeared in his path with his bare hands. The territory lords struggled hard against the relentless attacks on their souls. Sometimes, they were able to gain clarity, but it would only be for a brief moment before they fell into a daze again. It looked as if the chaos entities had rooted them to the spot. All three of them were now sitting ducks. When Xianxia got close to them, he raised his hands. World force surged forward as he targeted all three and easily reaped their lives. At the same time, the giant ball of lightning suddenly dissipated and Thunder Shadow walked out. Though he was wounded, his presence was just as strong and domineering as ever. There was a tattered body lying behind him though, looking like it had been torn apart by a hurricane. Although Thunder Shadow was stronger than these acquired territory lords, he did not have a soul-warming lotus to protect his soul, thus, he still had to put in some effort to kill one head-on in this field of jellyfish. Xianxia turned to Thunder Shadow and grinned. There was no need for him to say anything. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the largest chaos entity. This chaos entity was many times bigger than its fellows, though it was uncertain whether it was naturally bigger in the first place or because it devoured an open heaven pill. The supreme grade open heaven pill only peeked through and gave off a multicolored light when the chaos entity's form became translucent. There's no telling what might happen if this takes too long. We'll do it together. Xianxia shouted and immediately harnessed his Dao strengths before blasting them at the jellyfish-like chaos entity. Thunder Shadow bounded over and started harnessing his own Dao strength as well. Under their combined attacks, the enormous jellyfish-like chaos entity instantly started shrinking, as if it had met its mortal enemy. It seemed to have an instinctive urge to flee from danger, but Xianxia had used space principles to keep it locked in place. It could not move or leave, but its physical state started changing even more rapidly, and the invisible attack on the soul was shooting out in all directions. Surprisingly, it was able to attack at a distance. As for the swarm of smaller jellyfish-like chaos entities, they were also visibly affected. Their bodies were releasing chaotic energy which soon covered the surrounding void. Thunder Shadow was affected by this as its Dao strength would cut off now and then. Upon noticing this, Xianxia had to channel his spiritual energy to protect Thunder Shadow, which saved him from a possible crisis. Under the constant flow of Dao strengths, the jellyfish-like chaos entity that devoured the supreme-grade open heaven pill kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. Xianxia reached out and took the spirit pill that was giving off a multicolored glow. He now had a supreme-grade open heaven pill, one which would allow him to break through his limits and become a ninth-order open heaven realm master. The universe furnace produced many ordinary grade open heaven pills, but only 9 supreme grade open heaven pills were created. Xianxia had left a mark on all 9 supreme grade open heaven pills in advance, and by using his great sun and moon marks, he could sense where these pills were once they were within a certain distance from him. Thus, he figured that as long as he was not completely down on his luck, he should be able to make this a fruitful trip, though he could not be certain how many supreme grade open heaven pills he would ultimately get. Nevertheless, he did not expect it to be this easy for him to get the first supreme grade open heaven pill. All he had done was tail a territory lord in secret, and not only did he get one of the pills, but he even reunited with his monster self. All he needed now was to reunite with his human self as well. Once all 3 of them were together, they would even have a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. Inside the universe furnace, the only ones who posed a threat to Xianxia were the pseudo-royal lords and the chaos spirit kings. The latter was more powerful than the former as their strength was equivalent to that of a true royal lord or ninth-order masters. However, the humans did not know for certain whether chaos spirit kings existed as the information they had came from Blood Crow, and it was only a guess of his. Either way, Xianxia now had 2 goals to accomplish inside the universe furnace. The first was to carry on searching for supreme-grade open heaven pills, and the second was to find his human self. He next quietened down and studied the item in his hand. The spirit pill had an extraordinary appearance. The multicolored light glowed freely but the Dao currents were subdued. It's a valuable treasure, all right. It deserves its reputation as the most precious opportunity. Even though Xianxia had witnessed the birth of the supreme-grade open heaven pills, he could not move at the time and could not use his powers freely either, so he did not know much about these pills. They had scattered into the distance the moment they were created, and Xianxia's hopes of getting an early advantage had been dashed. Thunder's shadow was also studying it carefully out of curiosity. Yang Kai's thoughtful expression was reflected in Thunder's shadow's amber eyes, and the latter reminded worriedly, this isn't something to be eaten. It needs to be absorbed into the small universe and refined. He was afraid that Yang Kai did not know how it worked, and it would be hugely ironic if Yang Kai ended up swallowing the spirit pill just like that. According to information provided by Blood Crow, the open heaven pills created inside the universe furnace differed from the ones humans made. The latter was created to mimic the former, as the humans had studied the medicinal efficacies and found a way to create open heaven pills after countless years of trials and experimentations. However, at the end of the day, the open heaven pills created by the human race were still completely different from the ones created by the universe furnace. The open heaven pills made by the humans were consumed and refined. It would then provide a boost to the heritage of an open heaven realm master's small universe. That was not the case for the ones from the universe furnace. Those needed to be absorbed into the small universe, and the cultivators would need to rely on the strength of their small universe to refine them. Yang Kai was now at the peak of his martial Tao, and his small universe was wrapped inside an invisible layer of shackles that made it impossible to grow any bigger. However, with the help of the spirit pill in his hand right now, those shackles would disappear and his small universe could continue expanding again. As one's small universe grew larger, one's heritage would also increase. This was the right way to use the innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace, and this was why the pill could help an open heaven realm master break through their natural limits. Yang Kai had already read about these things from the jade slip Liaoxing had given him earlier, so he knew better than to make a reckless attempt. Then again, does it work on you? Thunder's shadow asked. Yang Kai sighed, I don't think so. Although he had not refined the open heaven pill, he had a feeling that it would not do him any good. Even if he did absorb it into his small universe, it would not be able to help him reach the ninth order. Despite holding this open heaven pill in his hand, the barrier around his small universe did not react at all. If the spirit pill did work on him, then this invisible layer would show some kind of reaction in response to the spirit pill's aura. Perhaps this had something to do with the disadvantages of the open heaven realm method and the 3 self-source reconstitution art that Wuquan gave him. The open heaven realm method was flawed, but the martial ancestors were not to blame for this. They had relied on the world tree to gain enlightenment about the open heaven realm method before teaching it to the rest of the human race, which allowed the humans to have a fighting chance against the monster race and the Black Ink clan all those years ago. The humans of today would not exist in the same way if it had not been for Tsang and the other martial ancestors. Nevertheless, the martial ancestors failed to achieve full enlightenment of the martial Tao, as there was one part that was hidden inside the universe furnace from then, making it impossible to comprehend outside. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was able to make up for the imperfections of the open heaven realm method and complete one's martial Tao, which allowed a cultivator to break through their limits. However, the 3 self-source reconstitution art that Wuquan taught Yang Kai was a result of Shi's many years of hard work and effort in his attempts to comprehend the limitations of the open heaven realm method. Out of the 10 martial ancestors, Shi's ability to formulate secret arts and techniques was the best. If it had not been for that, the sinister, heaven-defying ability of heaven-devouring battle law would not exist. He was the one who came up with the 3 self-source reconstitution art to deal with the imperfections of the open heaven realm method. Thus, once Yang Kai chose this path of cultivation, his martial Tao had been set and it differed from those that cultivated strictly using the open heaven realm method. Thus, the supreme grade open heaven pill, which was able to complete the martial Tao of the open heaven realm method, was meaningless to him. Once Yang Kai realized this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered if this meant that Wuquan had screwed him over. If Yang Kai had not cultivated the 3 self-source reconstitution art and created his human self and monster self, then he would have been able to become a 9th order master by simply looking for a safe place to absorb and refine the spirit pill he had with him now. Once that happened, his heritage would be enough for him to march through the universe furnace world without a care in the world. Neither pseudo-royal lords nor chaos spirit kings would pose any threat to him. Yet now, despite having such a treasure with him, he could not do anything with it. That being said, Yang Kai knew he had chosen this path himself. At the time, this path was fraught with risks as no one had ever walked it before, but it still represented hope, so he had unhesitantly stepped onto it. No one knew when the universe furnace would surface again, and the human race greatly needed Ninth-Order masters to secure their future. Xianxia was stuck at the peak of the Eighth-Order open heaven realm and could not break through his limits. Since there was a possible solution, he had to try it. Wuquang had meant well. No one could be blamed for this situation. It was simply one of life's cruel jokes. Who would have thought that the universe furnace would show up at such a crucial point in time, and that Xianxia would obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill so easily? Xianxia sighed and took out an exquisite wooden box. He stored the supreme-grade open heaven pill inside and placed several restrictions to keep it sealed up before carefully putting the box away. After taking a look around and seeing the swarm of jellyfish-like chaos entities who seemed to be floating along unconsciously, Xianxia used space principles to gather them. Thunder Shadow quietly took this all in as it wondered who the unlucky person would be. He had also gotten a taste of these jellyfish-like chaos entities' strange attack, and although it was not life-threatening, anyone who touched them would suffer a shock to their soul. Most importantly, it was impossible to detect them when they took on an invisible state. This made them an excellent weapon to use in stealth attacks or ambushes. Xianxia had already been tempted to take the gray fog that contained a sea of stars inside it when he ran into it earlier, but he could not accomplish that. Now that he ran into these jellyfish-like chaos entities, he was not going to hesitate. While collecting them, he began chatting with Thunder Shadow. Although Thunder Shadow was Xianxia's monster self, due to the uniqueness of the three-self source reconstitution art, Thunder Shadow was also an independent living being. After all, he had been born and had grown up just like any ordinary living being. He possessed all the same qualities as an independent existence had. However, as Thunder Shadow's strength grew, the seal that Xianxia had placed on the various pieces of information inside Thunder Shadow's soul slowly lifted, so he knew who he was and what his mission in life was. This was the same with Xianxia, who had long since become an Eighth-Order master, which meant that he knew everything he had to know. Right now, Xianxia was most likely searching for the whereabouts of Xianxia and Thunder Shadow. In all honesty, Xianxia did find it a little strange to be chatting with his monster self, but if he treated Thunder Shadow as an independent entity, then it no longer seemed odd. After becoming a great emperor, Thunder Shadow spent a long time cultivating inside the myriad monsters world. That was because it was the only place that allowed it to use his great emperor status to rapidly grow stronger. This continued until nearly 1,000 years ago when his strength hit a ceiling. That was when he came out and joined the battlefield to hunt down enemies. Thunder Shadow spoke mostly of Qin Shui, as he undoubtedly cared a lot about the Seventh Order master who took care of him when he first started out. He was constantly worried that something bad might happen to her during the imminent battle ahead of them. All of a sudden, Thunder Shadow asked, "Will the three self-source reconstitution art really allow you to become a Ninth Order open heaven realm master?" Xianxia continued gathering the jellyfish-like chaos entities as he said, "No one has ever tried before, so there's no way of knowing whether it will work. However, since it's something that sure derived back then, it should work." "Wuquang's no saint," Thunder Shadow scoffed. Xianxia chuckled, "My trust isn't in Wuquang or Sure, but in myself. Even though the three selves have not reunited yet, I can sense that once that happens, it will indeed help me break through my limits. When the time comes, your human self and I will disappear for good. You are me. I am you. Combining as one doesn't mean you will disappear. You're wrong. You're you, your human self is you, and I am you, but you are not us. There's a difference." Xianxia frowned. Thunder Shadow licked his paw. "What's the matter? Is this topic too heavy for you? Relax. The human self and I both understand our purpose. When the time comes, neither one of us will hesitate." "That's not it," Xianxia sighed and closed the portal to his small universe. "These jellyfish-like chaos entities are polluting my small universe. I can't keep too many of them." He had been too simplistic in his thinking. After entering his small universe, the jellyfish-like chaos entities kept giving off that strange energy to attack his soul. Xianxia had the soul-warming lotus for protection, so he was not afraid of that. However, these chaos entities were made up of chaotic shattered Tao essence, and to Xianxia, that was like the harshest of impurities that could contaminate his small universe. If he took in too many of these chaos entities, it would affect his small universe's stability. He had been thinking about taking in all of the jellyfish-like chaos entities here, but from the looks of it now, he had to reluctantly abandon that idea. Xianxia thus only kept the small number that he was still able to suppress, as it would be hard for him to carry on doing so if he took in any more of them. Xianxia made his way through the void with a tiny, feline monster race master sitting on his shoulder. It was his monster self, Thunder Shadow. Alas, Xianxia found it lamentable that he could not take too many of the jellyfish-like chaos entities with him and left the place with Thunder Shadow in tow. Initially, he wanted Thunder Shadow to give him a ride as he wanted to experience what it was like to have a mount, but Thunder Shadow refused. Instead, he shrunk down and took a seat on Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia could not do anything about it. Since Thunder Shadow did not want to do it, Xianxia was not going to force him. At this moment, Xianxia looked somewhat hesitant as he held a miniature black ink nest in his hand. This was one of his spoils after killing all those territory lords. After inspecting it up close, he confirmed that it was a low-rank black ink nest. However, since it could be used to communicate inside the universe furnace, it meant that there had to be a mid-rank black ink nest somewhere inside the space to use as a hub for the Black Ink clan's communications. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to use the Black Ink nest space to communicate. Now that Xianxia had this small Black Ink nest with him, he could use it to spy on the Black Ink clan and glean some useful information. The only thing he had to worry about was if the Black Ink clan realized something and sealed the Black Ink nest space with him inside. If that happened, his soul would also be trapped and he would not be able to escape. He had experienced this once before, but fortunately for him, he had been protected by the soul-warming lotus. At that time, he managed to kill and injure quite a number of territory lords and Black Ink disciples with soul-rending thorns. That was what eventually forced the Black Ink clan to undo the seal, which allowed him to escape. At the time, Xianxia was still part of the Great Evolution Army, so the situation was not quite the same. He was inside the universe furnace now, and if his soul did get sealed up, it would hinder him from accomplishing his goals in this place. After mulling it over for a short while, Xianxia sighed and crushed the miniature Black Ink nest. He was certain that the Black Ink clan would have their guard up against the possibility of someone spying on them. If he did enter the Black Ink nest with his soul, he might end up falling into their trap. Just to be safe, it was better for him to avoid stirring up any possible trouble. Just then, the void began to rumble and shake. Xianxia immediately halted and took in the surroundings with his senses. Thunder Shadow, who was sitting on Xianxia's shoulder, also turned solemn as he said quietly, "The first evolution is happening." Evolution was the word used to describe the change that would happen with the chaotic shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace. Such changes would happen a total of 9 times, and once all 9 were complete, the environment inside the universe furnace would become vastly different. It was also the signal that the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace was about to come to an end. Bloodcrow was the one who provided the humans with this information. He had first-hand experience from the previous time the universe furnace emerged, and although he did not get a supreme grade open heaven pill and was not a part of any major fights back then, he did manage to come back out of the universe furnace alive. Furthermore, thanks to what he found, he easily broke through and reached the 8th Order open heaven realm. The jade slip that Liaoxin gave Xianxia not only mentioned the different grades of open heaven pills and the existence of the chaos entities, but it also included information about the changes and evolutions that happened within the universe furnace. The universe furnace was filled with shattered Tao essences, and anyone who entered would immediately sense that. Due to the effects of these shattered Tao essences, the environment inside the universe furnace was similarly chaotic and disorganized. Even time and space were both less defined in this space, allowing for a large number of chaos entities to be born. It was possible that an environment like this would not affect the Black Ink clan much. Their bodies were made up of Mo's creation force and they did not cultivate the Grand Tao. However, the environment did affect the human race masters greatly, especially concerning their Tao strengths. In the outside world, Tao strengths filled every single corner of the universe. Open Heaven Realm Masters could harness their own Tao strengths to resonate with the universe's Grand Tao, which allowed them to channel part of that strength. However, inside the universe furnace, the Grand Tao was shattered and Tao essence was chaotic, so there was nothing they could use to enhance their own attacks. Only the humans' physical strength and the world force inside their small universes were not affected. Xianxia's body, with his dragon vein, was not affected by him being inside the universe furnace, and his ability to use the world force from his small universe was not affected either. However, when trying to manipulate local space principles or time principles, their effects would be weaker here. That being said, this did not affect the human masters too much as they relied mainly on their own power when engaged in battle. Nevertheless, they were still weakened to a certain extent. However, the environment inside the universe furnace was not static. Each time the universe furnace showed up, the world inside would undergo 9 rounds of Grand Tao evolution. Bloodcrow had no clue as to why this happened or why 9 times instead of 8 or 7, but either way, that was what happened. As a result of each evolution, the shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace would slowly become more refined, and after all 9 times, the shattered Tao essence would have changed into a complete and structured Tao essence. This change had a direct and significant impact on the universe furnace world. Upon entering the universe furnace, everyone felt that the world inside was vast and boundless, but that was mainly due to the haziness in the dimensions of time and space. If one was unable to define the structure they were inside, it was impossible to determine its size or scope. However, as the shattered Tao essence gradually became more and more refined, the space would also become more clearly defined. When it came to this space, the disorder of the universe furnace before would slowly morph into one that could be defined and measured through the continuous rounds of evolution. And this was only the shallowest of the changes that happened. Bloodcrow said that during his last foray into the universe furnace, after 9 rounds of evolution, the universe furnace started feeling as if it was a real great territory, and countless universe worlds popped up inside at some point. Every one of the universe worlds had been filled with the aura of new life. He could not figure out where those universe worlds came from and could only speculate that they were a result of the rounds of evolution. This was how the environment inside the universe furnace was changed by the evolution of the Grand Tao. For both the humans and the Black Ink clan who came in, this change greatly affected them. The universe furnace world was currently boundless and never-ending. Even though many masters from the 2 races had entered, it was not that easy to encounter anyone else, be it an ally or an enemy. Most of the time, they would brush past others without even knowing about it despite being fairly near to each other. However, with each round of evolution, the shattered Tao essence slowly became more refined, and the environment inside the universe furnace world would grow clearer. Bloodcrow even suspected that the universe furnace world that emerged after all 9 rounds of evolution was the true nature of the universe furnace world, and everything that had been visible before that could simply be an illusion. It was as if the real environment had been shrouded by a layer of fog. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan sent many of their masters into the universe furnace, with some 7 million or so Black Ink clansmen entering from the entrance in the barren territory alone. With so many living beings inside a single great territory, the chances of running into each other increased manifold. Thus, inside the universe furnace, it was rare to have a major fight break out during the early evolutions. Most of the time, it would simply be one-on-one fights, or perhaps skirmishes between small groups. However, as the evolutions continued, the space inside the universe furnace world slowly became more defined and the seemingly boundless area would become a lot more crowded. There was no way of discerning the pattern of evolution. No one knew when the next evolution would happen, but whenever it did, there were clear signs. Right now, Xianxia was standing still as he took in the changes to the environment and found that the information had been accurate. The shattered Tao essence that made up the universe furnace world had become ever so slightly more refined. It was not a significant change, but it had indeed changed. Why would there be an evolution of Tao essence inside the universe furnace? Xianxia had pondered this question when he first received the information from Liao Xun, but he could not think of a reason why, so he decided to wait until he experienced the evolution for himself to see whether he could learn anything from it. Alas, he was just as clueless as before. In just a few moments, the rumbling stopped. The evolution had started abruptly, and it stopped just as quickly. Xianxia tried to use his divine sense to scout around him and realized that it was a little better now. He could inspect a greater radius around him, though it was still far less than the maximum he could perceive outside. The shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace was still a great hindrance to his ability to search and inspect from a distance. I sense murderous intent. Thunder Shadow suddenly growled. He crouched defensively on Xianxia's shoulder as lightning began to spark across his skin. Xianxia was startled. He nearly wondered whether Thunder Shadow had made a mistake when he abruptly sensed a powerful aura approaching him from behind. Just as Xianxia noticed the newcomer, the latter noticed him as well and sent his aura forward. Upon realizing that it was Xianxia, the newcomer was shocked and elated as he roared, "Hand over the open heaven pill, Xianxia." As soon as Xianxia heard what was said, he figured out what was going on. It was clear that the territory lords who were fighting against Thunder Shadow had called for reinforcements, but this one had arrived too late. The territory lords were dead and Xianxia had the open heaven pill. Thus, this master from the Black Ink clan followed the traces left behind and chased Xianxia and Thunder Shadow down. Xianxia did waste some time collecting the jellyfish-like chaos entities after all. The newcomer was a pseudo-royal lord, otherwise, he would not have been as overbearing as he was when he realized it was Xianxia. The moment the pseudo-royal lord's aura shot towards Xianxia, the latter was able to figure out how strong his opponent was. After swiftly gauging both their powers, Xianxia immediately came to a conclusion. He could not defeat this one. Xianxia had crossed paths with pseudo-royal lords many times. Even though he managed to slaughter Diwu in the Divine Spirit ancestral land, he only did so thanks to many favorable conditions and advantages of the terrain they fought on, so it was hard for him to repeat that feat previously. When he was outside the no-return pass, Mo had managed to hunt him down until he had nowhere to hide. Thus, Xianxia knew full well the power differential between him and a pseudo-royal lord. He did have Thunder Shadow with him now, but he knew a fight would only result in unnecessary loss. Therefore, Xianxia swiftly decided to flee as he began manipulating space principles. While the shattered Tao essence around him did affect his use of space principles, it also interfered with divine sense, so he did not need to travel nearly as far to escape the perception of a pseudo-royal lord. In this way, the suppression from the environment affected all of them equally. Xianxia even felt leisurely enough to still be in awe at his monster self, Thunder Shadow. He knew that in terms of strength, he was a lot stronger than his monster self, but Thunder Shadow had sensed the murderous intent before Xianxia noticed the pseudo-royal lord's presence. Is it because of how innately sensitive those from monster race are? Since the birth of the vast universe, there have been 3 important eras in history. The primordial era where the divine spirits ruled over everything under the heavens, the early ancient era where the monster race trod the lands freely, and the late ancient era where the human race rose to dominance. Each era had thousands upon thousands of wonderful chapters, and each one represented the favorite of the heavenly way at the time. As a race that represented an era, each of them had their unique characteristics. For the monster race, their biggest advantage was their strong physical bodies, keen perception, and diverse clans. Thunder Shadow was the monster self created by Xianxia using the 3 self-source reconstitution art, but since birth, he had been living in myriad monster world, filled with ancient aura. He grew up in an environment where they obeyed the law of the jungle. Furthermore, he cultivated the monster race's primal art, which could be said to be no different from the great monsters of the early ancient era. The only difference was the era they lived in. Thunder Shadow was actually very strong, otherwise, he would not be able to fight against so many territory lords alone. Only, Xianxia's true body was just so strong that his light covered the sharpness of his claws. It was only through innate keen perception that Thunder Shadow was able to alert Xianxia before the latter noticed anything unusual. A pseudo-royal lord was chasing them, and since the 2 of them were not his opponent, they had no choice but to leave first. However, just as Xianxia was about to make his escape using his space principles, he suddenly changed his mind, though he still activated his space principles, shifting the void slightly around him. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him panicked and slammed a palm out at Xianxia's location from afar, not caring whether or not he could even stop the latter with this blow. There was no way for him to not panic. After all, he received news from several territory lords telling him that they had discovered an open heaven pill, but a monster race leopard was keeping them at bay, making it difficult for them to get their hands on it. The leopard was strong, and he also heard that it seemed to be one of monster race's great emperors from the myriad monster world called Thunder Shadow. This was not because the Black Ink clan had a strong intelligence network, but mainly because Thunder Shadow had been baring his fangs too fiercely since descending the mountain and had even killed several territory lords. Thus, his existence was recorded by the top members of the Black Ink clan. The pseudo-royal lord was always looking. Over the no-return pass, And even though he was usually engrossed with fighting against Mo Nai for power, for many years, he had not made much progress. As he could not gain the royal lord's attention, he could only check for more information around the place and return to report. Coincidentally, this pseudo-royal lord was the third pseudo-royal lord of the Black Ink clan, Meng Ke. The first pseudo-royal lord to be created by the Black Ink clan was Di Wu, who was killed by Yang Kai at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. The second was Mo Nai, and Meng Ke was the third. Compared with Di Wu's vigor and Mo Nai's intellect, the third pseudo-royal lord remained obscure. Without even mentioning the humans, even the Black Ink clan knew very little about his existence despite him being active for over 1,000 years, which made him depressed. That was the reason why Meng Ke had been wanting to do something big, something to promote himself and to establish his position. The best he could hope for was to trample Mo Nai under his foot. Unfortunately, the royal lord never gave him a chance, and before he even had the time to show his strengths, the universe furnace came into existence. Due to the large outpour of innate territory lords from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, who brought many high-rank Black Ink nests with them, the Black Ink clan now had more than enough resources to create more pseudo-royal lords. Thus, the royal lord decisively gathered all the veteran innate territory lords who were in good condition to create a large batch of pseudo-royal lords. Originally, Meng Ke and Mo Nai were the only pseudo-royal lords, so he only needed to focus on Mo Nai in their battle of wits and courage. Even if he was largely unknown, Meng Ke was still the left or right arm of the royal lord, but with the increase in their pseudo-royal lords, his presence became insignificant. So, when he received a message from several territory lords that an open heaven pill was discovered, he rushed over without delay. That open heaven pill was the greatest opportunity for the humans. As long as he could get it and destroy it, then he could prevent the humans from gaining another Ninth Order Master. Such a great feat would be enough to make him stand out among all of the pseudo-royal lords. However, when Meng Ke arrived, he discovered that the territory lords had all been killed. All that was left behind was a large amount of Black Ink strength from their deaths. Furthermore, the rumored open heaven pill was nowhere to be found. Following the faint traces left behind, Meng Ke pursued the culprits until he happened upon Yang Kai. There was also a small black leopard crouching on Yang Kai's shoulder. Instantly, Meng Ke realized that Yang Kai must undoubtedly be the one who killed those territory lords, and the missing open heaven pill must have fallen into his hands. Meng Ke was overjoyed. Snatching an open heaven pill was a great enough achievement as it was, but if he could take advantage of this situation to cull Yang Kai, then his position in the Black Ink clan would definitely rise beyond Mo Nai's. When that time came, he would stand under Mo alone and above all his other clansmen. After all, Mo Nai had been fighting with Yang Kai for so many years but still failed to deal with him. Instead, the Black Ink clan suffered a lot from that struggle. They had lost not only resources but also many masters along the way. If Meng Ke could kill Yang Kai, then would that not be proof enough that he was superior to Mo Nai? But soon, Meng Ke remembered that killing Yang Kai was no easy task. This human was indeed not as strong as he was, but he was proficient in the Tao of space and unparalleled when it came to escaping. Even a royal lord could do nothing to Yang Kai if the latter was determined to flee. If he were to run away here, then where was he supposed to go to look for him? In a panic, Meng Ke threw out a palm from afar. Space principles surged, turning the local space upside down, but the instant when Yang Kai's body was about to disappear, the palm came down just in time. Yang Kai sprayed out a mist of blood from his mouth and turned over to glare at Meng Ke, who had attacked him from behind with hatred in his eyes. Space principles surged once more, with his figure blurred. Meng Ke shouted anxiously, "Coward! Don't run!" But it was to no avail. He could only watch as Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. He instantly felt chagrined beyond words, realizing he had acted too hastily. If he had known this would happen, he would have snuck over quietly and taken Yang Kai down in one swoop instead of announcing his presence. However, for a pseudo-royal lord like him who had to rely on the Black Ink clan's source fusion technique, it was impossible to perfectly control his own power, meaning his aura could not be hidden and stealth was not an option. The auras of pseudo-royal lords like him were always on in a striking display wherever they went, just like fireflies in the night. He searched everywhere by instinct to try and find Yang Kai, but soon, Meng Ke was taken aback for a moment before rushing in a certain direction. he was actually able to find Yang Kai's location. This time, his target's instantaneous movement did not take him too far away. Meng Ke had no idea whether it was due to the hit he managed to land earlier or because of this special environment, but no matter what the reason was, this situation was favorable to him. In that direction, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and focused on flying forward. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow watched him with narrowed eyes and curiously asked, "You're not this pathetic, are you? What are you trying to do?" He had clearly caught on to some clues. If Yang Kai truly intended to leave just now, then there was no way he would have allowed Meng Ke's palm to hit him. In other words, the current situation was all part of Yang Kai's plans. "You and I are of one mind, so why don't you give it a guess?" Yang Kai laughed. Thunder Shadow curled its lips, "I can't be bothered. What's more, you should understand that though I am born from a part of your soul, reborn as your monster self, my living environment and experiences since young have been very different from yours, so my character and temperament are different from yours, the true body." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Naturally, I know that, but fundamentally, you still originated from me, so you should be able to guess what I'm thinking. Don't be lazy to use your head just because you're born a monster." Thunder Shadow snorted and said after a moment, "Are you baiting him?" Yang Kai nodded and his expression turned serious. "To compete with the humans for the Universe Furnace's opportunity, the Black Ink clan have created many pseudo-royal lords. We would be safe even if we were to face a pseudo-royal lord, but if we shook him off, he would surely go find others instead, and they may not be able to deal with him. So, if I can lead him around, it will at least stop him from starting trouble with someone else instead." Thunder Shadow nodded. The Black Ink clan have indeed spent a lot of their resources. Currently, the innate territory lords outside have all been recalled to the no-return pass, most likely for the creation of pseudo-royal lords. Yang Kai sighed. "Many innate territory lords have also come out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, which gives the Black Ink clan the confidence to make such a gamble. Those innate territory lords are all injured and would not be of great use to them for the time being, but as long as they recuperate for 100 to 200 years, then they should be back to peak condition." After a pause, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him. "This guy should not be a newly created pseudo-royal lord. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the one who was hiding in the no-return pass all this time." Even though a pseudo-royal lord was unable to exert the full power of a royal lord, as long as they lived for long enough, they could slowly gain more control over their strength, allowing them to display more of it. The palm from just now was very close in strength to what Amonayi could display, so this was clearly not a new pseudo-royal lord. Combine that with the warning signs he felt outside of the no-return pass, it was not surprising for Yang Kai to have such a guess. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow intertwined his aura closely with Yang Kai's so that he could help the latter save some energy as he used space principles to move. It was only because Thunder Shadow was Yang Kai's monster self that they could act in concert in such a way. Anyone else would not be able to achieve such a seamless blending of auras. Behind them, Meng Ke was chasing after the pair without pause, constantly closing the distance with Yang Kai using his superior strength and speed. However, every time he reached a certain limit, Yang Kai would disappear with instantaneous movement, appearing at the edge of Meng Ke's perception, and the loop would continue. If Amonayi was here, with his intelligence, he would surely have noticed something by now. But Meng Ke was far worse in comparison to Amonayi when it came to wits, so not only was he not alerted to Yang Kai's plans, he became enraged instead and was even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Though one could say that Meng Ke could not best Amonayi in terms of wisdom, one could also say that his understanding of Yang Kai was far inferior. Thus, Meng Ke was consumed by his emotions, so the feeling of closing the distance repeatedly only to see Yang Kai slip away was extremely irritating. The pair continued their chase through the void with Yang Kai probing around in all directions at every moment. For him, his intentions were not only to keep this pseudo-royal lord on his tail to prevent him causing trouble to his allies. His true goal was to find someone who could help him turn the situation around so he could kill his pursuer. Facing such a pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were not his opponents even if they combined their strength, but as long as they could find 3 more 8th Order Masters to form a 5 elements formation, then it would be enough to contend with Main Quebec. The Universe Furnace world had just experienced its first evolution, but the chaotic and disorderly shattered Tao essence had only slightly improved. This place was still vast and boundless, so wanting to find a helping hand in this sort of environment was going to be difficult. The other worry was that Yang Kai might even attract other enemies before finding the help he needed. Based on the information he obtained from Liao Xing and the others, as many as 20 pseudo-royal lords had appeared on the various battlefields, and there could be more of them. If he were to draw in another pseudo-royal lord, then even Yang Kai would have trouble dealing with them. There was no helping it, however. He could only keep going with his plan. As he fled, Yang Kai silently opened the portal of his small universe and quickly closed it again, his figure sweeping quickly away without any pause. He seemed to have done nothing, but Thunder Shadow, who was resting on his shoulder, was keenly aware of the moment his small universe's portal was opened. He even saw Yang Kai release a jellyfish chaos entity that he had brought in earlier. The moment the chaos entity was released, it just happened to be in an illusory state and was imperceptible to one's eyes or divine sense, which was within Yang Kai's calculations. Naturally, Thunder Shadow understood what Yang Kai was trying to do and he could not help but divert some of his attention to the rear alongside Yang Kai. The next moment, when Meng Ke crossed the point where the trap was set, the chaos entity revealed itself and as its body bloomed with multicolored light. Meng Ke naturally hit the jellyfish straight on. This was a great shock to Meng Quebec. Even though he believed himself to be far stronger than Yang Kai, he did not dare to be careless in the face of this powerful enemy who had been causing endless troubles for the Black Ink clan for thousands of years. During the chase, he was constantly on guard to avoid being taken by surprise. Yet, he never thought that he would still fall for Yang Kai's trickery. The jellyfish-like chaos entity was one that Meng Ke had previously discovered at the place where the territory lords died. Back then, he did not examine them carefully, but now that he touched one, he could sense a shapeless chaotic energy emanating from it that attacked his soul. Meng Ke was taken aback for a moment and threw his palm out by instinct, slapping away the chaos entity in his face. Up ahead, Thunder Shadow, who had seen everything clearly, licked its paws leisurely and commented, "Useful, but not very much so." Yang Kai nodded. This jellyfish chaos entity emitted a very special type of energy that disrupted one's soul, and this shock was clearly powerful enough to affect the pseudo-royal lord behind them. Unfortunately, the disturbance the jellyfish caused was minimal. It was very different compared to the territory lords before, who fell into a complete daze after being hit by these chaos entities. This wasn't too much of a surprise though, as the enemy was a pseudo-royal lord. In terms of cultivation alone, Meng Ke was no different from a Ninth Order master or true royal lord, thus, he had great resistance towards such attacks. As such, Yang Kai's plan to use his collected jellyfish chaos entities in the fight against the pseudo-royal lord fell apart. At the very most, these chaos entities could only hinder a pseudo-royal lord a little rather than become a key to attaining victory. In fact, regarding the pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai had at least two ways to deal with him on his own. However, the price he would have to pay was too great and not considered cost-effective in this situation. He would be better off trying to seek help instead. Going round and round in this universe furnace world where time and space were extremely blurred, three figures swiftly moved, one chasing and two fleeing, though only one of the latter was actually exerting any effort. It was not known just how much distance they had traversed or how long it had been. As long as Yang Kai wanted to run, then Meng Ke would not be able to catch him, but he also could not bear to give up on a big fish like Yang Kai, so he had no choice but to soldier on. After such an extended chase, Meng Ke had also garnered some clues from his enemy's actions. He may not be as smart as Mo Nai, but he was still a pseudo-royal lord who had a lot of information about Yang Kai and knew his habits and thoughts well. How could he not understand that Yang Kai was purposefully leading him on after so long? Even though Meng Ke knew his enemy's intentions, he could not understand what Yang Kai's ultimate plan was, or if he had a hidden plot beneath the chase, which made him feel slightly uneasy. As the chase continued, the void suddenly shook. The second evolution was emerging. Just like the first evolution, it came fast and left just as quickly, but after this evolution, the shattered Tao essence became a little bit more perfect. For Yang Kai, who had great proficiency in the Tao of time and Tao of space, he had a greater intuition for such details compared to others. However, the helpers he needed were still nowhere to be found. Until a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the fallout of a fierce battle up ahead. Instantly, he had a bad premonition and focused his senses. Then, His brow furrowed. After the second evolution, the interference he experienced during his search was less than before, and very soon, Xianxia realized that the fight up ahead was between masters from the Black Ink clan and the human race. About 4 or 5 different auras were coming from the human side, all of them in the 8th order. To be able to converge in one place so quickly was obviously thanks to physical contact they must have shared while entering the universe furnace. However, the Black Ink clansmen opposing had one particularly powerful aura among them. Though it contained the strength of a royal lord, it was clearly a pseudo-royal lord. The worst situation Xianxia expected had happened. What Xianxia hoped most to encounter along this chase was a group of at least 3 8th order masters traveling together. That way, alongside him and Thunder's shadow, they could easily form the 5 elements formation and teach the pseudo-royal lord behind him some proper respect. With a 5 elements formation, ordinary 8th order masters could just about put up an even fight against a pseudo-royal lord, but with Xianxia serving as the core, the chances of defeating a pseudo-royal lord were relatively high. As for killing such an opponent, that would be a bit difficult. If they were to encounter 1 or 2 straggling 8th orders, Xianxia could accept that too. However, this was what he feared most, where there were enough 8th order masters to fight a pseudo-royal lord, but they were already encumbered. Seeing this and understanding the situation, Xianxia swiftly turned away, hoping to lure his pursuer away with him. The pursuing pseudo-royal lord's divine sense was not the least bit weaker than Xianxia's, so if Xianxia could detect the movements there, then Meng Ke who was chasing him should have felt them too. However, Meng Ke only hesitated for a moment before turning around and continuing to chase Xianxia. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed this. This pseudo-royal lord did not seem very smart. If it were Mo Nai, he would not be coming after him. While thinking so, Meng Ke suddenly paused. Clearly, he had also realized something before shouting at Xianxia from afar, "I'll go kill those humans first before coming back to deal with you." After venting his anger, Meng Ke immediately turned around and swept towards where the battle was taking place earlier. However, before he could get far, the space in front of him rippled and a figure emerged from within, holding a long spear that he immediately thrust out. Meng Ke seemed to have anticipated that this would happen and let out a hearty laugh before swinging his fist out to meet Xianxia in battle. The spear's shadow was smashed and Xianxia was sent flying back while Meng Ke only staggered slightly, clearly showing the disparity in their strengths. In the void, ripples were constantly forming at Xianxia's back. He had activated space principles to try and defuse the force of the counterattack and was soon able to stabilize himself with a sigh. Even though this pseudo-royal lord was not very bright, he was not a complete fool either if he knew to threaten him with the lives of 8th order masters. If Xianxia let him leave and join together with that other pseudo-royal lord up ahead, then the 8th order masters there would certainly be in danger. So, as soon as Meng Ke said those words, the chase was over, and the initiative also fell into Meng Ke's hands. This was the reason why Xianxia was worried about encountering this situation, because once he did, he would be forced to fight with this pseudo-royal lord. This was not the outcome he wanted. Meng Ke was extremely pleased that he had successfully forced Xianxia to face him head-on and even felt that his idea was simply a stroke of genius. He studied Xianxia carefully and his eyes shone as if he were looking at his own war trophy. He had seen Xianxia before, but even though he had been stationed in the no-return pass all along, both times that Xianxia caused a stir, Meng Ke had been an innate territory lord, so having to face a killing star like Xianxia was not something he had confidence in back then. The number of innate territory lords who fell to Xianxia's spear was in the hundreds. However, Meng Ke was now a pseudo-royal lord and naturally in a different state of mind. Despite having taken the initiative, Meng Ke did not let down his guard and turned to look around him. "Where is that leopard? Tell it to come out. I won't be accused of bullying you." Meng Ke did not see any trace of the leopard that was sitting on Xianxia's shoulder previously, which made him suspicious. He had no idea what Xianxia was planning by hiding it away. Even though he was a pseudo-royal lord, it would not be very pleasant for him if he were attacked from behind by a monster race master during a critical moment. Xianxia curled his lip and kept silent. He just raised his spear in front of him and silently gathered his strength. Dealing with this pseudo-royal lord could mean losing his life at any moment, so he could not be sloppy. Meng Ke lost patience and sneered, "Good. No matter what plans you try to use, this will be your burial ground today." Remember, the one who killed you is the Black Ink clan's main K. As soon as those words were said, he turned into a stream of dark light and lunged at Xianxia. The next instant, two figures clashed with each other, and in the moment after that, a figure was sent flying out, golden blood pouring out of his mouth. It was Xianxia. Even though he had fought with two pseudo-royal lords before and even killed Di Wu, it was Xianxia's first time fighting a pseudo-royal lord head-on at full strength. During his fight with Di Wu, the latter had been suppressed by the divine spirit ancestral land. Xianxia had favorable conditions and an advantageous position, so that fight did not count for much. As for the fight against Xianxia, most of it was just Xianxia running away from him. During that time, Xianxia was not in peak condition since he had fought against many innate territory lords earlier, so he no longer had the capital to battle Xianxia. This was Xianxia's first real clash with a pseudo-royal lord without either side having a distinct advantage. Main K was very strong, and even though he could not exert his full strength, he was still not an enemy Xianxia could fight against freely. Still, Xianxia steadied himself and went all out. Compared to Xianxia's cautious seriousness, Main K was sighing in his heart. The killing star whose name resounded through the humans and Black Ink clan was truly not comparable to ordinary 8th Order masters. Before meeting Xianxia, Main K had met 3 other 8th Order masters. One of them was alone, whereas the other 2 moved in a pair. However, faced with a pseudo-royal lord like him, it did not matter whether they were 1 or 2, there was simply no way for them to fight back and they died swiftly under his palm. However, Xianxia was able to block his blow head-on. Rather than find this ridiculous, Main K felt it was only right for Xianxia to be this strong. If he wasn't, it would have been impossible for Xianxia to make the Black Ink clan suffer so many losses. 2 auras were clashing incessantly in the void, their fierce battle unceasing. Xianxia was dripping blood with every step, his condition relatively miserable. Ultimately, he was not the opponent of a pseudo-royal lord in a head-on fight, especially with this one called Main K who was a veteran pseudo-royal lord. Main K was not one of those who had just become a pseudo-royal lord and had yet to familiarize themselves with their own strength. The strength that he was able to exert in battle was almost the same as Xianxia. Every collision resulted in Xianxia being suppressed, forced to back away again and again, his body drifting like a lone wooden boat on a stormy ocean, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Both time principles and space principles were pushed to the extreme, and Tao strengths wrapped around his spear as it danced freely. Xianxia anticipated the enemy's moves through time principles while moving his body with space principles, but he was still just barely able to hold on. The illusory phantom of a golden dragon coiled around Xianxia's body as fine dragon scales could be seen appearing on the surface of his skin. Against such a powerful enemy that he had no hopes of contending with, the dragon scales could offset a lot of the damage. The dragon coiling around his body was not used to counter Main K's attacks, but rather to circulate the power of Xianxia's dragon vein in order to defend himself and heal his injuries. Even Xianxia's towering evergreen divine manifestation, which had been unused for years, was brought out. The giant tree dropped its branches, enveloping Xianxia's figure as strong vitality pulsed around it. This divine manifestation combined the 2 effects of defense and healing, but the protection it could offer to Xianxia was limited under the bombardment of a pseudo-royal lord. Fortunately, the divine manifestation powered by the immortal tree's essence was really effective in healing wounds, no less so than his dragon vein. Meng Qia soon realized that even though he had no idea what sort of secret technique Xianxia was using, the injuries he was inflicting on this human were recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye. This caused Main K to frown. He was surprised by Xianxia's tricky resilience, and despite their crushing difference in their strength, he was still unable to deal with him within a short amount of time. This made Main K attack with even greater ferocity. He also had to divert some of his attention to probe for the leopard's whereabouts. According to the information he received from the various Great Territory battlefields, this leopard was very strong and had some hidden innate divine abilities from its origins as one of monster race, making it almost invisible under the premise it did not attack. If it suddenly launched an ambush, its power was not to be underestimated. This was also Xianxia's intention. He had Thunder Shadow hide himself from the start just to distract Meng Quebec. Even though Thunder Shadow was strong, he was yet to go far beyond the realm of surpassing ordinary 8th Order masters like Xianxia, and against such a pseudo-royal lord, even if he did attack, it would not have too much of an effect while coming with great risks. Rather than take such a gamble, it was better to just hide itself instead. Only a hidden card could keep an enemy on their toes. Meng-Ke took it for granted that Thunder Shadow was hiding on the sidelines in order to put in a sneak attack, but in fact, Thunder Shadow had silently gone far away when Xianxia resolutely engaged Meng-Ke in battle. Meng-Ke's threats made it so that Xianxia had no choice but to fight him head-on. It seemed to put him in a passive position, but Xianxia had already anticipated this possibility and had a plan ready to deal with it. There were always two sides to every situation. Even though the fight going on the other side was the capital, Meng-Ke had to issue threats. Why could it not be used to Xianxia's benefit as well? On his own, Xianxia was no match for Meng-Ke, but with the help of the other 8th Order Masters, Meng-Ke would become no issue. To achieve this, he had to first help the 8th Order Masters out of their situation. So, Thunder Shadow had gone over to the other side. Concealing his aura with his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow moved urgently, but silently towards the other battlefield. From a distance, Thunder Shadow could feel the stirring of world force clashing with the surging black ink strength. As he moved closer, Thunder Shadow saw 4 8th Order Masters linked together in a 4 symbols formation as they fought against a pseudo-royal lord. The tide was turning against the humans' side. Against a pseudo-royal lord, the 8th Order Masters would have to form a 5 elements formation to compete evenly. The 4 symbols formation was still lacking. When Thunder Shadow arrived, the 4 8th Order Masters were working in perfect tandem with each other and the battle formation was functioning flawlessly, but they were still at a disadvantage against their enemy. Remnants of Black Ink clansmen's corpses were still littered around the battlefield. They were apparently from nearby Black Ink clan soldiers, who had sensed the commotion and had come to support the pseudo-royal lord, only to be killed for their efforts. Even though the situation was somewhat unfavorable, the 4 8th Orders were not in danger of dying for the moment. They were not just soft persimmons to be pinched at will. All of them had been through countless life or death struggles, so they knew what needed to be done in situations like these. The 4 of them fought with great vigor as they put their lives on the line. Their attacks were sharp and ruthless against the pseudo-royal lord, which left their opponent somewhat constrained. If he could be determined enough to put his own life at risk, the pseudo-royal lord might be able to finish off these 4 8th Order Masters at a heavy cost. At the very least, he was sure to sustain serious wounds. In the Universe Furnace world, however, a pseudo-royal lord who was badly wounded but unable to rest and heal would not be able to survive another encounter with a human race master. This pseudo-royal lord had narrowly escaped death during the Source Fusion, so there was no way he would put himself in such danger so easily. It was with this in mind that the 4 8th Orders took such a strong stance. In terms of healing, it was much more troublesome for the Black Ink clan than the human race. In a situation where both sides traded injuries, it was the human race that ultimately came out on top even if they suffered fatalities. Sure enough, the pseudo-royal lord seemed disgruntled by the fight after a while. Seeing that he could not easily finish off these 8th Order Masters, he was prepared to retreat. The 8th Order Masters, too, were aware of this. With the battle formation joined, they were of one mind and tacitly slowed down their attacks. No one was willing to meaninglessly sacrifice themselves if the possibility of survival was present. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to leave, they were happy to let him. In the next instant, a black ink cloud spread out, enveloping the surrounding space. The pseudo-royal lord feigned an attack before pulling back and jumping out of the 4 8th Order battle formation's range in an instant. With a frown on his brow, he was just about to speak a few lines before making his exit, but something suddenly appeared behind him. The pseudo-royal lord's face looked horrified as he turned around in a hurry, raising his hand to throw out a palm. But his palm struck at nothing. The only thing that came into view at the corner of his vision was a black leopard that had appeared behind him at some point in time, as well as a flash of pure white light that covered his vision, purifying light. Evil Purging Divine Spear. From the information provided by the Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan was naturally aware of the evil purging divine spears, and after fighting with the humans for so many years, this was a common weapon used on the various battlefields that had given them a big headache. So, the moment he saw the dazzling white light, the pseudo-royal lord knew that the black leopard, which had snuck over silently, had unleashed an evil purging divine spear at him. From its might, it seemed to be the kind of evil purging divine spear that was used against territory lords. His mind turned sharply and he hurriedly circulated his black ink strength to guard his body. Under the envelopment of the white light, the dense black ink strength was purified and disappeared. Bathed in the pure white light, even a pseudo-royal lord as strong as him felt uncomfortable, and a burning sensation spread over the surface of his skin. It was fortunate that he had detected the sneak attack in time and did not take the full brunt of it undefended, otherwise, he would have gotten seriously injured, especially if such a powerful weapon were to pierce him and explode inside his body. All of a sudden, a powerful battle formation circled him again. Four auras locked him firmly in place, instantly intensifying the anger welling up in the pseudo-royal lord. Then, the 4 Eighth Order Masters launched a barrage of attacks. Despite his anger, he did not dare to continue this fight. With this silent black leopard joining the humans, the upper hand he had was lost. Continuing to fight would only be bringing shame upon himself. Moreover, he was not sure whether or not there were more human race masters lurking nearby. So, he made a quick decision and his body split into a dozen black ink clouds that shot out in all directions. By the time the 4 Eighth Order Masters reacted, they were only able to block half of the black ink clouds, but none of them hid the pseudo-royal lord. With that delay, how could they still catch the escaped pseudo-royal lord? They could only stop there and sigh at their misfortune. Among the 4 Eighth Order Masters in formation, the one acting as the core was a brave and heroic man with red hair like fire while the 3 others surrounded him. If Xianxia had been here, he would have instantly recognized Xianxia. Xianxia had originally been deployed to the depths of the black ink battlefield to guard the resource mining teams, but he was sent back to the Supreme Headquarters by Xianxia when the territory lords were found escaping the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to report the situation. That was how he gained access to the universe furnace, otherwise, Xianxia would surely still be leading the tens of thousands of humans, moving around in secret while mining for materials. Of the 4 Eighth Order Masters here, Xianxia was the only veteran while the other 3 were rising stars who had just advanced recently over the last few thousand years. It was for that reason that he served as the core of the 4 symbols formation. The old commander naturally had his own role to play. The 3 younger Eighth Order Masters were still eager to give chase, but Xianxia shook his head. A hard-pressed enemy should not be pursued too far. Even if they did go after him, they would not be able to do much to him in their current state. All 4 were wounded in the fight with the pseudo-royal lord, and if the pseudo-royal lord had not decided to retreat for his own safety, they would likely not have come out of this in one piece. Pseudo-royal lords were truly powerful. Despite being in a battle formation, the 4 of them were still suppressed and beaten. Only Xianxia had ever fought a master of this caliber alone in all these years, and before the universe furnace came into existence, no one else had ever even encountered a pseudo-royal lord before. The more this was, the more Xianxia realized how difficult it must have been for Xianxia. The Black Ink clan had cultivated pseudo-royal lords long ago, and if it were not for Xianxia's efforts in keeping them in check at the no-return pass, there would have been many more casualties on the human race's side. The human race was nothing more than a name, but the weight it carried was extraordinary. It was an inheritance passed down from ancient times, but now, a significant portion of the burdens were resting on one person's shoulders. How terrible must that pressure be? Xianxia's goal in coming to the universe furnace wasn't to look for any opportunities for himself. He was thinking that, if possible, he would like to obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill and give it to Xianxia so that he could break through to the Ninth Order. Due to the suppression of the cave heavens and paradises back then, Xianxia was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order open heaven realm, but now, he was being relied upon to carry the heavy burden of helping the human race survive. This was what the cave heavens and paradises owed him, so he should find a way to make it up to him. Moreover, Xianxia himself was far more powerful than his peers as it was, so to have him advance to the Ninth Order would give them an even greater advantage and even greater benefits. Of course, these were the thoughts and considerations of Xianxia alone, so things may not necessarily go as he wished. As the number of supreme-grade open heaven pills was very small, and with the humans, Black Ink clan, and the native chaos race masters scouring the universe furnace, obtaining a supreme-grade open heaven pill was not going to be easy. Putting his thoughts away, Xianxia turned his head in the direction of monster race leopard and recognized it as the myriad monsters world's first great emperor who had risen to fame in the last millennium. He was just about to thank him when Thunder Shadow's voice sounded in his ears. Yang Kai is facing a pseudo-royal lord alone and may not be able to hold out much longer. Please quickly come and support him. Oh, Yang Lai's face turned serious at once. Where is he now? Thunder Shadow turned into a black shadow and shrouded the 4 Eighth Order Masters, his voice reaching their ears as well. Enter my divine ability and I will bring you there. As the black shadow flickered, the 4 figures disappeared. Using his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow swept silently towards the battlefield where Yang Kai and Meng Ke were. Yang Kai's condition was steadily deteriorating on that battlefield. There was a dent on his chest and half of the fine dragon scales were cracked. He was clearly in a precarious situation. Even Yang Kai was struggling to keep up with this reckless pseudo-royal lord. He should be able to last for an hour at the very most, and by then, he would be too wounded to fight back. Before then, he would have to use his trump card if he wanted to stay alive. He could only hope that everything was going smoothly on Thunder Shadow's side. This bastard, Meng Ke, just had to keep rambling despite having the upper hand, shouting that if Yang Kai dared to run away, he would immediately go and kill those 8th Order's masters. Hearing that irritated Yang Kai, but he was indeed not Meng Ke's opponent. He also had to rely on the jellyfish chaos entities he had collected over and over to save himself from danger, but the chaos entities had a limited effect on a pseudo-royal lord. Every time Yang Kai released a chaos entity, it would immediately be swept away by Meng Ke, causing Yang Kai to nearly exhaust the supply he gathered in just a short period of time. In contrast, Meng Ke was undoubtedly feeling extremely smug at the moment. The Black Ink clan's attempts at stopping Yang Kai have all ended in failure so far. Furthermore, Emo Nai had once said to the royal lord that one should not target him rashly without a heaven-sealing earth-locking array to restrain Yang Kai's space secret techniques, lest they be subjected to his retaliation later. The royal lord was also convinced of that back then. Yang Kai had brought endless shame and incalculable damage to the clan, but his greatest strength was not the power he had which surpassed his peers, his greatest strength was his ability to escape just like a slippery ghost. Without being able to restrain him, any plan would be meaningless. That was why the clan had Black Ink Disciple develop the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array and refined many array plates and banners so that they could set it up anywhere Yang Kai appeared. But now, Meng Ke had pinned Yang Kai in place all by himself without the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array or any helpers. All he had to do was threaten him with a few words. How could Emo Nai compare with such efficiency? If he could kill Yang Kai here, it would definitely be a huge achievement, not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had an open heaven pill on him. Once he returned to the no-return pass with this success, the royal lord would definitely praise him greatly, and the trivial Emo Nai would be trampled under his feet sooner or later. Meng Ke was filled with anticipation for that future, but he did not forget about the threat of the monster race leopard. He was still a pseudo-royal lord, after all, so he would not be so careless. It was at that moment that Meng Ke suddenly sensed something and slightly restrained his attacks towards Yang Kai. Instead, he threw a fierce punch at the void behind him with a cold smile curling his lips. There was an unusual movement in that direction. Clearly, the leopard finally could not resist making its move. At first, Meng Ke thought that even if he could not take it down with this blow, it would definitely be enough to force the leopard to show itself. However, what greeted him was a powerful blow, like a mountain overturning the sea, one that vastly exceeded what that leopard could produce. The sneer on Meng Ke's face turned to shock, and the black ink strength that covered his body was dissipated by the blow. He could not even stop himself from stumbling under the impact. An invisible force spread out like ripples as Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability was broken, and one by one, figures appeared in Meng Ke's eyes. Meng Ke was stunned at first, not understanding how several 8th Order Masters had suddenly appeared, but he quickly reacted to the situation. It was that leopard. He had thought that monster race leopard was hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to attack, but instead, he had gone to the other battlefield and joined forces with 4 8th Order Masters to repel his fellow pseudo-royal lord before rushing them over to help. Meng Ke could not help but curse in his heart. He had no idea who that pseudo-royal lord was, but he had to curse him for being such a waste, to have been forced back in such a short amount of time. Meng Ke also cursed himself for his poor decision-making. He thought that he would win the battle against Yang Kai by mere threats and was already on the road to victory when, in fact, his opponent already had a plan to deal with the situation. Rather than bothering with Xianxia, he should have joined forces with the unknown pseudo-royal lord in his fight against the 4 Eighth Order masters. Then Xianxia surely would not just stand by and watch. If Meng Ke had done so, then it would have been 2 pseudo-royal lords against Xianxia and monster race leopard, as well as the 4 Eighth Order masters, which would give them a much bigger advantage. One mistake led to another and quickly piled like an avalanche. Meng Ke learned for the first time just how difficult it must have been for Audiobook to deal with a cunning bastard like Xianxia. Sure enough, one must not be the least bit careless or assume anything until this slippery human was dead. Meng Ke comforted himself that it was not his fault, just that Xianxia was too tempting a target to let off. Any other pseudo-royal lord would not give up on a large catch like Xianxia so easily to chase after a different target. However, it was too late to consider such things. When the leopard brought over the 4 human masters, Meng Ke knew that his plan to kill Xianxia today had failed. Right now, he had to consider whether he was going to fight to the death or immediately turn tail and run. The power of Xianxia's dragon vein burned and the towering evergreen divine manifestation that had been enveloping him shone brilliantly, pouring green light into his body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the injuries over his body could be seen healing. Even his chest, which had been caved in, was pushed back into place. Xianxia turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood before pointing his spear at Meng Ke, a stern look on his face as he sneered, "Ready for round 2? Not since he was chased by the royal lord outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had Xianxia suffered such a big loss. It was not that the Black Ink clan did not have anyone who was stronger than him, but the only one that had beaten him so badly was this pseudo-royal lord called Meng Ke in front of him. This naturally built up a huge grudge in Xianxia's heart. While he was speaking, Xianxia had already connected his aura to Ouyang and the others. In an instant, a new battle formation was formed. Originally, the battle formation that Ouyang and the 3 other 8th Order masters formed was only the 4 symbols formation. With Thunder Shadow's inclusion, it became the 5 elements formation. Now, with Xianxia joining the formation, it became the 6 paths formation. Ouyang was originally the core of the formation, but he had willingly retrieved his aura and transferred this position. In the next moment, Xianxia, who had now become the core of the formation, swelled with power, seemingly surpassing the 8th Order. The void trembled and Meng Ke's expression became grave. He naturally recognized the 6 paths formation, a battle formation of the human race. The Black Ink clan had also studied this formation. Back then, in the No Return Pass, Audiobook had made many territory lords attempt to form this formation, but they never got the essence of it. The many territory lords were only able to form up to the 4 symbols formation, with a select few being capable of barely forming the 5 elements formation. As for the 6 paths formation, none of them had ever successfully performed it. The reason for that was because the formation required the concerted efforts of all involved, which not only required close coordination but also a tacit understanding of each other. Most importantly, unconditional trust towards the person presiding over the formation as its core was essential. In other words, once a battle formation was created, the participants would become parts of a whole, surrendering their will and strength to a single leader. They had to hand their life and all their power over to the one that stood as the core of the formation. Naturally, the human race could more easily form higher-ranking battle formations due to the oppression of death they faced, formed along with a close camaraderie among those that fought together since long ago. However, that was different for the Black Ink clan. Which of them would not have their own plans? The territory lords were basically the peak of the Black Ink clan, so it would be a tough demand to ask them to hand their lives over to another territory lord. Black Ink clan aside, though there were precedents of the 6 paths and 7 stars formation being used by the human race, the 8 desolations formation and the 9 palaces formation was still difficult even for the human race. This was no longer a question of trust, but rather the difficulty of the core withstanding and coordinating the pressure of the immense power gathering at that level. Thus, the formation's difficulty increased with numbers. Right now, Ouyang and the other 3 8th Order masters were willing to entrust Xianxia with their lives. After so many years of hard work, Xianxia's name had become a mainstay in the human race. He was the pillar that held back the Black Ink clan. Which rising star would not have heard of Xianxia's illustrious name on there? Marshal Dao? One could practically say that most of them have grown up with Xianxia as their goal in life. With Xianxia present on the scene, how could they hesitate? There was no need to even mention Ouyang and Thunder Shadow. The former was a close personal friend, and the latter was his own monster self. Trust was not an issue. The key to forming a battle formation was to have strong trust and the willingness to place one's life in the hands of another. The human race masters have never lacked this, while that was something that those of the Black Ink clan had never truly possessed. Moreover, since Thunder Shadow was Xianxia's monster self, even though he was part of the formation's 6 members, Xianxia, as the core, only needed to coordinate the powers of Ouyang and the other 3 Eighth Order Masters. There was no need for him to pay attention to his monster self. As such, the difficulty of presiding over this formation was just like presiding over a 5 elements formation. Despite never having worked with each other before, when Ouyang and the others appeared, and when Xianxia integrated his aura into the formation, the core position immediately shifted to him. In an instant, the battle formation was formed as if it had been practiced countless times. Sensing the strength and power of the battle formation, Xianxia knew that his troubles were going to be great. As the thought flashed through his mind, the surrounding space was already rippling. An alarm was set off in Xianxia's heart when a long spear shadow suddenly stabbed towards his face. This spear was thrust with the combined powers of Xianxia, for 8th Order Masters, and a monster race Great Emperor, so its might could practically shatter the space inside this universe furnace world. Even the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled this place was swept away. This spear, which was covered in the rich Tao strengths from both the Tao of time and the Tao of space, seemed to have come from some point in the past towards a moment in the future. It was endlessly changing and felt completely unpredictable. Xianxia's face paled and he quickly gathered his strength to defend himself. Rich black ink strength poured out into a barrier, but the spear pierced through all the obstacles unhindered, drawing a spray of black blood. Xianxia gritted his teeth and backed away as quickly as possible. However, Xianxia followed him like a shadow and his spear transformed into a rain of shadows, moving fast at times and slow at others. Various Tao strengths condensed, with the Tao of time and the Tao of space forming a core, creating infinite subtleties. The 4 Eighth Order Masters and Thunder Shadow who were in the formation with Xianxia followed closely behind, emptying their minds and bodies and channeling all their power into Xianxia through the battle formation. The situation on the battlefield was instantly flipped upside down. Xianxia, who had been suppressed until he barely had strength to remain panting, had now gained the upper hand and overpowered Xianxia to the point where he could barely counterattack. In terms of their might alone, Xianxia and the others should be at a similar strength to Xianxia after forming the battle formation. However, the Tao strengths that Xianxia wielded were extremely profound. As he wielded the Tao strengths while drawing power from Ouyang and the others, Xianxia's attacks became much sharper and completely unpredictable. While others may not be able to feel it much, Xianxia, who was currently fighting against Xianxia, could clearly understand the difference. There were many attacks that Xianxia was confident that he could block, but though he should have deflected or resisted them, the result ended up astonishing him instead. Each spear thrust seemed to have a clear attack pattern, but they would always fall out of his predictions at some point, causing him to make a misjudgment and causing a disadvantage in his defenses. It was as if Xianxia's attacks were not aimed at the current him, but rather at him from some point in the past or the future. Dealing with such a situation was unusually difficult for Xianxia. Through the support of the battle formation, Xianxia was currently no lesser to him both in terms of momentum and power. If that alone were the case, then a fight like this would probably end up in a situation where neither could do anything to their opponent. However, the methods that this human was using were too bizarre. What Xianxia could not understand was how this human could actually endure this level of exertion. Xianxia had also practiced the 4 symbols formation with other territory lords before and knew the difficulty of holding a formation together. It required not only the trust and cooperation of the others, but also the ability to bear a heavy load as the core. Serving as the core of the formation was equivalent to gathering everyone's energy into their own body. If the power was too great, then it would be difficult for one's body to handle it. Xianxia had already been battered by Xianxia previously, and now that he was presiding over the 6 paths formation, he was basically gathering the strengths of the 5 other masters into his own body, and the pressure alone was enough to crush any 8th Order master, yet he was taking it as if nothing was wrong. Meng Ke seemed to remember then that this guy was not actually a pure human, but rather part of the dragon clan. Dragons were famed for their thick skin and strong flesh to begin with, so it seemed reasonable for Yang Kai to be able to withstand such pressure in this case thanks to the sturdiness of his body. These thoughts made Meng Ke furious. He was clearly one step away from success, yet he failed to achieve his goal at the very end, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. Killing Yang Kai and obtaining the open heaven pill were both great feats. Why should he have to stay under that bastard Mo Naya's feet forever? Because Mo Naya had more brains than he did? Because Mo Naya had become a pseudo-royal lord before he did? Anger burned inside Maine Quebec. Black ink strength surged alongside world force. The universe furnace world began to show cobweb-like cracks where their battle was held, but they quickly reverted to their original states. A pseudo-royal lord was not to be trifled with when they decided to lay everything aside to put up a desperate fight. As each powerful divine ability or secret technique was released by Meng Ke, black ink strength that emanated from him could practically cloud over the entire void. It was not because Meng Ke was willing to fight so desperately, but because he had no other choice. Now that Yang Kai had formed a battle formation with the other masters, it was impossible for them to just let Meng Ke go like that. No matter what happened, a full-blown fight was going to break out. Meng Ke was initially confused by Yang Kai's sudden surge of power, but now that he had gained his bearings, his situation was no longer as miserable as before. He was not a complete fool, so he would not insist on fighting Yang Kai to the death. Instead, he focused less on dealing damage to Yang Kai and more on killing Yang Lai and the others in the battle formation. There was no need to kill too many, just one would be enough to break the formation, then the initiative would fall back into his hands. However, even though Meng Ke could trouble Yang Kai a little bit, it did not lead to any substantial progress. His intentions were obvious, and Yang Kai would never give him the chance to achieve them. Everyone had entrusted their lives to him, so he would naturally not disappoint them. This battle was a fierce one that sent trembles through the void from the aftershocks. At one point, Yang Kai slowed down his attacks. The miserably battered Meng Ke, covered in black blood, finally saw an opportunity to dodge out of the formation's attack range. As his body shook, he turned into over 100 black ink clouds that flew off in all directions. Yang Kai had no intention of pursuing him, but there was a slight look of regret in his eyes. Without delay, he maintained the momentum of the six-pass formation and forcibly enveloped Yang Lai and the others with space principles before moving far away. A while later, once they had left that battlefield, Yang Kai and the others emerged at a mountain range formed by the chaotic shattered Tao essence. With one thought, the battle formation that they kept up all this while finally dissipated. In the next moment, everyone grunted, and each one spat out fresh blood from their mouths, even Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow did the same. Yang Kai's body was swaying and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Holding on with the Azure Dragon Spear to support him, he declared, "I will stand guard for everyone, so heal up first." Yang Lai and the other 8th Order Masters had mixed expressions on their faces, but they did not say anything more. They all nodded and sat down cross-legged, each taking out spirit pills and stuffing them into their mouths. Yang Kai stood while holding his spear and silently circulated the power of his dragon vein to heal the injuries on his body. He did not stop surveying their surroundings so that they were not taken advantage of by other enemies. Fortunately, there were no chaos spirits here, only some chaos entities, which as long as they were not provoked, would not come over to bother them. Thinking back to the battle earlier, Yang Kai still felt a little bit of regret. After all, he did not get to cut down that pseudo-royal lord called Maine Quebec. It was not that Yang Kai wanted to let him off, but that he had no other choice. He had already been injured by Meng Ke before Yang Lai and the others came to support him, and the others had also been fighting another pseudo-royal lord before, so they more or less had their share of injuries. It was fair to say that everyone but Thunder Shadow was injured before they formed the six-pass formation. After getting into the formation and engaging in a bloody battle with Meng Ke, the powers of Yang Lai and the others constantly converged on Yang Kai, while each of Meng Ke's attacks were also distributed to everyone. Everyone came out of the battle more wounded than before. It was already getting difficult for them to hold on. If Meng Ke had not fled then, Yang Kai would have been forced to use devastating moves with the help of the battle formation that, though it might have killed the enemy, would likely result in Yang Lai and the others dying as well. As for himself, Yang Kai was confident that he could survive thanks to the toughness of his body, but it was difficult to say how badly he would be injured. Even now, the wounds that Yang Kai had sustained were extremely serious. Half of them were from fighting with Meng Ke alone, while the others were from the subsequent fight in the formation. However, he did gain some insight from this fight. His previous guesses were correct that, if he were to act as the core of a 5 elements formation, then that was enough for him to compete with a pseudo-royal lord. This time, Yang Kai was not able to gain much of an advantage even with a 6 paths formation because none of them were at their peak strength. As time passed, when everyone was still healing, the Void's Grand Tao shook. The Universe Furnace's 3rd evolution had arrived. Everyone was startled, but they were relieved to know that it was not an attack. Seeing that Yang Kai was still standing guard for them nearby, Yang Lai stood up. "Junior brother, you should heal up too. Let me stand guard instead." Yang Kai shook his head. "I recover quickly, so don't worry, senior brother." Yang Lai looked him up and down and realized that indeed, his rate of recovery was much faster than the rest of them despite not actively cultivating, so he did not continue insisting and sat back down instead. However, even if Yang Kai had a powerful dragon vein, it was still Thunder Shadow who recovered first. The main reason for that was because Thunder Shadow was unharmed before they formed the formation, so his injuries were the least severe. With his monster self to stand guard, Yang Kai could finally focus on healing. After an unknown period of time, everyone who was healing opened their eyes one by one. Even though they could not say that they had fully recovered, they were at least fine now. Yang Lai sighed. "It is a shame that we let that pseudo-royal lord go." Yang Kai laughed. "There's no shame in that. Unlike us, the Black Ink clan have no place to rest or heal in the Universe Furnace world. He came out of that fight badly injured, so he likely only has 50% of his strength left. He won't be able to do much from now on." It was because of such considerations that Yang Kai did not insist on fighting Meng Ke to the death, otherwise, the threat of letting a pseudo-royal lord like him go would be too great for the other 8th Order masters, in which case, Yang Kai would have tried much harder to kill him instead of just trading wounds. A pseudo-royal lord with only 50% of his power left may not have the guts to make a move even if he were to encounter other 8th Order human masters. Even though Meng Ke did not die, his threat in the Universe Furnace had already been greatly reduced. Yang Lai could not help but raise his brow at that. "So, that means it wasn't a loss for us?" "No, of course not," Yang Kai shook his head. The worst-case scenario he originally envisioned was that he would be forced to join hands with Thunder Shadow to fight Meng Ke alone. Of course, just his true body and his monster self were no match for a pseudo-royal lord, but as long as they dared to put their lives on the line, then they would not let Meng Ke off easily no matter what. As long as Meng Ke realized that continuing the fight with him was going to cost him greatly, he would naturally withdraw by himself. Fortunately, that did not happen, and he was able to borrow the strength of Yang Lai and the others to form the 6 paths formation. When the other 8th Order masters heard Yang Kai's words, they were greatly relieved. They had fought against 2 pseudo-royal lords in a row, and the intensity of the fights, especially against Meng Ke, was far greater than anything they had ever experienced before. It was also a great benefit to their understanding of their own grand Daos. The cultivators who had emerged over the millennia had grown through life-or-death struggles and battle, and the experience of fighting 2 such pseudo-royal lords could be an invaluable asset to them. The situation prior was so urgent that they had no time to exchange pleasantries, but now that they had some free time, the other 3 8th Order masters introduced themselves and respectfully greeted Yang Kai as senior brother Yang. The 3 8th Order masters were 2 men and 1 woman. One among the men was Zhang Tianhe, a man of proper origins. He was a disciple of a certain cave heaven, but he was sent to the Star Boundary to cultivate long ago and was fed by the power of the Star Boundary's World Tree clone. He advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm then. Zhang Tianhe was born with delicate features. With red lips and white teeth, he looked like a young man in his early 20s, obviously achieved by a high enough aptitude and a fast enough cultivation speed to achieve great strength at a young age, which allowed his youthful appearance to persist. The other man was much more rugged with a waist like a bear's and a back like a tiger's. He was also unusually tall, resembling a steel pagoda when he stood up. This burly fellow called Xianxia was also from a cave heaven, Bright King Cave Heaven, to be exact. The cultivators of Bright King Heaven were extremely powerful and robust as they mainly cultivated body tempering. Xianxia had encountered many of Bright King Cave Heaven's masters before, but a man of Xiongji's stature was still rare. The woman, Lu Feifei, was not from a cave heaven or paradise, but from a small great force. Though it was called a small great force, it was in fact comparable to the cave heavens and paradises now. That great force had also once dominated a great territory in the early days. It was similar to that of the Void Land back then, which made it a second-class great force. However, no high-rank open heaven realm masters had ever come out from there. After the great evacuation of the human race, this great force also moved to high heaven territory, and Lu Feifei, as a young elite disciple of the sect, was sent to the star boundary to cultivate in order to achieve her present success. The sect where Lu Feifei came from had now moved to the myriad monsters world, where there was no shortage of rising stars. In the future, there would definitely be a lot of good seedlings who could make her sect shine. The greetings were all exchanged. Originally, the three rising stars felt more or less restrained when faced with a legendary character like Xianxia. They had all grown and cultivated in the star boundary, so naturally, they had long heard of Xianxia's reputation and achievements, so they were all honored to join forces with a legend such as he. However, after a short conversation, they realized that the legend was not as imposing as they had imagined. Instead, he was very approachable, and with the friendship gained through their previous battle, a sense of affinity had grown between them. Xianxia asked Xianxia and the others about their situation and learned that it was by chance that the four of them had come together. Xianxia had originally come from Azure Sun territory alone. As he wandered through the universe furnace world, he happened to sense a fight and rushed over to take a look to discover that Zhang Tianhe and the others had formed a Three Fortunes formation and were fighting against a pseudo-royal lord. Xianxia immediately came to their aid, leading to the scene that Thunder Shadow saw after that. If Xianxia had come any later, then Zhang Tianhe and the others would likely have been in mortal danger. A Three Fortunes formation would most likely have been unable to defend against a pseudo-royal lord. As long as the pseudo-royal lord was determined to pay the price to forcibly cut one of them down, the Three Fortunes formation would easily be broken. Though Zhang Tianhe and the two others were of different origins, they had similarly grown up in the star boundary and had fought together with each other many times on the great territory battlefields. So, they had grown to know each other well and formed a deep friendship. This time, the group had also entered through one of the universe furnace's entrances together. Xianxia was worried that Xianxia would not know of the universe furnace's oddities, so he was in a hurry to bring him all the information gathered by the humans so far. When he found out that Xianxia had already met up with other Eighth Order masters and was informed of all the intricacies, only then did he rest. He then said with excitement, "With Junior Brother Yang and Thunder Shadow joining us, we can now explore the Universe Furnace world freely with the Six Paths formation." There was sense to his words. They were all injured previously and also fought off Meng Ke, but now that they were mostly recovered from their injuries, with the Six Paths formation, they no longer had to fear any pseudo-royal lords. The only existence likely to be able to be any threat to them in the Universe Furnace world now would be the as of yet unconfirmed Chaos Spirit Kings. Zhang Tianhe and the others were also excited. Originally, the three of them were cautious and uneasy, worried that they would accidentally come across a pseudo-royal lord, and they did end up bumping into one in the end. It was fortunate that they were able to turn a dangerous situation into a beneficial one. With a stronger formation, there was no longer any need for them to worry about anything. Xianxia stood up eagerly. "Junior Brother Yang, shall we get going?" His wounds had yet to fully heal, but he was well enough to go searching for opportunities while recovering on the way. Namely, he was eager to go off and search for a supreme-grade open heaven pill. "There's no rush." Xianxia smiled. "Senior Brother Yang, I have something to give you." Xianxia was surprised. "What is it?" What would Xianxia have for him at such a time? Xianxia did not explain and just took out a wooden box, tossing it to Xianxia, who casually caught it and smiled. "Anything that comes from Junior Brother's hands surely won't be ordinary. Let me take a look." Saying so, he released the many seals on the box as Zhang Tianhe and the others looked on curiously. In the next instant, a dense multicolored light suddenly entered their eyes, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance. Xianxia's smile froze on his face, but he was only taken aback for a moment before quickly closing the wooden box and sealing it again. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes at Young Kai while putting on the airs of an elder. "Stinking brat, how can you casually throw such a thing around? Hurry up and put it away." He quickly walked up to Young Kai and grabbed his hand, pressing the box heavily onto his palm as he glared solemnly at him. He tried to take his hand away, but failed to do so. Young Kai had caught his hand, causing Young Lai's face to become even more serious as he scolded, "Damn brat. You're still not going to let go? Tugging and pulling at someone's hand like this is highly improper." Young Lai really never expected that Young Kai would actually give him that when he offered to give him something. Despite having never seen it before, he knew the instant he opened the box and saw the dense multicolored light surrounding the object. It was the greatest opportunity to help cultivators break through their limits, as well as the cause that triggered this great tide of competition between the human race and the Black Ink clan. A supreme-grade open heaven pill. Young Lai had to sigh in admiration at this twist of fate. He had been planning to give Young Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill if he ever came by the opportunity to obtain one so that the latter could advance to the Ninth Order open heaven realm, and so that he could better lead the human race to victory and lift the darkness enveloping the 3,000 worlds. However, despite his search, Young Lai never caught a glimpse of a supreme-grade open heaven pill's shadow, only finding a few ordinary-grade open heaven pills. He never thought that Young Kai would actually want to give him one instead. What is this boy thinking? The moment he saw the open heaven pill, Young Lai felt a mix of emotions inside of him. He felt touched, but also annoyed at the same time. He was touched that Young Kai would so simply part with such a precious item as a gift to him, which was not something that could be done casually. In the end, he and Young Kai merely knew each other well and shared some friendship as war comrades, but they were not at the level that warranted him being given a supreme-grade open heaven pill so simply. Young Lai had the idea of giving Young Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill for the greater good of the human race, not to mention the fact that it was still a question as to whether he would get a supreme-grade open heaven pill to begin with. But what was Young Kai thinking when doing this? Young Lai was annoyed at why this brat would give the pill to him when he himself needed it as well. How could he accept such a gift? This stinking brat could not be thinking that the pressure on him was too much, and so was thinking of shirking his responsibilities, was he? Otherwise, why would he not take the spirit pill himself after obtaining it? That would certainly not do. Young Kai was not just a name, but the spiritual pillar of the entire human race. If he were to quit here, then it would greatly impact the morale of everyone. While such thoughts were running through Young Lai's mind, Xianxia and the others were all stunned after seeing the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Even though they were not as old as Young Lai and had not seen as much as he had, it was still easy to recognize something like the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Excitement, shock, thrill, admiration. They all instantly went through a tangle of emotions. Since the three of them entered the universe furnace world together, other than meeting the pseudo-royal lord, their trip had been smooth so far. However, they had not seen a trace of a supreme-grade open heaven pill along the way. Yet, senior brother Yang had already gotten his hands on one. As expected of the legendary figure that they had been hearing about from their elders since they were young. They were truly impressed by the speed at which he was able to find and acquire such a treasure. The presence of this supreme-grade open heaven pill was a direct correlation to the birth of another Ninth Order open heaven realm master in the human race, which would definitely have a huge impact on the struggle between the human race and Black Ink clan in the universe furnace world. A Ninth Order master could provide great help to the humans. Of course, they were also masters who were in need of this spirit pill, otherwise, they would not have come into the universe furnace world. Though they came spurred on by the situation of the human race, they also came because of their own needs. Now that the opportunity was right in front of their eyes, who would not feel their heart race? Cultivators spend so many years striving hard on cultivating, was their goal not so they could reach greater heights in the martial Tao? It could be said that no Eighth Order open heaven realm master could stay indifferent in the face of a supreme-grade open heaven pill. This was merely human nature, not greed or selfishness. However, Xianxia and the others quickly put away their thoughts, for they knew that with Young Kai and Young Lai present, this supreme-grade open heaven pill would not be for them to refine no matter what. After all, the pill did not belong to them. Young Kai had guessed that Young Lai would reject the pill, only, he never thought that his senior brother would reject it so resolutely. This reinforced Yang Kai's idea that it was right of him to offer up the open heaven pill. Not just anyone could muster the same determination to reject it when they were able to recognize what the pill was. Patting the back of Yang Lai's hand, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother, please listen." Yang Lai shook his head like a rattle drum. "I'm not listening. Take and refine this thing right now. We will stand guard for you. Once you break through to the ninth order, go and wipe out all those Black Ink clan bastards. Wouldn't all the good stuff that's left be ours without the Black Ink clan creating a disturbance here?" Zhang Tianhe and the others nodded in agreement. Senior brother Yang has a point. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was useful to me, I would have found a place to refine it long ago and not keep it until now. Yang Lai was stunned as he did not quite understand. What do you mean? This thing is useless to you? Could I be mistaken about what this is? He did not think he was wrong. It should be a supreme grade open heaven pill, no doubt about it, but could he have been mistaken? Yang Kai explained, "Yes, it is what senior brother is thinking of, but unfortunately, it really is useless for me." Yang Lai frowned. "If it really is that thing, then how could it be useless to you? Don't try to fool me. I won't believe a thing you say." Yang Kai had no idea what to say to that as he too felt helpless. "That's why, please let me finish." Senior brother, speaking up to this point, he changed to divine sense transmission and began relaying the story about how he obtained the 3 self-source reconstitution art from Wu Quan. Yang Lai listened with changing expressions, his eyes going back and forth between Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. This Thunder Shadow Great Emperor who was born in the Myriad Monsters world is made of part of Yang Kai's soul, created with the help of a secret technique? That aside, there is still a human self, and only when 3 selves unite can he break his limits and overcome the shortcomings of the open heaven realm method to step into the ninth order? The story sounded bizarre, yet Yang Kai looked so serious when he told it to him. Yang Lai did not even know whether he should believe him or not. However, he did not see any trace of Yang Kai in Thunder Shadow. Could that still be considered part of him? A moment later, Yang Kai continued, "Senior brother, I know the situation of the human race better than anyone. If I could have broken through to the ninth order with this pill, then I naturally wouldn't hesitate. If you would excuse me for shamelessly boasting, if I were to make a breakthrough to the ninth order, then it would be much more valuable than any other eighth order master. If I had such an opportunity, I would never give it up. However, this pill really is of no use to me. Everything else aside, does senior brother feel something unusual in the barrier of your small universe when you see this pill?" Yang Lai gently nodded. The barrier around his small universe, which had been shackling him for so many years, did in fact show signs of loosening the moment the multicolored light spread out, and it was because of that he was able to conclude that it was a supreme grade open heaven pill. Only supreme grade open heaven pills could have such a miraculous effect in this world. Yang Kai said, "I don't feel anything. That is why this pill is of no use to me." Yang Lai's expression turned complex at that, and he was silent for a long time before saying, "You're not lying to me, right?" Yang Kai chuckled, "I have already spoken up to this point, how could I deceive senior brother? If I may ask, please refine this pill as soon as possible and break through to the ninth order, senior brother. Then we can strengthen our people's position and eliminate more powerful opponents." As Yang Kai said, if this pill was truly useful to him, then whether it be for personal reasons or the greater good of the human race, he would not give it away to anyone else. However, facts proved that it was of no use to him. The way the two of them kept pushing the pill to and fro made Zhang Tianhe and the others gape in awe. Even though they had no idea what Yang Kai said to Yang Lai earlier, it did not matter. That was still a supreme grade open heaven pill, and no eighth order master could possibly remain unmoved in front of it. The opportunity to climb up to the ninth order was right in front of them, but these two were showing humility to each other, causing Zhang Tianhe and the others to praise the nobility of these two senior brothers. Yang Lai held the wooden box containing the supreme grade open heaven pill in his hand. Though it was a small thing, it felt unusually heavy. There was a moment of silence before he said, "Junior brother, I don't know whether or not I can make a breakthrough with this pill. You should be familiar with my condition. After fighting for so many years and accumulating so many dark injuries, my small universe is a mess. If I refine it and do not make it to the ninth order, would that not be a shame? Yang Kai quickly said, this pill was conceived by the universe furnace and created by the heavens and earth. Its wonders are beyond our comprehension. It's worth a try, senior brother. Yang Lai shook his head, it's still risky. This is an opportunity for someone to become a ninth order master. I don't want it to go to waste, no matter how small the possibility. Saying so, he handed the wooden box to Zhang Tianhe on the side. Tianhe, you do it. Zhang Tianhe was flabbergasted, and me? He was just watching from the side. How could such a good thing suddenly fall on his head? Did the universe suddenly flip upside down? This was a supreme grade open heaven pill. The goal of all those who came here. Why was everyone refusing to refine it? Yang Lai was solemn, you do it. I don't have complete confidence in succeeding, while Xianxia is from Bright King Cave Heaven. Even if he succeeds, he would still just be a meathead. What he can offer to the human race is limited. As for junior sister Lu, her heritage is still lacking. You're the best candidate, so you take it. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Feifei nodded lightly. Out of the three of them, she had broken through to the 8th order last, so it was true that she was still lacking in comprehension and heritage. She was not in as urgent a need for the supreme grade open heaven pill. Even though Xianxia was called a meathead by Yang Lai, he just scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly as he could not deny it. Senior brother, you. Zhang Tianhe was at a loss for a moment. Don't go stuttering on me. Yang Lai slapped the box down on Zhang Tianhe's hand. Hurry and refine it. We will stand guard for you. Zhang Tianhe's body froze as if he had been put under a spell. He had not been at such a loss even when he was facing the pseudo-royal lord earlier. Opening the wooden box by instinct, the multicolored light poured out once more. His heart throbbed and the barrier that stopped his small universe from expanding was shaking faintly from the pill's fragrance. The greatest opportunity was now in his hands. As long as he took it into his small universe, refining and absorbing it, then the walls would be broken through and he would advance to the 9th order. However, Zhang Tianhe remained still for a long time. Still not refining it? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Black Ink clan to come and attack us? Yang Lai could not resist the urge to reprimand him. The look of struggle on Zhang Tianhe's face gradually eased up. Seemingly having made up his mind, he let out a bitter chuckle and shut the wooden box, handing it back to Yang Lai. Yang Lai couldn't help but narrow his eyes at him. What are you doing? Zhang Tianhe chuckled bitterly. Senior brother, please don't make things difficult for me. Yang Lai shouted, make things difficult for you? I'm giving you an opportunity and you say I'm making things difficult for you? Zhang Tianhe took a step back and bowed respectfully to Yang Lai. Please forgive me, senior brother, but I can't accept this, nor do I have the right to. Please refine it yourself, senior brother. Next to them, Yang Kai, who was silent the whole time, raised his brow a little. He handed the spirit pill to Yang Lai, but the latter did not have the confidence to refine it successfully and was worried about disappointing his expectations, so he turned around and gave it to Zhang Tianhe instead. It was not because Yang Lai lacked commitment, but because of how severe the matter was. Right now, having one more or one less 9th order master could make all the difference in their situation. If he left it to Zhang Tianhe, then a new 9th order master would definitely be born. That was why Yang Kai did not stop Yang Lai from doing so. For the greater good, Yang Kai had planned to find an 8th order master to have them refine the spirit pill after he discovered it was useless to him. Before that decision was even made, he never thought that he would end up bumping into Yang Lai. However, there was bound to be a little bit of selfishness in everyone. Compared to the rising star 8th order masters like Zhang Tianhe, whom he just met, Yang Kai more or less shared a friendly relationship with Yang Lai and would rather have him take the spirit pill. This was naturally why Yang Lai became his first choice as a recipient. As for whether or not it would give Zhang Tianhe and the others any ideas, Yang Kai did not care. The spirit pill belonged to him, so it was his own freedom to choose who to give it to. Nobody had the right to make that decision for him. However, he truly never thought that Zhang Tianhe would be able to resist such a great opportunity when it was brought before him. His virtue was praiseworthy indeed. Yang Kai suddenly had the feeling that it was worth fighting for the human race for all these years. Zhang Tianhe's quiet voice entered his ears. Since this junior brother entered a sect and began cultivating, the elders have been telling us of our senior brothers and sisters' honored names. The fact that the human race can occupy a place in the 3,000 worlds and continue to survive under the oppression of the Black Ink clan is all thanks to you seniors. We, the next generation, have been able to grow and cultivate in the star boundary without lack of resources or mentors, all thanks to our seniors and ancestors, who sacrificed their lives, fighting on the front lines. It can be said that everything we have now is a result of the life offered and blood spilled by those who came before us. This time, we entered this universe furnace world to seek treasures and opportunities to make a breakthrough, but even that chance is thanks to the millennia of effort the seniors and elders have dedicated to the cause. If we gain something on our own, then the opportunity belongs to us. In that case, this Tian would not stand on ceremony in seizing that opportunity. We as cultivators should be determined when forging ahead. If we are to act so timidly in front of opportunities, then what are we cultivating for? However, this was something brought here by Senior Brother Yang. Compared to what you two senior brothers have given to the human race, we are not qualified to receive it, nor do we dare to. While saying that, he gave a deep bow. Tian gives many thanks to Senior Brother Yang for his kindness. However, Senior Brother Yang, you have fought the Black Ink clan for the sake of the human race for more years than any of us, then continued to do so on the great territory battlefields of today. Isn't this the reason why those dark injuries have accumulated all over your body? We, the younger generation, have no way of doing anything for you, but at the very least, I cannot rob you of your opportunity, otherwise, it would make me feel guilty. If that happened, how could I possibly hold my head high again? Zhan Tian spoke so earnestly that Ouyang Lai had to sigh upon hearing his words. At this point, if he kept insisting to have Zhan Tian refine the supreme grade open heaven pill, he would just be troubling him. All of a sudden, Ouyang Lai felt strange inside. With such a great opportunity in his hands, everyone should be fighting him for it, yet why did it suddenly become something to trouble others with? Lu Feifei advised him from the side, Senior Brother Ouyang, you should refine the pill yourself. Ouyang Lai grabbed the wooden box and turned to look at Yang Kai, making a gentle suggestion, why don't we leave it for Big Head? Xiang? Big Head Xiang came in as well, Senior Brother Ouyang. Yang Kai interrupted him without letting him finish, looking serious, you are a senior of our human race and have fought for so many years against the Black Ink clan, killing countless enemies, never backing down in the face of death. You were separated from the human race army back at the no-return pass, yet you did not give up. Now, you are just refining a spirit pill, why are you being so sentimental about it? Please bring out some of your guts as a senior. Don't make us, your junior brothers and junior sisters, look down on you. Lu Feifei could not help but glance at Yang Kai. She was a woman after all, so she was slightly more sensitive. She could not help but feel worried that Yang Kai had overstepped. Ouyang Lai stared down at the wooden box, face serious but not speaking. Yang Kai went on, Senior Brother, both the Black Ink clan and the human race masters have gathered in this universe furnace world, and we also have the native Chaos Spirit clan to be wary of. We cannot see what happens in the future, we can only strive for the best that we can do now. One more Ninth Order master in our ranks would mean a lot to the human race. Ouyang Lai heaved a long sigh, you think I don't understand that? Forget it. Since you insist on pushing me, then there's no need to say anything more or that would make me look stingy. Suddenly, he grabbed the wooden box and calmed his breathing, shouting, Junior brothers and sisters, Senior Brother will refine this pill today and advance to the Ninth Order. I will trouble you all to stand guard for my sake. Yang Kai beamed, good. Zhan Tian and the others cupped their fists with dignity, please refine the pill with ease, Senior Brother Ouyang. After making up his mind, Ouyang Lai no longer delayed the situation and immediately opened the wooden box, taking out the spirit pill that was glowing with a multicolored light from within, opening the portal of his small universe, and casting it inside. The moment the portal opened, what Yang Kai was able to glimpse inside left him in disbelief. A veteran Eighth Order master like Ouyang Lai had been fighting against the Black Ink clan for many years and had survived who knows how many bouts with death. Though he survived, the injuries continued to pile on in places unseen, something which Yang Kai had already known. The Eighth Order masters who guarded those collecting resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield were all such senior Eighth Order masters. The hidden injuries in their bodies did not matter too much, but what troubled these veteran masters were the problems appearing in their small universes. For example, in the split moment that Ouyang Lai's portal was opened, Yang Kai could clearly see the abnormal situation within his small universe. It was not that there were any defects to his small universe or its foundation was unstable, it was just different from a normal small universe. The energy that was coming out from inside of it was also not too stable. It was not just a pretense when Ouyang Lai said that he was not fully confident, otherwise, how would he think about having Zhan Tian he refine the spirit pill instead? They watched him cast the pill into his small universe, but whether he could successfully break through his limit and advance to the ninth order was yet to be known. However, since Ouyang Lai had the determination and the qualifications to strive for it, it was worth it to take the gamble. All Yang Kai and the others had to do was to stand guard for him. However, standing guard in a place like this was not exactly easy either. Advancing to the ninth order should surely cause quite the commotion and might draw in some strong enemies, especially Meng Ke, who escaped previously. He would surely spread the word about his encounter, and there were likely already masters from the Black Ink clan searching everywhere for them. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to just seal off this area to stop the commotion Ouyang Lai would be causing from spreading out, but that was an unrealistic thought. Despite his proficiency in the Tao of space, it was still impossible for him to seal off too large of an area in this place filled with chaotic shattered Tao essence. After a brief discussion between the 4 humans and 1 monster, they spread out, each guarding a separate position. The simplest plan was no plan. Many forefathers of the human race had reached the ninth order in the universe furnace, so if their ancestors could do it, then they, the younger generation, could too. Ouyang Lai did not cause too much of a commotion at first, but soon, Yang Kai, who was stationed nearby, sensed a mysterious movement from the former's direction. Obviously, this was a direct result of him refining the spirit pill. The burgeoning aura was so profound that even Yang Kai, who had cultivated the 3 self-source reconstitution art secret technique, could sense the mysteries within it, accompanied by an urge to focus his mind and enlighten himself through its mysteries. If even he was reacting this way to it, then it should be true even more so for Zhan Tian he and the others. Fortunately, they were tactfully aware of the severity of the situation and fought back the urge to sit down and cultivate, keeping their divine senses focused on their surroundings instead. It did not take long for trouble to arrive, but it was within Yang Kai's expectations. Though, while he expected the enemies to come while Ouyang Lai was making a breakthrough to the ninth order here, he never would have thought that the first ones to react would actually be the chaos entities that lacked intelligence. The place that they were hiding in was a mountain range formed by condensed shattered Tao essence and was no different from the real mountains in the outside world, but intrinsically, they were completely different. Chaos entities existed in this place, which Yang Kai had noticed previously. Only, based on what Liao Jing told him, the chaos entities should not react much as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them. This was unless they were part of the Chaos Spirit clan that had defined physical bodies and were strongly hostile against all outsiders. In that case, anyone who entered their territory would have to face their retaliation. The chaos entities had not been on their minds before, thus, they never expected that countless chaos entities would be attracted by the disturbance and would swarm towards Ouyang Lai from all directions. Yang Kai reacted immediately to the situation and realized that the chaos entities must have been attracted by the fluctuations coming from the supreme grade open heaven pill. The chaos entities had an instinctive yearning towards the open heaven pills that were formed in the universe furnace. By refining an ordinary grade open heaven pill, one of them could form their own physical body and turn into a member of the Chaos Spirit clan. Now that Ouyang Lai was refining a supreme grade open heaven pill, the fluctuations were so pervasive that there was no way the chaos entities could sit still. It was just like a pack of wolves who had been starving for years had suddenly caught on to the scent of meat. Yang Kai and the others acted immediately, circulating their Tao strengths to stop and eliminate the chaos entities that were drawn over. Tao strengths dealt a great deal of damage to the chaos entities and many of them could not even withstand a single blow before they disintegrated back into disorderly shattered Tao essence. However, there were far too many of them, and they were piling in from all directions. They had no idea where these chaos entities came from, but there seemed to be no end to them. Yang Kai felt that he had made a mistake. He should not have asked Ouyang Lai to make his breakthrough in a place like this, However, Liaojing never mentioned any of this in his report, so Yang Kai could not have expected this to happen. The reason they stopped here to begin with was because they were trying to hide themselves in the terrain so that they could recover from their injuries. Yang Lai refining the open heaven pill here was just a logical progression. Who knew that such a thing would happen when that decision was made? Similar to what Yang Kai was encountering, in the desert where Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were, the two of them had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, which Yang Shui had taken into her small universe and was in the midst of refining. It did not take long before an endless stream of chaos entities popped out from the sea of sand, lunging in for the kill. Fortunately, the two of them were staying in the flowing time temple all the while. At the moment, Yang Xiao was standing right in front of the flowing time temple and was working its protective powers by channeling all his might into it. At the same time, he used his own time Dao strength to kill the approaching chaos entities. He slaughtered with reckless abandon, his dragon vein throbbing intensely. His little ant was about to advance to the ninth order, so how could he allow these mindless chaos entities to spoil her efforts? On Yang Kai's side, the 4 humans and 1 monster were originally scattered in all directions with Yang Lai at the center, but in just a few moments, they had all gathered closer around Yang Lai, each guarding a different direction and stopping all the incoming chaos entities. Things were going better on Yang Kai's side since his attainments in his Grand Daos were exceptionally high, so it was no problem for him to deal with his share of the chaos entities. Thunder Shadow's side was slightly sloppy, but he was still managing to hold his position. In contrast, Zhang Tianhe and the others paled in comparison, especially Lu Feifei. She was not considered weak by any means, but one could clearly tell that her command over her Grand Dao was lacking compared to Zhang Tianhe and Xianxia. She did not last for long before becoming overwhelmed and almost let a few chaos entities slip past her guard. It was thanks to Yang Kai's timely help that they were able to avoid a disaster. Of course, this was also related to the fact that they were unable to use their full power. Yang Lai was refining the open heaven pill just behind them, so that he could break through into the ninth order. If they were to use their full power here, they might end up disturbing him. Big brother, the chaos entities outside have been drawn over as well. Thunder Shadow suddenly warned amid the heated battle. Yang Kai almost choked when he heard himself being called Big Brother. Still, he spared a glance and sure enough, the chaos entities wandering the void had also been drawn in, which instantly made their less than optimal situation all the more dire. He had to think of a plan. If this went on, then Yang Lai's breakthrough attempt would fail prematurely. If he failed here, it would be a huge loss for the entire human race. If he could turn the power of his Dao strengths into a protective barrier and envelop the entire area around Yang Lai with it, they should be able to solve this situation, but Dao strength was formless, so how could Yang Kai achieve something like that? Wait, while in the midst of battle, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. Shapeless power? If Dao strength is formless, then how were these mountains formed? How could the infinite river exist? And these chaos entities, too, as well as the Chaos Spirit Clan, how could they be explained? In an instant, ideas poured into Yang Kai's head and made him think. While pushing down the emotion of having a sudden epiphany, Yang Kai had the feeling that he had vaguely touched upon something. The Grand Dao is not formless, it is perceptible. All this while, whether it be Yang Kai or other human race masters, they had always been borrowing from some sort of special method to present their Dao strengths. For example, when Yang Kai used the Sun and Moon Divine Will back then, the Sun and Moon would shine together to give rise to the Time Dao strength, which was then complemented by Space Dao strength, intertwining with it to form the profound space-time strength. The power of the Grand Dao was, for anyone, an ethereal existence, yet one that firmly existed. It was the foundation and direction for every open heaven realm master's cultivation. Nobody had ever actually seen directly what the Dao looked like. It was both a limitation of one's mind and stereotyped thinking. However, what Yang Kai saw in the universe furnace gave rise to an epiphany. The Dao was not invisible nor shapeless. These mountains, the infinite rivers, and even the jellyfish chaos entities that he kept in his small universe, were all condensations of shattered Dao essence, so which one of them was not a manifestation of Dao strength? If the shattered Dao essence could assume a form, then why not the Grand Daos cultivated by cultivators? Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had pushed open the door to a new world, and many new insights were being born in his mind. After calming himself, Yang Kai began circulating the space and time Tao strengths with all his might to spur on their subtleties. Even though he had cultivated many grand Taos, the ones with the highest attainments were the Tao of time and the Tao of space. At this moment, he had completely abandoned the Tao strengths of the other grand Taos and only used the Tao strengths of time and space in order to protect this place. Under his careful control, Yang Kai wrapped the Tao strengths around Ouyang Lai to block the chaos entities who were rushing at him, brushing them away without affecting Ouyang Lai in the slightest. One had to have a high level of mastery and control over one's grand Tao to achieve such a thing, or else the slightest mistake could mean pulling Ouyang Lai into it as well. More and more chaos entities were gathering, emerging not just from the mountains, but also from the void. Some were even born out of thin air. This mountain range itself could technically be considered a chaos entity as well, and an extremely massive one at that. Only, it was unlike the other chaos entities in that it was completely fixed in form, incapable of thought, and also immobile. However, the shattered Tao essence that was stripped off of it could come together again to give rise to new chaos entities. The pill fragrance and aura emanated from the supreme-grade open heaven pill was so strong that a large number of chaos entities were spurred into birth within the mountain range that was so full of shattered Tao essence. After being damaged by Tao strength, the chaos entities that came lunging over often dissipated into nothing before they could even get close to Ouyang Lai. Nonetheless, their numbers were truly too great. Yang Kai could certainly hold down his own end, but if the others were to deplete their strength, then the defensive line would collapse. Zhang Tianhe and the others were getting anxious. Ouyang Lai did not have full confidence to be able to refine the supreme-grade open heaven pill to begin with, so if he were to be disturbed by the chaos entities now, it would make things far worse. There may really even be a chance of failing. However, they had already done everything they could. They were constantly unleashing Tao strengths, but in desperation, they could only put their hopes in Yang Kai. He was the pillar of the human race who had performed countless miracles, often achieving feats impossible for all others. They only hoped that he had a solution to the situation at hand, otherwise, if even he came up empty in the face of their predicament, there was truly no other hope. It was at this point that Zhang Tianhe and the others saw where the problem lay. They should not have had Ouyang Lai refine the open heaven pill here. Any other place in the void would not have been as bad as this place. Without the mass of chaos entities being born from the mountains, any one of them could have dealt with this situation easily. In fact, it may not have mattered if there was no one standing guard for Ouyang Lai then. This whole situation could only be attributed to poor information on their side, but there was nothing they could do about it as most of the information about the universe furnace came from the one witness, Blood Crow. However, to be fair, he was only in the 7th order open heaven realm when he entered the universe furnace back then, and he was not from the cave heavens or paradises either. As a rogue character, how could he have known of such confidential information? Throwing a quick glance over at Yang Kai, they saw him circulating his Tao strengths and brandishing them freely. His face did not look too panicked, which calmed their anxiety some. Soon, something unusual caught their attention. Surprisingly, a mist began forming around Ouyang Lai. They had no idea where the hazy mist had come from, but it formed a barrier of protection around him that enveloped Ouyang Lai into it. Some of the chaos entities that failed to be blocked and rushed into the mist would quickly melt away like snowflakes under the blazing sun, turning into nothing before they could reach Ouyang Lai. Zhang Tianhe and the rest were shocked. It was not mist. Clearly, it was a mysterious condensation of Tao strength. Instantly, they felt amazed. So, Tao strength can be manifested in such a way? In all their years of cultivation, nobody had ever told them about that. And, after tracing the source, Yang Kai turned out to be the cause of the mist. Though they had no idea what Yang Kai had done to manifest his Tao strength in such a way, the tense situation from before finally eased up. With the mist of pure Tao strength as a barrier, the chaos entities were simply unable to break through their defense. The pressure on Zhang Tianhe and the others was relieved in an instant, and they were all thoroughly impressed. As expected of this man, he truly was great at creating miracles that nobody else could perform. As long as senior brother Ouyang Lai did not make any mistakes in refining the supreme grade open heaven pill, then there should be no issues. As they were thinking that, Zhang Tianhe and the others were surprised to find that the mist barrier manifested by Tao strength was still constantly evolving. The Tao strength around Yang Kai had become increasingly intense, as if the mist barrier was not his ultimate goal. Sure enough, following Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the faint particles of the mist as fine as dust began to gather together. From mist, turning into water, walala, the faint sound seemed to emerge from the depths of their souls, and the moment it did, all of them were taken aback. It seemed like even their own Tao strengths could not help but resonate in response. When they looked up, they were immediately met with a shocking sight. It was not known when a trickle of water had appeared in the mist. It did not seem different from any ordinary stream of water. In fact, this stream of water had come about as a manifestation of the purest Tao strength. Water continued to flow, absorbing the surrounding mist and gradually growing in size. In just a few moments, the stream surrounding Ouyang Lai disappeared without a trace, replaced by a brook coiling up and constantly spinning around. It was as if there was a flow of water surrounding Ouyang Lai and enveloping him into it. The stream rapidly grew in size, turning into a small river. The river water flowed in a coiling circle, going round and round. There were even some splashes in the river, shooting out instantaneous explosions of Tao strength. Anytime any chaos entity was swept up into the Grand Tao River, they would disappear in an instant as if the water had some kind of devouring effect. Zhang Tianhe and the others slowly stopped what they were doing and just watched the scene in amazement. They thought that since they had already reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in their cultivation, then even if there were some differences between them and a legendary figure like Yang Kai, he should still not be too far behind them. It was only at this moment that they realized that Yang Kai belonged in a different league among peak 8th orders. As expected of a living legend, the Grand Tao River coiled around, protecting Ouyang Lai. Countless chaos entities rushed into it, only to draw up a splash before disappearing into nothingness, unable to disturb Ouyang Lai inside of it at all. Yang Kai kept on circulating the Tao strengths within his own body to keep the Grand Tao River flowing and expressing the profundities of his Tao strengths, growing the river in volume. However, it was not long before he reached his limit and could do no more. Looking over now, the Grand Tao River was now 10 times larger than when it first took shape, and it was coiling around Ouyang Lai's body like an awe-inspiring water dragon. Yang Kai had an expression as tranquil as an ancient well, but he was in quite a good mood inside. This was no surprise, as he would have one more trump card up his sleeve from now on besides the Sun and Moon Divine Seal. Since it is an expression of the Taos of time and space, then let's call it the Space-Time River. The reason he came about with such an idea was because of the infinite river that he had encountered in the universe furnace world. If the infinite river could be formed from rich shattered Tao essence, then why couldn't he form a river with his own Tao strength? It was from this thought that the Space-Time River was born. However, there was still an enormous difference between his Space-Time River and the universe furnace world's infinite river, which was said to run through the entire universe furnace world. On the other hand, Yang Kai's Space-Time River could only exist in a limited area. At the very root of it was his own attainments in his Grand Taos. If that could be improved, then the volume of the Space-Time River would definitely increase in turn. This was not something that could be rushed. Regarding the Tao of time and Tao of space, Yang Kai was currently only at the 8th level of mastery. If he could one day reach the 9th level, then there would definitely be quantitative and qualitative changes to his space-time river. Of course, the limitations could also be attributed to the fact that Yang Kai had only just been enlightened to such a method. If more time was given to him to study it, familiarize himself with it, and to gain experience using it, then its might and volume would also improve. The greatest advantage of the space-time river over the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was its sustainability. Currently, Yang Kai was using it to protect Ouyang Lai, but he could naturally use it to trap enemies as well. If he had this trump card when they were dealing with Meng Ke, then they might have been able to kill him rather than just forcing him to retreat. If there came a day when the space-time river's volume increased to the point where it was on par with the universe furnace world's infinite river, then Yang Kai would probably become invincible. Whether it was a royal lord or a black-ink giant spirit god, as long as he summoned the space-time river and dragged his enemies into it, then they would only be able to reflect on their mistakes for the next several 100,000 years. After all, the space-time river was created purely by manifestations of the Tao strengths of space and time, thus time and space in its waters were infinitely variable. The creation of the space-time river fully displayed Yang Kai's deep understanding towards Tao strength, and for Zhang Tianhe and the others, Was this not an opportunity for them to observe and emulate a true master? Yang Kai had opened the door to a new world, and at the same time, brought a surprise that gave them great insight. Of course, whether they were able to manifest their Tao strength as Yang Kai did would depend on their own enlightenment and their attainments in their own respective grand Taos. This was not a simple matter. Yang Kai's ability to achieve it was naturally through constant enlightenment and polishing of his own grand Taos, and the countless years of accumulated experience was what led to his current achievement. But in any case, the Eighth Order Masters here had now seen another way that Tao strength could be used. The space-time river that emerged was still nascent, but it was just like a coiled dragon protecting Ouyang Lai, silently eliminating all the endless chaos entities that were charging in from all directions. Zhang Tianhe and the others were all freed from their task as Yang Kai alone could completely protect Ouyang Lai through the use of his space-time river. It wasn't until Zhang Tianhe and the others recovered that they were surprised to realize that Thunder's shadow had disappeared at some point in time, and they had no idea where he went. Time kept on passing and the strong pill aura of the supreme grade open heaven pill kept on bursting out from the barrier of the space-time river. Ouyang Lai's aura was also flaring madly, though it had reached a kind of limit long ago. The medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill were currently dissolving the barriers of his small universe and breaking his shackles. However, there were many problems with Ouyang Lai's small universe to begin with. If he wanted to make a successful breakthrough, then it would take more than just removing that barrier to succeed. He had to find the perfect moment through breaking the barriers of his small universe and achieving equilibrium of his powers, otherwise, he would risk losing everything. There was nobody who could help him through this point. He could only rely on himself. After an unknown period had passed, Yang Kai, who was fully committed to keeping the space-time river running, suddenly had a chance of expression. Ouyang Lai's aura, which had long reached its limit, was fluctuating, signaling that he had reached the most critical point of his breakthrough. Whether or not he could advance to the Ninth Order would depend on the final push. As a veteran Eighth Order Master who spent countless years fighting the Black Ink clan, Ouyang Lai had never been short of determination or drive. While Yang Kai was still worrying about whether his breakthrough was still proceeding normally, Ouyang Lai had already circulated his own aura like mad with a determination to succeed or die. Yang Kai felt deep respect for this old warrior. The aura at the peak of the Eighth Order floated and sank hundreds of times in an instant, then the limits were smashed through and Ouyang Lai's aura rose wildly. The fallout was so unbridled that even the space-time river, which Yang Kai kept at a constant coverage, bulged somewhat unstably. Sensing the movement, Zhang Tianhe and the others, who had been tense and apprehensive the whole time, revealed looks of joy. All of a sudden, they noticed that the number of chaos entities swarming over greatly reduced. Some of them even seemed lost and confused, having suddenly lost their target. This was undoubtedly because the supreme grade open heaven pill had been completely refined by Ouyang Lai and had lost its pill fragrance which had been attracting them. The space-time river was still guarding Ouyang Lai, and though Zhang Tianhe and the others were eager to see what the situation was like inside, they did not dare to intrude and could only look at Yang Kai with inquiring gazes. Yang Kai simply nodded lightly. Success. The clenched hearts of Zhang Tianhe and the rest of the group could finally be let go, and if not for the worry of disturbing Ouyang Lai, they would have not been able to endure the urge to break out in joyous laughter. Even though they were not the ones who made the breakthrough into the Ninth Order, they were still overwhelmed with the joy of seeing another old ancestor join the human race, and one who had been born in this universe furnace world at that. There was no Ninth Order Master among those who entered the universe furnace this time, whereas there were many pseudo-royal lords from the Black Ink clan here. The enemy had superior numbers and strength to begin with, but with the new addition of a Ninth Order Master, it would definitely have a huge impact on the human race's situation. After a few moments, the space-time river gradually disappeared. It was Yang Kai who had dispersed the energy, allowing a blazing red figure that looked like he was on fire to exit from there, his powerful aura completely unrestrained. Though he was not targeting them deliberately, Zhang Tianhe and the others still felt slightly pressured by it. Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Ouyang Lai, who had successfully broken through his limits and advanced to the Ninth Order, was undoubtedly more radiant than before. Even his appearance seemed much taller and youthful. It was not that he was unwilling to restrain his aura, but rather that he could not, as he had just broken through to the Ninth Order and his cultivation was somewhat unstable. Ha 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 ha. Yang Lai couldn't help but laugh as he strode forward, causing Yang Kai to not know whether to laugh or cry at. Yang Lai's smug attitude always gave off the impression that he was an irreverent brute. However, he could understand how Yang Lai was feeling. Anyone would be ecstatic if they were able to break through to the Ninth Order. There was basically no one else alive who had witnessed a Ninth Order Master's breakthrough, so this was an event worth celebrating. I can't believe this day would come for me. Ha 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 ha. Yang Lai stood akimbo, continuing to laugh boisterously with his head facing the heavens. He really never imagined that he would one day, in this lifetime, be able to advance to the Ninth Order. After countless years of battling with the Black Ink clan and accumulating countless hidden injuries, the situation in Yang Lai's small universe had become a mess. He had also reached his peak in the Eighth Order and had been stagnating there for some 10,000 years. He had only one wish in this life, and it was to one day die in battle, but not without dragging along several masters from the Black Ink clan to be buried with him to make his death worthwhile. So, when Mi Jingluan secretly arranged to have Yang Kai bring him to the Black Ink battlefield to guard those who were going to collect resources, Yang Lai was more than a little unwilling. Though collecting resources was still of utmost importance for their race, Yang Lai had spent his entire life directly fighting against the Black Ink clan, brushing shoulders with death countless times. It was not his wish to hide around with those who had gone to mine resources. Fortunately, the escape of the innate territory lords from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had forced Yang Kai to send him back from the Black Ink battlefield to make a report, which gave Yang Lai another opportunity to continue fighting. When the universe furnace projection appeared in Azure Sun territory, filled with bloodthirst for war, Yang Lai had only one plan, and that was to charge into the universe furnace, or more likely, die in Azure Sun territory, paving the way for the rest of his people in blood. Since he was going to be dying in battle anyway, his life would not have been considered a waste. Many territory lords had already died at his hands, so he had already played his part as an Eighth Order master. Yang Lai was lucky to get the chance to enter the universe furnace and was originally planning to search for a supreme-grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai, but in the end, it was Yang Kai who gave him the opportunity to make a breakthrough. This twist of fate was simply hard to put into words. But no matter what, the current Yang Lai was a true Ninth Order open heaven realm master of the human race. Yang Kai saluted him with a smile. Congratulations to senior brother for advancing to the Ninth Order. Now, we have another Ninth Order master among our ranks. Zhang Tianhe and the others also saluted him. Congratulations, senior brother. Yang Lai quickly withdrew his laughter and returned the salute solemnly. Many thanks, junior brothers and junior sister, for standing guard for me. They all exchanged glances, then there was another burst of laughter. After laughing, Yang Kai said, senior brother has just advanced. Why not cultivate for a while to stabilize your cultivation? The current Yang Lai was just like the pseudo-royal lords. He couldn't withdraw his own aura. The reason for that was because the pseudo-royal lords were unable to completely control their strength, which was currently also the case for Yang Lai. However, the difference for the pseudo-royal lords was that was how it would always be for them, but the same was not true for Yang Lai. As he continued to improve his control over his strength and stabilize his foundation, the situation would improve with time. Yang Lai waved his hand. That won't be necessary. I have been fighting my entire life against the Black Ink clan. As for stabilizing my cultivation, just killing a few of them will work. The more I kill, the more my cultivation will stabilize. There was nothing wrong with what he said, so Yang Kai smiled. In that case, senior brother, why don't you look over there? Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. Yang Lai looked in the direction Yang Kai was pointing and soon raised his brows. So, there are those who come knocking by themselves to court death? As he said so, he had already turned into a red glow, charging over to the other side. At the same time, a powerful force suddenly erupted over there, seemingly from masters engaging in a fight. It was only then that it dawned on Zhang Tianhe and the others. Were there territory lords who were lured in too? There were several auras currently erupting from the battle in that direction, one of which was Thunder Shadow who had disappeared earlier. Zhang Tianhe and the others could not figure out when Thunder Shadow had disappeared, as their attention had been drawn to Yang Kai's spacetime river at the time, much less where he had gone. Only now did they realize that territory lords had long been attracted by the commotion, but they just didn't dare to rush forward and just waited in the shadows, watching. Naturally, the enemy's actions had long been noticed by Thunder Shadow and Yang Kai. It was most likely Yang Kai who noticed them and arranged for Thunder Shadow to sneak over, otherwise, Yang Kai couldn't pinpoint their location so accurately. Yang Lai's advancement to the Ninth Order was undoubtedly noticed by those from the Black Ink clan, which made them even more afraid to do anything rash. It was only when Yang Kai revealed their whereabouts that Yang Lai began to move, forcing the enemy to reveal themselves while Thunder Shadow, who had been lurking in ambush, began attacking to tie down the stronger enemies. As soon as Zhang Tian he finished his exclamation, the commotion grew even greater. Clearly, Yang Lai had entered the battlefield and was fighting with the territory lords. "Let's go take a look," Yang Kai said to them before making his way there, unhurried. Zhang Tian he and the others followed closely behind. By the time Yang Kai led them over to the battlefield, the fight was mostly over. The three territory lords who had been drawn to the commotion were fighting against Yang Lai with a Three Fortunes formation, but these acquired territory lords were still limited in strength. Yang Lai had just broken through, so his cultivation was yet to fully stabilize. If it had been 3 and 8 territory lords fighting in formation, then the battle might take a while, but 3 acquired territory lords were far too weak to fight him. One by one, their lives were extinguished. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they just so happened to see Yang Lai killing the last acquired territory lord with one punch. Thunder Shadow was staying on the sidelines, showing no intention of helping. He seemed to have been slightly injured, likely from when he was pestering the 3 territory lords earlier, making sure to delay the enemy for a moment. However, the other side had naturally fought back and injured him. Thunder Shadow's injuries weren't serious, he had only been distracting the 3 territory lords for a moment before Yang Lai rushed over. Yang Lai felt so relieved and happy that he had to yell for joy after breaking through his limit and defeating 3 strong enemies. If he were still at the peak of the 8th Order, then he might not have been able to take on the 3 territory lords, who had formed a battle formation, on his own, but now that he was in the 9th Order, it was no effort killing them at all. After reaching the high-rank open heaven realm, even going up by a single order was truly like reaching another layer of the heavens. Otherwise, it would not have been possible that the humans would only have seen so few 9th Order masters among them. Many of the veteran masters failed to progress once they reached the peak of the 8th Order due to their own limitations. Even those like Yang Kai, who could surpass his peers in the same order, would still be overwhelmed when facing royal lords. Apart from escaping through the use of space secret techniques, it was difficult for him to fight such masters head-on, much less for the other 8th Order masters. When he saw Yang Kai and the others coming over, Yang Lai suggested, "Junior brothers and junior sister, I will go off searching for more foes. Do you want to come with me?" Yang Lai was at the height of enthusiasm after just breaking through into the next order, and he was eager to make his mark in the universe furnace world. There were quite a lot of masters from the Black Ink clan who came in this time, and he was worried about bumping into those pseudo-royal lords previously, but now, Yang Lai was itching to find one of them so that he could practice on them and to stabilize his cultivation through combat. Yang Kai answered with some amusement, "No need. With senior brother's current strength, I think it will be best for you to move alone. I will bring the juniors along." Yang Lai nodded lightly, "Fair enough." Indeed, as Yang Kai said, he was now in the 9th Order and was experiencing explosive growth in his strength, so it was more suitable for Yang Lai to move separately. As for Zhang Tian he and his group, it would undoubtedly be better for them to go with Yang Kai. They were 4 8th Order masters and Thunder Shadow. Even if they did encounter a pseudo-royal lord, they could smoothly use the 5 elements formation to deal with them. With Yang Kai acting as the core, they should not be in any danger. There was no need for them to worry in terms of safety. Turning his head to look into the depths of the void, Yang Lai smiled. Big Head Xiang came in as well. I wonder if he has found his own opportunity. I'll look for him on the way, and if the opportunity arises, I'll try and obtain a pill for him. He had thought about finding a supreme grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai, but it turned out that the latter couldn't use it. Instead, he became indebted to Yang Kai. Right now, the one amongst the humans who most urgently needed a supreme-grade open heaven pill was undoubtedly Xianxia. After building up a camaraderie through long years of fighting alongside each other, Yang Lai had a firm friendship with him. If Xianxia could obtain an opportunity to advance to the Ninth Order, then the amount of help he could provide to the human race would be much greater than Yang Lai. Yang Kai kept his fist. Then, let me wish senior brother great success ahead. Yang Lai patted him on the shoulder. Take care. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Lai had one last laugh before turning into a long stream, instantly moving far away. From a distance, his voice was transmitted to them, saying, "Here I come." It was a voice that carried great confidence and freedom. After seeing him off, Yang Kai called out to the group, "Let's go." Zhang Tianhe and the rest nodded and naturally followed Yang Kai's lead. They were much more relaxed with him compared to when they first entered the universe furnace. When the three of them just entered this place, they were all extremely cautious. Though they were not scared of the ordinary territory lords or regular Black Ink clansmen, they had to worry about meeting a pseudo-royal lord. Unfortunately, what they feared just had to come true, as they really did bump into a pseudo-royal lord in the end. If it weren't for the lone Yang Lai, who had felt the fallout of their battle and rushed over to provide aid, their situation would have been disastrous. Now, with the inclusion of Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow, the five masters could form the five elements formation at any time, which would give them full capability to fight against a pseudo-royal lord if they were to encounter another, so there was no need to act as cautiously as before. The concept of time and space in this universe furnace world was extremely strange due to the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled the void. Even after several evolutions, there seemed to be no substantive change. Perhaps more evolutions were required in order to lift the invisible fog of the universe furnace world, and then the concept of time and space would become clear. They did not have any clear goal in mind either. In fact, whether it be the human race or the Black Ink clan, they had no specific plan for when they entered the universe furnace world. Their greatest target was undoubtedly the supreme-grade open heaven pills, but nobody knew where they were. They could only wander around to see if they could get lucky. Thanks to his previous efforts, Yang Kai was able to use the power of the great sun and moon marks to locate the supreme-grade open heaven pills, but there were still some limitations. If there was no pill relatively nearby, then there was nothing Yang Kai could do about it. So, Yang Kai was currently just leading Zhang Tianhe and the group around, going wherever they could go with Thunder Shadow perched on his shoulder, faintly circulating his innate divine ability to conceal their movements. With such cover, even if a master from the Black Ink clan were to search around, they would not necessarily find them as long as they weren't paying too much attention. Occasionally, they would come across chaotic areas where the chaos entities gathered, then they would explore deeper into those places. Though they did not find any supreme-grade open heaven pills, they did find some ordinary-grade ones. In contrast to the supreme-grade open heaven pills, there were quite a lot of ordinary-grade open heaven pills that were produced by the universe furnace. As long as one had the will to search for them, they would eventually find a few. Though these ordinary-grade pills were unable to help a cultivator break through their innate shackles, they were still very useful. With the help of these pills, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had yet to accumulate enough heritage could use them to cut down the time needed for them to stay in retreat, allowing them to break through their bottlenecks sooner and advance to the next order. This time, many 7th Order Masters had entered the universe. Yang Kai had even met a few such cultivators previously. It was predictable that many new 8th Order Masters would be created after this trip into the universe furnace. As they were traveling, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and changed directions, rushing off into the distance while sending a divine sense transmission to Zhang Tianhe and the others. "Get ready." Zhang Tianhe and the others understood instantly that an enemy had been spotted, so they all prepared themselves for combat. A short while later, two powerful auras entered the range of their senses. From the aura alone, they could deduce that these were undoubtedly two territory lords who had entered the universe furnace world together. It was 5 against 2, and with Yang Kai here, it should not be a difficult fight. Moreover, with the blessing of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, the two territory lords did not even notice them until they had gotten quite close. Zhang Tianhe and the others could not help but be amazed by this. The innate divine ability of this monster race Great Emperor that came from the myriad monsters world was truly a nightmare to guard against. Even with foreknowledge now, if Thunder Shadow wanted to sneak up on them, they might still not be able to detect him. Most importantly, this innate divine ability could not only be used on himself, but also used to conceal others. They were glad that a master of this caliber was on their side. If he were an enemy, then he would really be a headache to deal with. The two territory lords who were traveling together did not notice them until Xianxia struck out to attack them. They had only just circulated their black ink strength and had yet to make a single move when they suddenly heard a gushing sound. This puzzled the two territory lords greatly. How could there be sound similar to flowing water in this empty void? When they turned their heads, they saw a huge river sweeping towards them like a torrent. The two territory lords were shocked and instinctually sent out an attack at the river. However, their efforts were futile. Their attacks filled with condensed black ink strength were like stones sinking into the great river, rousing no reaction whatsoever. Unimpeded, the river washed over the two territory lords, swallowing them up without a trace in an instant. To the side, Xianxia and the others, who had assumed a combat stance, all froze and glanced at each other, feeling a little at a loss as their enemy had literally vanished right in front of them. In a 5-on-2 battle, there was already no suspense to the outcome, but a lion still fought rabbits with all its strength. Xianxia and the others had been prepared to launch their attacks together to achieve a quick victory. How could they have known that Xianxia would not even allow them to act as he summoned his Grand Dao River directly, sweeping the two territory lords into it? Turning their heads to look at Xianxia, they saw his brow furrow as Dao strength surged around his body. Then, it dawned on them that he must be trying to test out his new ability on these two territory lords. The space-time river had only just been created by Xianxia. It had previously shown in battle when used to protect Ouyang Lai, but that was because of the natural restraint Dao strength had against chaos entities. Whether or not such techniques could truly be used against all enemies, Xianxia himself was not sure, so he naturally had to run some experiments with it. The two territory lords did not die immediately and were now flailing about inside the space-time river, trying to find a way out. However, the space-time river surged turbulently and was rich with Dao strength. The interplay of space and time greatly impaired the senses of anyone who fell into it other than Xianxia. Unless a master was far stronger than Xianxia, or had extremely high attainments in the grand Daos of time and space, finding their way out was basically impossible. The two territory lords were trapped inside like headless flies. In fact, despite being quite close to each other, they could not even sense each other's presence at all. They were separated by the ever-changing space. The space inside of the space-time river was somewhat similar to the space projected by the universe furnace when it first appeared. Things that may seem close were in fact very far away. Xianxia observed them for a while and could feel the strengths of the territory lord struggling inside of the space-time river, which made his brow raise. He did not use the power of the space-time river to its fullest, so the two territory lords were simply trapped and not suffering any real crisis. The result that he could see now was that this new technique had far exceeded his expectations in its ability to contain enemies. He had easily trapped two territory lords, so Xianxia felt that there should be no pressure on him even if he were to swallow up 8 to 10 more of them. Even if it was a pseudo-royal lord, Xianxia felt that he could trap them, and if he could trap them, he had the chance to kill them. After all, Xianxia was able to enter the space-time river himself and attack the enemies inside. With that idea in mind, Xianxia dashed into the space-time river. In just a few moments, there was a splash and Xianxia leapt out, carrying the body of a territory lord devoid of life. It had only been 2 breaths from start to finish. Xianxia and the others were dumbfounded. That was a territory lord, so how was Xianxia able to kill him so easily? It was as if he had casually dove into the water, caught a helpless fish, and come back to roast it. In fact, with Xianxia's current strength, it would not be difficult even if he were to face a couple of acquired territory lords head-on. However, with his new tactics, he could move with even more secrecy. Till death, those territory lords wouldn't even be able to see who killed them. While Xianxia and the rest watched on in shock, Xianxia casually tossed the territory lord's corpse aside before circulating his Dao strengths again, causing a current to surge through the space-time river, sending waves splashing in all directions. A faint glimpse of dense black ink strength could be seen escaping from several places, as well as the figure of the territory lord trapped inside. Clearly, another territory lord was struggling to escape from the space-time river. After a few moments, when the Dao strengths receded, the space-time river disappeared, and the territory lord trapped inside was revealed. Only, it did not take long before the territory lord's vitality was burned out as well. Looking at him, his body seemed to not have a single piece of healthy skin, as if he had been cut a billion times with a sharp blade. Even more bizarre was the fact that the territory lord gave off a very, very old feeling, as if he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years before he died. Xianxia and the others watched in awe at the river formed out of the Tao strengths of space and time, which was truly too bizarre. After trying it out on the two territory lords, Yang Kai was able to make a general assessment of his new technique. The space-time river was certainly more useful in terms of trapping and containing opponents, while the Sun and Moon Divine Seal had greater explosive killing power. In terms of lethality, the two were more or less the same, but the consumption was rather for the space-time river. After all, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Tao strengths in order to keep it flowing. However, it was still within a tolerable range and would not be a great problem as long as the battles did not drag on. The party then continued on their way. As time passed, they would occasionally gain a harvest, and if they encountered any Black Ink clansmen, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. If they encountered any cultivators, alone or those in small groups, Yang Kai would take them in temporarily until they gathered enough with the ability to protect themselves before leaving them to form their own groups. After all, it was not a good idea to gather too many people in one place. While it would ensure their safety, the harvests would also lessen. In this way, Yang Kai's group never exceeded 12 in total. Xianxia and the others never thought that fighting with the Black Ink clan could be so simple and easy. They had also fought with masters of the Black Ink clan, like territory lords, on each of the great territory battlefields, and though it was not difficult for them to defeat an acquired territory lord with their strength, killing one was never easy. However, no territory lord so far had been able to escape alive with Yang Kai around. Every last one of them were cleanly killed off. There was only once that they encountered a pseudo-royal lord moving along with several territory lords where both sides charged at each other with full momentum. However, after just one exchange of blows, the pseudo-royal lord was taken aback. After only fighting for a few breaths, the pseudo-royal lord fled in a hurry, but Yang Kai would not relent. He chased down their target with a group of masters in tow until finally injuring the pseudo-royal lord at some cost to themselves before giving up the chase. Xianxia and the others naturally understood what Yang Kai was trying to do. Pseudo-royal lords were the greatest threats to the humans in the universe furnace world, so even if they were unable to kill them in battle, they had to make sure to injure them to cut down the combat strength of their opponent, lest the pseudo-royal lord cause trouble for the other human race masters. Those from the Black Ink clan had difficulty recuperating in this place, so getting injured inside of the universe furnace was extremely undesirable for them. If not for the fact that there were still several territory lords with the pseudo-royal lord, Xianxia and the others had to wonder whether Yang Kai could keep him trapped here as well. The pseudo-royal lord escaped, but the territory lords with him were all killed, so it wasn't a total loss. This trip had been very fruitful both in battle successes and material harvest. Those from the Black Ink clan had also collected some ordinary grade open heaven pills, so after they were cut down, these naturally went into Yang Kai and the others' pockets. The only unfortunate part for Yang Kai was that he neither encountered his human self nor sensed the existence of another supreme grade open heaven pill. For him, his only goal during this trip into the universe furnace was to reunite with his other selves and find supreme grade open heaven pills, of which he had already obtained one, leading to Ouyang Lai's breakthrough to the 9th order. However, his human self was nowhere to be found. Yang Kai had also checked with the other masters for any news about Fang Tianxia, but it was to no avail. They traveled around in the universe furnace, experiencing 2 more of the grand Tao evolutions, and as that number continued to rise, so did the frequency of their encounters with both the enemy and their own people. This was undoubtedly proof that the space inside this world was gradually becoming clear and not seemingly boundless as it felt before. Perhaps, just as Blood Crow's information stated, after the universe furnace grand Tao evolved 9 times, this universe furnace world would reveal its true self. Several torn-up bodies floated around in the deep and boundless void, alongside some broken artifacts scattered around next to them. One of the corpses had its eyes wide open. Though the body was lifeless, he still stood upright, glaring angrily ahead of him as if he was fighting with all his might even after death. Besides that, there were even fragments of small universes floating around the void with Black Ink strength lingering around them. Most likely, these fragments were from these people willingly sacrificing them. Yang Kai and the rest stared at the scene in front of them with heavy hearts. During this time, they had constantly been taking in other human race masters before they broke up into smaller groups. Now, other than Thunder's Shadow, they had 5 members. Zhang Tianhe and the original 2 were still with him, while the newcomers were Lin Wu, a recently joined straggler, and a veteran 8th Order master from Shihe Paradise, Tian Xiaozhu, an old acquaintance of Yang Kai. Lin Wu was pretty lucky. He had entered at the peak of the 7th Order and obtained several ordinary-grade open heaven pills in this universe furnace world, then found a place to refine and advance to the 8th Order. It was the reverberations from his advancement that were picked up by Yang Kai and his group, who just happened to be passing by. When they went over to investigate the situation, they had also taken him into their group. Otherwise, with masters from the 2 sides moving around in groups now, Lin Wu would not be in a good position if he ever encountered any enemies moving alone. The reason he was able to safely refine the spirit pill and advance by himself without the interruption of any enemies was undoubtedly because he was extremely lucky. However, at this moment, the face of the newly advanced 8th Order master did not look the slightest bit happy. Instead, he was sad and angry. There were 8th Order masters who died here, and more than one at that. Judging from the remnants of this battle, there were at least 4 or 5 8th Order masters who died here. In this universe furnace world where masters from the 2 sides gathered, every moment was a life-or-death struggle and fights could not be avoided. Yang Kai and the others had also encountered many battlefields left behind after great fights had broken out, including the bodies of those from the 2 sides who had died in battle. However, it was a first for them to see as many as 5 8th Order masters dead in a single fight. After all, the gathering of that number was enough for a 4 symbols or 5 elements formation. Even if such a group encountered a pseudo-royal lord, they were not without a fighting chance. The pseudo-royal lords were more careful in these special conditions, and unless they were not fully confident, they would not fight with such recklessness. There had to be at least 2 pseudo-royal lords, or one accompanied by several territory lords. Zhang Tianhe contemplated solemnly. Some of the 8th Order masters must have just advanced recently, so their cultivation had yet to stabilize, which is why their small universes got easily corrupted by black ink strength and they had to sacrifice parts of them in order to avoid being fully corrupted. The fragments of small universes left behind here had been sacrificed by the human race masters during battle, which also formed the basis of Zhang Tianhe's speculation that they were newly advanced 8th Order masters. Even if the 8th Order masters could not best the pseudo-royal lords, their small universes would not be so easily corrupted by black ink strength. Moreover, most of them had brought evil purging divine spears. The purifying light sealed within them could be used at critical moments in order to disperse the black ink strength in their small universes. Being forced to sacrifice part of their small universe meant that the heritage of their small universes as 8th Order masters was still not enough, and even the purifying light sealed within the evil purging divine spears used was not enough. Otherwise, who would sacrifice a part of their own small universe in a battle like this? That would only cause their strength to decrease, and they would die even faster. Yang Kai was silent. There was nothing wrong with Zhang Tianhe's assessment, but there could be another possibility. However, it was hard to glimpse any more clues just from looking at the remnants left on this battlefield. The shattered Tao essence that filled this void had long washed those clues away. If it was the other possibility though, then things would be troublesome. Even Yang Kai's team could face the danger of losing their lives at any moment. We should lay them to rest. When he saw the 8th Order master who was still glaring furiously even in death, Yang Kai sighed. From his appearance, this must be one of the rising stars that did not die on the great territory battlefields, but died here instead. Red-eyed, Lu Feifei immediately went forward and stored the tattered corpses. She had participated in the war a long time and it was not as if she was new to seeing death. After so many years fighting on the front line, she had seen countless familiar faces fade away, yet she could not help but feel saddened and pained every time she saw such a scene. She often wondered why the Black Ink clan existed, and how great it would be if they had never been. But the heavens did not give them what they wished for. They were born in turbulent times, living in the midst of the confrontation between the 2 races. In order to rise up and gain control of the universe, then facing death was inescapable. Just like with the 8th Order masters who died here. They did not even know who they were killed by, let alone where to seek revenge. Every cultivator was mentally prepared to face death when they entered the universe furnace world, as their seniors had warned. Once one entered the battlefield, life or death was up to destiny, and success or failure was up to the heavens. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the remains of the Eighth Order masters who died here, the group continued on their way in silence and with heavy hearts. This time, many from the two races had entered the Universe Furnace world, especially the Black Ink clan. There were 20 pseudo-royal lords alone, possibly more. While teams like Xianxia's were hunting down those from the Black Ink clan, weren't the pseudo-royal lords also killing Open Heaven Realm masters? The peace agreement that had been maintained for thousands of years had been completely shattered by the arrival of the Universe Furnace. Now it was inevitable for a massive all-out war to break out between the two sides. The real battle that would determine the fate of both races had already begun, which made the battle in the Universe Furnace world that much more important. If the human race could cull more masters from the Black Ink clan here and gain more opportunities, it would be a great help to their situation outside. Otherwise, it would give their enemy an even greater advantage. In the past, whenever the Universe Furnace appeared, the masters that entered it would fight for not just opportunities, but also the fates of their race. Fortunately, this time was a special case. As all of the Black Ink clansmen which were originally occupying the Black Ink battlefield had been wiped out, destroying all their previous knowledge and intelligence. As such, the Black Ink clan was completely clueless about anything relating to the Universe Furnace. In comparison, the humans had much more information in their possession. However, this superiority in intelligence was still not enough to determine the final course of this event. The humans still had to fight hard for victory. This time, 9 supreme-grade Open Heaven pills were produced in the Universe Furnace. And currently, the only one Xianxia had found was the one refined by Ouyang Lai. The remaining 8 were still nowhere in sight. It would be impossible for the human race to obtain all 9 pills, a fact Xianxia understood from the beginning. Without even mentioning the Black Ink clan, the native Chaos Spirit clan were the ones with a unique advantage when it came to obtaining the Open Heaven pills. The Chaos Spirit clan were spread throughout the entire Universe Furnace world, so chances were high that wherever those supreme-grade Open Heaven pills drifted off to, the Chaos Spirit clan would be the first to find them. Did Xianxia not also snatch the spirit pill he found previously from those jellyfish chaos entities? Now that only 8 of the pills were left, it was very possible for any one of them to have already fallen into the possession of the Chaos Spirit clan. If the humans or the Black Ink clan were able to get to them in time, then they might be able to fight for them, but if they were too late, and the pills were refined by the Chaos Spirit clan, then it was useless even if they found them. So, even from the start, Xianxia felt that the human race should be able to secure 4 of the 9 supreme-grade Open Heaven pills, which would still be a great harvest. Naturally, the more the better. If they could get 5 or 6, Xianxia could not complain. He still had the great sun and moon marks, but finding the supreme-grade Open Heaven pills was still not going to be easy, otherwise, he would not have found only a single one until now. While Xianxia was thinking about how he could look for the supreme-grade Open Heaven pills with greater efficiency, he suddenly felt something which caused him to turn and look in another direction, his expression brightening. This truly was wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. He was just wondering how he was going to find the remaining Open Heaven pills when the great sun and moon marks caught onto a hint of one. Had fortune come so suddenly that he couldn't even block it? Thunder's shadow, who was perched on his shoulder, could sense his delight and asked, "What did you find?" "A spirit pill." Xianxia gave him a simple answer before sending a divine sense message to everyone, "Hide your presence and follow me." Saying so, he took off and flew in that direction. Everyone also concealed their auras in a hurry while Thunder's shadow activated his innate divine ability and enveloped everyone in it. In the silent void, the group of 6 humans and 1 leopard moved silently, like shadows. After a few moments, the joyful look on Xianxia's face gradually faded away and became serious. He could vaguely sense masters fighting up ahead, but since it was still far away, he could not probe the situation, which made it hard to ascertain the strength of both sides. However, despite the distance, the fallout could still be felt, which showed how extraordinary both fighters were. Is it a pseudo-royal lord and an 8th Order master? No. There are only 2 fighters. If it truly was an 8th Order master against a pseudo-royal lord, they would surely be no match for them. It's simply impossible for such a fight to be so intense. As they continued to move, Xianxia's face turned increasingly grave. At this point, Xianxia, the veteran 8th Order master with the greatest heritage among them next to Yang Kai, sensed it too. He could not help but throw a suspicious glance at Yang Kai. He found it a little hard to understand how Yang Kai was able to detect the unusual situation here and rush over from so far away. As they drew closer, Zhang Tianhe and the others noticed it too. All of them were alert, circulating the world force inside their bodies and waiting for Yang Kai to give the order for them to attack the enemy. This was how things went thus far. They would go into battle, winning each fight. There were many territory lords who had already died by their hands. However, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked gravely at the source of the disturbance. A golden slit appeared in his left eye which looked both bizarre and majestic at the same time. The scene that entered his eye made his heart heavy beyond measure. The situation he had feared most had appeared, and it was happening right before his eyes. Tianxiu also noticed that something wasn't right, but he did not have eye techniques like Yang Kai, so he could not see what was going on in the distance. After a moment, he could not resist the urge to ask, "Junior brother Yang, who are the ones fighting?" The shockwaves from the battle were too intense. Before they had even got close, the shattered Tao essence here had already been thrown into disorder. It gave the impression that it was a 9th Order master fighting a royal lord. Yang Kai sighed, "It's a royal lord fighting a chaos spirit king." Everyone was shocked, but then they drew in their breaths, looking at Yang Kai in disbelief. Yang Kai chuckled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. "I was hoping that I had seen it wrongly, too, but it is not one of our masters fighting there." There was nothing wrong with Blood Crow's information. There were indeed powerful existences in the universe furnace world like the Chaos Spirit Kings, who stood on equal footing with the 9th Order masters and royal lords. It must have been luck that they had not encountered one thus far, which was an indication that such existences were rare to begin with and were hard to find. Yet, they would never have expected to bump into one here. Moreover, Yang Kai had also revealed another piece of information that was even more difficult for them to accept than the presence of the Chaos Spirit King. The Black Ink clan has managed to create a royal lord here? Zhang Tianhe's face looked extremely grim. Mou was the only royal lord left in the Black Ink clan after the war in the Barren territory, so no royal lords had entered the universe furnace this time. The strongest among them were the pseudo-royal lords that they had created as a temporary measure. However, a royal lord had appeared here now, which obviously meant that they had become one in the universe furnace world. In other words, this guy had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and refined it. Indeed, the Black Ink clan was lacking in information about the universe furnace, but the supreme-grade open heaven pills were amazing treasures. One of them landing into the hands of the Black Ink clan was one thing, but they may not even have that much of an interest in them as their main goal in coming here was to kill the humans and to ruin their opportunities to prevent new 9th Order masters from being. However, since such a pill landed into their hands, they could naturally understand its profundity. Just by refining one would have the opportunity of advancing and becoming a royal lord. Many of the Black Ink clan's masters had entered this time, so there were bound to be lucky ones who could gain such opportunities, and this royal lord must be one such example. Yang Kai was drawn here by the reaction of his great sun and moon marks. In other words, there was a supreme-grade open heaven pill here, and in fact, after he used his demon eye of annihilation, he saw not only the two figures exchanging blows, but also the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Multicolored light was emanating every so often from within a chaos entity without a fixed form. What could that be if not a supreme-grade open heaven pill? The royal lord must have spotted the opportunity and come to snatch it, but he did not expect there to be a Chaos Spirit King standing guard over this place. Thus, the two got into a huge fight. Under Yang Kai's observation, the Chaos Spirit King was much stronger than the royal lord, and it was very clear that it had the upper hand in this fight. That was understandable though. The royal lord had only just broken through, so like Yang Lai, he must not have familiarized himself with his newfound power yet and was unable to bring out his full strength. However, it was different for this Chaos Spirit King who became one, at the earliest, when the universe furnace last appeared. The time they had spent in this realm was vastly different, and so their strengths naturally could not be compared. Moreover, there was not just a lone Chaos Spirit King here. There were many other Chaos Spirit clansmen who had taken on defined forms. They took on all sorts of different shapes, some appearing like humans, while others looked not much different from the Black Ink clan. Layer by layer they gathered, protecting the chaos entity that had swallowed the supreme grade open heaven pill, awaiting the birth of a new chaos spirit king. It's him! Lu Feifei suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was confused, but Lu Feifei explained, our comrades that died back there were most likely victims of this royal lord. It was then that Zhang Tian he and the others finally realized, and Tian Xiaozhu nodded in agreement, it's highly likely. Yang Kai was unsurprised. In fact, he had suspected a royal lord had appeared among the Black Ink clan when he saw the traces on that battlefield. With 5 Eighth Order masters joining hands, unless they were met with a truly formidable enemy, there was no way they would have been wiped out. A single pseudo-royal lord would not have been able to achieve that. However, if it were a true royal lord, then that was a different matter. There were no useful clues left at the battlefield, so it was hard to be absolutely certain, but now that he saw this royal lord, everything became clear. The Eighth Order masters must have encountered this royal lord, and even in their battle formation, they were no match for him and were cut down. After that, the royal lord came to this place and discovered the supreme grade open heaven pill. Currently, one royal lord had been created with the help of the supreme grade open heaven pills, which meant one less Ninth Order master for the human race. With this, the advantage gained by Ouyang Lai's advancement to the Ninth Order has also been lost. Right now, they had accounted for 3 of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills. One was used by Ouyang Lai to advance to the Ninth Order, another was used by this royal lord, and the third was currently inside a chaos entity, which was in the midst of refining it. Sullivan, spoiler title, Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King of the 9 Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pills, 6 were still missing, and it was uncertain how many of these 6 the humans could seize, therefore, no matter what, this third open heaven pill they had found could not land in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, if another royal lord was created, then the situation of the human race in the universe furnace would become extremely difficult. However, seizing the pill was an exceptionally difficult thing to do as there was a Chaos Spirit King standing guard here. Furthermore, there were dozens of Chaos Spirit clansmen also present. This place was most likely one of the gathering spots of the Chaos Spirit clan, since Yang Kai had never seen so many together like this before. They were not like the stumbling chaos entities without consciousness or even a stable form. During this trip, Yang Kai had encountered many chaos spirits with the group he was leading, and if a comparison was to be made, the ordinary Chaos Spirit clansmen were able to exert strength around the human race's equivalent of the 7th Order to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. 1 or 2 was nothing to worry about, but several dozen gathered in one place would be difficult to handle. Looking over from where he stood, Yang Kai realized that the royal lord that the Chaos Spirit King was fighting seemed as if he were riding a tiger. He had attained this identity as a royal lord through the help of a supreme grade open heaven pill produced in the universe furnace world, thus, he knew just how amazing these pills were and was determined to snatch another. Clearly, he could not do much here, but even so, it would be a great shame just to give up, so he continued fighting with the Chaos Spirit King. Only after reaching a safe place where they could no longer feel the shockwaves of the battle did Yang Kai speak, "Senior brother Tian, I'll leave the junior brothers and sisters with you for now. Take them away quickly, as far away as possible." Yan Xiaozhu nodded. What is junior brother planning to do? Could he be thinking of stirring up trouble while the Chaos Spirit King and Royal Lord are fighting? That was not a sound idea, as a battle between 2 peak masters was not one that an ordinary person could just step between, not even Yang Kai. He thought about dissuading him, but Yang Kai added, "There's a supreme grade open heaven pill there, I have to snatch it." Yan Xiaozhu had to choke back down his words when he heard that, while Tian Xiaozhu was stunned and asked, "There's a supreme grade open heaven pill there? Did junior brother see it?" Everyone else was also itching with excitement. A supreme grade open heaven pill was basically a guaranteed ticket to becoming a 9th Order master. How could they not be moved? Yang Kai nodded. Currently, the supreme grade open heaven pill is wrapped inside of a chaos entity that's refining it. Moreover, there's at least several dozen Chaos Spirit clansmen standing guard nearby. The Royal Lord must have come to fight with the Chaos Spirit King because he noticed the spirit pill there. Several dozen, everyone drew in a cold breath. They had an idea of what the Chaos Spirit clan was capable of, so with several dozen of them gathered together, they were going to take a lot of work to deal with. No wonder. Xianxia exclaimed in realization. He was wondering why the royal lord would clash with the chaos spirit king over there. It turned out it was because of the supreme grade open heaven pill. In that case, we will act together with junior brother. At least, we can take care of each other. Xianxia and the others nodded in unison. If they wanted to seize this pill from the hands of several dozen chaos spirits, if they were not careful, they would land themselves in grave danger. If they were to move together with Xianxia though, they could at least use a battle formation to split up the pressure, which would be much better than Xianxia having to fight alone. Xianxia shook his head, no. While we may have a higher chance of success if we all go, it will also make us a bigger target. Even if we did manage to seize the spirit pill, we may not be able to leave unscathed. It will be easier for me to move about if I just bring along Thunder Shadow. Xianxia pondered on his words before nodding lightly. That is indeed true. Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability concealed his presence perfectly. With the blessing of this divine ability, he and Xianxia could approach the pill unnoticed, and with Xianxia's skills, he was very likely to be able to seize the spirit pill if he burst out and caused a stir. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, he could then make a speedy escape. If Xianxia brought all of them along with him though, his mobility would be seriously hampered. After understanding this point, Xianxia wore a serious look. You must be careful, junior brother. Seize the pill if you can, but if it's too risky, then don't force it. As long as there are green hills, there is no fear of lack of timber. Junior brother's safety is extremely important to the future of the human race. Xianxia nodded. I will keep it in mind. Xianxia cupped his fist to Xianxia. Then he turned to Xianxia and the rest. Let's go. Without delay, Xianxia and the rest cupped their fists in farewell to Xianxia before leaving. After watching the five of them depart, Xianxia turned around again, and with Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability activating, he quietly crept towards the battlefield. As for the safety of Xianxia and his group, there was little need to worry since they could form the five elements formation at any time. As long as they did not bump into a royal lord in the universe furnace world, or a large group of enemy masters, they would naturally be in no danger. Even if they did bump into a pseudo-royal lord, they should be able to put up a fight. A while later, Xianxia opened his demon eye of annihilation once more after approaching the edge of the battlefield and looked in from outside. It had to be said that Thunder Shadow's stealth innate divine ability truly was exceptional. Even at this distance, Xianxia would very likely have been noticed by the two fighting masters if he were alone, but under the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, neither the Chaos Spirit King nor the Royal Lord were aware that somebody was spying on them. Xianxia watched quietly and did not rush into action. Soundlessly, Thunder Shadow sent his voice over. How confident are you? He was Xianxia's monster self after all. Though he grew up in a different environment and had different life experiences, causing his personality to differ slightly, he still inherited some of Xianxia's characteristics. Despite how simply Xianxia had described the plan to Xianxia and the rest, as if the spirit pill would fall into his hands with barely any effort, the chances of succeeding were slim from his perspective. Sure enough, Xianxia's response was less than 30%. The difficulty of seizing the pill lay not in grabbing the pill itself, but rather dealing with the dozens of chaos spirits that were in the way, but Xianxia did not necessarily have to fight them. With the help of Thunder Shadow's divine ability, he just had to reach a certain distance, then he should be able to seize the spirit pill. The difficult part of this task was going to be how he was going to escape after seizing the pill. The Royal Lord was currently engaged in a fierce fight with the Chaos Spirit King, seemingly planning to settle their life and death here, but if an outside force were to dive in and seize the pill, Xianxia was sure that they would immediately join hands to deal with him. Xianxia did not even have the confidence to be able to face one top master, much less two of them, and even the slightest blunder or delay could cost him his life. The supreme grade open heaven pill was indeed important, but to put his life on the line to seize it was still not worth it. Hearing this, Thunder Shadow felt his head throb. Less than 30% was too risky in his opinion and he couldn't help but worry. Then, what should we do? We'll wait. Xianxia gave a succinct answer. That puzzled Thunder Shadow. Wait for what? Xianxia shot a glare at him, which caused Thunder Shadow to become annoyed. I'm your monster self, so in a sense, I'm you. Don't look at me as if I'm an idiot because that's just calling yourself an idiot. Yang Kai choked for a moment because what Thunder Shadow said was true. He could only explain patiently, look at those two who are fighting. Who do you think is stronger? Thunder Shadow answered, naturally, it's the Chaos Spirit King. Is there even a need to ask? There was no doubt that the Chaos Spirit King occupied the absolute upper hand in this battle. The Royal Lord was basically pinned down and beaten in the fierce exchange of blows as his rich black ink strength splattered out. Then, do you think that there's an opportunity that the Royal Lord can seize the pill? Of course not. He could not get by the Chaos Spirit King, much the dozens of Chaos Spirits protecting the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill. If Yang Kai had a 30% chance of sneakily achieving his plan, then the Royal Lord, who had already exposed himself, had a 0% chance at all unless he could overpower the Chaos Spirit King. If he doesn't have a chance, why does he continue pestering his opponent rather than retreat obediently? He's also taking a huge risk fighting the Chaos Spirit King here, and it would not be a pleasant experience for him to be wounded. Thunder Shadow instantly realized something. You mean, Yang Kai grinned, since he cannot seize the pill from the Chaos Spirit clan but continues to fight without retreating, I'm guessing there's a very high chance that he has already called for help. He's repairing the bridge on the surface while secretly crossing the river. Thunder Shadow finally understood, and his amber eyes brightened a little, gleaming as if he recalled one of his previous encounters. This was exactly the same thing he experienced when he was fighting the Territory Lords for the first Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill. The Territory Lords had called their allies using the miniature black ink nest they brought with them, and if Yang Kai had not bumped into him by chance, he would have had to flee. There may already be masters from the Black Ink clan hiding nearby, we just haven't noticed them. As he said so, Yang Kai scanned the depths of the void with his golden cross left eye, but he did not find anything. Thunder Shadow, on the other hand, looked extremely smug, as expected of myself, to be able to see through things so thoroughly. Yang Kai was speechless. With his monster self's boasting, it seemed to not have inherited much of his wisdom, but he could understand, after all, he was from the monster race. The battle between the two masters went on for who knows how long, and it was not known how much longer it would continue for. Yang Kai did not stay idle, however. It was the first time he encountered a Chaos Spirit King in the Universe Furnace world, and there was even a master on a similar level fighting it. It was a good opportunity for him to observe their fighting styles and assess their strengths and weaknesses. Soon, Yang Kai noticed something. Rather than calling this Chaos Spirit King a peculiar living being, one might as well call it an aggregate of grand Daos. Its body was purely an amalgamation of various Dao strengths, formed into a humanoid shape with its own consciousness. The way it fought its enemy was also extremely simple, which was to circulate the various Dao strengths in its body and smash them into its opponent. It was simple, yet fierce. Every blow was heaven-shattering and earth-shaking, causing various cracks in the void as it thrust the surrounding Dao essence into disorder. Inwardly, Yang Kai weighed the odds of how things would go if he were to call Ouyang Lai over, but there was a great chance that the latter would not be a match for this Chaos Spirit King either. The rich Dao essence that filled the Universe Furnace world was the source of the Chaos Spirit King's power, and it seemed that as long as it was in this world, it would never tire. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai concluded that this Chaos Spirit King was extremely difficult to deal with, and if he wanted to kill it, then he would have to cut off its connection with the world to deprive it of its source of power. The Royal Lord clearly noticed this too, so he kept trying to pour out his black ink strength so that he could use it as a barrier to isolate his enemy and stop it from recovering its strength. However, it was all for naught. The Chaos Spirit King was stronger than him to begin with, so it was all the Royal Lord could do to keep himself alive under his opponent's attacks. How would he be able to do anything else? The two continued to fight fervently with each other. All of a sudden, the Royal Lord's body exploded into a giant black ink cloud that scattered in all directions, and he escaped just like that. The Chaos Spirit King's Dao essence shuddered for a moment, then it broke up the black ink clouds, but the true body of its enemy was no longer anywhere to be found. However, it did not give chase and just stood there with an expressionless face, guarding its clansmen behind it. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Was my guess incorrect? How can that be? If the Royal Lord was not waiting for backup, then why would he keep on struggling against the Chaos Spirit King? What's more, the Black Ink clan can communicate with each other through the use of their miniature black ink nests, so why would he not gather help? However, the royal lord had indeed retreated, which put Xianxia and Thunder Shadow in an awkward position. First of all, with the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, one man and one leopard were lurking not too close from the battlefield, but definitely not far either. The reason why they were not caught previously was naturally because the Chaos Spirit King's attention was being focused on the royal lord. Now that the royal lord escaped, the Chaos Spirit King was no longer restrained, and with what happened previously, even the slightest breeze might cause the Chaos Spirit King to go on alert. This caused the two of them to not even have the courage to move a single muscle, and Thunder Shadow had even pushed his divine ability to its limits before looking over with a questioning expression on its face, which clearly asked, "What should we do now?" At this moment, he did not even dare to use his divine sense to transmit his voice. Xianxia had a gloomy look on his face. With how things were now, if he were to choose to withdraw here, then he would undoubtedly expose himself, which would not matter as the Chaos Spirit King was unlikely to come after him, but then his plan to snatch the Supreme Great Open Heaven pill would come to naught. The pill was right in front of his eyes, so how could Xianxia be willing to retreat here? This was the key that would allow an 8th Order Master to advance to the 9th Order. Xianxia still believed that his assumption had been right, and that the Royal Lord had withdrawn because his backup was not able to arrive swiftly. Since his backup was late, there was no point in the Royal Lord wasting his strength here. It would not be too late to wait for reinforcements before making a move again. So, it did not take very long for Xianxia to make up his mind to continue waiting. If that Royal Lord came back, it would prove that his assumption was correct, and when that time came, he would have more wriggle room to carry out his plans. Time gradually passed unnoticed. After a certain amount of time, Thunder Shadow was starting to feel as if he could no longer keep up his innate divine ability. If that failed, then there was a great chance they would be revealed under the senses of the Chaos Spirit King. Just as Xianxia was considering whether or not they should retreat for the time being, his expression had a slight change. From the direction the Royal Lord escaped in previously, an undisguised powerful aura was rising, which immediately drew the attention of the Chaos Spirit King who had remained on guard this whole time. Immediately afterwards, a massive black ink cloud rushed over from that direction, reaching the Chaos Spirit King in the blink of an eye, and a fight broke out once more. "He's back." Sure enough, the Royal Lord that ran away previously came back. Relieved, Xianxia shot a glance at Thunder Shadow, who also breathed a sigh of relief and took this opportunity to catch his breath. With his previous experience fighting the Chaos Spirit King, the Royal Lord was clearly being much more cautious than before. Though he was still no match for the Chaos Spirit King, it wasn't easy for the Chaos Spirit King to just defeat him either. As the battle raged on, Xianxia turned in another direction. There, another powerful aura entered his senses, an aura that was not any weaker compared to the Royal Lord who had shown himself. This aura was just like a lamp in the dark of night, extremely conspicuous, which reminded Xianxia of the pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords who did not have full control of their powers found it impossible to contain their auras, so hiding had never been one of their strong suits. This was, without a doubt, a pseudo-royal lord. From what Xianxia could sense, there were even a few territory lords gathered around the pseudo-royal lord. These were undoubtedly the helpers that the royal lord called for, which was exactly what Xianxia had suspected. The royal lord was simply trying to distract the Chaos Spirit King in a fight as his other companions took the opportunity to seize the Supreme Great Open Heaven pill. Without being able to conceal himself, the pseudo-royal lord rushed straight into the gathering of chaos spirits with several territory lords in tow. When the Chaos Spirit King noticed this, its attacks against the royal lord became even more ruthless. It clearly intended to force its opponent to back off quickly. Though the Chaos Spirit King was stronger than the Royal Lord, the difference was not enough to one-sidedly end their fight. Meanwhile, its opponent was putting their all into defending, getting them to back off wouldn't be easy. While the Chaos Spirit King raged, the Pseudo-Royal Lord and the Territory Lords stormed into the gathering of Chaos Spirits. A dozen or so Chaos Spirits stayed back to protect their clansmen refining the Supreme Great Open Heaven pill while the rest rose to meet the others in battle. Black ink strength spread out and Tao essence flared. The scene became heated in an instant. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King aside, the Pseudo-Royal Lords and the Territory Lords were able to overwhelm their enemies despite being fewer in number. With the Pseudo-Royal Lord acting as the vanguard, and the Territory Lords in battle formations, they charged right through, and the many chaos spirits could hardly hold them back. Most of these chaos spirits were of varying levels of strength, but the majority were only equivalent to 7th Order Masters or Feudal Lords, with less than 30% being on par with 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords. How would they be able to halt the charge of a pseudo-royal lord? Fortunately, there were not only chaos spirits who had gained solid forms here, but also an incalculable number of chaos entities. Under the command of the Chaos Spirit Clan, countless chaos entities rushed towards the Black Ink Clan from all directions, without fear of pain or death, which allowed them to keep the Black Ink Clan in check. Xianxia and the others also had a hard time due to the chaos entities when they were standing guard for Ouyang during his advancement. If it were not for Xianxia's enlightenment and development of the space-time river, things might have gotten out of hand back then. At the moment, that was exactly what was happening. The Black Ink Clan side must not have expected that these chaos entities that they normally wouldn't bother with would actually be so difficult to deal with when their numbers swelled. It looked as if they had sunken into a great sea of chaos entities. Amidst them were also several dozen chaos spirits who were eyeing them closely. The pseudo-royal lord was furious. He had already pushed his strength to its peak and spread out Black Ink strength as far as he could. Forcibly, he cut a bloody path through the encirclement with the territory lords following him and lunged towards the supreme grade open heaven pill. All they had to do was get their hands on the pill, then they could immediately escape from here, and the Chaos Spirit Clan would have no way of pursuing them in the vast expanse of the universe. Furnace World. Meanwhile, their royal lord only needed to keep the Chaos Spirit King busy for a while longer. At this point, neither side had noticed that a small shadow in the void was approaching the battlefield like a phantom, slowly creeping towards the supreme grade open heaven pill. Inside the shadow, Thunder Shadow was pushing his innate divine ability to its fullest and was hiding the auras of both Xianxia and himself as far as possible. Under the blessing of his divine ability, they blended in and became one with the shadows. After waiting for a long time, Xianxia's speculation was finally proved correct. The Black Ink Clan had now made their move, so why would Xianxia stay idle? Whether or not he could seize the pill here would be up to whether Thunder Shadow could bring him close enough or not. It would not be easy to pass through such a chaotic battlefield. There were constantly chaos entities here and there that would inadvertently cross into the shadow, but they were all caught and restrained by Xianxia. Fortunately, there were so many chaos entities here that neither side noticed the unusual situation going on. Otherwise, Xianxia's plan would have fallen through. Xianxia watched the supreme grade open heaven pill get closer and closer, and just as he was about to reach out to snatch it, a cloud of Black Ink strength happened to sweep past the shadow where Xianxia and Thunder Shadow were. The source was a nearby territory lord. Nobody was too concerned when the chaos entities were taken away by Xianxia, but the feedback the territory lord received from the energy it released alerted him instantly. Amid the battle, he raised his head towards the shadow and shouted, "Watch out." He thought that it was one of the chaos spirits hiding, waiting for an opportunity to strike. That shout had without a doubt exposed Xianxia and Thunder Shadow completely. Xianxia could clearly feel two powerful auras, one from the royal lord and the other from the Chaos Spirit King, spreading over from the battlefield. Very clearly, it was the two masters investigating the situation here. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs could burst. If this could have happened just 5 breaths later, after Thunder Shadow had brought him close enough, he could have seized the supreme grade open heaven pill and used space principles to escape, then there would be a great probability that he could have achieved his goal without a scratch. However, this plan, which should have been safe, ended up being inadvertently ruined by a territory lord. Life was full of disappointments. Instantaneously, a great gushing river was summoned and covered a stretch of the void, swallowing up the chaos entity that had devoured the open heaven pill and was refining it along with a dozen or so chaos spirits protecting it nearby. This turn of events was so bizarre that both sides that were battling each other were stunned for a moment. Then, a bellow broke out, "It's a human! Stop him!" It was the pseudo-royal lord who reacted first. He was furious that some human would actually try to remove the firewood from under the pot while they were taking on huge risks, fighting the Chaos Spirit Clan so that they could get their hands on the supreme grade open heaven pill. How could that be tolerated? The pseudo-royal lord reacted quickly, but there was someone else who was quicker, the Chaos Spirit King who was fighting the royal lord nearby. For the Chaos Spirit clan, any creature that intruded on this place was an enemy regardless of whether they were from the human race or the Black Ink clan. So, the moment it sensed an enemy lurking in the shadows, it struck from afar. Though it was being hounded by the royal lord and could not withdraw easily, it still opened its mouth in the direction of Xianxia and Thunder Shadow. In the next instant, it seemed to have shouted, but no sound came from its mouth. However, a formless force traveled through the void, launching an attack towards the shadow where one human and one leopard were hiding. Chaos was shattered, and Grand Dao shook. At that moment, Xianxia just happened to have summoned the spacetime river to swallow up the chaos entity that had devoured the supreme Great Open Heaven pill, as well as several other chaos entities and chaos spirits which were protecting it, and he was about to escape using his space secret technique. When the blast of Tao essence crashed down on him, Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest felt extremely stuffy and it was hard for him to manipulate space principles. Even the spacetime river that he summoned was in turmoil as the water splashed about wildly. The spacetime river was greatly destabilized by the attack of the Chaos Spirit King, and with this opportunity, two of the Chaos Spirits who were around the 8th order in strength managed to free themselves from its confines. These two had humanoid forms, and their eyes immediately turned to look at Xianxia and Thunder Shadow before charging them to attack. Not only that, the pseudo-royal lord who was nearby also freed a fist out of his fight and punched towards Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia was attacked from three sides. Moreover, the local space was so disturbed at the moment that he could not even hope to escape using space principles. In this life-or-death moment, Thunder Shadow roared and transformed into his original size with thunder markings flashing all over his body. When he charged towards the two chaos spirits, Xianxia also let out a shout as a golden light erupted and a golden dragon phantom enveloped him. As Dao's strength was hard to manipulate at the moment, he had no choice but to maintain it with the help of his dragon vein. However, the golden dragon phantom only lasted for a moment before shattering. The fierce power was so overwhelming that Xianxia's chest felt like it had caved in. In an instant, who knew how many of his bones had broken? Fresh blood came pouring out, but he managed to keep it down. Gritting his teeth, he shot a cold glare at the pseudo-royal lord and with fierce determination, spiritual energy flared madly as he roared, "Die!" The pseudo-royal lord did not even have the chance to shudder before he felt a strange pain in his knowledge sea, as if a long, invisible needle had pierced through the defenses of his soul, causing him to stagger back. It was a strange technique that targeted one's soul. The pseudo-royal lord understood that instantly. The Black Ink clan had a lot of information about Xianxia, and most of them were generally aware of such tricks, but according to what they knew, this was an unpredictable technique that was hard to guard against. Back then, many innate territory lords had been killed by Xianxia with this very technique, which gained him an infamous reputation. However, this technique did almost as much damage to its user as its target, and Xianxia had rarely used it over the last few thousand years. The pseudo-royal lord never would have expected that Xianxia would use that very technique against him at this moment, so he was unfortunate to suffer quite a loss from it due to being caught off guard. Taking an injury to his soul was a great headache for the pseudo-royal lord, but he quickly steadied himself. He was, after all, a pseudo-royal lord who was not something an innate territory lord could compare to, so he could still resist such attacks. He was only stalled for a moment, but Xianxia had already disappeared from sight. Following his aura, he saw Xianxia not far in the distance, clutching a large river and fleeing alongside the black leopard with lightning flashing all around its body. Xianxia knew that a soul-rending thorn would not be able to do much to a pseudo-royal lord, and his determined gesture from earlier was just to stall his enemy. After sending out a soul-rending thorn, he sent a message to Thunder Shadow and they ran. Thunder Shadow could not gain any advantage when he fought two chaos spirits head-on either. In just a few moments, he was beaten to the point where the lightning around its body had dimmed considerably. The sudden appearance of a third party not only made those from the Black Ink clan want to spit blood, but even the chaos spirits were distracted. Their main target was supposed to be the enemies from the Black Ink clan, but now they left them behind to attack Xianxia and Thunder Shadow. Xianxia could even sense that two powerful auras were locked onto him and were swiftly moving towards him. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King. The two of them had stopped their fight and were now tacitly chasing after Xianxia. For the Chaos Spirit King, anyone with the intention of snatching away the supreme Great Open Heaven pill was an enemy. The royal lord clearly did not want the pill to fall into the hands of the humans either, and especially not Yang Kai's hands. So, when the Chaos Spirit King tried to withdraw, he did not resist and instead joined forces with it. This time, Yang Kai had stirred up the hornet's nest. Yang Kai grumbled audibly. Everything was going smoothly just as he planned. He would have been completely capable of secretly snatching the supreme-grade open heaven pill while both sides were fighting each other, then disappear after that. However, one accident led him to be chased down by the masters of both sides. Yang Kai wished he could rip that damn territory lord who exposed him into 10,000 pieces. Yet, he just had to have trouble with using space principles at this moment. While dragging along the space-time river with several chaos spirits inside, all of whom were struggling to break out, he could not use instantaneous movement. It would not take long for Yang Kai to deal with the captured chaos spirits, but that little bit of time was enough for both the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord to kill him 100 times over. There was practically no way out. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. In the end, he had no choice but to use that. Whether this venture was still worth it or not, he had no idea. With a thought, he stretched out his hand and made a movement, and in the next instant, a butterfly that was as vivid as if it were alive suddenly appeared in his palm, its body giving off a soft glow. It danced on Yang Kai's hand before its wings flapped and a beautiful halo of light emerged. Go! Yang Kai whispered and threw the butterfly over his shoulder. The butterfly fluttered, then its small little body expanded. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of a large butterfly enveloped the void. A halo of blue light swept through the chaos, cleansing the world. All of a sudden, the butterfly burst into a million points of light. Many from the Black Ink clan and the Chaos Spirit clan, who were chasing after Yang Kai, clashed headfirst into the shower of light, and under its glow, their expressions became indiscernible. The glow of light suddenly gathered towards a certain point, and in the blink of an eye, a gracefully enchanting figure appeared in the void, blocking the many pursuers. The Chaos Spirits did not have much of an opinion regarding what they saw, but the pseudo-royal lord's face paled as he stared at it and exclaimed, "Luo Tinghe." It was quite a coincidence, but this pseudo-royal lord had come from the great territory battlefield that Luo Tinghe oversaw. He had also fought her before and was almost cut down in the process. Naturally, seeing this Ninth Order master again here made him fearful. He could not help but think, did this woman also come in? But when he focused his eyes on her again, he realized that the woman was not living, rather, it was some kind of manifestation or divine ability that was shaped in her image. However, despite it being a mere manifestation, it was still the divine ability of a Ninth Order master, so it should not be trifled with. The pseudo-royal lord's expression turned grave in an instant. At this point, Yang Kai's heart felt like it was bleeding. He had used up such a trump card just like that. The butterfly was given to him by the newly advanced Ninth Order Luo Tinghe when they met back then. It was something that was condensed from 500 years of Luo Tinghe's cultivation as gratitude to Yang Kai for his help. This Ninth Order master had been trapped in Yinyang Cave Heaven's Samsara Pavilion and was unable to return. It was by chance that Yang Kai had awakened her memories after experiencing 9 reincarnations with Chu Huashang, which freed her. After advancing to the Ninth Order, Luo Tinghe had been thinking of ways to repay Yang Kai, but she could not come up with anything she could give him. Considering how Yang Kai was constantly on the move and would often encounter many strong enemies though, she spent her own cultivation to create this butterfly for him, which could be used to save his life during a critical moment. This was arguably one of Yang Kai's strongest trump cards that he kept hidden away all this while and never used. Even when he was chased across the Black Ink battlefield and nearly cornered by Mo Nai, Yang Kai never thought about using it. That was because Yang Kai thought it too much of a waste to use such a thing to kill a pseudo-royal lord. But now, he had no other choice. If he didn't use it, then he really wouldn't be able to get away. 30 breaths of time. He only had 30 breaths of time. Luo Tinghe made it clear to him when she passed him the butterfly that summoning it was equivalent to summoning her to fight, but it could only last for 30 breaths. This divine ability could be seen as something akin to a soul clone of Luo Tinghe. However, considering Luo Tinghe's strength and that of the enemies Yang Kai was facing now, it may not even be able to last for 30 breaths. Yang Kai needed to get out of here even sooner than that. Almost as soon as Luo Tinghe appeared, a battle broke out. The pseudo-royal lord did not dare to step forward as he was wary of Luo Tinghe's power, but the Chaos Spirit clan knew no fear. Soon, the royal lord and Chaos Spirit king had also rushed over. Yang Kai didn't even have the time to turn around and look. He just felt Dao strengths fluctuating behind him, and the immense aftershocks of their battle blasted out and nearly knocked him over. At this moment, he was rushing forward while carrying his space-time river. No matter whether it was a chaos entity or chaos spirit blocking his way, the river would flow out and take them all in to be taken care of later. Yang Kai didn't dare to waste any time here. The chaos entities weren't difficult to deal with usually, but it was not a good idea to be getting tangled up with them right now. As a result, the pressure inside of his space-time river was growing greater and greater, making it even more difficult for him to escape using space principles. Yang Kai, you court death. A furious roar came from behind him, followed by a fierce attack. The pseudo-royal lord had somehow made it over to give chase. Yang Kai was exasperated. Luo Tinghe's divine ability didn't seem to be as effective as expected, otherwise, how could the pseudo-royal lord have come over? This was making an already bad situation worse. However, he knew that it was not because the divine ability was not powerful, just that even Luo Tinghe herself must not have expected him to be able to stir up so much trouble. Luo Tinghe was confident when she told Yang Kai that day that this divine ability could be maintained for 30 breaths of time. In her mind, the greatest danger that Yang Kai could face would be to encounter a pseudo-royal lord alone. However, this soul clone of hers was now facing the combined forces of a royal lord and a chaos spirit king, not to mention many more chaos spirits. 2. Have to hold back so many enemies alone, a newly advanced 9th Order Master soul clone would be severely lacking. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to get around her, she may not be able to stop him either. A powerful force hit Yang Kai on the back, sending his dragon scales flying and flaying his skin. This pseudo-royal lord had attacked to kill. After all, they had the chance to seize the supreme great open heaven pill, so how could they allow Yang Kai to come out of nowhere and take advantage of the situation? So, he was unrelenting in his attack, releasing the full extent of his power. Any other 8th Order Master would surely be at death's door if not buried on the spot by such an attack. Fortunately, Yang Kai had thick skin and strong flesh. Even though his 5 viscera and 6 organs were shaken after that attack, he endured the dizziness and used the force of that attack to propel himself further, making a speedy escape. However, the pseudo-royal lord did not give up his chase. Several others wanted to follow after him as well, but they were held back by the chaos spirits and had no choice but to form battle formations to fight. However, without the pseudo-royal lord leading the charge, they were soon racking up injuries, leaving them all quite miserable. They wanted to shout at the chaos spirits and tell them that they did not have the pill, so fighting was useless. They might as well go and chase after the culprit who seized the pill instead. However, they knew that the Chaos Spirit clan would not pay them any mind. To them, it did not matter whether they were from the Black Ink clan or the human race, anyone who stepped into their territory was an enemy. The space-time river opened up before them, rolling in all the chaos entities in its path and forging a way forward. The Tao strengths of space and time was extremely dense within the river, and under the erosion of the Tao strengths, most of the chaos entities quickly melted away into nothing, but their numbers were just too great. Yang Kai could feel his Tao strengths quickly draining away. Even the volume of his space-time river was shrinking rapidly, which was not a good sign. He was able to pull the chaos entity with the supreme grade heaven pill into the river, but if the chaos entity could not be scoured away before the space-time river broke apart, then it would be difficult to get the pill. Worse, there were still some relatively powerful chaos spirits inside of the river that were taking advantage of his moment of distraction to go on a rampage, stirring up trouble inside the river. On the other side, Luo Tinghe's soul clone had already summoned her yin-yang fish divine ability to envelop both the royal lord and chaos spirit king. The power of yin and yang intertwined and transformed mysteriously, turning the area it surrounded into a kind of cage. Without destroying this divine ability, even the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord would find it difficult to break free. A hint of Luo Tinghe's consciousness was undoubtedly in this soul clone, and at that moment, her brow was furrowed. She was trying her best to hold on, but she couldn't imagine how Yang Kai was able to provoke two top masters to join hands and chase after him. The 30 breaths of time she promised him was likely going to take a large dip. It would be amazing if she could even last 20 breaths. Understanding this, she immediately sent her voice to Yang Kai, quickly escape. Once her soul clone failed to hold on, even if Yang Kai had his space secret techniques, the chances of him surviving under the pursuit of two powerful masters would still be slim to none. Yang Kai gritted his teeth at her call and pushed his Dao strengths to the fullest, forging ahead with the help of the space-time river. 5 breaths, 10 breaths. One by one, furious attacks unleashed by the pseudo-royal lord landed on Yang Kai's back from behind, causing him to stumble each time. In just a short moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had sustained the greatest amount of damage in his life. All of a sudden, the oppressive force ahead cleared up. When Yang Kai turned his eyes over, he realized that he had finally rushed out of the encirclement of the chaos entities and was overjoyed. He immediately circulated his world force, turning his figure into a stream of light and speeding off into the depths of the void. "Stop him!" the royal lord roared from behind him. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements even as he was fighting with Luo Tinghe's soul clone, so when he saw that Yang Kai was about to break away into freedom, he started to get nervous. If it were any ordinary 8th Order master, they might be able to escape for a while, but certainly not for long. With a pseudo-royal lord in pursuit of them, there would eventually come a time when they had to bow down and accept death. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space and was unparalleled at running away. If they let him escape, then forget a pseudo-royal lord, even a true royal lord like himself would not be able to catch him. With a supreme-grade open heaven pill at stake, how could the royal lord be willing to let that happen? Previously, the Black Ink clan had always believed that the appearance of the universe furnace was an opportunity for the humans, and their many masters had only entered so as to spoil their chances, killing off any human race masters and weakening their overall forces. However, when he came upon a supreme-grade open heaven pill by chance and advanced to become a royal lord, he understood that this was not just an opportunity for the human race, but also one for the Black Ink clan. The supreme-grade open heaven pills that were born from the universe furnace held astonishing power. After discovering that there was another supreme-grade open heaven pill here, he decided to gather up as much help as he could to seize it. Everything was going well at first, until Yang Kai appeared out of nowhere, throwing the situation into disarray. This made the royal lord extremely frustrated. Why could they seemingly never rid themselves of this killing star? He seemed to be practically everywhere, always spoiling their plans. At this point, whether it be the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan, everyone was engaged in a messy fight. Only the pseudo-royal lord was chasing after Yang Kai without letting up. That was mainly because of how powerful he was, so the average Chaos Spirit would not be able to hold him back. Seeing Yang Kai break away from the battlefield, the pseudo-royal lord was also feeling anxious and circulated his aura madly to lock onto Yang Kai's figure in case he was to suddenly disappear. At the same time, Black Ink strength surged, and a series of killing moves were blasted in Yang Kai's direction. The blows battered Yang Kai to the point of dizziness, which was especially troublesome to his current situation where he was trying to run away and had to use space principles to do so. However, without dealing with the problem that was the space-time river, it was simply impossible for him to perform instantaneous movement. Therefore, most of his energy was spent on circulating his Tao strength and dealing with the chaos spirits and chaos entities that were trapped inside his space-time river. As for the attacks of the pseudo-royal lord behind him, he had no choice but to bear them with his body. Unfortunately, even with his potent dragon vein, Yang Kai couldn't last too long. Thankfully, he still had Thunder Shadow. As soon as he saw that things were looking bad, he leapt out from his shoulders and in a flash of lightning, revealed his true body. He circulated the power of his lightning to shield Yang Kai's back while fighting back against the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing them across the void. However, he could only endure for 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, the lightning around Thunder Shadow's body dimmed and his aura dropped noticeably, reducing him to a panting mess. Even though Thunder Shadow was quite strong, no weaker than any peak 8th Order master, he was still far from being able to fight a pseudo-royal lord all by himself. At this point, Yang Kai had also taken some time out to open up his small universe, releasing the few jellyfish chaos entities that he had left from before. Not only that, he also deployed batch after batch of small stone race clansmen. Yang Kai always kept an army of small stone race inside of his small universe that he prepared in order to deal with some critical situations, but even if they could not delay their enemies for long here, he did not care. With the help of the jellyfish chaos entities and the small stone race army, Yang Kai was barely able to buy himself a few breaths of time. The pseudo-royal lord's cold voice came from behind him. Yang Kai, hand over the supreme grade open heaven pill or die. After receiving information from that newly advanced royal lord, the pseudo-royal lord understood what a supreme grade open heaven pill could do. At the moment, he was already a pseudo-royal lord, but if he could refine that pill, then he could become a true royal lord. This should have been his spirit pill, so how could he allow Yang Kai to seize it? Yang Kai, who was still fleeing up ahead, turned a deaf ear to these threats. All of a sudden, he shook the space-time river that he had been holding all this while. As the Tao strength shook, several splashes came out of the large river, accompanied by several figures. It was the chaos spirits that he had swept up previously. Usually, it would not have taken him long to eliminate these chaos spirit clansmen with the power of his space-time river, as under the scouring of such potent Tao strength, they would quickly be ground away into dust, but the situation now was urgent, so how could Yang Kai bother wasting time and energy to eliminate these fellows? Since he could not do so, he simply tossed them out. With that, only the chaos entity that had devoured the supreme grade open heaven pill was left inside the space-time river. As Tao strength circulated fiercely, the entire river seemed to have been stimulated. The chaos entity had not been very strong to begin with, so how could it resist such corrosive power? Its body soon dissolved, and the supreme grade open heaven pill that had been in its body this whole time fell into the river. With little effort, Yang Kai easily scooped the pill out. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him shouted urgently, "Hand that pill over to me." "Bite me." Yang Kai spat out the blood in his mouth. Even though his aura seemed extremely drained, he still looked much more relaxed compared to before. With the trouble in his space-time river dealt with and no other external forces holding him back, it was time to go. It was at that moment that a powerful aura dissipated in the distance. Yang Kai knew that it was a sign that Luo Tinghe's divine ability had expired. In other words, her 500 years' worth of cultivation had dissipated. She had not lasted 30 breaths of time, and probably not even 20, however, being able to last as long as she had was already quite a feat in itself, as she was holding back two masters with power equal or greater than her own. Without Luo Tinghe's soul clone holding back his enemies, the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King were now charging over quickly. From afar, Yang Kai felt two powerful auras stretching over to lock onto him. How could Yang Kai dare to dally in this situation? He was confident that he could escape if he was only being chased by a pseudo-royal lord, but if he waited for these two to catch up to him, then he really would be just waiting for death. On the back of his hand, the great sun and moon marks appeared. Yellow and blue light flowed, gathering and transforming into a dazzling pure white light that enveloped his body, cutting off the aura of the pseudo-royal lord. Space principles surged, enveloping Thunder Shadow, who had returned to his shoulder and had almost become a dead leopard. In the next instant, the void rippled and their forms blurred. "Don't you dare!" The pseudo-royal lord howled and a fierce power was unleashed in Yang Kai's direction. His ruthless attack crashed against his fading illusory phantom, and the aftershock pierced through the barriers of the void to chase after him. In the next moment, the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King who had finally broken away from Luo Tinghe's entanglement rushed over, but they were too late. From a distance, all they saw was Yang Kai's fading figure. The Royal Lord felt his heart drop. He had formulated a plan with the hopes of giving rise to a new Royal Lord, yet he never expected to have prepared a dowry for the humans instead. Moreover, the one who seized the spirit pill just had to be the infamous Yang Kai. With this loss, the disparity in strength between the two sides was going to become enormous. Fury was boiling inside of him as the Royal Lord was so angry that he could explode. Hong, a violent power suddenly blasted over. The Royal Lord stumbled as he was caught off guard and turned around in anger, only to see the Chaos Spirit King coming at him with red eyes. "What are you coming at me for?" The Royal Lord was extremely vexed. "The one who stole your spirit pill is that human, so why don't we stop here and join forces to catch him instead?" Yang Kai had only just escaped, and he was riddled with injuries, so if they chased after him now, they might just have a chance to catch up. However, this inexplicable being was picking a fight with him instead. How foolish. That said, he hadn't been able to figure out just what the hell these chaos spirits were. The humans had Blood Crow to provide them with information, so they had some basic knowledge of and could take precautions against the Chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit clan. However, the Black Ink clan did not have any of that. This royal lord had encountered many Chaos entities before, but this Chaos Spirit King, who was even more powerful than him, was a first. He only knew that these strange beings were most likely native to the universe furnace world, but he did not know much else other than that. Based on his previous experiences though, he could tell that the sentience of the natives was not very high. Trying to explain was pointless. The Chaos Spirit King had just lost a supreme grade open heaven pill, which meant that they had lost the opportunity for another Chaos Spirit King to be born amongst them. So, it obviously wanted to vent all of its anger on the royal lord. Helpless, the royal lord had no choice but to fight, so how could he still have any energy left to chase after Xianxia? Moreover, fighting an opponent who was stronger than himself was not a pleasant experience. What aggravated him even more was the fact that his Black Ink strength had only a limited use against this powerful enemy. After a few moments of fighting, the royal lord had the intention to run. After all, the supreme grade open heaven pill was already gone, so there was no use getting tangled up with the Chaos Spirit clan any longer. However, leaving wasn't going to be easy either. After fighting for a while longer, the royal lord finally found an opening to withdraw and quickly shot off into the distance. The Chaos Spirit King gave chase at once, seemingly intent on killing him ruthlessly. This naturally made the royal lord so depressed that he could spit blood. "Sir Royal Lord, save me." A territory lord's wail rose from afar as he and his comrades had been surrounded by several dozen chaos spirits and were almost failing to hold on. Originally, they had a pseudo-royal lord leading them, and with the aid of a battle formation, they could still defend themselves, but after the pseudo-royal lord had run off to chase after Xianxia, leaving them behind, they were struggling to fight off so many chaos spirits. Seeing that their royal lord was also about to leave, one of them couldn't hold themselves back from yelling for help. But how could the royal lord have any strength to care about them? The Chaos Spirit King was right behind him. He would have a hope of escaping if he was alone, but if he had to bring along those territory lords with him, he would most likely be caught and then killed. Even though he heard the pleas of the territory lords, this newly advanced royal lord did not have the strength to care about them right now. As his body was wrapped in a black ink cloud, he left in a hurry. Seeing that their royal lord had abandoned them, the territory lords knew they could not hold on any longer. One of the territory lords suddenly withdrew his aura and broke away from the battle formation in an attempt to escape alone. "Don't!" another territory lord shouted, but it was too late. After one territory lord took the lead, the rest followed suit, scattering in all directions, leaving each of them to fend for themselves. However, they were all still surrounded by the Chaos Spirit clan. With the battle formation, they could still hold on for a while, but now that they had taken the initiative to disperse, how could they still be any match for the numerous powerful enemies around them? One by one, their auras were buried. Every last one of the territory lords was butchered, their black ink strength and hashed remains all that was left behind. This was probably the reason why the Black Ink clan could not truly grasp the essence of the battle formations. A true cohesive unit would stick together to either cut open a path to survival, or die in battle with honor. They would never choose to leave the battle formation like these territory lords. The Chaos Spirit King went after the royal lord while the territory lords died miserably at the hands of its Chaos Spirit subordinates. On the other hand, the one pseudo-royal lord had left, chasing after Xianxia after he escaped using instantaneous movement. Xianxia was badly injured this time, and so was Thunder's Shadow, who was almost blown up in the fight. Both were quite miserable at the moment. Even though they managed to seize the supreme Great Open Heaven pill, they weren't out of danger unless they shook off the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after them. If Xianxia was alone, he would have nothing to worry about since he could use instantaneous movement freely, but now that he had to bring Thunder's Shadow with him and with his body so battered, the pressure on him was high. A single round of instantaneous movement would not be enough to shake off a pseudo-royal lord completely. Earlier, as soon as Xianxia re-emerged from the void, a blow was sent out by his opponent followed through the spatial corridor and hit Xianxia, causing him to stagger. From behind, the pseudo-royal lord's divine sense washed over, obviously trying to determine Xianxia's position. Xianxia grit his teeth and used purifying light in order to shield himself from his opponent's probing, then, without stopping at all, He left again using instantaneous movement. Yang Kai repeated this several times before he finally left the pseudo-royal lord's detection range, but he knew that they were not that far apart, and chasing after him was the pseudo-royal lord's top priority now, so it was best for him to hide. However, where could he hide in this vast void? If Thunder's shadow was unharmed, then they could have hidden themselves with his innate divine ability, but Thunder's shadow had almost been turned into a dead leopard, so how could he still have the energy to use any sort of divine ability or secret technique? Forcing down the blood that threatened to surge up his throat, Yang Kai grit his teeth and gathered his strength as much as he could while bringing Thunder's shadow along in a random direction. A few moments later, the pseudo-royal lord rushed to the vicinity of where Yang Kai was previously and began searching around with his divine sense, but he did not find any traces. His face turned dark and he quickly swept away to continue investigating the nearby area. This was a matter of whether or not he could advance and become a true royal lord, so he was determined to dig Yang Kai out. Even though he was currently a pseudo-royal lord, a gap still existed between him and a true royal lord. After reaching his current height, how could he not want to go further? Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if he did manage to catch Yang Kai this time, then there was a high probability that he would be able to kill him and end his scourge once and for all. Yang Kai had caused far too much damage to the Black Ink clan, and many of their people had lived under his threat in their early years, so how could anyone from the Black Ink clan not hate him to the bone? That was why he spared no effort in searching for Yang Kai. Even though he had lost sight of the latter, he had no intention of giving up at all. The pseudo-royal lord even sent messages out in all directions, summoning more from his clan to join the search. For a time, many from the Black Ink clan within the universe furnace began to gather in one place, to the shock of the humans. Fortunately, the humans basically moved in groups to form battle formations, and those from the Black Ink clan had other tasks to focus on, so they did not have time to start random conflicts with the humans. However, this unusual gathering still raised the guards of the many humans as they had no idea what the Black Ink clan was up to. In the void, Tian Xiaozhu, alongside Zhang Tian he and his other 3 companions, stopped in place and looked back from where they came and all of them wrinkled their brows. This couldn't be helped as they had already encountered several groups of Black Ink clansmen who were converging towards a certain direction. Just like the humans, there was no longer anyone from the Black Ink clan moving alone. It had been a while since the universe furnace opened up. So, after being inside for so long, the masters of both sides should be able to find allies by now. As for those who did not, it was highly likely they had already been killed or were hiding somewhere, not daring to reveal themselves. The Black Ink clansmen that Tian Xiaozhu and the others encountered during this period were all groups of several territory lords. Even though both sides had sensed each other's presence, neither had any intention of starting trouble with the other. They just brushed by each other from a distance. Lu Feifei was more sensitive among them, so she had noticed the unusual situation from early on and could not help but ask, "Senior brother Tian, do you think senior brother Yang may be in trouble?" These territory lords had quite clearly received some sort of message to gather, otherwise, there was no reason for all of them to be heading in the same direction. Moreover, they were all heading towards where they came from, and they knew exactly what had happened there and what was going to be happening next as well. Tian Xiaozhu had clearly sensed it as well and nodded. It's inevitable that he'll stir up some trouble by trying to snatch chestnuts straight from the fire, but there's nothing we can do to help. If they could have provided any help to him, then they wouldn't have left so easily. There was a great possibility that Yang Kai might draw the attention of both the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King by attempting to seize the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill from right under their noses. When that happened, he could escape by relying on his space secret techniques, but they did not have that ability, so following Yang Kai would only hinder him. But from the current situation, it seemed that things were not going too well on Yang Kai's side, otherwise, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be gathering so many masters. Let's go look for Ouyang Lai. Tian Xiaozhu quickly made a decision. The Black Ink clan had their royal lord, and the Chaos Spirit clan had their Chaos Spirit King. However, the human race had a Ninth Order master in the universe furnace as well. Only by seeking Ouyang Lai's help would they be able to provide Yang Kai the capital to fight back. After making up his mind, Tian Xiaozhu was about to depart with his group when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Link!" The faces of Zhang Tianhe and the others turned serious, but there was no helping it as a powerful aura suddenly intruded into their perception, and the aura was equivalent to those of a Ninth Order Master or Royal Lord. Of course, there was also the possibility that it was a pseudo-Royal Lord, as there was hardly any difference between them and a true Royal Lord in terms of aura alone. This was especially the case if their aura was fully exposed. The only difference was that the pseudo-Royal Lords could not fully make use of their power and could only effectively bring out around 70% of what a true Royal Lord could. The aura they perceived was unfamiliar, so it was obviously not a Ninth Order Master. That could only mean that it was either a Royal Lord or a pseudo-Royal Lord. Their auras linked together and they quickly formed a 5 elements formation with the veteran 8th Order Master Tian Xiaozhu as the core, standing by in wait for a fight. With this formation, they would still have a chance even if they were to encounter a pseudo-Royal Lord. But if it was a true Royal Lord, then they would surely be no match for them. So, after getting into formation, all of them were secretly praying that it was not a real Royal Lord that was coming over, otherwise, all of them were possibly going to be buried here today. Xianxia reassured everyone, no need to worry too much. We've only discovered one Royal Lord before, but there were a considerable number of pseudo-Royal Lords who came in. It's reasonable to say that it's likely a pseudo-Royal Lord who's approaching. There's no way we'll be so unlucky as to encounter another Royal Lord, right? Lu Feifei couldn't help but glance over at him. That's what I was assuming as well, but after hearing you say that, I feel a bad premonition. Calm your minds and concentrate. Tian Xiaozhu shouted. Lu Feifei and Xianxia shut their mouths at once. While they were talking, a figure in the distance entered their vision. All they saw was a vast and imposing black ink cloud that was quickly approaching them. Xianxia, you damn crowmouth. Zhang Tianhe's expression changed for the worse. Exactly as they feared, the one who was approaching was, in fact, a true Royal Lord. Xianxia felt depressed. He had only made an offhand remark, yet how did he become a crowmouth? It was inevitable that all of them would feel anguished at this encounter. Even in the 5 elements formation, it was very likely that their fates in the face of this Royal Lord were going to be unpleasant. However, there was no way they wouldn't even resist when facing an enemy of this caliber. They were all determined to bite off a chunk of that Royal Lord's flesh even if they were to die here. They would fight with all their might. Prepare for battle. Tian Xiaozhu was a veteran 8th Order Master, and after experiencing so many life-and-death battles in his life, he was able to calm himself quickly and shouted for the rest of them to focus. The battle formation was running, their auras were connected, and world force was churning. Tian Xiaozhu was about to lead his junior brothers and junior sister into a fight to the death with the Royal Lord, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to run after being taken aback for a moment. That left Zhang Tianhe and the rest puzzled, but since they were in a battle formation, the rest of them could only follow Tian Xiaozhu under the pull of their auras. Very soon though, they realized why their senior brother Tian had run. That was because it wasn't simply a Royal Lord coming at them from afar, there was an even stronger aura following closely behind him, one that felt extremely strange. It was unlike a Ninth Order Master or Royal Lord, instead, it was like... Could it be that Chaos Spirit King? Lu Feifei came to a realization. They were wondering how there could be so many Royal Lords popping out at once, but it was very clear that this was the same Royal Lord that they sensed with Yongkai back then. The Black Ink clan didn't have 2 true Royal Lords, it was still just one. Previously, the Royal Lord was fighting against the Chaos Spirit King where the Chaos Spirits were gathering earlier, and at this moment, the Chaos Spirit King was chasing down the Royal Lord, clearly trying to kill him. However, what confused them was why the Chaos Spirit King would chase him all the way here. Didn't it have to protect its clansmen? And what about the chaos entity that swallowed the Supreme Great Open Heaven pill? Instantaneously, all of them understood something. Most likely, Yongkai had succeeded in seizing the pill and had escaped. The Chaos Spirit King must have mistaken Yongkai to be on the Black Ink clan's side, so it turned its anger on the Royal Lord when it failed to find Yongkai. That would explain why there had been so many Black Ink clansmen gathering in that direction recently. It was very obvious that they were trying to dig out Yongkai's location. Understanding this, Zhang Tianhe and the others all glanced at each other, feeling impressed. As expected of senior brother Yang, he had truly succeeded in seizing the chestnut from the fire, and the fact that he got his hands on a supreme-grade open heaven pill also meant that a new Ninth Order Master would soon exist among their ranks. Even more amazingly, he had managed to toss the pot of trouble into the hands of the Black Ink clan as well. But now, their situation wasn't so good. They weren't as fast as the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King, so it would only be a matter of time before they caught up to them. They had no choice but to avoid them, yet the Royal Lord was chasing after them like maggots on rotting bones. It was very obvious that his intentions were to drag them into the fray so as to divert the Chaos Spirit King's attention. Something had to be done, otherwise, they would be forced into a passive position once the Royal Lord made his move. "Everyone, do you trust this old man?" Tian Xiaozhu suddenly called out to them. Zhang Tianhe and the others did not understand what he meant, but they could vaguely guess what he intended to do and quickly answered, "No need to stand on ceremony, senior brother Tian. If senior brother wishes to do something, please act freely." Tian Xiaozhu let out a hearty laugh. "In that case, let us fight the Royal Lord together." With those words, he suddenly turned around again and charged towards the Royal Lord. Behind them, the Royal Lord who was running away had long picked up on these humans' presence, and it was also true that he intended to hold off the Chaos Spirit King after him with the help of these Eighth Order Masters. There was not much he had to do, he just had to stop these humans for a moment, then. There was no way the Chaos Spirit King would just sit back and let them go. When that happened, he could get the humans to fight the Chaos Spirit King, and then he could take advantage of that opportunity to escape with his superior speed. It was a sound plan, yet he never would have expected these humans to have the guts to turn around and attack him. The Royal Lord couldn't help but be taken aback by this unexpected reaction. The very sight made him furious. Being chased by the Chaos Spirit King that lacked sapience was terrible in and of itself, but the other party's fist was bigger, so there was no helping it. However, how did those Eighth Order Masters dare to underestimate him like this? Courting death. This newly advanced Royal Lord coldly snorted and raised his hand. Black Ink strength gathered in his palm before he clenched his fist and threw a punch in Tian Xiaozhu's direction. Inside of the Five Elements formation, the 5 Eighth Order Masters were arranged into a V shape with Tian Xiaozhu at the lead. Before the Royal Lord's fist had even reached them, Tian Xiaozhu had already spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a dense blood mist that wrapped around the 5 of them, and his already stunning aura rose to another level. World force surged fiercely, and all their bodies shone brightly. The eventual clash caused space to shake for a moment, and several muffled grunts rang out. The Royal Lord's body was pushed back slightly, but the mighty Black Ink cloud remained mostly intact. On the other hand, the streak of blood-red light was blasted back while its glow faded greatly. It wasn't until they tumbled nearly 1,000,000 kilometers before the 5 Eighth Order Masters managed to steady themselves. At this moment, the faces of the 5 humans were pale, and blood was spilling from the corners of their mouths, especially Tian Xiaozhu, who had taken the lead. His face had turned almost as white as a sheet of paper, and a part of his chest had caved in. Even with the 5 of them assuming the 5 Elements formation, having to take a head-on blow from a Royal Lord still did not go down well for them. However, Tian Xiaozhu was laughing loudly. "You two have fun, we'll be taking our leave." Barely maintaining the battle formation, he spat out another mouthful of blood essence and activated a secret technique. Then, along with Zhang Tianhe and the others, they turned into a streak of red light that quickly moved away. The aftershocks of a fierce battle could be heard from behind them, as well as the Royal Lord's unresigned roar of fury. "Humans, I'll bury all of you and exterminate your entire race." He had originally intended to stop the Eighth Order Masters here for a while and drag them into the fight, but he never expected them to act against him first before he put his plan into motion. They had done exactly what he was planning to do. Under the momentum of the 5 Elements formation, the 5 Eighth Order Masters combined their strengths to launch a single attack, but still did not gain much out of it. Instead, they had all come out injured. As the core of the formation, Tian Xiaozhu had even briefly trod upon the gates of death, but the result proved that it was undoubtedly the right choice to make. As a result of the resistance they had put up, the Royal Lord was halted for a moment, even pushed back slightly, which was just enough for the Chaos Spirit King who was chasing after him to catch up. While 2 top masters were now engaged in a close-quarters melee, how could they have any strength left to care about Tian Xiaozhu and his group? This truly was snatching life from the gates of death. It was difficult for them to have done something like this without great courage, but fortunately, there was never a shortage of courage among the brave warriors of the human race, especially among old veteran Eighth Order masters like Xianxia. Seeking a ray of hope in desperation had always been something that they were best at. Xianxia and the others managed to escape from a crisis for the time being, but with the varying injuries that all of them suffered necessitated finding a place to hide and recuperate. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King were not fighting again, shattering chaos and tearing apart the void. However, for top masters such as them, even if there was a noticeable difference in true strength between them, it was not so easy for either side to take the life of the other. The fight would most likely end in the Royal Lord escaping again in the end, with the Chaos Spirit King chasing after him incessantly. Elsewhere, Xianxia felt as if he were a lamp running out of oil. After seizing the Supreme Great Open Heaven Pill, he managed to escape with Thunder's shadow. Even though he found an opportunity to recover during this period, the Black Ink clan would soon discover his trail and he would be forced to flee again, so he did not manage to heal much. He could sense that a wave of Black Ink clansmen was constantly converging towards this area. It seemed like the loss of a Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill had truly irked them. He was in bad shape now, and so was Thunder's shadow, so he was simply powerless to deal with so many enemies. Xianxia had no choice but to constantly move around while finding breathing room to heal. But if things went on like this, it wouldn't be long before he had no way to escape and would have to fight to the death. He had to find a safe place to recover from his injuries. However, though the universe furnace world was vast and the terrain complex, it was difficult to find a truly safe place, especially when the Black Ink clan were currently trying to seek him out. As he ran, Xianxia considered his options, and the only place that he could hide seemed obvious. If he hid inside of the infinite river that was said to run through the entire universe furnace world, then no matter how many masters from the Black Ink clan came, they might still not be able to find him. However, the infinite river was formed of chaotic shattered Tao essence, so if he hid inside of it, being corrupted by the shattered Tao essence would still bring great risk to him. For a while, Xianxia was at a loss. The main reason for that was because he currently had no idea how far away he was from the infinite river. But no matter what, it was still a way out for him. While escaping, Xianxia searched for the location of the infinite river. During that time, he encountered some Black Ink clansmen who were trying to seek him out, so he had no choice but to use his space secret techniques, which drained a lot of his energy and exacerbated his injuries. Following his senses, Xianxia fled in the direction he thought the infinite river was, but he couldn't catch any sign of it no matter how far he flew. This made him doubt himself and wonder whether he had gotten the direction wrong. But if the infinite river truly did run through the entire universe furnace world, then it wouldn't matter which direction he went in. He would eventually find it. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound broke through the world and the Grand Tao shook. The universe furnace was evolving again. How many times has it been now? Xianxia was starting to lose count. He had no idea whether this was the 6th time or the 7th time. He quickly stopped in place and calmed his mind to perceive the changes happening around him. Each evolution was a process of the Grand Tao changing from chaos to order. After 9 times, the shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace world would no longer exist, and everything here would no longer be any different from the outside world. It was a miraculous process, and Xianxia had a feeling that if one were able to see through the secrets of this evolution, it would come with great rewards for any cultivator, and perhaps even an unimaginable pleasant surprise. He had calmed his mind to pay attention to the evolutions before, but he was unable to gain anything from them, let alone this time when he was in bad shape and on the run. Very soon, the evolution was over. The sense of chaos in the universe furnace world had definitely become less apparent, and the shattered Tao essence had also grown much thinner. Now, some new pure Grand Tao had even emerged. The invisible fog that enveloped the entire universe furnace was being lifted gradually as the Grand Tao evolved. It was at that moment that 2 divine senses emerged from the void and probed his position. Xianxia's face turned dark and he quickly manipulated space principles to escape. As the chaotic energy grew thinner, it also made it easier for one to scan their surroundings. A few moments later, 2 territory lords rushed over to this place from different directions, but there was no trace of Xianxia. However, the lingering fluctuations of space principles left behind told a clear story. They hastened to send out messages through their black ink nests in all directions to gather in this direction. On the other side, Xianxia appeared with Thunder's shadow, exhausted beyond measure. He had never tried using instantaneous movement so many times with a companion in the same realm before, and it was several times more tiring than if he were to do this alone. While he was mulling over what to do next, Xianxia sensed something and sent out his divine sense to check in one direction. In the next moment, the sound of water emerged, splashing deep within his mind. The infinite river. Xianxia was overjoyed. It seemed that his memory had been correct and he was indeed moving in the direction of the infinite river. Now, he was finally getting closer. He quickly moved towards the infinite river with Thunder's shadow and soon saw the magnificent current that looked like it had no source nor end again. Now that he had found it, Xianxia started to feel a little hesitant. There was no doubt that hiding in the infinite river was the only choice he had left. With the Black Ink clan gathering to search for him, and with him in his current condition, he would sooner or later be surrounded if he did not get a chance to properly recover. When that happened, he would get no response even if he cried out to the heavens for aid. However, if he really did enter the infinite river, Xianxia had no idea what he would encounter there. The large river was not safe after all. Unfortunately, he had no other choice right now. Xianxia grit his teeth and circulated his power to protect himself and the dazed Thunder Shadow who was on his shoulder. He then leapt into the river, which remained completely silent without even the slightest splash. The humans had a lot of information regarding the universe furnace world in their hands, of which included information about the infinite river that was all provided by Blood Crow. However, even though the infinite river was mentioned in that information, there was nothing said about what would happen if one was to fall into it. Xianxia speculated that Blood Crow had neither considered the possibility, or that anyone who fell into the river had died, and that was why no information about it was available. Xianxia speculated entering the river was a risky move, and the moment he did he confirmed that theory. As soon as he fell into the infinite river, he could feel rich shattered Tao essence corroding his body from all directions. It felt as if countless chaos entities were attacking him at the same time. In fact, that was indeed what was going on. Chaos entities were formed from shattered Tao essence to begin with, so being surrounded by shattered Tao essence was no different than being attacked by the chaos entities. Even though Xianxia had already taken precautions, his body still felt weak in an instant and he could hardly muster any strength while he sank. His mind was even being flooded with all sorts of inexplicable emotions that made him feel pessimistic, dépassé, and distracted. The Black Ink clan was so powerful, could the human race really resist them? Even though it seemed like both sides could compete as equals, the Black Ink clan still had masters on their side that had not been deployed yet. Moreover, there was still Mo, who was sealed in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even if the humans exterminated all of the Black Ink clan in the 3000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield, it was still impossible to end this war that had started in the early ancient era without a way to deal with Mo. That was an opponent that not even the 10 martial ancestors like Tsang were able to solve. So, why was he doing so much to seize the supreme great open heaven pill? Now, he had gotten himself surrounded from all sides, chased down by his enemies until he had nowhere to go. With so many gloomy thoughts pounding on his mind, Xianxia couldn't help but feel tempted to just sink down and stop caring about all the annoying things happening outside. Becoming a part of this infinite river did not seem all that bad either. Suddenly, he realized why Blood Crow's information did not include anything about what happened when one fell into the river. Most likely, all who had fallen in had died. A touch of coolness spread out in his head like the sun rising into the sky. Under its impact, all of those distracting thoughts disappeared into nothingness. Xianxia quickly circulated his power to stabilize his sinking body and he couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. As he expected, the infinite river was extremely strange. If the soul-warming lotus had not protected him in that moment, then he might truly have met his demise. The shattered Tao essence that was gushing over from all directions contained all sorts of mysterious powers that was simply not something a human could withstand. That power had the ability to influence the most minute and imperceptible flaws deep within a person's heart and magnify them infinitely. It was not a power that merely confused a person, but rather a mysterious part of the Grand Tao. Xianxia was instantly on alert and took the initiative to circulate the soul-warming lotus's power in order to protect himself. Turning his head over, he could see a peaceful look on the face of Thunder's shadow, who was perched on his shoulder, his eyes looking blank and hollow. It was apparent that he had also been affected, and even his flesh was showing signs of disintegration. If one's body were to disintegrate in this kind of place, then the only result would surely be a death without a burial. Xianxia raised his voice at once and shouted, "Thunder's shadow!" Thunder's shadow turned his head languidly to look at him, but he did not show any signs of responding in the slightest, as if he had already accepted his fate. Xianxia panicked. He had the soul-warming lotus to protect himself, so he was temporarily able to stabilize his mind, but Thunder's shadow didn't have that advantage. If this situation continued, then it would not take long before Thunder's shadow really died. Shattered Tao essence was scouring them from all directions, and it was because of its influence that both he and Thunder's shadow were acting so strangely. In that case, the only thing Xianxia could do was to find a way to shield themselves from the shattered Tao essence. Xianxia immediately circulated his Tao strengths of space and time to summon his own space-time river, coiling it around their bodies and protecting both Thunder's shadow and himself while pushing away the infinite river's water. In the next moment, Thunder's shadow abruptly came to. His senses and his eyes were filled with fear at what he'd just experienced. This river is too strange. Not only strange, it was simply evil. Even a master of Xianxia's caliber had fallen prey to it momentarily, so there was no need to even mention how ordinary Eighth-Order masters and territory lords would react. Even those pseudo-royal lords would likely not have gotten out safely if they fell into the river. However, he had no idea whether Ninth-Order masters or royal lords could withstand the river's corruption or not. Xianxia answered with a grunt and gritted his teeth, examining his own small universe. He had not paid too much attention to it before, but when he brought out the space-time river, he realized that something unusual was happening to his small universe. The infinite river's water was not only corrupting his flesh and mind, but also his small universe. At this moment, the World Tree's clone was swaying in his small universe, its gigantic canopy forming a layer of protection like an umbrella, blocking the shattered Tao essence's encroachment. The realization was fearful to Xianxia. If the World Tree's clone had not been here to shield and isolate his small universe, then even if he could shake off the influence on his mind with the help of the soul-warming lotus, his small universe would still have been polluted. Once the infinite river's water encroached upon his small universe, it would definitely be filled with great amounts of the chaotic and disorderly shattered Tao essence. At that point, he would surely be greatly affected by it. If that were to happen, then not to mention maintaining his original strength, even just keeping his order from regressing would have been a great outcome. The dangers of this infinite river were truly unpreventable. Xianxia was now certain that even if a Ninth-Order master were to fall into this place, they would not have fared well. Even if they were able to withstand the river's corruption for a time, the integrity of their own small universe would still be affected. The soul-warming lotus and the World Tree clone had helped Xianxia greatly this time around. He was fine for now, but the need to protect Thunder's shadow with the space-time river was a huge drain to his Tao strengths. However, it was not too much of a problem for him. Xianxia carefully adjusted his space-time river, reducing its size and volume so as to reduce the consumption. He only stopped once the space-time river was barely enveloping Thunder's shadow. As for himself, he did not need its protection. The soul-warming lotus and the World Tree clone were enough. Even though it was a bumpy process, they had still escaped that situation without much harm in the end. It seemed like jumping into the infinite river was the right decision. Without the Black Ink clan to disturb him, Xianxia said, "Let's recuperate for now." Thunder's shadow nodded and silently took out a space ring before fetching some healing pills and swallowing them. Though he was from the monster race and some spirit pills refined by humans were not usable for him, healing pills were still fine. He had been beaten senseless previously and was now greatly in need of recuperation. Xianxia also took out some healing pills and gulped them down, then he silently shut his eyes and began adjusting his breathing. Xianxia's injuries were extremely severe, but his restorative abilities were strong, so his physical injuries were not a big problem for him. Only, his soul had received some damage from him being forced to use a soul-rending thorn against that pseudo-royal lord, which would require the slow nurturing of the soul-warming lotus to recover from. Fortunately, he had only used one, so the injury to his soul was not particularly serious. One human and one monster quietly recuperated inside the river, remaining still and allowing the river to wash over them. Meanwhile, another reign of terror had arisen outside due to that supreme-grade open heaven pill. There were constantly Black Ink clansmen gathering, searching for Yang Kai and breaking out into conflict with the humans who were here. After several evolutions of the universe furnace's Grand Tao, the situation had become much clearer, unlike before where it would often take long to bump into another living soul. Now, both the human race and Black Ink clan would move in groups and each encounter would end in a bloody battle. At first, the humans had suffered a bit of a loss due to the large number of masters on the Black Ink clan's side, but as time passed, the humans gradually noticed the unusual situation here, especially as Xianxia Zhu and the others were also spreading the news, causing more and more humans to start converging. Yang Kai had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, but he was currently being hunted down by the Black Ink clan, and his current status was unknown. That could, certainly, not be good. The existence of a supreme-grade open heaven pill was equivalent to another Ninth Order master, not to mention Yang Kai's position in the human race. No matter what, they could not allow the Black Ink clan to get him. Using the communication beads that they brought with them, the humans rallied their allies and swarmed over. When Ouyang Lai, the newly advanced Ninth Order master, rushed over after receiving the message that had been passed on several times before, the situation had already fallen completely out of control. Aftershocks from battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan could be felt practically everywhere across a vast stretch of the void, throwing the universe furnace world into unrest. Inside the infinite river, neither Yang Kai nor Thunder Shadow, who were both recuperating, were aware of the situation outside. After swallowing a large number of spirit pills, both of their conditions gradually improved. Some time had passed before Yang Kai felt that his injuries were no longer an issue, and the damage to his soul was stabilized by the soul-warming lotus, though full recovery would take much longer. His current state would not affect his combat capabilities at least. Yang Kai then checked on Thunder Shadow's condition, and though Thunder Shadow's recovery speed was not slow, it still wasn't as quick as him. Currently, he had mostly recovered from his injuries, but he was still enveloped in the space-time river. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's movements, Thunder Shadow slowly opened his eyes to say, "I'm fine now." The bodies of those from the monster race were extremely strong to begin with, so even though he had been beaten by the pseudo-royal lord until he had almost become a dead leopard, since he survived in the end, it would not be too much trouble for Thunder Shadow to recover. Yang Kai nodded but was in no rush to leave. Instead, he looked down and gazed for a moment, before muttering, "Say, what do you think is inside this infinite river?" The most mysterious and magnificent thing inside of the universe furnace was undoubtedly the infinite river. This large river was formed purely out of chaotic shattered Tao essence and ran through practically the entirety of the universe furnace world. Yang Kai did not think too much about it when he first saw the river. Moreover, he was focused on searching for the supreme-grade open heaven pills then and had no time to wonder about such things. However, through his time in the infinite river, hiding and recuperating, something came to mind. Could the infinite river truly be as simple as it seemed on the surface? The universe furnace was the most miraculous treasure in the universe to begin with, and this was the most mysterious part of it. There was most likely more to this river than met the eye. Hearing his question, Thunder Shadow became wary. "What are you thinking of doing?" Even though he was only Yang Kai's monster self, he could vaguely sense that Yang Kai had come up with some dangerous ideas. After all, his true self had never been the type to sit still when something piqued his interest. Sure enough, Yang Kai said, "Since we have nothing to do, why don't we go in and take a look?" Thunder Shadow was speechless. "What do you mean nothing to do?" There were still many supreme-grade open heaven pills scattered outside, and there were also many Black Ink clansmen to kill. How could there be nothing to do? Yang Kai reasoned, "There are probably many of them searching for me outside, including pseudo-royal lords and that royal lord. If worst comes to worst, the Chaos Spirit King may be searching for me too. If we go out now, we would end up running around and hiding anyway, so we might as well stay here a while longer and wait for things outside to clear up before heading out." "You do have a point." Thunder Shadow was silent for a moment. "You're the big brother, so you decide." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go and take a look, then." Saying so, he immediately sank down with Thunder Shadow following close behind him, the space-time river coiling around his body and blocking the scouring of the chaotic force. The infinite river looked wide and deep from the outside, but there had to be a limit. However, as he sank further down, Yang Kai felt that something wasn't quite right. Based on his senses, the depth that he and Thunder's shadow reached was so deep that they could likely have passed through the entire river, but in truth, their bodies were still surrounded in the chaotic flow, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. The inside of this infinite river truly was something special. Xianxia became increasingly cautious. Moreover, the further they sank, the stronger the impact of the water became. Every so often, they could even feel strong currents and turbulence trying to sweep them away. The soul-warming lotus's power was continuously roused, protecting Xianxia's mind to stop him from being affected by the chaotic energy. Inside his small universe, the large umbrella-like canopy of the World Tree clone was also growing more and more dense. After sinking for an unknown amount of time, Xianxia could vaguely feel that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Even with the soul-warming lotus protecting his mind and the World Tree clone to seal and stabilize his small universe, the scouring of the chaotic force on his body was hard to avoid. Even his dragon form, which was only a step away from advancing to become a divine dragon, was unable to resist the river's erosion. Xianxia had no choice but to expand his space-time river, coiling it around both Thunder's shadow and himself to relieve the pressure. But with this, his Tao strength would quickly be depleted. Previously, it was fine when he was just enveloping the tiny Thunder shadow with the space-time river, but now, Xianxia had to use it to protect both of them, which more than doubled the consumption. Tao strength was tied to Xianxia's perception and precipitation of his own Grand Tao, so if he consumed too much of it, it would end up affecting the foundation of his Grand Tao. As he continued to sink down, it truly seemed there was no bottom to this river. The pressure was growing stronger, and sweat was already starting to bead up on Xianxia's forehead. Sensing that things were not looking good, Thunder's shadow quickly shouted via divine sense, "I think it's about time we head back up." If they didn't have enough strength to leave, then they could end up being trapped here. If that happened, Xianxia's Tao strength would eventually be exhausted, making it difficult for him to maintain the space-time river. Then both he and the original would perish here. Xianxia also felt that it was time for them to head up, but this infinite river was filled with oddities. He dove so deep yet still saw no signs of an end, so it felt like a waste to just give up like this. He had a nagging feeling that this infinite river was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, so after a moment of contemplation, Xianxia continued sinking deeper, bringing forth more of his Tao strengths to compensate. His Grand Taos did not end at the Tao of time and Tao of space. The Grand Taos that he had put effort into cultivating also included the alchemic Tao, spear Tao, and the Tao of artifact refining. He had also absorbed and refined many Grand Tao rivers in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, each one of them filled with different Tao strengths. It could be said that the Grand Taos of Xianxia's small universe were numerous and almost all-encompassing. Only their levels of mastery were different. This was also the main reason why cultivators from the Void World could practice a wide variety of Grand Taos. The presence of this variety in turn increased the choices of Grand Taos that the Void World's cultivators could more easily comprehend. Without the harvest he gained from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon back then, the cultivators in his small universe would have a far harder time comprehending Grand Taos Xianxia was unfamiliar with. Spear Tao, Sword Tao, Tao of Spirit Arrays, Tao of Artifact Refining, Saber Tao. Many Tao strengths were circulated at once, strengthening the space-time river. Seeing this, Thunder's shadow quickly circulated its own Tao strength. He was a shadow leopard and was innately proficient in the Tao of concealment. Later, when became a great emperor, he gained enlightenment into the Tao of thunder. So, when he circulated his Tao strengths, the space-time river began flashing with lightning, though it also seemed ethereal and was all around a bizarre sight. Under the combined efforts of one man and one leopard, the pressure instantly became much lighter. Sure enough, the best way to restrain chaos was with complete Tao strengths. While circulating his Grand Tao strength, Thunder's shadow was complaining, "How did you manage to live for so long?" The infinite river was clearly full of dangers, yet Xianxia was obstinate in exploring its depths. Thunder's shadow was genuinely surprised that he could survive thus far with such a daredevil nature. Xianxia laughed out loud, "How could you be born without me? You make it sound as if I'm your son." Thunder's shadow was instantly silent. They continued to sink deeper, and when they reached an unknown depth, the undercurrents suddenly grew even more turbulent, and the impact of each wave would violently sap away the Tao strength of them both, causing the space-time river to flicker in unrest. After reaching this point, even Xianxia was starting to think of giving up. Previously, the reason he was able to hold on was naturally because he hadn't brought out his full power yet. However, it seemed now that he would truly be unable to make it out if he were to continue going any further. Once his Tao strength was depleted, and he was no longer able to maintain the space-time river, it would truly be the end of the road for him. Investigating the infinite river was just a passing whim for Xianxia. It was a pity that he got nothing out of it, but it was not worth it to put too much into this. However, just as Xianxia was about to retreat, his expression turned solemn. He could vaguely feel the environment around him was changing, as if it was no longer as chaotic. Thunder Shadow saw a certain look on Xianxia's face and had a bad premonition. Even though he was currently in the same cultivation realm as his original, the difference in their abilities was great. He was completely oblivious to some of the things that Xianxia was able to sense, so he had no idea what Xianxia discovered, but he seemed excited. As expected, the next moment, Xianxia dove down with great enthusiasm, and he was even going at a much faster rate. Thunder Shadow couldn't help but sigh and swallow his words of persuasion. If his main self wanted to take the risk, then he had no choice but to surrender and join him. After all, he couldn't just abandon himself and run away. But soon, Thunder Shadow also noticed that something was not right as he muttered in surprise, "The river is changing?" He was also in the 8th order, so though he had noticed the changes later than Xianxia, he did still sense them. Xianxia nodded. It does seem to be showing some unusual changes. Deep inside the infinite river, when the density of the chaotic energy reached a certain limit, an amazing change happened that got Xianxia excited, and it was also the reason why he insisted on diving further. As for what exactly that change was, Xianxia could not describe it for the time being. Perhaps it would become clearer as he continued to descend. However, he could clearly feel the impact of the water surrounding him weakening slightly. Did things reverse once they reached extremes? With the weakening of the river's impact, the pressure that he had to bear naturally lessened, so Xianxia was in no hurry to retreat now. He had already gotten through the most difficult part, and now it was, naturally, time for a proper exploration of the infinite river's depths. Xianxia had a feeling that he might be able to touch upon some secrets here that were not known to the world at large. There may have been those who thought about exploring the infinite river before, but it would have been impossible for them to reach this far. It was more than the accumulation of Xianxia's heritage that enabled him to reach this place, it was also his other blessings. Whether it was the soul-warming lotus to protect his mind or the world tree clone to protect his small universe, these were all conditions that ordinary people could not meet. Not even the 9th Order masters could copy such a performance. Moreover, Xianxia was not inferior to any 9th Order master when it came to attainments in one's own grand Daos, he was merely lacking in cultivation. The greatest asset one could rely on to explore the depths of the infinite river was Tao strength. One's cultivation was merely secondary. That was why Xianxia could conclude almost for certain that nobody had ever reached this place before, let alone explored the infinite river's depths to begin with. The inside of the infinite river was originally dim, but at some point, a few faint spots of fluorescence began to appear in the surging river around him. The fluorescence was divided into 2 colors, yellow and blue. It wasn't obvious at first, but as Xianxia went deeper, more and more points of light began to appear around him. Looking around him, the lights were like ribbons, floating in the river, their luminescence creating a beautiful and colorful sight as they swayed along the flow of the water. The color of those lights felt familiar to Xianxia, moreover, their auras were not unfamiliar either. Xianxia was jolted by sudden enlightenment. Chaos divides into yin and yang. Thunder Shadow was also filled with profound thoughts at the sight, but he was not as knowledgeable as his main self, so though he had some understanding, it was not very clear. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The idea to explore the infinite river's interior had been a mere whim at the start. Many Black Ink clansmen were searching for him outside, so he just wanted to wait inside of the river for a while longer and let the storm die down, but to gain such an unexpected harvest here was a true surprise to him. He actually witnessed chaos dividing into yin and yang at an unknown depth deep inside the infinite river. This was a true evolution of Tao strength, the primordial separation of chaos. Xianxia steadied himself and concentrated, silently perceiving the changes in the grand Tao around him. Only after a long time did he open his eyes again with a thoughtful expression, then, his body moved, continuing deeper together with Thunder Shadow. The lower down he dove, the more the yellow and blue lights grew in number until at a certain point that was all Xianxia could see. Moreover, Xianxia no longer felt any chaotic shattered Tao essence after reaching this place. This was where the grand Taos of Yin and Yang gathered. A pure and primordial power surged in this place, openly displaying the ultimate profundity of the two grand Taos of Yin and Yang. Xianxia and Thunder Shadow were practically swimming in an inexhaustible grand Tao river. Xianxia was thrilled, but also felt that it was a pity at the same time. He was thrilled because of how pure and rich the Tao strength was in this place. Anyone who came here would be able to absorb and refine it, rapidly increasing their attainments in the grand Taos of Yin and Yang. This was primordial Tao strength which had split from chaos after all, so there was no way it would not be pure. It was just a pity that the Taos of Yin and Yang was not the main grand Taos that Xianxia cultivated, though he did have some of its Tao essences in his small universe. However, that was only there as a part of what he gained from the great sea celestial phenomenon. If a cultivator from Yin-Yang heaven were to come here, they would truly be like thieves entering a treasure mountain. For example, old ancestor Xiao, Luo Tinghe, and even his own wives Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan would definitely save centuries, if not millennia of hard cultivation to raise their attainments in their grand Taos. He sighed in his heart. Since they couldn't come here to grab these benefits, he would just have to do it in their place. When he opened up his small universe, it began swallowing up the Tao strengths in this place as if it had been starving for hundreds of years. Xianxia had done a similar thing in the past, inside of the great sea celestial phenomenon, but the conditions then were different from now. The many grand Tao rivers of the great sea celestial phenomenon were all of varying volume and strength, each of them containing a random grand Tao. Back then, Xianxia had taken each one of those grand Tao rivers into his small universe and refined them there. However, there was no need for that here. The Tao strengths of Yin and Yang here were so rich that he just had to open up his small universe and they would crash inside by themselves. Currently, a considerable number of Emperor Realm Masters had been gathered in the Void Tao Temple in Xianxia's small universe. All of them had condensed their Tao seals and were usually cultivating in retreat or training and sparring with each other. One female cultivator who mainly cultivated the Yin-Yang Grand Tao felt a stir, as if something new had been added to the world around her, and she couldn't help but be enlightened to many things all at once. Things that she usually couldn't understand opened up to her at this moment. She immediately ended her chat with her companion and sat down cross-legged to meditate. This made her companion dumbfounded, completely flabbergasted at how she had suddenly gained enlightenment out of nowhere. Unseen by others, a vast amount of the Yin and Yang Tao essence had appeared in Void World, and the amount was increasing in a continuous flow. By swallowing and refining the Tao strengths of Yin and Yang, Xianxia also gained many new insights, and his understanding of these grand Taos also increased significantly. Originally, his attainments in the Yin-Yang Grand Tao were not very high. Based on his own classification, he would at most be at the 4th level, traversing a familiar path, which was around an average level for a newly promoted Open Heaven Realm Master. However, as Xianxia continued to refine more of this pure Tao essence, that rapidly improved his mastery. Attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others with insight, Xianxia only felt that he was reaching a bottleneck when he was nearing the 8th level, summiting the peak. No matter how much more Tao strength he took in, it would be difficult for him to make any more improvements within a short time. This was within his expectations though. It was impossible to increase one's attainment in a grand Tao without limits simply by swallowing up and refining Tao strength. One would reach a wall sooner or later. Just like eating, even the greatest king of appetites would reach a limit of what they could consume, and only by slowly digesting that food could their capital be increased gradually. Xianxia did not feel that full right now. After all, his small universe was exceptionally large, so he could continue swallowing up more of this place's Tao strength. However, he was unable to refine more of it into his own Tao essence. He had never thought that he would one day be troubled about finding too much wealth. Pure, practically unlimited primordial Tao strength was right before his eyes, free for the taking, yet he was unable to refine it. However, Xianxia was still very satisfied with what he'd gained. His attainments in the Yin-Yang Grand Tao were originally only at the 4th level of mastery, but he was now at the border of the 8th level after such a short amount of time. Even with thousands of years, such a thing would be difficult to achieve simply by cultivating in seclusion. Yang Kai could vaguely feel that the 8th level was a bottleneck for him. Previously, he had also reached a standstill for a long time before breaking through to the 8th level of mastery in the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time, and those were his primary Grand Taos, while the Yin-Yang Grand Tao was something he never actively cultivated. As for the 9th level, it was useless to even think about it. Yang Kai himself had no idea how long it would take to make a breakthrough to the mysteries of the 9th level. Though he had no way of refining more, he faced no obstruction when it came to taking it in. As such, rather than close his small universe's portal, Yang Kai continued swallowing up more of the Tao strengths as he created a separate, isolated region in his small universe to store it for later use. If the infinite river had a consciousness and saw what Yang Kai was doing, it would likely feel the urge to cry. Eating and drinking his fill here wasn't enough for him, he was even packing up a massive amount of takeaway. Such greed was simply too much. Yang Kai's thoughts were simple though. He had reached a bottleneck now, but there was no saying when he would not have the blessing to make a breakthrough later. When that time came, this Tao strength that he saved would be of use to him in order to raise his attainments again. Even if he ultimately did not use it himself, he could still bring it to his 2 wives. They came from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so they certainly had a better understanding of the Yin-Yang Tao and could use this to strengthen themselves. As for old ancestor Xiaoxiao and Luo Tinghe, they were already in the 9th order and had cultivated for so many years. They had most likely reached their own limits in their cultivation, and that was not something that could be changed with outside help. Thunder Shadow stood aside, completely silent about Yang Kai's behavior. Indeed, his true self's greed was embarrassing, but fortunately, nobody else was there. Moreover, if anyone else were to be faced with such a blessing, they would most likely also find it difficult to refuse. After taking his fill, Yang Kai was in high spirits. After closing his small universe's portal, he continued downwards with Thunder Shadow. Diving deeper into the infinite river did not come without pressure, but it was still easier than the most difficult time they faced here. Fortunately, Yang Kai had some attainments in this Grand Tao to begin with, and those attainments were climbing with each passing moment, so the pressure became less and less. At this point, it had become no more difficult for Yang Kai than an idle walk in his courtyard. "What sort of changes do you think we'll see down there?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Thunder Shadow was sullen, "Don't know. I'm not guessing." Yang Kai laughed, "Even though you're from the monster race, you still need to use your head a bit more. Monsters without brains don't survive long." Thunder Shadow looked askance at him, thinking to himself, "If you scold me, then it's equal to scolding yourself, don't you know? It's your fault I don't have more smarts." But Yang Kai went on by himself. "It is said that the world began as chaos, then after many long years of evolution, Yin and Yang were born from it. Afterwards, it transformed into the 5 elements." As if to verify his guesses, the river, which was filled only with yellow and blue before, now suddenly had other colors appearing. The Yin and Yang Tao strengths were no longer pure. As the 2 Tao strengths intersected, traces of other Tao strengths emerged. The evolution of Tao strength was an amazing process. Deep inside of the infinite river, the yellow and blue colors were gradually replaced by 5 different colors of light. Gold represented the metal element, green represented the wood element, blue represented the water element, red represented the fire element, and brown represented the earth element. The intermingling of 5 colors caused the interior of the river to become more and more colorful. Chaos divides into Yin and Yang, and then Yin and Yang transform into 5 elements. The Grand Tao of Yin and the Grand Tao of Yang could be encompassed into a single Grand Tao just as it could be 2 separate ones. The Grand Tao of the 5 elements was the same. If it were broken down, then the Grand Tao of the 5 elements would contain 5 different Grand Taos. There would always be preferences as to which a cultivator focused on during their cultivation. But for any cultivator, Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements were the foundation of the Tao, and that was because once one reached the Emperor realm in their cultivation and condensed their Tao seal, they would have to start refining a complete set of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements materials to split heaven and earth apart within their bodies to form a small universe. Even the tallest building had to start with a base, so the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements were critical. Therefore, no matter which open heaven realm master it was, or whatever type of Grand Tao they cultivated, they more or less had some experience with the Taos of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Only, their attainments would vary in each of them. In Yang Kai's case, without the gains he made at the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon back then, even though he had some attainments in the Grand Daos of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, it was merely superficial. But now, his Yin-Yang Grand Dao was quickly nearing the 8th level of mastery, and the 5 elements Grand Dao was also bound to transform here. Rich and pure primordial Dao strengths of the 5 elements surrounded his body, but Yang Kai was not in any hurry to take it in and refine it. Instead, he was silently experiencing it. After a few moments, Yang Kai opened his eyes and shook his head slowly. His attainments in the 5 elements Grand Dao were not very high, so at this moment, he was only able to feel the Dao strength of the surrounding 5 elements interacting with each other and changing endlessly, but not much more. However, he was not discouraged. Right now, it was more important to raise his attainments in this Grand Dao. Yang Kai was starting to feel some pressure again after arriving at this place. The scouring of Dao strength around them caused the space-time river, which had been coiling around him and Thunder's shadow this whole time, to become restless. This was clearly because of his lack of attainments in the Grand Dao of the 5 elements. As before, Yang Kai opened his small universe's portal and swallowed up the Dao strength here as much as possible while refining it. The 5 elements Dao essence was rapidly accumulating inside of Void World. Yang Kai couldn't help but be reminded of the situation back then in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, which was similar to what he was experiencing now, but there, he still had to spend some effort to capture each one of the Grand Dao rivers. Here, it was completely different. All he had to do was devour Dao strength. And, as the concentration of 5 elements Dao essence increased, more and more disciples suddenly gained enlightenment in the Void Dao Temple and hurried to cultivate in seclusion. After some time had passed, Yang Kai felt himself reaching another bottleneck, and the 5 elements Dao essence in his small universe could not increase with ease anymore. Even if he took in more Dao strength, he wouldn't be able to refine it. His perception told him that his attainments in the 5 elements Grand Dao were more or less the same as his Yin-Yang Grand Dao now. Both of them stopped near the peak of the 7th level. Sure enough, the 8th level was a firm boundary in each Grand Dao that could not be broken through so easily. Just like before, Yang Kai created an isolated area in his small universe and sealed some 5 elements Dao strength for later use. As he had previously considered, the sealed Dao strength of Yin and Yang could be given to Chu Huasheng and Tao Lingwan. If he had no use for the Dao strength of the 5 elements after leaving this place, he could still split them with the other masters. There was currently a considerable number of masters among the human race, and though the newly advanced high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were not weak, their accumulation of heritage was still greatly lacking when compared with the older 8th Order veterans, especially in terms of attainments in their Grand Daos. The older 8th Order masters had already reached the limits of their own martial Dao and were unable to reach higher realms, but the accumulation of experience through many years still helped to improve their perception of their own Grand Daos. The young high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters had only cultivated for a short time, especially the fine seedlings who had broken through into the 7th Order directly. The higher the starting point, the more quickly their cultivation could improve, but one's comprehension of their Grand Dao may not be able to keep up with such a growth rate. Many things needed to be polished with time. This 5 elements Dao strength would benefit many cultivators when brought out. As Yang Kai's attainments in the 5 elements Grand Dao deepened, the pressure on him lessened in turn. Yang Kai waited until he had secured enough Dao strength of the 5 elements inside of his small universe before stopping and continuing to sink further. Thunder's shadow suddenly spoke up at that moment. According to you, chaos divides into Yin and Yang transforms into the 5 elements, then would the next step be the 5 elements give rise to 10,000 Daos? Yang Kai nodded, most likely. Thunder's shadow was shaken. Could such a miraculous evolution happen inside of this infinite river? This was not only the evolution of the Grand Dao, but also the transformation of heaven and earth. What the Grand Dao showed here was equivalent to presenting the universe's evolution from chaos, step by step. Perhaps this was how the vast expanse of heaven and earth was created in the long-lost era of chaos. These were just vague speculations from Yang Kai, so he dared not make a firm deduction. One human and one monster continued to sink down, and the evolution of Dao strength around them happened just as Thunder's shadow suggested. As the 5 elements intersected and intertwined, they began to transform into 10,000 Daos. The further down they went, the more brilliant the colors became. Colorful bands of all different colors gathered deep in the river, converging into a turbulent flow. Even though he had expected it before, Xianxia still could not help but feel complicated emotions well up within him when he saw this sight with his own eyes. Exhaling softly, Xianxia cheered, "Third brother, we're rich." Thunder Shadow had no time to care about him right now, as he had long circulated his power to grab onto a flashing lightning ribbon, opening up his mouth wide and gulping it down. That was naturally a manifestation of Thunder Dao strength in its purest, most primordial state. Thunder Shadow's mouth was full of lightning as he chewed. Even the pattern on his fur was shimmering. While swallowing, he mumbled, "It really is convenient for you with your small universe." To devour and refine Dao strength, Xianxia need only open the portal to his small universe, but not Thunder Shadow. He was from the monster race and cultivated the primal art, so was without a small universe and thus only able to benefit by doing this. Previously, he was already filled with envy when he saw Xianxia wantonly devouring and refining the grand Daos of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Now, he finally got his turn to reap some benefits. While refining the Thunder Dao strength, Thunder Shadow lamented, "It's a shame that second brother isn't here." Xianxia had not been able to find his human self, Fan Tian Ci, all this while. He had no idea where the latter had hidden himself. Though, it was just a passing lamentation. Thunder Shadow caught another shadowy Dao strength ribbon and continued chewing and refining it. As for his poor second brother, he had long been tossed to the back of his mind. Unlike Thunder Shadow, who was selective with what he ate, Xianxia naturally did not reject anything that came his way, like an ocean open to all rivers. As the portal was opened again, the colorful rivers flooded into his small universe. Despite putting all his effort into refining them, Xianxia still could not keep up with the speed at which the Dao strengths were pouring in. The Dao essences of all sorts of grand Daos were constantly accumulating inside his small universe, and his attainments were steadily increasing. Inside the Void Dao Temple, things had been strange recently. Firstly, a female disciple who cultivated the Yin-Yang Grand Dao suddenly gained enlightenment and sank into cultivation. Following that, another 3 disciples cultivating the 5 elements Grand Dao showed similar signs. This made the other disciples very envious. Their cultivation had long since reached the peak of the Emperor realm, and they had also condensed their own Dao seals and refined various materials. They were only one step away from advancing to the open heaven realm. It was just a shame that the Dao Lord never showed himself in these recent years to guide them out, so there was no way for them to leave Void World. After reaching their cultivation realm, it would be difficult to make any further progress unless they left this world to advance to the open heaven realm. So, it was inevitable that the others would become envious as they saw these people making gains in their grand Daos. Recently, however, more and more disciples were gaining enlightenment, often without doing anything at all. Some were even blessed inexplicably while merely chatting idly and drinking tea with their companions, gaining a sudden understanding of mysteries they could not see through in the past. For a while, the originally lively Void Dao Temple became extremely quiet. Practically nobody could be seen in the large Dao Temple as all of them had retreated to cultivate. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Void Dao Temple tens of thousands of years ago, so it could only be described as fantastical. In the outside world, Xianxia was starting to feel stuffed. If he were asked to cultivate bitterly on his own, then if he had to raise any one grand Dao to the peak of the 7th level, it would take at the very least hundreds, if not up to 1,000 years, even if he were to start from his current level. However, there was no need to cultivate here. He just had to swallow up the Dao strengths and refine them. The pure, primordial Dao strengths could be refined into Dao essence and integrated into his small universe. His spear Dao quickly reached the peak of the 7th stage, and so did his sword Dao, saber Dao, and even his Dao of spirit arrays. With the accumulation of all these Dao strengths, while Xianxia's small universe may not look any different on the surface, it was completely different from before in terms of substance. Peeking into his condition, Xianxia could feel that even if the Dao strengths gathered in his small universe did not reach 10,000, it would still likely have reached 3000. Nobody had ever cultivated so many grand Daos before, much less raised so many to such a high level of mastery. It was not out of Xianxia's abilities that he was able to achieve such a thing, but through the combined blessings of 2 unique opportunities. The first would be the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, which paved a foundation for his 10,000 daos, and the second was this infinite river. Yang Kai gained a huge harvest back then from the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, only, he was lacking in time and had left in a hurry as soon as he ran out of cultivation materials. Before leaving, he left a space beacon behind so that if he ever had the time, he could go back to it and gather more benefits he left behind in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. Unfortunately, he had not been free all these years, nor did he have the energy to do such a thing. After all, to come and go from the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon would take him far too much time. Also, how would he dare to leave when the situation between the two races was still undetermined? But now, it seemed like he wouldn't be needing to go to the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon again. The Infinite River's benefits alone were enough. In fact, the Infinite River's benefits were even more primordial and pure in comparison, and even easier to obtain. Over at the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai still needed to expend some effort and energy to find and then refine the individual Grand Dao rivers. While Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow had sunken into the depths of the Infinite River and were reaping great benefits, the Universe Furnace world had already descended into a bloodbath. With Yang Kai's move of seizing the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill as the trigger, both sides had gathered their soldiers and were now engaged in constant clashes with each other, forming rivers of blood with masters falling frequently. The battle was not as intense at first, but following Ouyang Lai's arrival, the situation became explosive. This new Ninth Order master had been choking down his complaints all these years. Now that he had risen to the Ninth Order, he had to make sure to slaughter more to vent the pent-up knots in his heart. However, the human race were unable to gain much of an advantage even with Ouyang Lai's participation, and the main reason was the number imbalance. The Black Ink clan greatly outnumbered them. Inside this Universe Furnace world, the Black Ink clan could still communicate with each other using their miniature Black Ink nests, not only sending out their locations, but also calling for reinforcements from all directions. But the humans could not do that. Even though the Supreme Headquarters had made arrangements before their entry, supplying each master with a special communication bead, its usage was limited in comparison to the Black Ink nests. Naturally, not as many helpers could be called over through that method. What's more, the humans had fewer forces than the Black Ink clan to begin with. If Ouyang Lai had not made it over in time, then the humans would surely have suffered a terrible loss in this battle. On top of all that, the Black Ink clan had many pseudo-royal lords on their side. By the time the royal lord broke away from the Chaos Spirit King and joined the battlefield, the limited advantage that the humans had was gone. Both sides clashed with the masters gathered, and the Ninth Order master and royal lord led the fight until finally, a kind of critical mass was reached and both sides pulled back. On the human side, Ouyang Lai looked over at the situation on the other side and couldn't help but curse. Didn't they say that the royal lord was being pinned down by the Chaos Spirit King? How did he come over to support them so soon? That Chaos Spirit King is so useless. How could it let this guy break loose from him so early? As expected, its intelligence is lacking. He hadn't had his fill of slaughter just yet, but it was no longer a good idea for conflict now. Otherwise, even if they could gain an advantage here, their side would inevitably incur some losses. And where is that brat hiding? If he was here, then the situation would surely improve. He heard that Yang Kai managed to seize another Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill, and that he'd snatched it from right under the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King's noses. Only Yang Kai could possibly achieve something akin to fetching chestnuts from a raging fire, but he must have gotten injured during the process and hidden away somewhere to recuperate. What about Big Head Xiang? Where did that guy go? Ouyang Lai had not heard anything about Xianxia since entering this place. In fact, nobody had even seen him since then. That guy can't be dead somewhere, can he? If so, that would be laughable. Ouyang Lai was reluctant to just back away here, but he also had a few scruples about starting a war with their enemies. For a moment, a bitter taste had sprouted on his tongue. He truly wasn't suited to strategizing as he had always been a fierce general charging in at the forefront of a battlefield. He was most suitable to receive commands and go wherever he was needed to fight rather than give orders. Seemingly catching on to Ouyang Lai's hesitation, the royal lord on the opposite end shouted, "Ouyang Lai, you humans did not eat any losses this time, but my Black Ink clan is not gaining any favors either. Why don't each of us take a step back and call things to a halt here? It won't be too late to wait until we're out of the universe furnace to settle this fight. Bullshit. If I don't kill all of you today, then my name won't be Xianxia. Xianxia barked back a furious response. Even though he did agree with his opponent's suggestion, and he himself was happy to lead his men in retreating, he could not allow himself to lose in terms of momentum. The royal lord's expression dimmed and he coldly snorted, "You've got a big mouth. If you have the ability, then come forward and show it. I'd like to see how you're going to kill all of us. Just you wait, I'll make my way over there immediately." Xianxia roared loudly. However, he did not feel so good after roaring out like that. His rash words had landed himself on the back of a tiger, and how could that be a good thing? He couldn't just lead his men over to fight. He was not afraid of the royal lord, but they had more masters gathered on the enemy side than what the human race could muster up. There were also several pseudo-royal lords standing by. This wouldn't be an easy fight. The only advantage they had on their side was their battle formations. The Black Ink clan had formations as well, but most of them could only reach the four symbols formation, and it was generally unstable, but the same was not true for the humans. At worst, they were able to form a solid 5 elements formation, which would naturally make them stronger than the Black Ink clan. However, they couldn't make up for the numerical disadvantage with that alone. If they really fought here, then it wasn't just the Black Ink clan that would suffer, but the humans as well. Moreover, Xianxia guessed that there would still be more reinforcements coming over to support them. Forget it. If we can't fight, then the only other option is to back away. As for pride, Xianxia wasn't the type of person to care about such things. Just as he was about to say a few more words, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed and he turned to look in a certain direction. At the same time, the royal lord also picked up on something and looked over in that direction as well. There seemed to be some unusual movements emerging from that side. At a distance that seemed to be merely several millions of kilometers away from where they were confronting each other, on a small chaos asteroid, a figure had been hiding since who knew when. This figure had a brave and heroic aura, with a majestic appearance. It was Xianxia, whom Xianxia was thinking about before. At this moment, Xianxia's brow was deeply furrowed and his mouth was filled with a bitter taste as he wanted nothing more than to just scream out loud, "Xianxia, you old fart, you're going to cost me my life today." Since entering this universe furnace world, he had been acting alone, but it was not because he was unwilling to join hands with the other masters, but instead because he never encountered anyone. He had also been searching for supreme-grade open heaven pills all this while. He had tried to break through his own bottleneck with the help of ordinary-grade open heaven pills, but they proved to be of no use. The drawbacks left behind from dropping in order made it so that only a supreme-grade open heaven pill would be able to compensate for them. His luck was not good, but it was not too bad either. After searching for a long time, to a point where he was about to grow desperate, Xianxia finally lucked out. There, on this small asteroid, he found an unclaimed supreme-grade open heaven pill. Suppressing his excitement, he had been hesitating for a long time on whether or not he should refine this spirit pill here and break through to the ninth order immediately, or wait. As long as he could make a breakthrough, then he would be free to roam the universe furnace world unobstructed. Unexpectedly, he had sensed movements of a fight in the distance as soon as he took the pill into his small universe, which worried him greatly. It was too late to move now though, so he immediately took out the many array plates that he brought with him, laying out a concealment array to hide his figure and aura. He thought that the fight would not last long, and that he just had to wait for it to finish before he could make a breakthrough in peace. How could he have anticipated that not only did the fight show no signs of ending, but instead intensified greatly? For some strange reason, it seemed like the masters from both sides were constantly gathering in this very location. It was only after a long time that the battle finally calmed. Just now, he heard the shouting of Xianxia and the royal lord. Only then did he realize that it was Xianxia who presided over the battle on the human race's side. He was relieved to hear the royal lord's suggestion of stopping for both parties. Xianxia nearly celebrated as that would allow him to break through in peace after the Black Ink clan left. But then, when he heard Xianxia shouting about killing all from the Black Ink clan, he wanted nothing more than to rush out and cover Xianxia's mouth. They had known each other for so long, so how could he not understand Xianxia's character? That bastard was going more and more overboard as he shouted, and kept on trying to act strong. The Black Ink clan wanted to leave, so he should have just let them leave. What reason did he have to force them to stay when he knew he couldn't win? But that was not the end of it. The most important point here was that he had already taken the spirit pill into his small universe, and had been suppressing it all this while, not daring to refine the pill for fear of touching his bottleneck and revealing his location. However, there was a limit to how long he could suppress it, and it was at that point that it could no longer be suppressed. The medicinal efficacies of the pill were spreading, and the barrier of his small universe was beginning to melt and expand. The commotion that would arise from one breaking through to the Ninth Order was not something that could be hidden even while being enveloped in the spirit array. Xianxia and the Royal Lord had noticed him practically at the same time. Both sides were shocked. It was a realization that a master had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and was currently in the middle of making a breakthrough. But were they from the Black Ink clan or the human race? Even though the array was unable to cover up all traces of his breakthrough, it still blurred the perception of outsiders. For a while, neither Xianxia nor the Royal Lord was able to ascertain whether it was one of their own people making a breakthrough or not. But soon, everything became clear. World force surged on that side, and the stirring resulting from the breakthrough was growing increasingly intense, so much so that it was becoming impossible to ignore. Now, the masters on both sides were able to sense it as well. Xianxia's eyes lit up. It's one of our people who is making a breakthrough, and this aura, he realized now who it was making the breakthrough. This is clearly Big Head Xiang's aura. Just now, he was wondering whether he had ended up dead somewhere, but he never thought that this guy would be quietly hiding nearby to make a breakthrough. It really was a great surprise. Compared to Xianxia's pleasant surprise, the Royal Lord's face was gloomy as he roared, "A human is breaking through to the Ninth Order. Kill him." He had originally planned to retreat with his soldiers, but how could he leave now? The human race already had one Ninth Order master, so if they were to raise another, that would be no laughing matter. The only thing he could do right now was try to find a way to kill him before he succeeded in breaking through. Even if he did not kill him, then he had to make sure to ruin his opportunity. They must never allow the humans to raise another Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master. After the Royal Lord gave the order, those from the Black Ink clan followed him closely and dashed towards Xianxia. Understanding the severity of the matter, Xianxia rushed after the Royal Lord and yelled, "I'll stand guard for you, Big Head Xiang. Just try to achieve a breakthrough without worrying too much. When you make it to the Ninth Order, we'll kill them all together." From a distance, Xianxia growled, "Damn you, Xianxia. When I achieve a breakthrough, the first one I kill will be you. Did I dig out your ancestors' graves or something?" Xianxia was dumbfounded. In fact, he felt that it was Xianxia's fault instead. If not for the fact that Xianxia suddenly showed signs of achieving a breakthrough, the Black Ink clan and human race would have retreated. But now, war was inevitable, and many masters would lose their lives. Despite his displeasure, Xianxia still got in the Royal Lord's way. Presently, only a Ninth Order master like him was able to deal with this Royal Lord. Unless the others formed a six-pass formation, they would be no match for such an enemy. After intercepting the Royal Lord, Xianxia told others to go and protect Xianxia. Only then could the latter attempt a breakthrough without worries. Rays of light, figures, and battle formations dashed towards Xianxia. Soon, intense battles broke out around him. This time, the humans mainly had to defend themselves. Hundreds of masters formed into different battle formations and surrounded Xianxia to fend off the Black Ink clan's attacks. Seeing that, Xianxia knew it was a chance he must not miss. As such, he released all the suppression and focused on achieving a breakthrough. However, it wasn't easy to ascend from the 8th Order to the 9th Order, and it would certainly take some time. If the Black Ink clan managed to breach the humans' defense line before Xianxia achieved a breakthrough, it would greatly disrupt him. The fallout from the battles already made it difficult for him to stay focused, and if not for the fact that he was a resolute person, he would have already failed. The battles grew increasingly violent. On the battlefield between the Ninth Order Master and the Royal Lord, Xianxia had gained the upper hand. Both of them had just ascended to their current realms, so they should be equally matched, but in comparison, Xianxia was fiercer, for he was determined to protect Xianxia, which made the Royal Lord appear less intimidating. Soon, Yang Lai's expression changed, for he saw the royal lord fishing out a miniature black ink nest and activating his divine sense during the battle. Apparently, he was trying to contact someone. He's asking for help. An enraged Yang Lai stepped up his attacks and further suppressed the royal lord. Unfortunately, the royal lord still managed to send out a message through the black ink nest. In the depths of the universe furnace world, there was a magnificent black ink nest in the remote chaos. The black ink nest's aura suggested that it was a high-rank one, however, since it hadn't been fully hatched, it wasn't able to produce new black ink clansmen. Nevertheless, such a black ink nest could allow injured black ink clansmen to enter and recuperate. Presently, a powerful black ink clansman was asleep inside. He was none other than Nai. This guy was extremely lucky. Outside the no-return pass back then, Yang Kai managed to injure him using the Universe Furnace Project's folded space. At that time, Nai's life was hanging by a thread. Unfortunately, just as Yang Kai was ready to kill him, he accidentally touched upon something he should not have, sucking him into the Universe Furnace earlier than expected. After entering the furnace, Yang Kai was trapped and witnessed the birth of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills, leaving Nai hanging by a thread in the outside world. The moment Nai entered the universe furnace world, he found a quiet place and hatched his high-rank black ink nest so that he could make use of it to heal his wounds. As the one managing the Black Ink clan, Nai had many resources with him, which was why he was able to hatch a black ink nest and recuperate so quickly. If he didn't have these resources, he wouldn't have been able to do that. While hatching his black ink nest, Nai saw a colorful light stream over from a distance and brushed past him. Despite his injury, he was still fairly powerful, so he immediately grabbed the beam of light and examined it before confirming that it was what the humans called an opportunity. The person who most easily obtained an opportunity in the universe furnace world was undoubtedly Nai, not Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who had accidentally found a supreme-grade open heaven pill. In fact, Nai was the first one to get such a spirit pill. The moment the pill fell into his hands, Nai realized that it was no ordinary thing. He was elated, thinking that there was a silver lining for him. He initially thought that since he entered this place with heavy injuries, he would be doomed. It didn't cross his mind that he would obtain this kind of reward. He then stepped into the half-hatched black ink nest with the spirit pill. While he refined the pill's medicinal efficacies, he also made use of the black ink nest's power to heal his wounds. The Black Ink clan in the universe furnace world could communicate with each other by relying on his high-rank black ink nest. Yang Kai had speculated that there must be a Territory Lord class or Royal Lord class black ink nest in the universe furnace world, but he wasn't sure where it was. Otherwise, the Black Ink clansmen couldn't have communicated with each other, for they needed a more powerful black ink nest to serve as a communication hub. All of a sudden, the black ink nest shook, causing Nai to awaken in shock. He was displeased and furious, but the moment he saw the message sent to him, he was astounded. The message was simple: Xianxia has obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and is trying to achieve a breakthrough. Nai was only wary of 3 humans who were below the 9th order. The first one was undoubtedly Yang Kai. As a pseudo-royal lord, he had suffered a lot of setbacks because of Yang Kai. In the previous battle, not only had he lost a lot of innate territory lords, but he was also almost killed by Yang Kai, causing him to lose a lot of authority within the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't able to make it to the 9th order, otherwise, Nai would have gone all out to kill him instead of compromising so many times. However, the universe furnace's appearance allowed Yang Kai to have a chance to break through his shackles. Therefore, by entering the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan did not only have to try to kill as many human race masters as they could and stop them from acquiring those opportunities, a more important task for them was to keep an eye on several people and make sure they couldn't make it to the 9th order. Yang Kai was ranked first, while Mi Jingluan came second. Mou wasn't interested in managing the Black Ink clan's affairs, so ever since Nai became a pseudo-royal lord, he had been the one handling all the day-to-day affairs. His counterpart, the supreme commander of the humans, was Mi Jingluan. Although Nai had never met this 8th order master before, they had clashed on many occasions as they were both leaders of their respective sides. While Yang Kai was a great fighter, Mi Jingluan was an intelligent strategist. Although he wasn't at the front line, such a being was more intimidating than those who knew nothing but fighting. If Mi Jingluan managed to make it to the Ninth Order and went to the front line, he would cause unimaginable damage to the Black Ink clan because he wasn't merely another Ninth Order master. Xianxia was ranked third. After all, he was a famous and experienced Eighth Order master. Although he wasn't as powerful as Yang Kai, he was far-sighted and ruthless. It was said that he was the army commander of the Great Evolution Army in the past, and Mi Jingluan had to obey his orders. The humans also retrieved the Great Evolution Pass under Xianxia's leadership. Any one of these three ascending to the Ninth Order would be disastrous to the Black Ink clan. Therefore, even though Mo Naiyi was still recuperating, he was no longer able to sit still upon learning that Xianxia had acquired a spirit pill and was ready to ascend to the Ninth Order. Inside the black ink nest, Mo Naiyi opened his eyes and let the thick black ink strength stream into his body, allowing him to examine his power. His aura wasn't different from the past, only more condensed. After all, there wasn't any difference between a pseudo-royal lord and a true royal lord when it came to their auras. Nonetheless, as Mo Naiyi balled up his fists, he knew that he was no longer the same as when he just entered the universe furnace world. He was able to fully activate his power, which meant that he was now a real royal lord. Moreover, 80% of his injuries had been healed. The Open Heaven pill's medicinal efficacies not only helped him achieve a breakthrough but also helped him rapidly recover. That came as a pleasant surprise to him. Without hesitation, Mo Naiyi identified the direction and dashed out of the black ink nest, charging towards the battlefield. Yang Kai would certainly show up for such a major incident. Almost getting killed by Yang Kai was the worst humiliation in Mo Naiyi's life. Since he was now a royal lord, he no longer had to put on an act in front of Yang Kai. He secretly swore that if Yang Kai had the guts to show up, he would destroy him to get his revenge. Mo Naiyi was determined to kill Xianxia and Yang Kai to weaken the human strength and morale. In the meantime, on the other side of the universe furnace world, a majestic palace artifact flew across the void, an inscribed signboard with the characters flowing time hung above its doors. There were 8 human masters in front of the palace with a man and a woman, both in white robes, standing at the fore. Since it was the flowing time temple, the man and woman in white robes were undoubtedly Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. After getting the spirit pill in the desert, Yang Shui refined it and ascended to the Ninth Order. She had just stopped cultivating in seclusion a while ago. Then, she and Yang Xiao continued to explore this universe furnace world. They came across a group of humans and there was someone they were familiar with among these people. He was none other than Fang Tianxia. At that time, Fang Tianxia was leading the way for the other masters in a formation and was pleasantly surprised to bump into Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. When he realized Yang Shui was now a Ninth Order master, he was elated. Both parties had known each other for many years and had worked together countless times to deal with powerful enemies, therefore, they were pleased to reunite in the universe furnace. Following that, they decided to move forward together. During this period, Yang Xiao repeatedly activated the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands in the hope that he would acquire more pills, but he couldn't detect anything at all. This prompted him to wonder if it was just a coincidence when he managed to detect the location of a supreme-grade open heaven pill by using the great sun and moon marks back then. Although they hadn't found another supreme-grade spirit pill, they had killed some black ink clansmen along the way. They were satisfied with it, especially when they managed to end a pseudo-royal lord's life. During that battle, Yang Shui personally made a move and killed the powerful opponent. Chaos shattered and the void collapsed, which astounded onlookers. Presently, the flowing time temple was hovering in the void as a battle had broken out outside. Yang Shui single-handedly dealt with 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation. Even though these territory lords had assembled a 4 symbols formation, they were still no match for a Ninth Order master. If they were innate territory lords, they might have persevered longer. However, the territory lords who had entered the universe furnace this time were all acquired territory lords, so they were generally weaker. Yang Shui didn't kill them ruthlessly though. Instead, she prolonged the fight intentionally, just like she had against all those from the Black Ink clan they bumped into along the way. It was a good way for her to adapt to her increased strength. The others were aware of what she was trying to do, so they didn't lend her a hand. Only Yang Xiao was shouting in front of the temple to show his support. Words like "little ant is the best" and "little ant is the most powerful" just naturally came out of his mouth, which caused Yang Shui to flush. She wouldn't mind it if he did such a thing in private, but many people were also there at that moment, which was why she was embarrassed. After shouting for a while, Xianxia suddenly sighed. Fang Tianci, who stood beside him, turned to look at him and smiled. What's wrong? A dejected Xianxia sent him a divine sense transmission. Old Fang, she's a ninth order master now. Fang Tianci replied, I know. A dispirited Xianxia continued, when will I become a divine dragon? If he turned into his dragon form, he would be over 90,000 meters long, which was equivalent to an elite peak 8th order master. Although it seemed like Xianxia was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon, the truth was that it was extremely difficult to ascend from an ancient dragon to a divine dragon. That was the reason there were only a small number of divine dragons in the history of the dragon clan. There were only ever 2 or 3 divine dragons in every generation. In the past, Fu Guan had been cultivating in the depths of the dragon pool for thousands of years, but he didn't manage to become a divine dragon. It was only thanks to Yang Kai that he achieved his goal. Xiao was confident that he would be a divine dragon one day, but that would take a long time. She's my little aunt, to begin with, and now she's more powerful than me. Would I have to rely on her forever? He was certainly happy that Yang Shui had made it to the 9th order. After all, in this chaotic time, her power could protect her. However, he was downcast because he was less powerful than her now. When they made a name for themselves in the future, he wouldn't want others to say he was the man behind a 9th order master. That would be embarrassing. He would rather hear others say he was the divine dragon beside the 9th order master. Having spent many years with Xiao, Fang Tianci certainly understood the underlying meanings behind his words, but since he wasn't in any place to say anything, he only put on a meaningful smile. Xiao frowned and complained, "You've changed, old Fang." Fang Tianci asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao examined him for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know, but you're different from the first time I met you, especially after you became an 8th order master." Fang Tianci thought that it was obvious because the things that Yang Kai had sealed off in his soul gradually awakened as his power increased. Without explaining anything, he only replied with a smile, "You're reading too much into it." A relentless Xiao forcefully wrapped his arm around the man's neck and questioned through clenched teeth, "Are you looking down on me, old Fang?" Fang Tianci was torn between tears and laughter. "I am not. You're the one making a scene." Xiao glowered at him for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Forget it. It's not like relying on a woman is a big deal anyway." The next instant, he pushed Fang Tianci away and beamed at Xiao, who was returning, asking in a caring manner, "Are you tired or hurt, little aunt? You should have just killed these guys, why bother bringing them back?" Yang Shui felt embarrassed because of his actions, so she glared at him. In any case, she realized that after she made it to the 9th order, Yang Xiao started saying nonsense more frequently. Is it because he now has low self-esteem? Humph. Men will be men. An 8th order master suddenly asked, "Senior sister, have you captured them to extract some information from them?" Given Yang Shui's strength, it wasn't hard for her to kill these acquired territory lords. However, she had captured them alive and brought them back. It was apparent that she was up to something. The moment the 8th order master finished speaking, he realized someone was glowering at him. Puzzled, he turned his head and saw Yang Xiao gaping at him. "Have I offended you in any way?" The 8th order master was bewildered. "You're taking advantage of me." Yang Xiao was displeased. Since he called Yang Shui little aunt, the man was basically taking advantage of him by calling the woman senior sister. For some reason, he had been sensitive and diffident recently. Just as he was ready to argue with the 8th order master, he saw Yang Shui glower at him. In an instant, he relented. The Black Ink clansmen we've bumped into recently are all moving in the same direction. It seems like something has happened over there, so I brought them back to interrogate them, Yang Shui explained. She wasn't sure if the others were aware of such an anomaly, but the Black Ink clansmen they had come across recently were all converging towards a certain direction in quite a hurry. Upon hearing her, the others realized that was indeed the case and felt that women were indeed more sensitive. Some of them had noticed it, but they never gave it much thought. Now, it seemed that something had indeed happened over there. The powers of these 4 acquired territory lords had been sealed by Yang Shui. Presently, they stood before the woman with horrified expressions. This couldn't be helped. Even though they had joined forces, they were still captured alive by this woman. Furthermore, the power she showcased suggested that she was a Ninth Order master. She swept a glance over them and said impassively, "I have some questions for you. Reply to me honestly." Suddenly, she pushed out a palm and exploded the first territory lord. As blood splashed, Xianxia's white robe was unaffected while an unsuspecting Xianxia had his clothes dyed black. Her action not only shocked the remaining 3 territory lords but also the human race masters. Didn't she just say she had questions? Why did she kill him all of a sudden? She could have directly killed them all, so why did she bring them back and do that in front of them instead? Xianxia looked at the blood stain on his clothes and fell silent. It seemed that Xianxia was displeased with him and did that intentionally. As such, he felt uneasy. Oblivious to everything else, Xianxia stood in front of the second territory lord, who was anxious as he said, "Madam." Xianxia cut him off and snarled, "I'm not listening." Then, she landed a palm on the territory lord and killed him as well. Black blood splashed onto Xianxia again. Although he was well prepared this time, he didn't dare ward off the blood. He took a look at Xianxia and realized she was smiling. It seemed that she had cheered up slightly. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was difficult to be a man. The human race masters were dumbfounded, not knowing what Xianxia was trying to do. Nevertheless, after pondering for a moment, they soon understood her intentions. They couldn't help admiring her strategy, though this method was quite horrifying, especially for these captured territory lords. They thought that even though this new Ninth Order master appeared demure, she was actually ruthless. At any rate, it shouldn't be surprising. After all, she was Yang Kai's little sister, so how was it possible that she was weak? If she were a kind-hearted person, she wouldn't have survived in this chaotic time. The remaining 2 territory lords were now scared out of their wits. The Ninth Order master captured them and said she was going to ask them some questions. However, instead of asking anything, she began butchering them. Although one of them wanted to tell her everything, she still mercilessly ended his life, which was ridiculous. The moment Xianxia stood in front of the 3rd territory lord, he almost fell to his knees and said hurriedly, "Ask anything you want, madam. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life." He was worried that if he spoke any slower, he would perish like the 2 territory lords before. This time, Xianxia didn't kill him right away and only asked slowly, "Do you want to live?" The territory lord wasn't sure how to respond to her. Certainly, he wanted to live. Although they were unlucky to bump into a Ninth Order master, they would rather not get killed. The survivors exchanged glances and nodded, yes. The 4th territory lord then said, "Madam, if you insist on killing us, do it at once. However, you'll never glean any information from us." That was audacious of him, nevertheless, it was what they hoped for. If death was a certainty, they naturally weren't willing to reveal any information. Now, they only hoped that Xianxia would spare their lives. The woman's unreasonable actions had mentally destroyed them. After a moment of silence, Xianxia nodded, "Good. Since you want to live, I'll give you a chance." Both of them were elated and the 3rd territory lord asked cautiously, "Will you go back on your word?" It wasn't like there was anything they could do in that case, but they now had a chance to survive at the very least. This time, Xianxia remained silent while Xianxia snorted, "Do you think you have the right to bargain?" The territory lords were crestfallen upon hearing that. Since they were captives, they no longer had a say when it came to their life or death. They indeed had no right to bargain for anything. Just then, Xianxia said, "However, only one of you will get to live. Why don't you tell me where you're going and all the information you know? I'll let the one who can provide the most valuable information live while the other one will die." Only one of them would survive, and the chance belonged to the one who could provide the most useful information. There was no doubt it was a devious method, but the territory lords knew they had to oblige. The human masters couldn't help admiring Xianxia. Although the trick was simple, it was more effective than any torture. She really was Yang Kai's little sister. Although they had heard about her before, she wasn't outstanding among the talented people in this chaotic time, but after ascending to the Ninth Order, she was bound to become a famous figure among the human race and the Black Ink clan. Xianxia went on to say, "Although you have no right to bargain for anything, You don't have to worry about me going back on my word. Since I've said I'll spare one of you, I'll fulfill my promise. Humans value our reputation more than the Black Ink clan. She was right in a sense. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had clashed with human masters on countless occasions, but under normal circumstances, the humans wouldn't go back on their word. The territory lords exchanged glances before one of them hurriedly said, "We've received Sir Xiaoyu's order to join him in battle." The other one spoke at the same time, "Sir Xiaoyu told us to help him kill the human masters." Both territory lords had spoken at the same time and mentioned the name Xiaoyu. A curious Xianxia asked with a frown, "Don't speak at the same time. Take it slow." She then turned to look at the territory lord on the left. "Is Xiaoyu a pseudo-royal lord?" Before the territory lord could answer her question, an 8th Order master explained, "I exchanged moves with Xiaoyu previously, however, he was still an innate territory lord at that time. Since he was powerful, I found it hard to deal with him in a one-on-one fight. If he's still alive, he should be a pseudo-royal lord now." Due to the universe furnace's appearance, all the veteran innate territory lords were summoned to the no-return pass to create more pseudo-royal lords. That was the reason there were suddenly dozens of them. The Black Ink clan didn't do this in the past because it was of no help to the overall situation. The birth of dozens of pseudo-royal lords meant sacrificing at least 10 times the number of innate territory lords. However, the universe furnace's appearance forced the Black Ink clan to make such a decision. Only a larger number of pseudo-royal lords could help them secure the upper hand in the universe furnace. Pseudo-royal lords could only be made by sacrificing innate territory lords, so the dead ones wouldn't be remembered while only those who survived could make a name for themselves. After hesitating for a bit, the territory lord on the left said, "Sir Xiaoyu is a true royal lord now. He previously obtained an opportunity in the universe furnace and broke through." All of them were shocked upon hearing that. The opportunity in the universe furnace he had mentioned must be a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Before entering this place, they had thought about the possibility of Black Ink clansmen having a chance to acquire supreme-grade open heaven pills, however, that was just a possibility. They certainly hoped for the Black Ink clan to be unlucky and find no supreme-grade open heaven pills at all. Nevertheless, the information they had just heard made them wake up to reality. A new royal lord had reached his current realm by consuming a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Not only did it level off the advantage of the humans for having a new 9th Order master like Xianxia, it also made the humans lose an opportunity, which was agonizing. Despite their unwillingness, there was nothing much they could do now. Thus, Xianxia turned to look at the territory lord on the right and muttered, "Go on." As though knowing what these humans were thinking, the territory lord quickly said, "As far as I know concerned, there is a new human 9th Order master." A moment later, he added, "I'm talking about someone else, not you, madam. That 9th Order master is leading the humans to fight with Sir Xiaoyu." The human master's interest was finally piqued. Apart from Xianxia, there was another 9th Order master, which was good news. Xianxia had made the right decision by trying to glean information from these territory lords instead of just killing them. The Black Ink clan could share information quickly through the Black Ink nests while the humans found it hard to communicate with each other in the universe furnace at all. "Do you know who the new 9th Order master is?" Xianxia asked. Just as the territory lord on the right was ready to speak, the one on the left shouted, "It's my turn." Xianxia had said that whoever could provide the most useful information would survive. Since it had something to do with his survival, this territory lord naturally had to fight for it. Xianxia turned to look at him, after which the territory lord on the left continued, "The 9th Order master is named Ouyang. Hearing that, all of them were surprised. Ouyang was one of the oldest 8th Order masters who had been fighting against the Black Ink clan back on the Black Ink battlefield over 10,000 years prior to the invasion of the 3,000 worlds. He had also made a name for himself in profound nether territory during the war even after that. Everyone present had heard about him before. Furthermore, it was said that Ouyang had been left with many concerning hidden injuries from his countless battles against the Black Ink clan. His small universe had been damaged, so he was no longer at the peak of his power. No one could have expected that he would acquire such an opportunity in the universe furnace and make it to the 9th Order. There was no doubt it was a piece of exhilarating news for the human race. The territory lord on the right then said, "The conflict this time started because of an opportunity. The one on the left cut him off. After Sir Xiaoyu became a royal lord, he accidentally discovered another opportunity. However, that opportunity was protected by some native masters. One of them is just as powerful as Sir Xiaoyu. A Chaos Spirit King? Someone postulated. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the Chaos Spirit clan, but the humans were aware of it. A native master who was just as formidable as a royal lord must be a Chaos Spirit King. I guess so, the territory lord went on to say. After discovering the opportunity, Sir Xiaoyu summoned more people to assist him. While he was tangled up with the Chaos Spirit King, he directed others to snatch the opportunity. However, Sir Xianxia somehow approached them undetected and snatched the opportunity. What? Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were both shocked. Yang Xiao questioned anxiously, "You said my adoptive father. That opportunity was snatched by Yang Kai?" The other territory lord nodded. "That's the reason both sides are engaging in a large-scale conflict." Since the opportunity was snatched away, Sir Xiaoyu was naturally displeased. He has summoned more people to track Sir Yang Kai down, which caught the human race's attention. That's why more and more people from both races are gathering together. We too were on our way there as well. They had bumped into these human race masters before they even arrived at their destination. Now, only 2 out of 4 territory lords remained alive. How severe are his injuries? Yang Shui questioned grimly. Yang Kai snatched a supreme-grade open heaven pill while a royal lord and a chaos spirit king were fighting nearby. Although Yang Kai was unmatched when it came to escaping, he couldn't possibly flee from such a situation unscathed. There was no doubt he was injured, but no one was aware of his condition. The territory lord on the left shook his head. "No idea. We haven't heard any news on Sir Yang Kai again." "Then ask now," Yang Shui demanded. These territory lords wouldn't dare displease her. One of them quickly fished out a miniature black ink nest and communicated with the other territory lords. A while later, he put away the black ink nest and replied, "Sir Yang Kai is badly injured, but no one knows where he is." Yang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Since the black ink clansmen were not aware of where Yang Kai was, it meant that he didn't fall into their hands. Given his abilities, he must have escaped and was now recuperating somewhere. These territory lords realized that Yang Kai must be related to this Ninth Order woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so agitated at the mere mention of his name. They cautiously waited for Yang Shui to calm down before one of them continued, "We have no idea where Sir Yang Kai is hiding with that opportunity." Just as the battle seemed to have reached a stalemate and both sides were preparing to withdraw though, something happened. As a result, the battle intensified instead. What happened? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow. Although he didn't take part in the battle, he felt that it was full of twists and turns just by listening to these territory lords. The other territory lord explained, Sir Xiangshan was suddenly discovered nearby, showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. He must have obtained an opportunity and was preparing to refine it. He probably didn't expect so many people to gather together in that area. All the humans were now torn between tears and laughter. They were thrilled because Xiangshan had also gotten a supreme-grade open heaven pill and was about to achieve a breakthrough. If he succeeded, the human race would have 3 new Ninth Order masters. That hadn't even included Yang Kai, who had snatched another supreme-grade open heaven pill away. Nevertheless, the place that Xiangshan had chosen to hide was quite awkward, which led to the masters from both sides detecting the fluctuations of his breakthrough. Both parties were about to retreat, but instead got into a massive fight again because of that. Behind Yang Shui, an 8th Order master cupped his fist. "Senior sister, since an intense battle has broken out, we should rush over to assist." Although they knew little about the situation over there, they believed that the humans were at a disadvantage. After all, the Black Ink clan could communicate with each other through the black ink nests over vast distances while the humans couldn't. Therefore, there must be more black ink clansmen than humans over there. Yang Lai had to hold Xiaoyu back and protect Xiangshan at the same time. It was imaginable that the humans were in a perilous situation. Yang Shui nodded, knowing that this matter could not be delayed. She initially wanted to slowly glean all the information she could from these territory lords, but she was no longer in the mood to do so. The next instant, she drove the flowing time temple forward and instructed the territory lords to give directions. If they were to look for the battlefield on their own, they might not be able to find the location. Nevertheless, with these territory lords' help, they didn't need to worry about anything, for the black ink nests could locate the battlefield. Although the territory lords were disgruntled, they wouldn't dare disobey Xianxia. As such, they promptly pointed the way for her. While on their way, Xianxia tried to extract as much information from these territory lords as possible. The information they knew was limited, so there naturally came a time when they had nothing else to say. In the end, they could no longer provide any useful information. Xianxia motioned for Xianxia to take action, after which he flashed a wide smile at the territory lords, one so eerie that they shuddered. The next moment, they were horrified by what they saw. 2 marks appeared on the backs of Xiao's hands. Yellow light and blue light merged and turned into a dazzling white light. Purifying light. The Black Ink clan had been battling against the humans for millennia, so they were familiar with this pure white light. In battle, human race masters would often summon evil-purging divine spears, which contained intense purifying light. However, it was the territory lord's first time seeing someone directly condensing purifying light, which was why they were scared out of their wits. In front of the flowing time temple, Xianxia smiled harmlessly, but the 2 acquired territory lords, whose powers had been sealed, quivered like quails without a home in winter. They felt that the humans were preparing to kill them after gleaning all the information from them. Although the humans had promised to let one of them off, they had now decided to end their lives. It seemed that they were about to go back on their word. However, it wasn't like these territory lords had the power to resist. Ignoring them, Xianxia activated the purifying light and covered them in the dazzling white light. Instantly, these territory lords howled in pain as their black ink strength was dispelled and their auras plunged. A moment later, Xianxia retracted his hands. Although the territory lords appeared battered, they were still alive at the very least, but both of them were shocked and puzzled. "We're still alive? Does that mean they have decided not to kill us?" Xianxia snorted, "Since my little aunt said she will let one of you go, she won't go back on her word." "Or what, did you think I was going to kill you?" After escaping from death's door, the territory lords acted meekly. Unlike how flustered they were a moment ago, they were now slightly at ease. They also understood why the humans were willing to fulfill their promise. Although the purifying light didn't kill them, it significantly weakened their auras and caused their strength to plummet. They were originally territory lords, but now they could only be considered high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Several thousand years of cultivation was gone, just like that. 2 high-rank Black Ink clansmen were no longer of any use in the universe furnace, which was full of powerful masters. If they came across other human race masters now, they would easily die. "Since you've been cooperative, I'll let both of you go," Xianxia announced and extended his hand. "Give me your black ink nest." Not having the guts to hesitate, they promptly fished out a black ink nest and presented it to him. Only then did Xianxia wave his hand and slap these Black Ink clansmen out of the temple before bellowing, "Get lost." Having just survived a calamity, these Black Ink clansmen ran for their lives without delay. As for whether they would bump into other humans and get killed, that was up to luck now. In front of the temple, Xianxia asked, "Since you've chased them away, who will point out the directions for us?" "They're no longer needed." "I've got the location," Xianxia replied and showed her the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands. Xianxia understood what was going on upon seeing that. Initially, Xianxia relied on the great sun and moon marks to lead them to find a supreme grade open heaven pill, thus allowing Xianxia to make it to the 9th order. During this period, Xianxia had been trying to look for another supreme grade open heaven pill using the same method, but they found nothing. As such, they thought that their previous discovery was merely a coincidence. Now, it seemed that it wasn't a coincidence. With the help of the great sun and moon marks, Xianxia was able to detect the locations of supreme-grade open heaven pills. Since Xianxia had detected the spirit pills' whereabouts, it suggested that the battlefield wasn't far away from them. The supreme-grade open heaven pill must be the one in Xianxian's possession. Xianxia turned to look at her, "Little aunt, I've confiscated their black ink nest because I was worried they'll share our information with the other black ink clansmen. The enemies are not aware that you've ascended to the 9th order yet. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll divert the Black Ink clan's attention while you look for an opportunity to support Marshal Uncle Ouyang to kill the royal lord." Xianxia nodded, good. Old Feng, you assist little aunt. Xiao then turned to look at Feng Tianxia. Although he had been emotionally unstable recently, he was once the leader of an elite squad, after all. Given his experience on the various battlefields, Xiao could make some arrangements in an orderly manner. Feng Tianxia nodded, please rest assured. The rest will form 2 battle formations with me. Let's go kill those Black Ink clan bastards. Xiao shouted. He was high-spirited as they were ready to barge into the battlefield and destroy the enemy. No one disagreed. A moment later, they felt the fallout of battles coming from up ahead. Apparently, they were about to arrive at the battlefield. Feng Tianxia and Xianxia exchanged glances before leaping out. As space principles undulated, they vanished. Meanwhile, Xiao drove the flowing time temple forward openly and menacingly. Before they even reached the battlefield, he roared at the top of his lungs, Xiao of the Dragon Clan has arrived. Black Ink clan bastards, are you prepared to die? Presently, the humans were in a perilous situation. Many human race masters had surrounded Xianxia and set up a defense line and were mainly fending off the enemy's attacks. They were at a disadvantage when it came to numbers, so even if they were unrestricted, they couldn't possibly gain the upper hand, not to mention that they had to protect Xianxia now. The Black Ink clan continuously launched powerful secret techniques on the humans in an attempt to shatter the defense line and disrupt Xianxia's ascension. Yang Lai was unable to help as the royal lord named Xiaoyu was determined to tie him down, giving him no chance to take a breath. He had to defeat Xiaoyu before he could give Xianxia a hand. He secretly cursed at Xianxia for dragging all of them into such a situation. Xianxia had chosen the wrong time to achieve an ascension, and worst of all, the location he had selected was so awkward. Due to various reasons, the human race masters were unable to advance further or retreat. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. However, if this dragged on, once the humans' defense line was broken, things would collapse like an avalanche. Not only would Xianxia fail his ascension, but many human race masters would lose their lives, as well. Just as they were in a deadlock, Yang Lai heard Yang Zhao's voice all of a sudden. Elated, he roared, Yang Xiao, go and protect Xianxia right away. Yang Xiao had seen what was happening on the battlefield, so he didn't need Yang Lai to tell him what to do. He drove the flowing time temple forward and charged towards the battlefield with 7 human race masters in tow. The temple arrived at a weak point in the defense line, after which they started warding off the attacks. The Black Ink clansmen on that side were so frustrated that they almost spat blood. Initially, they had the chance to break through the enemy lines. By then, they could go straight to attack Xianxia. Presently, Xianxia was attempting a breakthrough, so he was powerless to counterattack. Regardless of whether they could kill Xianxia or not in the end, they could make him fail at the very least. They didn't expect more humans to come over at this critical moment. What was more, these humans had brought with them a powerful mobile palace artifact, which plugged the originally weak point in the humans' defense line. Those from the Black Ink clan were resentful of Yang Xiao. Nevertheless, the flowing time temple had a robust defense. Since they were unable to destroy it, they decided to attack elsewhere. Seeing that, Yang Xiao roared, where do you think you're going? The Black Ink clansman directly ignored him. Yang Xiao was anxious, but he couldn't take the initiative to attack. As such, he bellowed again, Yang Kai is my adoptive father. He can easily slaughter all of you trash from the Black Ink clan. Since he's not around now, I'll teach all of you a lesson on his behalf. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Those who were moving away, suddenly all stopped in their tracks. A pseudo-royal lord's eyes reddened as he glowered at Yang Xiao. Did you just say Yang Kai is your adoptive father? Standing in front of the flowing time temple, Yang Xiao looked condescendingly at him, yes. Do you have a problem with that? Then you must die. The pseudo-royal lord roared and shouted, tear him apart. The next instant, with the pseudo-royal lord leading the way, multiple territory lords charged towards the flowing time temple. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was surprised by their reaction. He just wanted to curse at the enemies and pin them down, never did he expect them to react in such a way. Seeing that the enemies were coming over, he yelled, make ready. The 7 others he had brought with him already had their auras connected and formed 2 battle formations. With the help of the flowing time temple's power, they engaged the enemy. As they fought, Xianxia suddenly mocked, "It seems that your aura is unstable, Sir Pseudo-Royal Lord. Did my adoptive father punch you or something?" At the mention of this, the Pseudo-Royal Lord intensified his attacks. Xianxia was startled, for he didn't expect his speculation to be right. He asked curiously, "What's your name?" "When I see my adoptive father, I'll tell him to kill you." The Pseudo-Royal Lord said through clenched teeth, "My name is Xianxia. At least now you'll know who killed you." He was one of the earliest Pseudo-Royal Lords within the Black Ink clan, so there was no doubt he held a prestigious position. However, when Xianxia formed a battle formation with other humans, he managed to injure him seriously, which was greatly humiliating for Maine Quebec. Although Xianxia was badly injured now, he was nowhere to be found. As such, Xianxia was unable to get his revenge. It was only natural that he wanted to vent his fury on Xianxia, who was Xianxia's adoptive son. Although he couldn't kill Xianxia, Xianxia had the confidence to butcher Xianxia. The place where Xianxia and the others were located was in turmoil while they were dealing with the bombardment of attacks. Fortunately, they had the flowing time temple's protection. Otherwise, they couldn't have persevered. After all, a pseudo-royal lord was significantly more powerful than a territory lord. Xianxia being injured and unable to fully use all his power also helped immensely. On the other side, with the help of space principles, Fang Tianxia and Yang Shui stealthily approached Ouyang Lai and Xiaoyu. Although Fang Tianxia had earned the moniker Little Xianxia, he was still inferior to the true body when it came to mastery in the Tao of space. Furthermore, Yang Shui was a ninth-order master. As such, he felt pressured bringing her with him and helping to hide her aura at the same time. "We have to stop here. If we go any closer, the enemy will notice us," Fang Tianxia said while stopping in his tracks. "Be careful." Yang Shui nodded but wasn't in a rush to make a move. Instead, she was observing the battle and waiting for a chance. Killing a royal lord wasn't easy, and the timing to make a move was crucial. As though noticing a powerful presence, Xiaoyu became uneasy. He had a feeling that someone was staring at him in secret, so he reserved some of his strength. He was initially equally matched with Ouyang Lai, but now the latter gained a slight upper hand. Ouyang Lai naturally noticed this and began openly taunting him. Ignoring the foul-mouthed human in front of him, Xiaoyu wondered where his sense of unease came from. Soon, however, he realized what the source was. A powerful and unrestrained aura was suddenly felt rushing over from the distance. The aura didn't have the signature of world force or black ink strength. Rather, it felt like pure chaos. "It's that Chaos Spirit King. I can't believe that guy found me." At that moment, Xiaoyu was both shocked and flustered. Xiaoyu was terrified of the Chaos Spirit King after the traumatizing experience previously. He felt wronged since he wasn't at fault. He was indeed the one who discovered the Chaos Spirit Clan's supreme grade open heaven pill and intended to snatch it, but he didn't achieve his goal in the end. Instead, the spirit pill was stealthily taken away by Xianxia. The Chaos Spirit King was so stupid though that after the culprit Xianxia ran away, it targeted Xiaoyu. Before coming across Ouyang Lai, Xiaoyu had been hunted down by the Chaos Spirit King, but just as he thought he had finally gotten rid of it, this guy appeared all of a sudden. It was likely that the Chaos Spirit King was attracted to the great disturbance of the battle. Since the humans and the Black Ink clansmen were clashing in this place, it was only natural that the Chaos Spirit King would notice the clamor. Therefore, the moment Xiaoyu detected the Chaos Spirit King's presence, he had the urge to flee right away. He and Ouyang Lai were equally matched, but if the Chaos Spirit King joined the fight, he wouldn't be able to deal with the two of them on his own. He had personally had a taste of the Chaos Spirit King's power, so he knew that it was stronger than either Ouyang Lai or himself by a substantial margin. Nevertheless, he soon calmed himself. The Chaos Spirit King had very low sentience, otherwise, it wouldn't have relentlessly raced after him. Now that it was here, regardless of whether it was attracted to the fallout of the battles, the most attractive thing to it wasn't the human race or the Black Ink clan, it was the spirit pill's aura. The Chaos Spirit King was enraged because it had lost a spirit pill, so now that there was another ripe for the picking, the Chaos Spirit King would likely want to snatch it. Xiaoyu now felt that it might not necessarily be a bad thing for the Black Ink clan that the Chaos Spirit King appeared all of a sudden. Perhaps things would go contrary to the human's wishes and lead to their downfall. Therefore, he suppressed his urge to flee while dealing with Yang Lai and paying some attention to the Chaos Spirit King's movements. Such a powerful aura appeared all of a sudden and charged towards the battlefield, so it was only natural that the masters of both races were shocked and doubtful. Soon, the Chaos Spirit King arrived, and without hesitating at all, it charged towards Xianxia. Wherever it went, the Black Ink clansmen stepped away and let it pass. On the other hand, the human race masters had no choice but to block the Chaos Spirit King from advancing further. 6 Eighth Order masters formed a 6-pass formation and clashed with the Chaos Spirit King. A moment later, these 8th Order masters paled as their world forces destabilized. Since the Chaos Spirit King was obstructed, it was apparently furious. It roared like a beast as its chaotic force swept everyone away before charging forward again. Helplessly, the human race masters counterattacked with a 6-pass formation. Again, they were forced to step back as they were no match for the opponent. If this dragged on, it would only take 10 breaths of time before the 6-pass formation was broken. When that happened, the Chaos Spirit King would break through the defense line and reach Xianxia. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu couldn't help guffawing, for luck was on their side. He was initially resentful of the Chaos Spirit King, but it turned out to be a blessing for them. It was indeed attracted to the Spirit Pill's aura and decided to attack the humans. In other words, the Black Ink clan had gotten a powerful helper for free. Certainly, the Chaos Spirit King wasn't there to assist them, and if the Black Ink clansmen got in its way, it would attack them as well. Its only target was the Spirit Pill, after all. That was good news for the Black Ink clan. To begin with, the humans were already at a disadvantage, and now they were faced with the Chaos Spirit King's suppression. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Across from Xiaoyu, Yang Lai grew anxious. The Chaos Spirit King's appearance had undoubtedly exacerbated the situation for the humans. He wanted to get rid of Xiaoyu and go over to block the Chaos Spirit King, but Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't grant his wish. He had pulled back his attacks earlier because he was wary of the Chaos Spirit King, but upon realizing Yang Lai's intention, Xiaoyu took the initiative to entangle them as he mocked. "Where do you think you're going? No one can leave unless one of us is killed, ha ha ha. If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Yang Lai roared as his world force surged, turning him into a ball of fire. It seemed that the heavens weren't on the human side today. Why were there so many twists and turns during Xianxia's ascension? Although Yang Lai had faced some difficulties during his breakthrough, it had been smooth sailing in general. However, when it was Xianxia's turn, he was faced with all sorts of problems, and even the Chaos Spirit King had come targeting him. Yang Lai was so incensed that he almost erupted like a volcano. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's attacks intensified. To make the furious Yang Lai stay, he had given up on his defense so that he could stop his opponent from going to Xianxia's rescue. Just then, ripples formed in the void, and following that, Yang Lai saw a long sword extending from nowhere, a fair hand gripping its hilt. "Who is that? Why didn't I know someone was there before?" Yang Lai was startled. The next moment, he was ecstatic because he saw a sword-wielding woman and a man stepping out of the ripples. He was familiar with both of them. The initially arrogant Xiaoyu was flabbergasted as though he had been struck by lightning. A sense of danger overwhelmed him as a powerful aura locked onto him, causing him to feel he was doomed. He didn't have time to ponder on what happened, but he knew someone had launched a sneak attack on him. Just as he was haughtily trying to make Yang Lai stay, a master shattered the void and attacked him from behind. Given the sense of danger he felt, Xiaoyu believed this person must be formidable. The smile on his face froze as he roared and released a large amount of black ink strength, which turned into a black ink cloud in an instant and totally engulfed his figure. Nevertheless, the sword still accurately pierced into his back the next instant and then thrust out from the other side. A powerful force exploded and formed a hole in his body. The black ink cloud broke into 10 smaller clouds as Yang Lai released his flames to destroy 7 of them in the blink of an eye. However, he failed to harm Xiaoyu's true body. Soon, someone was heard saying, "I'll leave it to you, senior brother." The helper had turned into a beam in the shape of a sword and charged towards the Chaos Spirit King. "Don't worry." Yang Lai replied briefly as he recognized that person. He was shocked deep within, for Yang Shui had also ascended to the ninth order. It seemed that she had acquired her own opportunity. Fortunately, she had come at the right time, otherwise, the human forces here would have been in trouble. On the other hand, Fang Tianxia left the moment Yang Shui appeared and launched her sneak attack. Presently, he stood in front of the flowing time temple and joined Yang Xiao and the others to deal with Meng Ke and the other Black Ink clansmen. Recalling the sight earlier, Fang Tianxia felt gratified. There was no doubt Yang Shui had made the right decision. Earlier, he was hiding in the dark with Yang Shui. While they were waiting for a chance to strike, the Chaos Spirit King appeared out of the blue. At that time, Yang Shui only had two choices. The first was to deal with the Chaos Spirit King right away to stop the latter from attacking the humans' defense line. It was a huge challenge for the Eighth Order Masters to clash with such a master, and if they were not careful enough, they would be killed. The second choice would be to immediately try to kill Xiaoyu. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu spent most of his power defending himself at that time. Even if Yang Shui made a move, it wouldn't have brought about meaningful results. Once she was exposed, she wouldn't have time to join forces with Ouyang Lai and fight with him. Therefore, the best choice would be directly clashing with the Chaos Spirit King, as that was also the safest bet. However, Yang Shui chose the third option, which was to keep waiting for the best chance. The Chaos Spirit King clashed with the humans, and it would only take a short time to shatter the Six Paths formation in its way. On the other hand, Xiaoyu was conceited. Just as he was focused on holding Ouyang Lai back, Yang Shui decisively took action. She managed to severely injure the royal lord with just one strike, after which she headed straight to confront the Chaos Spirit King. She had to make a decision quickly, for it would affect the outcome of the entire battle. Her decision was a huge bet, but it also showed her confidence in the human race masters. She believed that the humans could persevere for a longer time. Regardless of how powerful the Chaos Spirit King was, the humans were united. As such, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. Those in the Six Paths formation didn't fail her, nor did she disappoint the humans. Fang Tianxia couldn't help letting out a sigh, for the young girl had grown up to be a reliable and independent master. That was the sorrow of the times. He soon pulled himself together and connected his aura with the others to ward off the enemies. In the void, Ouyang Lai's red hair flapped in the air like fire as he looked at the astounded Xiaoyu and grinned, "You're dead." The moment he finished speaking, he turned into a magnificent flame and dashed towards Xiaoyu. A royal lord had shocking vitality, so even though Yang Shui had badly injured him, she didn't manage to end his life. As such, Xiaoyu was still able to fight. Nevertheless, he was shocked at the fact that there was another new Ninth Order Master. Including Ouyang Lai, there were two now. If they also included Xianxia, who was attempting a breakthrough, the humans had managed to secure 3 Ninth Order Masters for their side. Certainly, he wouldn't forget that Yang Kai had also acquired a spirit pill. Was luck indeed on the human side? The Black Ink clansmen were initially at an advantage, but it was gone for good now that a second Ninth Order Master appeared abruptly. Could there be even more Ninth Order Masters lurking out there? While still reeling from this shock, Xiaoyu had the illusion that there was another human race master lurking behind him, just waiting to give him a fatal blow. He almost couldn't contain his urge to escape. Nonetheless, he stopped himself from doing so. This was a chance the Black Ink clan mustn't miss. If their plan was ruined because he ran away, the Black Ink clan would suffer immense losses, and he also couldn't accept the outcome. Furthermore, the Black Ink clansmen were not on the losing side. They were still at an advantage when it came to trying to ruin Xianxia's ascension. Also, the new Ninth Order Master had to contend with the Chaos Spirit King, so she couldn't stop the other Black Ink clansmen from advancing. More importantly, Mo Nai was on the way to this place. As long as Mo Nai appeared, they would have one more royal lord on their side. By then, the Black Ink clan would take back control of everything. Given the deadlock, if any party had one more powerful master, the outcome of the battle would be affected. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu mustered his courage and engaged with Ouyang Lai again. Although his power had been weakened significantly following Yang Shui's sneak attack, it didn't mean he was powerless to fight. As he pulled himself together and focused on defending himself, he wouldn't be defeated so soon. The masters from both sides had tacitly divided the battlefield into 3 places. The first was where a Ninth Order Master was dealing with a royal lord, the second was where a Ninth Order Master was clashing with the Chaos Spirit King. The third and final place was where the human race masters, who had formed many battle formations to protect Xianxia, were fending off the Black Ink Clansman siege. The battles were so intense that the void itself trembled. The noise spread in all directions and attracted more human race masters to come over and lend their fellow humans assistance. Nevertheless, even more Black Ink Clansmen were rushing over as well. The Black Ink clan could communicate with each other through the Black Ink nests, so they could easily summon more people. Monai had also stopped recuperating and was on his way. The Black Ink Clansmen had obviously decided to go all in for this battle where thousands of masters from both sides were involved. If they won, they would deal a heavy blow to the humans. Whenever the universe furnace opened up in the past, even though both sides would fight, there had never been such a large-scale battle before. While the fight raged outside, Xianxia and Thunder Shadow were oblivious to everything as they swam through the infinite river. At this moment, Thunder Shadow crouched down on Xianxia's shoulder as lightning flickered around him. He seemed to have turned into a lightning ball. Thunder Shadow was frustrated, but pleased at the same time. It never crossed his mind that he would one day feel bloated after consuming too much Dao strength in a single day. The Dao strengths in the depths of the infinite river were pure, primitive, and rich. As long as one could reach this place, they would gain unimaginable benefits. Unfortunately, even though the universe furnace had appeared many times before, rarely could anyone step into the infinite river. Even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hardly reach Xianxia's current depths. Although the infinite river didn't look menacing from the outside, it was actually filled with mortal danger. Without sufficient understanding of their own grand Dao, one wouldn't be able to resist the corruption of the currents. It was a challenge to one's body, soul, and grand Daos. There was no doubt that the Ninth Order Masters were powerful, and they had strong attainments in their grand Daos, but they had merely met the criteria. Without the soul-warming lotus protecting their soul, and a word tree clone or 4-universe pillar sealing and stabilizing their small universe, they would not be able to move around freely in the infinite river. As such, no one managed to snatch the countless opportunities in the infinite river over the eons. At that moment, Thunder Shadow was envious of his main body. As an Open Heaven Realm Master, Xianxia had a small universe, so even if he couldn't refine the ambient Dao strengths yet, he could still take them away. In fact, he had absorbed many Dao strengths and sealed them in his small universe. In any case, he had never closed the portal to his small universe, so the Dao strengths continued to stream into his body. After giving it some thought, Thunder Shadow realized he shouldn't be envious. When Xianxia found his human self, the three selves would be united. By then, all the benefits that Thunder Shadow gained would blend into the main body, and everything else wouldn't matter. Upon that realization, he felt less frustrated. A long time later, Xianxia closed the portal to his small universe as though he was full. He had split his small universe into many areas where different types of Dao strengths were sealed. These Dao strengths looked like colored ribbons or creeks that moved around in those areas. Xianxia had refined a massive amount of Dao strengths in the infinite river. Now, it could be said that he had learned over 10,000 Grand Daos. The Grand Daos that he had previously only dabbled in improved significantly and reached the 6th or 7th level. Even the Grand Daos he had never touched before, which included Thunder Shadow's Thunder Dao, reached the 5th or 6th level. Countless Dao essences were present in his small universe now. Following the advancements in his mastery over these Grand Daos, he gained new insights. Since time immemorial, no one had ever learned so many Grand Daos, nor had anyone attained such mastery in them. Xianxia had reached his limit, so he was no longer able to refine more Dao strengths. He had also sealed many of them in his small universe. If he kept doing that, he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. He was only trying to escape from his enemies, so he didn't expect to gain such massive rewards. To him, it was more valuable than acquiring several supreme-grade open heaven pills, which were not useful to him as the Dao strengths here were immensely beneficial. Without stopping, Xianxia brought Thunder Shadow to dive deeper. He wanted to find out what lay at the bottom of the infinite river. The progression from the outside to the inside of the infinite river went like this: chaos split into yin and yang, which transformed into 5 elements, which then gave birth to 10,000 Grand Daos. What else was there after the 10,000 Grand Daos? Was there any further evolution? To a powerful cultivator like Xianxia, the secrets at the deepest part of the infinite river were deathly attractive. Although the infinite river was expansive, one could tell from the outside that there must be an end. Nevertheless, as Xianxia brought Thunder Shadow to explore the river, they seemed to have plunged into an abyss with no end in sight. There had to be some secrets at the deepest part of the river. Over 10,000 types of Tao strengths gathered together. Although they were clearly distinct, they could also integrate. When several related Tao strengths clashed, they might form an entirely new Tao strength. When a particular Tao strength was stimulated, it might also split into several Tao strengths. As Xianxia delved deeper, he witnessed a lot of wonders. At the same time, he felt increasingly pressured. At the top of the river, the Tao strengths were considered peaceful, which was the reason he and Thunder Shadow were able to absorb them. However, as they went deeper, the Tao strengths became increasingly unsettled, which mounted even more pressure on Xianxia. He had been trying to sustain the space-time river to protect Thunder Shadow and himself from the infinite river's erosion. Fortunately, he had already gained massive benefits by improving his mastery over many grand Taos. Otherwise, he couldn't have persevered. As time passed, the space-time river contracted and stuck close to the pair, which was caused by powerful external pressure. As they went deeper, the originally stable space-time river started shaking. Regardless of how hard Xianxia tried to stimulate his Tao strengths, he was unable to keep the space-time river stable. At this point, the Tao strengths had become violent as every colored ribbon or undercurrent carried immense power. As Xianxia was struck, he found it difficult to take charge of where he was heading. Thunder Shadow appeared worried as he had a feeling that his main body was doing something dangerous, but he wasn't in any place to dissuade him. As such, he could only activate his Tao strengths and help sustain the space-time river to drive off the external force. A long time later, when the external force reached a critical limit, Xianxia felt as though he had passed some kind of divide. The originally colorful environment where all sorts of grand Taos came together descended into chaos all of a sudden, after which he saw nothing but endless darkness. All the pressure disappeared abruptly, leaving Xianxia puzzled. Did everything return to chaos after the grand Taos integrated and bloomed? In that case, wouldn't that make it a cycle? If I dive deeper, would I come across the scene where chaos split into yin and yang, and everything started over on repeat? Nevertheless, Xianxia realized that something was amiss. The chaos in this place was different from the one at the beginning of the infinite river, which was desolate and still. The chaos in this place was tinged with a different sort of charm. The darkness in this place wasn't pitch black, instead, there were some flickering lights. As Xianxia looked at those weak lights, he fell into a dazed state. The flickering lights were special beings. They were natural creations, not living creatures. They came in different sizes and shapes. Some looked like chaos entities while the others did not. Xianxia felt that he had seen these natural creations before, but he couldn't recall where. Thunder Shadow, who had been crouching on his shoulder, suddenly said, "Big brother, I think those things are dangerous." As a beast, he instinctively felt that these seemingly ordinary things were filled with unpredictable danger. If they struck them, they would be in hot water. Oblivious to him, Xianxia stared fixedly in a particular direction where there was a washbasin-sized existence that looked like seaweed getting tangled up. A round of light glowed in the periphery of that thing. He had a feeling that he had come across these things before, but he couldn't remember where, which was odd. Given his cultivation, Xianxia was able to remember everything he saw. If he had really seen these things before, he wouldn't forget about them. As he looked intently, he soon had an illusion that this washbasin-sized seaweed-like thing was magnifying before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it became a colossal being. It was magnificent and ancient. Standing in front of this existence, Xianxia felt that he was as insignificant as dust, which made him feel flabbergasted. Then, he came to his senses, finally realizing why he felt that these things looked familiar to him. He had also recalled where he had seen them before. Strictly speaking, the things he saw back then were not the same as the ones before his eyes. They were beings with similar qualities. They were dangerous celestial phenomena that lay in the depths of black ink battlefield. He couldn't recognize them at first glance because every celestial phenomenon was different. Furthermore, the celestial phenomena he came across at the depths of black ink battlefield were massive. The largest celestial phenomenon he had seen was just as vast as a great territory, and it contained unimaginable danger. Even a Ninth Order master or a royal lord might not survive if they barged into such a place. All the celestial phenomena on the black ink battlefield were massive and magnificent. Meanwhile, the celestial phenomena in this place were petite. The difference in their sizes was the reason Yang Kai didn't associate the two together at first. It wasn't until he took a much closer look at their appearance that he realized what they were. These weak lights that came in different shapes and sizes were none other than celestial phenomena. Yang Kai was astounded as he knew a thing or two about where celestial phenomena came from. It was rumored that in the beginning when chaos split apart, 3,000 grand daos were unclear. As such, some strange natural creations were born, and they were celestial phenomena. It could be said that celestial phenomena were strange entities that could be traced back to the ancient source of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the universe was filled with all sorts of celestial phenomena, and they were unimaginably dangerous. That was the reason there were still celestial phenomena in the depths of black ink battlefield while there were none in the 3,000 worlds. Rarely would anyone head to the depths of black ink battlefield. Even the black ink clansmen wouldn't go there under normal circumstances, let alone humans. That was why those celestial phenomena still remained intact. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, many universe worlds sprang to life and living beings rose to power. As these beings grew and explored, they extracted resources and transformed the environment to better suit themselves, causing the celestial phenomena to gradually disappear. Now, there were essentially no celestial phenomena in the 3,000 worlds. Many had never heard of celestial phenomena in their lifetimes. Yang Kai had the honor to witness the wonders of the celestial phenomena, and he had made use of a few of them to get rid of some formidable enemies. He also gained massive benefits in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, therefore, he was quite familiar with them. However, he didn't expect to see celestial phenomena in the depths of the infinite river where everything returned to chaos. Soon, he became doubtful, are these celestial phenomena just as small as what I saw back then? Was what I saw earlier merely an illusion? As he looked intently, he was astounded all of a sudden. Perhaps what he saw was not all there was. The celestial phenomena in this place appeared petite because he was in a special environment. They might look very different if they were outside. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was startled. In the depths of the infinite river, 10,000 grand daos bloomed before returning to chaos, which then gave birth to so many celestial phenomena. There was also a great sea celestial phenomenon on the black ink battlefield that had many grand Dao rivers inside of it. Similarly, many undercurrents contained Dao strengths in the infinite river. Previously, Yang Kai wondered why there were so many grand Dao rivers in the great sea celestial phenomenon. After all, Dao strengths were extremely abstruse, so it wasn't likely that they were born out of nowhere. The great sea celestial phenomenon should have had such power. However, what if the great sea celestial phenomenon was born from the infinite river? That explained everything. Yang Kai was astounded. He didn't have any evidence to prove his speculation, but he had a feeling that it was the truth. All the celestial phenomena in the depths of black ink battlefield and the ones that once existed in the 3,000 worlds but disappeared came from this place. Yang Kai was eager to prove his point, so he dashed towards the celestial phenomenon he had paid attention to earlier. What he saw astonished him. The celestial phenomenon was supposedly not far away from him, but regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to approach it. Space seemed to have been extended infinitely before him, but he didn't feel any fluctuations of space principles. Furthermore, as he charged forward, the wash basin-sized seaweed-like celestial phenomenon was quickly expanding. As expected, what he had seen wasn't merely an illusion. The celestial phenomenon must be gargantuan, but it was somewhat illusory in the depths of the infinite river. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and stepped backwards. Soon, he realized that everything returned to normal. He then went over to inspect other celestial phenomena and realized that they were the same. He even saw a fog-like celestial phenomenon. Upon inspection, he discovered that what looked like dust in the fog wasn't what it seemed. The particles were unformed universe worlds. He remembered seeing a fog-like celestial phenomenon in the universe furnace, and he was shocked at that time. It didn't cross his mind that it was born from this place. All the strange-looking celestial phenomena gathered in the depths of the infinite river, which was filled with ancient and primitive auras. While swimming in this place, Yang Kai seemed to have returned to the ancient times and gotten lost. A long time later, Thunder Shadow exclaimed, "Big brother!" An astounded Yang Kai came to his senses and realized that something was off. His Tao strengths were dissipating and blending into this place. He quickly stabilized himself and circulated his power to stop his Tao strengths from leaving his body. A terrified Thunder Shadow asked, "What's going on?" Everything was going well when an anomaly happened. If he hadn't discovered that something was amiss, Yang Kai would have lost his life without knowing the reason. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was soaked in cold sweat as well. Just now, he had been focusing on observing these bizarre celestial phenomena. While witnessing the wonders, he suddenly felt dead deep within. If Thunder Shadow hadn't called out to him in time, Yang Kai would have lost his life. Under such a circumstance, once all his Tao strengths were gone, his figure would have melted into this place as well. Moreover, the soul-warming lotus didn't react at all while Thunder Shadow was unaffected. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized something. The feeling of lifelessness wasn't an external force, it was born within him. As such, the soul-warming lotus didn't react in any way. Such an anomaly happened because his Tao strengths resonated with the power of 10,000 grand Taos in this place. Thunder Shadow wasn't as attuned to the environment, so he could remain alert. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who had mastered a lot of grand Taos, was affected by this place. After suffering such a setback, Yang Kai became more cautious. This was a dangerous place where he couldn't be negligent. Thunder Shadow said, "Let's go up. There's nothing interesting here to see." He was still terrified. Before this, even though Yang Kai was taking a huge risk, everything was still under control. The turn of events earlier apparently surprised him as well. There was nothing much Thunder Shadow could do in this place, and once his main body was in danger, no one could save him. "You don't understand," Yang Kai shook his head. The celestial phenomena were indeed not interesting, however, the power of the 10,000 grand Taos returning to chaos and the development of various wonders were the essence of this place. Yang Kai had a feeling that he had caught a glimpse of something amazing, but he couldn't fully comprehend it. There seemed to be a wall in front of him, blocking his path. He could faintly see the beauty beyond it, but it was shrouded in fog. This place seemed to be the deepest part of the infinite river. Not only were there a lot of celestial phenomena, but there was also a long riverbed that was filled with gravel. Yang Kai had been focusing on the celestial phenomena, so he didn't pay attention to the riverbed, but while looking down, he scooped up a handful of gravel and examined it. Just as he expected, these small stones were not what they seemed to be. Instead, they were the collective of different Tao strengths. Yang Kai even realized that these small stones were actually the prototypes of universe worlds. Creation force? Yang Kai muttered. He had heard about the creation realm from Tsang for the first time. According to Tsang, the realm that was above the ninth order was the creation realm. The only one who had reached that realm was Mo, who had been shackled inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors were not in that realm. They had merely walked further down the path of the open heaven realm than any others. One could say that if they reached the creation realm, they would have been able to kill Mo. Yang Kai had no idea how abstruse that realm must be. After all, he was only at the peak of the 8th order and had yet to reach the 9th order. As such, the creation realm was still too far away from him. However, in his opinion, if they wanted to destroy Mo once and for all, someone had to reach that realm. Nevertheless, how to ascend to the creation realm remained a mystery, otherwise, Mo wouldn't have been the only one to reach that realm after so many eons. Song and the other martial ancestors were geniuses, but even they were unable to reach that realm, let alone their descendants. Perhaps Wu Kuang, who had inherited Shi's knowledge, knew something. However, he was looking after the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so he was unreachable. Yang Kai had never really seriously considered reaching that realm. To him, the most important task was to break through to the 9th order. As such, he didn't have any energy left to ponder on something so unattainable. With that said, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of the creation realm in the deepest part of the infinite river. These were not the nurturing of simple living beings, but rather the wonders of creation of the universe itself. Every stone in his hand was the prototype of a universe world. If he took them to the outside world, they would probably become dead stars with no vitality. Yang Kai remained in the same spot and fell into his thoughts. Thunder Shadow was anxious as he was worried that his true body's Tao strengths would dissipate again. He stared fixedly at Yang Kai and was ready to call out to him at any moment. Thankfully, he was relieved that the same thing didn't happen again. Although Yang Kai remained unmoving like a statue, the Tao strengths around him continued to flow. Apparently, he was trying to comprehend various aspects of the Grand Tao. A long time later, just as Thunder Shadow was growing distressed, Yang Kai suddenly moved as all the gravel in his hand fell. He then swam upwards. Are we finally leaving? Thunder Shadow was elated. Although he had gained massive benefits in this damned place, he wasn't willing to stay any longer. Certainly, he was pleased that the main body was leaving. They were faced with many obstacles when coming to this place, but it was much easier when they were leaving. It certainly wasn't smooth sailing, but it was no longer as difficult as when they tried to head to the depths. Soon, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow arrived at the upper part of the infinite river. The water in this place was filled with shattered Tao essence, and if they kept moving upwards, they would be able to leave. Much to Thunder Shadow's surprise, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks and let the river's chaotic force wash over him. He even removed the space-time river around himself and only protected Thunder Shadow with it so that the latter would remain safe. What is he doing? Although Thunder Shadow was puzzled, he knew he shouldn't disturb Yang Kai. As such, he could only wait patiently. As the violent water washed over Yang Kai, his figure swayed with it. Undoubtedly, it was dangerous to directly come into contact with the chaotic force, but it allowed him to see the truth clearly. A long time later, even his figure started falling apart. His golden blood blended into the river as it disappeared. Just as Thunder Shadow became apprehensive, Yang Kai suddenly dove deeper and arrived at the point where chaos split into yin and yang before he continued to comprehend things. Yang Kai's figure was in a terrible state as his skin started cracking. As the water surged over him, a layer of his skin was peeled off. His hideous expression suggested that he was in excruciating pain, however, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, Thunder Shadow was now completely anxious. If Yang Kai lost his life in this place, he would become a true laughingstock. Moments later, Yang Kai understood something and dove deeper. Soon, he reached the point where yin and yang split into the 5 elements. His flesh started coming apart. The powers of his dragon vein and the towering evergreen divine manifestation were fully activated, but they did little to stop his injuries from worsening. When Yang Kai dove deeper for the last time and reached the point where 5 elements split into 10,000 grand Daos, his aura was extremely weak. He was like a candle amidst the storm, at risk of losing his life at any moment. His entire figure was covered with blood as the infinite river's erosion made him look battered and miserable. If not for the fact that he still had some vitality left, and the space-time river was still being sustained, Thunder Shadow would have thought that the main body was dead. At that moment, Thunder Shadow was ill at ease. He had figured out what the main body was trying to do, but it was a huge risk to take. If an accident occurred, the damage would be irreversible. In the depths of the infinite river, Yang Kai's badly injured figure remained still as he let the water strike him from all directions, his aura constantly weakening until it reached a critical limit and his originally listless eyes suddenly started shimmering. Just then, Thunder Shadow heard the main body shouting, "I understand." The next moment, 10,000 grand Daos started surging from his injured figure. They were his own Tao strengths, not those in the infinite river. The Tao strengths integrated and formed a protective layer outside the space-time river. Then, Yang Kai's figure shot upwards. As it happened, the Tao strengths around him evolved. When he reached the point where 5 elements split into 10,000 grand Daos, the 10,000 grand Daos around him evolved into 5 elements. When he reached the point where yin and yang transformed into 5 elements, and the 5 elements around him evolved into yin and yang. When he finally reached the upper part of the infinite river, everything around him returned to chaos. Moreover, as Yang Kai swam upwards, the space-time river around him trembled violently. Thunder Shadow couldn't help feeling that space and time seemed to have turned upside down. It felt like space and time were reversing as flesh started appearing on Yang Kai's damaged figure out of thin air. Eventually, he returned to his original state. Although he no longer looked battered and miserable, his aura was still weak. Nevertheless, he was energetic and elated. I see. He then turned to look at Thunder Shadow and asked, "Did you understand?" Thunder Shadow was on the brink of breaking into tears. What am I supposed to understand? He figured that Yang Kai was trying to comprehend the secrets behind the evolutionary process from chaos to the 10,000 Grand Daos. However, he had never cultivated the 10,000 Grand Daos before, so how was he supposed to understand anything? At that moment, he only wanted to tell Yang Kai to stop torturing himself as it was bad for his heart. Knowing what was on Thunder Shadow's mind, Yang Kai merely smiled in response. It wasn't that he wanted to torture himself, but since the opportunity was there, he just wasn't willing to miss it. When he dove into the infinite river for the first time, Yang Kai used his Dao strengths to shield himself. As such, he was unable to comprehend anything, nor did he intend to. It wasn't until he witnessed the end of the 10,000 Grand Daos at the bottom of the infinite river that he had the urge to comprehend everything he witnessed. Therefore, he decided to give up the protection of his Dao strengths and expose his body and mind to comprehend the wonders of chaos giving birth to the 10,000 Grand Daos. Naturally, this process came with huge risks, but the outcome was extraordinary. Yang Kai had gained immense benefits in the infinite river and even had a feeling that his experience in this place would change the way he cultivated in the future. Moreover, he formed a doubt after experiencing this whole process. Was what everyone knew about Mo correct? Was Mo really in the creation realm? In the past, Yang Kai had not doubted it. After all, Song had said so. However, after Yang Kai went through the process of 10,000 Grand Daos returning to chaos, he realized that Mo might not be in the creation realm. In any case, that wasn't what he should be concerned about at the moment. If he wanted to face Mo, he had to solve the trouble brought by the Black Ink clan first. As for how his injured figure recovered so rapidly, the truth was it hadn't. Currently, both his Dao of Time and Dao of Space were at the 8th level, and he had mastered the space-time river. Therefore, while in the space-time river, he could mark a particular point in time and when it was necessary, restore his physical state to that particular point. It was a new way of using the space-time river, which he had mastered in the infinite river after his understanding over the numerous Grand Daos improved significantly. Yang Kai wasn't able to use it in the past because other than the Dao of Space and Dao of Time, he hadn't mastered the other Grand Daos to such a degree. During the restoration process, Thunder Shadow felt as though space and time were reversing when in fact, that wasn't what happened. Under the space-time river's blessing, Yang Kai returned to a state he had marked at a particular point in time. Certainly, he had to consume lots of Dao strength to achieve this, and it was not without risks. It was a novel technique that would prove to be useful in some situations, but had serious limitations and drawbacks. Then, Yang Kai turned to look at the depths of the infinite river with a dark gaze. He believed that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg and there must be even more secrets in the infinite river. That was because when the 10,000 Dao strengths around him returned to chaos, he could clearly feel that something faintly resonated with him from the other end of the infinite river. However, he had to fully activate his Dao strengths to touch upon those endless wonders, so he didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. As he thought about it, he realized that the resonance was odd. Where did the resonance come from? Since time immemorial, the universe furnace had appeared many times and allowed many human cultivators to become ninth-order masters. However, no one had ever seen the universe furnace itself. Even the ninth-order old ancestors, who had lived for a very long time, had no idea what the universe furnace really looked like or where it was. The infinite river ran through the entire universe furnace world, and there was no doubt it was an important part of the universe furnace. Therefore, the resonance in the distance was certainly worthy of attention. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't have time to explore it, for he had been held up in the infinite river for a long time already. He wondered about the outcome of the fight between humans and the Black Ink clan. After some calculations, he realized that the 9th Grand Dao evolution would take place soon. Once that happened, the universe furnace would close. It's time to leave. Certainly, he felt that it was a shame. If he had known beforehand, he would have immediately explored the infinite river the moment he entered the universe furnace. However, if he had done so, he wouldn't have acquired a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Trade-offs could not be avoided. And so, Yang Kai led Thunder Shadow to dash upwards and soon left the infinite river. As he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense though, he was startled. Thunder Shadow hurriedly said, "There are calls for help everywhere. It seems that they've come across formidable enemies." Thunder Shadow had a communication bead that was used to contact others. He always brought it with him so that he could send or receive information at any moment. Nevertheless, humans' communication method was inferior to those of the Black Ink clan. Since he could receive a message that asked for assistance, it showed that the other party wasn't far away. "I'll ask them where they are," Thunder Shadow said. "There's no need for that." The moment Xianxia finished speaking, he charged forward in a particular direction, for he could already feel the fallout of battle. A moment later, his expression turned solemn. Although he had detected the fluctuations, he couldn't feel them clearly. As he moved closer though, he had a feeling that the fights were unusual. The battle was intense, and the auras were chaotic. Moreover, there were a lot of people on both sides, including royal lords and Ninth Order masters. Is this the final battle? Xianxia had never expected that the situation outside had become so violent after he dove into the infinite river. Unbeknownst to him, his snatching of a supreme-grade open heaven pill was what set off this final conflict. After successfully stealing the pill, Xianxia brought Thunder Shadow with him and snuck into the infinite river. The Black Ink clan certainly wouldn't give up searching for him, so they summoned more people over. On the other hand, humans had to deal with the increasing number of enemies. As such, more and more people on both sides gathered together. When the Chaos Spirit King joined in, everything flew out of control. If the Chaos Spirit King was the only issue, even though the humans would still be at a disadvantage, they could have still persevered. After all, Xianxia, a new Ninth Order master, appeared out of the blue and seriously injured Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, when a new royal lord joined the battle, the humans fell into a perilous situation again. Mo had arrived and joined his fellow Black Ink clansmen. That was what Xianxia and Thunder Shadow saw when they reached the edge of the battlefield. Yang was battling against Xiaoyu and two groups of territory lords who had formed four symbols formations. Xiaoyu had been wounded by Xianxia, so he was no longer a match for Yang on his own. Left with no choice, he summoned 8 territory lords, who then formed 2 battle formations and joined forces with him. There were more masters from the Black Ink clan than the human race to begin with, so 8 of them joining Xiaoyu wouldn't change the overall situation. Only then could they contend with Yang and even gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Xianxia was fighting with the Chaos Spirit King on her own. As world force and chaotic force clashed, the situation was truly intense. Xianxia was at a disadvantage, but she did her best to keep the Chaos Spirit King at bay. Yang Xiao and 5 Eighth Order Masters had formed a 6-paths formation and were fighting with Mo Nai with the help of the Flowing Time Temple, but they seemed to be in a difficult situation. Other humans surrounded a particular place and fended off the Black Ink clan's attacks from all directions. Xianxia could also sense the fluctuations of a human race master achieving a breakthrough in that direction, and he found the aura familiar. Xianxia. He's attempting a breakthrough. Only then did Xianxia realize why the humans refused to retreat despite being at a disadvantage. They had to protect Xianxia, who was lucky enough to have acquired a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Xianxia initially wanted to give Xianxia the spirit pill he had found, but now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. It was wonderful that Xianxia had his own opportunity, but it was terrible that he attracted the Black Ink clan's attention at the most critical moment of his ascension. Some of the things Xianxia saw on the battlefield also surprised him. First of all, he hadn't seen Xianxia for many years. As such, he was surprised to learn that his little sister was now a Ninth Order master. As her big brother, he was still at the peak of the Eighth Order, so while he was gratified, he was also a bit embarrassed. As he thought about it, he had done a terrible job as a son and as a big brother. Xianxia was born because Xianxia loved venturing into the outside world, so he couldn't keep his parents company most of the time. Furthermore, they usually wouldn't get any news on him for many years. Worried that they might learn about their son's death one day, they decided to give birth to another child, for they knew that they couldn't rely on their son. That was the reason Xianxia was born. However, as her big brother, Xianxia had rarely taken up any responsibility for her. He didn't keep her company when she was growing up, nor did he teach her how to cultivate when she was young. Even when she and Xianxia ventured into the outside world, he had never given her much protection. Now, just like him, Xianxia had to join the war to kill the Black Ink clan, leaving their parents back in High Heaven Palace, waiting for their return. It was an awful fate for all of them. Apart from Yang Shui, Yang Kai was also surprised by Mo Naiyi. That guy was battling against Yang Xiao with his 6 paths formation on the battlefield, and he had gained the upper hand. One had to know that Yang Xiao had the flowing time temple's assistance on top of forming the 6 paths formation with him as the core. How was it possible that Mo Naiyi was a match for them? Mo Naiyi was just a pseudo-royal lord, and he couldn't have possibly recovered from his near-death situation in such a short amount of time. In the folded space, Yang Kai all but killed him, so under normal circumstances, a 5 elements formation should have been more than enough to restrain Mo Naiyi. As Yang Kai observed them for a while longer though, he became shocked. Mo Naiyi wasn't as badly injured as Yang Kai thought, and he was no longer a pseudo-royal lord. The power he was using showed that he was a true royal lord now. Did that bastard obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill? Yang Kai was naturally displeased. It was true that good people would usually die young while a scourge would live a long life. It was a shame that he hadn't managed to kill Mo Naiyi in the universe furnace's folded space back then. Nevertheless, at that time, Yang Kai didn't expect that his actions would trigger the universe furnace's self-defense mechanism, sucking him into the universe furnace world and allowing Mo Naiyi to survive. Presently, Thunder Shadow still crouched on Yang Kai's shoulder, using his innate divine ability to conceal both of their auras. While looking in a particular direction then, he sent Yang Kai a divine sense transmission. Second brother is over there. He was naturally aware of Feng Tianxi's existence. After all, they had come across each other on several occasions while fighting the Black Ink clan in the various Great Territory battlefields. However, it wasn't until he heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Ouyang Lai that he realized Feng Tianxi was Yang Kai's human self. Yang Kai nodded, for he saw Feng Tianxi as well. Presently, Feng Tianxi was part of Yang Zhao's 6 paths formation. It was thanks to their close collaboration that they managed to oppose a royal lord like Mo Naiyi for so long. It wasn't that Yang Xiao didn't want to form a 7 stars formation. If he could do that, it would certainly help with their situation. At the very least, they would find it easier to fight with Mo Naiyi. Nevertheless, the human race had fewer people on their side as compared to the Black Ink clan, and all of them were tangled up in fights. If they asked someone to assist them, a different part of the defense line might break. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to form a 7 stars formation. If they were not close enough and couldn't collaborate tacitly, it would be better to stick to the 6 paths formation than forcibly try to form the 7 stars formation. At the very least, it was easier for Yang Xiao to sustain the 6 paths formation. In general, things were not looking optimistic for the humans. Yang Shui and Ouyang Lai, both 9th Order masters, could still manage to deal with their own opponents. However, Yang Zhao's team and the ones protecting Xianxia were in a perilous situation. Once Yang Zhao's group was defeated or the defense line was broken through, the humans were bound to suffer immense losses. At that moment, Yang Kai was glad that he didn't spend any more time in the Infinite River. To the human race, he and Thunder Shadow, who were hiding in the dark, were their best bet to turn this situation around. Yang Kai had to look for a chance and make a move to lift some pressure off his side. He could ignore the Chaos Spirit King, for Yang Shui was powerful enough to restrain it. Furthermore, he believed that even if he launched a sneak attack, he couldn't possibly harm the Chaos Spirit King. If he couldn't kill it with one strike, it would only become more agitated and aggressive. Could he deal with the 2 royal lords, then? Both royal lords were not at the peak of their powers. Ouyang Lai's opponent seemed to be horribly injured as his aura was unstable. However, he had joined forces with 8 territory lords to stabilize his situation. Mo Naiyi was wounded as well, but his injuries weren't serious. Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to kill either of them. At best, he could injure them. As such, he decided to set his sights on the weaker targets. The humans felt immensely pressured mainly because there were over 10 pseudo-royal lords. Even if both parties were in one-on-one fights, the human race masters would still feel intimidated. Many more pseudo-royal lords had entered the universe furnace world, but these were the only ones on the battlefield at that moment. The other pseudo-royal lords were either on their way or didn't bring Black Ink nests with them. As such, the key to this battle wasn't the fights between the royal lords and the 9th Order masters, but Xianxia. As long as they could hold on until Xianxia achieved a breakthrough, they could turn the tides as they would have another Ninth Order master. Xianxia soon made a decision. Given his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a royal lord, however, with Thunder Shadow's help, he could probably end a pseudo-royal lord's life. After he sent a transmission to Thunder Shadow, they silently flew towards the battlefield. At that moment, the Black Ink clan were trying to break through the human race's defense line, but they hadn't managed to achieve their goal yet. As such, many of them roared furiously. The Black Ink clan was at an advantage as they had more people on their side. The territory lords could also form 4 symbols formations, negating a large part of the humans' advantage. Nevertheless, the humans also had warships with them which allowed them to form a solid defense line around Xianxia. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, the human race masters only had to defend themselves. The defensive arrays on the warships had been fully activated and linked with each other to form a sturdy shield. Without breaking the warship's protection, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to deal a decisive blow to the humans. That was the reason the humans could hold on for such a long time despite having fewer people on their side. Nevertheless, the warships were not unbreakable. Once they were damaged, the humans would have to directly deal with the enemies. By then, no one could tell how much longer they could persevere. In a particular spot of the defense line, a pseudo-royal lord that looked like a humanoid ox with horns on his forehead madly released waves of black ink strength, striking the light barrier in front of him, dimming it significantly. He could feel that the defense line made from warships in this spot was about to break apart at any moment. Once that happened, the humans would have to directly face his wrath. "Ants, you die today," he growled with bloodshot eyes. Despite being at an advantage, he did not forget to weaken the humans' morale as well. Regardless of whether it was useful at all, he felt much better after shouting it out. He had been in life-and-death fights with the human race masters in the past many times. Before he became a pseudo-royal lord, the opponents he had come across were all difficult to deal with. This time, hundreds of human race masters were unable to flee. Once the defense line was shattered, slaughter would be inevitable. It would be a huge victory that the Black Ink clan hadn't enjoyed for a long time, so he was naturally quite pleased. He could already imagine that scene in his mind. All of a sudden, he felt his chest tightening and a chill shoot up his spine. He was engulfed in a great sense of crisis. The pseudo-royal lord was startled. Before he could figure out what was going on though, he felt an aura appear from behind, one that was so savage that he felt a sharp pain in his skin. Someone was launching a sneak attack on him, and the person was powerful. In an instant, the pseudo-royal lord realized what was going on. Before he could ponder on who stealthily attacked him or how the person approached him without his knowledge though, black ink strength around him exploded to form a protective cover and obscure his exact position. Nonetheless, his efforts proved useless. The moment his black ink strength exploded out, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A sharp object had penetrated his figure. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a familiar-looking young man with a cold expression and a murderous gaze. At the most critical moment, the pseudo-royal lord reacted quickly enough. He leapt forward to widen the gap with his attacker and the weapon left his body, drawing a gush of blood with it. An abstruse power lingered on his wound however, making him feel uneasy. Behind him, Xianxia furrowed his brow. Just as he expected, it wasn't easy to kill a pseudo-royal lord. With Thunder Shadow's help, he managed to approach the opponent without alerting him and successfully launched a sneak attack. Nevertheless, it was still impractical to try to end a pseudo-royal lord's life with only one strike. At the end of the day, Xianxia was still weaker than the other party. If the opponent was a territory lord, even an innate one, Xianxia had the confidence to kill them with one move. Without hesitation, Xianxia retracted his spear and released the space-time river. The water rushed towards the pseudo-royal lord and swept him up into it. Before the pseudo-royal lord could shout to warn the others, he disappeared into the river. End of chapter 5775. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.